Everybody's live right now. We're gonna say hi to some people in some panels. And then and then and then we're gonna maybe watch some videos and talk about was Hitler right wing or left wing. I have a folder. I'm the folder holder. I've got a folder, and we're gonna read some stuff. So if anybody wants to do some researching and has some documents to present, bring all your information. We're gonna settle this. Was Hitler right wing or left wing? But first, before we get into all that, let me share this to a couple places real quick. And we're gonna go talk with Mayhem and them for a minute. Fredo's on. I don't think he's doing like a panel though. I don't think he's doing a panel. He's just playing games. Playing games. I never played games in my life. I need to make sure this is not on members only. Okay, cool. Here to the one that we got. Here to the one that we got. Wrong thumbnail. What the? Why is my thumbnail wrong? It's this thumbnail. We gotta fix the thumbnail. Hold on, let me delete this. Chuck must have fell asleep in the Discord because he's already in there. It's still the wrong thumbnail. Europa, the last battle. Europa, is that documentary? Isn't that like a 7-hour documentary? Is that what you're talking about? I have not watched it. I've heard of it, if that's what you're talking about. All right, let me see if he's dropped a link in here. Here we go. We got a link. We're going to go on Mayhem. Mayhem and Caldy are up there. Chat with them for a bit. Usually Fredo's in Discord while he's gaming. And the dono bar was full, but we doubled it just to see what happens. So if you want to hit that, if you want to help hit the new goal, you're more than welcome to. I need to shave my damn neck. I got a neck beard. Got a neck beard going on. What the? Okay. Let's do the damn thing.
Damn liberal truck driver. I bet you're out there sucking Peters all day long.
Trump is a Nazi.
What's up, JS?
What up?
So did you get hit by a Peterbilt?
No, I joined the Space Marines. And I battled a whole squadron of xenomorphs on my own. And when I reached the Queen, I fought it barehanded, and I was winning until a spaceship crashed into me. But I was fine.
JS, I have a question for you, JS. After that happened, did your parents at least get a case of beer?
No, they didn't give us anything.
Fucking A.
Oh, shit. They didn't even give you a bottle of vodka or nothing?
Jesus.
Nope.
Jeez, dude. Oh, man.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Robbed.
All I wanted was a gold star, and I didn't even get one of those.
Man.
They didn't break
You know what
the
that reminds me?
seal on
Did
a
he steal from Mrs.
high-value
Doubtfire?
loaded trailer
Did you get probed
and
at
give
least?
you a case of
Did you
beer?
get probed at least?
I was knocked unconscious, and I don't know what happened during that period of time. But
Did
I
you
was
wake up with your,
That
your
does
partner?
remind me though.
I was
he-
walking funny for a couple days.
He probably stole from
Me
Mrs.
too,
Doubtfire.
JS. Me too.
Mike, he probably stole
Uh-oh.
from Mrs. Doubtfire when he said,
Nah,
"Remember
you
that
just
scene in
had to
Mrs.
take a
Doubtfire where she goes, Mr. Doubtfire was killed by a drink because
Oh yeah, by
Yeah,
the
yeah.
drink. Hey, it was a back.
the Mack truck.
What was that?
I got hit by a
It's-
Mack truck, and all I got to show for it is a this mangy case of beer.
Yeah, and she's like, "Oh, he was killed. He was killed by the drink, my dear." It's like, "Oh, he was an alcoholic." No, he got hit by a Mack truck.
Oh, did anybody ever ask him that? What kind of beer it was?
I think
Schlitz.
think so. I don't-
Schlitz. Schlitz.
Schlitz.
It was Schlitz.
It's no. I think it
was
was called bullshits.
It was called Bullschlitz.
Bullshits. Yeah.
Oh shit! I can see the whole new. Is that like the new man cave, John?
Oh yeah.
I don't think you could hear me.
No, he can't hear you. He doesn't have his
Oh,
headset on.
that looks cool.
I'm not a Mack truck. I'm a Peterbilt.
John, is that your new man cave?
I don't know how you confuse a Mack truck and a Volvo.
Does he
but
know he's
okay,
muted?
Sure,
Oh.
why not?
Here, let me. Can I unmute him? No, I can't. I can't unmute him. You're muted, John. You're muted. He said, he gave me the finger, motherfucker.
Ah,
So how you doing, JS?
I'm good. Chilling. Little lonely around
I hear
here.
you, man.
No, it's not. It's the living room actually, Jay.
Ugh.
Oh, I
Hey,
like the
'cause
wood.
I had to give up on. I had to give up on having an office because of how small it was, and my wife needs it for her job with the medical stuff because the privacy issues.
I like the wood paneling.
Yeah.
It looks
That's in
cool.
all over the house. It's all over the
Hey,
house.
hey,
Is that like wallpaper? Or is that real?
No, it's real wood. Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, I've seen pictures. John was posting them on Facebook when they were through the process of it. It was
Yeah,
pretty
yeah.
good. A pretty long process.
And then we got hardwood, the hardwood flooring in here as well. That's why I have. Oh, hold on.
It's
Oh,
cold
no,
as
it's
hell
so-
in your damn house. Your heating
Yeah.
bill must be
It's
ridiculous.
Oh, you got a new mic too, or at
Saw
least
Oh, no,
Saw
I've had a
that-
mic for a while.
Oh.
Saw that Shure microphone. That's a good looking microphone.
Yeah.
I wish that they didn't have the. I don't like branding. They need to pay me to brand like this.
I feel the same way. It's like people who wear like Abercrombie and Finch. shirts.
Use
Like,
tape. Put a piece of tape over it. guys. Put a piece of tape over it. If you're bitching about that, put a piece of tape over it.
I'd be fine if they cut me a check, but
That ain't gonna happen.
I know.
No. No.
So you guys
the
were
official
talking
picture
about.
of JS. I still love that thing.
That's okay. You don't have to
JS,
wear pants on. this.
JS, we were talking about PTSD.
Yeah.
I was talking about my PTSD. Is my PTSD JS?
MyPTSD.gov.
Or is it real? I'm
Is your
sorry.
PTSD JS? I don't
No,
know.
no,
Did I
is-
traumatize
is-
you?
Oh shit. Motherfucker, let me restart this. JS, is my PTSD real?
All right. So my take on it, I'm not a fan of the psychological, psychiatric, medical, pharmaceutical, any of those industrial complexes. I don't like any of those. They kind of go by the motto of a cured patient is a lost patient. They're going to keep you in a cycle for the rest of your lives. They're never going to cure your disorder. And my problem is with the D. I don't like the saying post-traumatic stress disorder. I think it's in order that if you go through a trauma, so post is after traumatic stress. You're going to have stress from a trauma after you go through a trauma, and that's in order. That's not a disorder. That's just the nature of man.
Mm-hmm.
And it's more of a spiritual thing than a mental thing. When you're remembering it and stuff and you're going through it. Like, I was in a bad car accident. I wasn't hit by a Mack truck, but I was in a car
Was it a
accident.
Volvo?
No, it was a rollover, and 3 people died. And
Oh.
for years after that, if I saw a movie and there was a rollover, I'd start getting uncomfortable and I'd kind of have flashbacks, and that's like PTSD, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You avoid reminders of it. That's
Yeah,
part of it.
I would get
Yeah.
a physical feeling, and I would have to like kind of cringe and look away if I see a car roll over in a movie.
Yeah.
Um,
And Chaos has a correction. It wasn't a Mack truck. It was a space shuttle.
Oh,
that did
okay. Okay. Yeah.
it. JS. Yeah.
All right.
Trying to keep your story straight here, there, JS.
Oh my God.
Space Marine got
Yeah.
hit by a space shuttle.
So when I say PTSD isn't real, I'm kind of just being what's the word? Maybe not hyperbolic, but like reaction. I'm trying to get a reaction out of people.
Mhm.
I'm saying something outrageous because I know it's going to get people hyped up, and they're going to, what?
being
PTSD isn't real?
histrionic. That's the word you're looking for, is histrionic.
Yeah. And it
Histrionic.
so I say things like that because it gets the conversation going and it gets people hyped up, and they're like, what are you saying PTSD isn't real? I understand after a trauma, you have stresses about it, and you'll have physical things and mental things that are going on. But I don't think that's a clinical psychological disorder.
Mhm.
That's
Look at
Okay,
all that.
but
work
I can
what
definitely respect
is-
that stance
Hold
for
on,
sure.
hold on, JS. Answer me this: what is the disorder when you first say PTSD isn't real, and then you get called out, and then you suddenly change and say, "Oh, it is real"?
well, I'm still saying it's not real the way that the psych.
No, I'm
the-
not talking about you. I'm talking about this fuckhead we had here on the
Oh.
thing.
I don't know, retardation.
That was a troll. That
Yeah.
was a troll. That was a fucking liar.
Yeah. Yeah,
That
and
dude was funny as hell.
I have to kind of agree with JS, because I do have PTSD, but going through it, especially with the VA, I saw what they wanted to do. They're heavily into the pharmaceuticals, of course, and they don't really try to focus on what I was saying earlier in the stream before we did the open panel is you got to focus more on the therapy. There's different types of therapy that will help you out. But when I went to the VA, I didn't really get on a lot of the medications. I think the first medication they gave me was Wellbutrin, and I was like, okay, And there was one guy there that he was on like 20 medication, and he had like worse PTSD than I did. And I was like, well, I talked to him and I was like, maybe if you did something that got your mind off of it, get
Mhm.
into a hobby or something like that, gets your mind off of it. I understand avoiding reminders, avoiding whatever could trigger it. And I do agree that it's like Josh said, a cured patient is a lost patient. They don't
Well,
have that anymore.
well, and I think the other thing
So
that we see is, I think, a similar thing that I think I don't know if I necessarily use the right words, the words that JS uses to express it, but I've learned this in kind of with doing like physical therapy and whatnot after our surgery, in learning about pain. And one of the things that I learned was, and I think this is the case, like we go through, and you're talking to someone that goes through chronic pain right now. I mean, it's so much been intense that I literally 2 weeks ago literally told my wife, you either shoot me or you call 911. That's how much the pain was intense. So I understand pain. I understand when it becomes such a thing, but part of the thing of pain is that your body and your mind like code this language is saying, like, especially when you've been in like an accident or you're weak or whatever just after a surgery, and it hurts to move around. It's your body telling you, wait a minute, hold on, you may not be ready for this. And I think emotionally we do those things, mentally we do those things as well, where we're not necessarily prepared for those things. Now, the problem is I think when you look at that, why don't we do you at some point you have to accept you have to move beyond that. And most people would know that about physical pain or physical ailments, but somehow we give like this special kind of treatment to quote unquote mental issues because I think people, and it's the same thing, I've always said this with like the autism community. I think people like the idea of being considered autistic, even if there is a cure for a lot of it. And I think there's a lot of things that people who are on the quote unquote spectrum can actually be cured for. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really do. And I think that I think our brain maps it. And I can remember I was doing some stuff, books, and I was working with a counselor, and we talked about these things about how, there's the brain, you're part of your brain that wants to avoid trauma or pain because it's not ready for it. But at some point, what ends up happening is it becomes avoidance, right? Of taking the responsibility of healing yourself because you don't want to, or and this is where that coping mechanism becomes an addiction, right? Is you are now so much relying on the thing that was helping you through that coping mechanism that now coping, that's all you're doing is coping for that, because that's the only thing you can do. So I think a lot of people use that, and whether it's a mental or an emotional, or whether it's a chemical kind of form of coping, it still kind of takes the place of and if it's delayed and it goes to a point where we just don't fix things, then it becomes a hindrance to our life. You know what I'm saying? And we don't grow and we don't get better.
Yeah. I think there's some stuff that the psychologists will do, like cognitive behavioral therapy, that makes sense almost. Like, so somebody has PTSD, I think talking through it with somebody close to you who you can trust is probably healthy to a certain point. Eventually, the problem with the psychologist is you got to keep reliving this over and over and over and over again with a stranger. And I don't think that's healthy. I think it's better you talk to it with a close family or friend a couple times, and then you move past it. And then like you said, Mayhem, getting good hobbies, keeping yourself busy, keeping your mind and your body busy and active so that you don't have time to think about those things and dwell on them. But sending you to this clinical place with a bunch of crazy people in there and talking to this person that doesn't know you from Adam, sometimes it's a social worker who could care less. They're just trying to cycle through patients.
Right.
And prescribe you. And that guy you said who was on 20 pills, that's the way it happens. They put you on one pill, then you build up, and those pills, you build up a tolerance to that medication. Now you need a stronger dose, then you need a new medication, then they come out with a new one, and they start stacking them on top of each other. And all those things are shutting down like different parts of your brain, and pretty soon you're a walking zombie. So
not just your brain, like your liver too. Like that's part of the thing I've had to do with some of my special stuff is I have to be careful with my liver because I'm having
they love to give out Depakote, and Depakote kills your fucking liver. So quick.
Yeah.
So we cured your PTSD, but now you're drooling on yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
But by the way, I just got this. I was able to hack into the Space Marines database. We actually have photographic evidence of JS's accident. Hold on.
Oh, see, we got receipts.
The space. Oh, yeah, that's it.
There's JS right there.
And there were Ninja Turtles there too.
Wait, hold on. Let me do something real quick. There you go.
Yep.
Let's show everybody the evidence.
That's me, the guy at the top.
That's what we ask for when you come up here and you make these claims.
Yep. We conquered the Zerg and the Xenomorphs that day.
They gotta be true.
JS, I noticed you playing was it today or yesterday or whatever, Cyberpunk?
Cyberpunk. Yeah.
What are you playing as?
The Corpo.
Ah, figures.
Figures was that like the authoritarian?
Yeah.
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 And what would you think I play as?
The Nomad.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's pretty cool. I don't know how far I am in it, but it's kind of complicated once you get to like the recordings and you got to scroll through the recordings and
Yeah. Just know this. You don't want to treat it like any other game. You don't want to treat it like Skyrim when it comes to leveling up. You want to be very strategic. It's very much like classic tabletop D&D.
well, too late because I've just been throwing points into stuff. I don't know.
I wouldn't. Okay, well, I'm just telling you, you'll be a jack of all trades and not a master of none.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So there are probably two you can do probably really well, and third that would be a kind of minor one, kind of good stuff. But you want to determine right away. And by the way, you can kind of explore and play around with what kind of play style, because there is a function.
You can buy
where you
back
can-
your points or whatever.
Well, you can buy back the levels, but here's the thing: they only let you do that once. Now you can buy back your skill point with the yellow colored, but the blue ones, which is the leveling for when you put it into the different areas, those ones you can't. So it
And
all
I
depends on what kind of game style you like to play.
I figured out it real quickly that it's not like Grand Theft Auto because I ran out in the road in front of a car and thought it was going to stop and it just hit me.
No, that's Night City. They don't give a shit. That's the
Yeah.
whole point. It's like,
And then I stole a car and everybody started shooting at me. I was like, what? I can't just steal a car and drive?
well, especially if you're in certain gang areas, right? Yeah.
No.
And then I was trying to figure out the buttons and I was in a bar and I accidentally grabbed this guy and put him in a chokehold. And I was like, there's no release button. I either have to knock him out or kill him. So I knocked him out and then everybody started shooting at me.
Yeah. Yep. But so depending on what kind of stuff you'd like to do, and it's very much like D&D. So like the stuff like the hacking and all that would be like the wizard style. Your kind of like solo skills, which would be like your physical strength and stuff like that's your fighter stuff. And then
Be good, Caldy. Don't get hit by a Mack truck.
Yeah, long time no see, Caldy.
If you have any questions about that, Jace, let me know, because like I said, I
probably will need
He's
some
a super
tips.
nerd.
well, and I love Cyberpunk, and I love both the video game, and I also love
The tabletop game? Or
the
the-
tabletop. Yeah. In fact, let me show you guys something.
Let's listen to Lightning Bolt.
the heck is
Are
that?
you moving a table? No, I think it's his chair.
Or lighting a blowtorch?
Lighting a bowl
It's like,
with a blowtorch.
is that Smog? The dragon?
Yeah. Did Buck fall asleep on us?
No, he did not.
It's like a play guy. So it's
This is
like,
I'm right
this is
here.
like
I'm right here.
like a manual, like a game.
it's
manual.
like Dungeons and Dragons, kind of.
Yeah, that's exactly how it started a long time ago. Back in, and that was why the first one was Cyberpunk 2020, and it started in the 80s. So.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
Well, dang, nobody's gonna push back on my PTSD theory.
I'm trying.
You're so full of
I'm
shit.
I'm thinking about a lot of this stuff. I got nothing to argue with.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you
Sure,
want
I
to, you
mean-
can say that a horse and buggy is the same as a semi, and you might get.
I mean,
Could say that.
they both transport stuff.
Yeah, and no local driver has ever had a seal on their trailer.
They both use horsepower.
Oh shit! Don't be getting logical on this stream. That is not what we do on the stream there, JS. You might do that on your stream, but not on the stream. Don't wear my glasses. It's fake. Oh, there you go. Somebody
Where are
pushing
my
back.
Yep.
glasses? I can't see without my glasses.
He can't see without his glasses. Yes,
What is his
Matthew.
glasses?
The world is just blurry to some people. That's just the way it's meant to
Oh.
be. You have to adapt.
If that's the case, then all these pictures of Bigfoot, right?
He's
I
just blurry.
He's just blurry.
Yeah.
It's scary that there's a blurry creature out there that is running around.
Where
Yep.
the fuck are these blurry Bigfoot skeletons that should exist?
But we
Yep.
also have to admit that is the master of hide and seek.
Ah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
fair enough.
Yeah. To be able to hide that well when you're that big and that slow. I don't know how
Yeah.
slow they are, but don't let me drive without them.
It's the law. Fight me. He wants to fight. Come on up here, Matthew. We'll put it in debate format. Yeah, see, I have to get the debate
Big op.
format ready.
The big
Hey,
op.
you want to come to the debate battlefield? Yeah, there you go. And then we just put it in. We'll put it in. Where is it? There it is. Put it in that format right there.
They were dying to impress their boss, but he's already dead.
But so I've been making these movie posters. So this is from Weekend at Bernie's. So I redid some of the catch lines, like they were dying to impress their boss, but he's already dead. And then and a lot of people think I'm actually lying, but it's like I put on the bottom from the director of Rambo: First Blood, and people go, he didn't direct that movie, and it's true. The guy who directed First Blood directed Weekend at Bernie's. I joke. I kid you not.
Huh. Huh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think they do the same thing in optometry, Matthew. I think they start you, they say, oh, you can't read the numbers right. Let me give you a pair of glasses. And then your eyes adapt to these glasses, and then you need bigger glasses and bigger glasses. And soon you got Coke bottle glasses, and you rely, it's like using a crutch for the rest of your life. You got to strengthen your eyeballs. You got to do eyeball training.
Yeah.
Yep. Facts. The big optometry, the big op. Yep.
Big. Oh,
Okay.
okay. I like that.
You watched him yet, Buff?
The what's now?
Huh?
The what now?
Him, the movie Him.
No, I have not watched it yet. It's on my list.
There looks like there's
That
some
one's-
good movies right now. The Long Walk, Smashing Machine with The Rock looks like it'll be good. Him looks pretty good.
I just
Dude.
watched the new Naked Gun movie, and I gotta say, I liked it.
Me and Chaos watched Weapons.
That's good.
Friday.
I like that one.
Friday
Yes,
night.
that's another one.
Or-
I need
no,
to check
Thursday
out,
night.
yeah.
That was weird. Very
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah.
So here's my question. And when I was watching Weapons, there's one scene where I thought, oh my God, this is going to turn into a gun control message.
yeah.
Why when he goes to the kid's house, remember he loses his son, so he goes into like the dream world and he's like looking for the kid. This isn't a big spoiler, guys. I won't spoil anything.
Yeah.
But anyway,
You're fine.
he's looking for, he's in the dream thing. He's looking for the kid. And then above the house, he sees a giant AR-15 in the sky. What was
Yeah.
the point of that?
I don't know.
Yeah, it
I
seemed,
have no idea. Me and Chaos were like, what the heck is that about?
when I
like-
saw that, I was like, oh my God, it's going to turn into a gun control movie. But it never went back to that.
Yeah.
And in fact, they use a gun at the end to actually, kind of fix the problem. But
Right.
and I was like,
Yeah.
why did they do that? Was that just a little nod to like, because it's a bunch of kids in a classroom go missing, and then
Right.
they show an AR-15 in the sky, and it seemed like they were trying to do a little bit of
By
little
the
bit
way,
of propaganda in there.
JS, did you see
Yeah.
the Babylon Bee with the liberal lady, progressive lady goes back in time to?
I played it last night. Yeah,
Yeah, wasn't that funny as hell?
yeah. That's one of the things.
you want to get rid of undesirables too.
Yeah, yeah. That was so funny. He's like, "Is that a real gun or a fake gun?" And she said, "Well, I'm all about gun control." He said, "Me too. I love the gun control."
I love the gun control.
I'm gonna.
On that
That's what
video.
I was gonna talk about after I'm done with like. I'm just gonna check out some panels or maybe just yours. But
Yeah.
we're gonna be trying to solve the question: was Schmittler? I'll say his name on my channel, but I don't know if you want me to say it on yours.
Oh, you go ahead. I don't care.
Was Hitler left wing or right wing?
No.
Um,
I know he was a nationalist,
Yeah, but he was also a socialist.
and he was also a socialist. So maybe he was center or a little left of center.
I think it was a little crazy.
Economically, he's pretty
Yeah,
close to the center, but then he's super authoritarian.
Yeah.
It did have some interesting ideas though in engineering. But
Yeah, like the brown
he
note.
was
We need to figure that out.
he was also a nut job with thinking. Your master race is of blonde hair and blue eyes, but yet go look in the mirror.
Right.
So I heard that whole blonde hair, blue eyed thing was a myth.
He was a totalitarian.
I've heard that
Yeah.
too. It's just like I
Well-
don't know what the hell to think.
Well,
about
have
this
you
guy anymore.
have you seen that Dinesh D'Souza movie where he goes into the Nazi party and talks about it, and he says that they actually adopted a lot of like Democrat policies from America to justify the taking of the Jews and all that.
Yeah. I didn't know. I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
Where they took the separation of the whites and the blacks. Yeah, that's where he says it, you know, like you gotta. I can't remember what was the name of that movie he did. Was it Death of America or something like that?
Yeah. People are
I'm not
wanting me to
sure.
watch this documentary, but it's a 12-hour documentary.
Ooh, jeez.
Yeah, let me go into my liberal mindset since I was called that tonight. And
Yeah,
you,
yeah.
and you, and you. All of us.
Right.
Thought,
Anybody that goes against the narrative is a leftist, a liberal, I guess. Oh, he was
Yeah.
on meth? I didn't know he was on meth.
oh,
I know that he was giving his soldiers meth, and I think
Yeah.
he was probably on it too to keep
Yeah.
them awake
Yeah.
longer and less food needed.
oh, that
Yeah,
was
they
part
were
of their.
experimenting with like LSD and all that kind of stuff.
That was like part of their rations. Their MRIs, MREs. Sorry.
Yeah.
You heard of the brown note?
Has the brown
Buff
note
has
ever
may
been
have-
found?
No. He was trying to find a sound frequency that he could play on the battlefield that would make everybody shit their pants.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Never worked. Darn.
Yeah.
That would be so fun to have like on a little like toy remote and just like hit somebody with it. Your coworkers bothering you. Boom.
Yeah, like I believe what was it? Was it FDR was on like cocaine too, but given it through a doctor's supervision or something like that. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird what people did.
The Impact, is that the name of the one you're talking about? The Impact? The documentary?
The Dinesh D'Souza? No, it's I'll have to look it up here. Let me see. Ah. Okay, yeah. He did no movies. What? Okay, where are his movies? Death of a Nation. That's what it's called.
Ah,
Yeah, he did a.
How apt, given that Birth of a Nation was the movie that was about the KKK.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
probably not by
I
accident.
thought of I thought of Death of a Nation, but I was like, isn't that the KKK movie? I don't want to say it, but
No.
it was
The silent movie is Birth of a Nation. Yeah.
no.
This 12-hour one, I don't even think we're allowed to say the title of it on YouTube. It's a very taboo documentary. But it's like 12
What
hours
is it
long.
ri- What does
Huh?
it rhyme with? What does it rhyme with?
Smeropa.
Mm.
It sounds like
Oh,
Europe. It sounds like Europe, but it has an A at the end. But it's one of those ones that gets you all into the JQ, yeah. But people are telling me I need to watch it. Lord.
he was. If you notice, we've had a few tweaker presidents lately. Oh yeah. Finding white powder in the White House. Woo. Yeah, that's it.
I think most of them are on drugs, the politicians.
Well, I think you would. I think you would have to, which doesn't make any sense because, like, I don't think Congress and all that needs to be a 24-hour job.
Yeah.
But that's me.
well, if we
Yeah.
got a filibuster for over 24 hours, yeah, I want a little.
Yeah.
They'll be like sleeping on the floors in there and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Bringing snuggies. Take your snuggie to work day.
Mm. Or hiding in their office.
That's the only reason they want to get rid of the filibuster is like, I am so tired. I don't have anything. Oh, God. Hey, man, you got some on you? Can I get a bump?
Yeah. And I mean, like, literally with the age of technology that we have today, they don't always have to go back to Washington. They could just do a Zoom call or something like that. I think it's so stupid. Yeah. You still there, John?
I am. I just I've been every time I get on the computer, I'm trying to like cross multitask stuff that I'm doing. So I'm putting together material and I'm writing some things down. I've got a local campaign one shot coming up for this group that's local in town that they're doing. They're gonna have. I think they're gonna have up to like 100 something people for D&D come up, and they've got 10. I think it's about 100 people, but it's like 10 DMs, and I'm one of them. So it's like,
Oh, okay.
and so I'm doing one of my one shots that I did a couple of years ago where it's inspired by Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest.
Oh, cool.
So yeah.
I saw when you put that debate prompt in Sarah's Discord, that Balderson guy seemed really interested. He didn't say he would take the debate, but he was debating with people in the comments with it for like the next 20 hours. And
yeah.
That's a side that I would have to prepare specifically for, is like the Nordic argument. I know a little bit about it, but he was talking about one thing we would probably just have to concede is flying reindeers. He's like, the flying reindeers, that comes from the Nordic, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, what? But is flying reindeers, like, I could have Christmas without flying reindeers, you know?
And that's the whole thing where, okay, so like, so this is where this is a good example, like, and I don't want to get too much into it, but like, Santa Claus, the invention of Santa Claus. We know that Santa Claus was mostly an invention of Coca-Cola, right? the guy that made, and it was a marketing. That's the reason why the red and white.
That
There's like-
style of him, but the
Yeah,
origins
yeah.
is Saint Nick.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
So they,
Yeah, what
so
the
they
hell
took
are
they
you
took
talking about?
they took different they took different inspirations, right? So there's Saint Nicholas of Myrna, and then there's also Kris Kringle, who was kind of considered in his time.
Oh, Shisho.
Oh, and Krampus was like an anti-Santa.
Right.
Yeah,
So
that was-
so the point
That
is
was
that
the Germans.
over
Ger-
time, like,
German
so for
version.
example, like in England, the concept of Santa Claus, they call them Father Christmas, right?
Mhm.
So so even if they have elements of that, it isn't the same. And here's the thing that I always tell people, like the people bringing stuff into celebrations, like you wouldn't say, and this, and actually, let me rephrase this, because some people actually do say it. This is how ignorant they are. That just because someone adds something to something, that was the intended purpose, or that was ever the source or the core of it, right? Like, and that's the thing, is that
or that the idea of it was based off of that.
right. And that doesn't mean that there aren't like relatively terms of like other pagan concepts that have been baked into it for whatever reason. And again, that doesn't mean that it makes it that way, or that it was originally that way, or that it didn't exist that way. Now you could say that with the continual popularity of it as a holiday, made it more evident that people would add extra Christian elements to it that would divert it to the point where now you've got people who do things like put a fucking inflatable Grinch on their yard. Is that really Christmas?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. If the argument was,
but that doesn't mean that the Grinch is Christmas. Like,
if the argument was Christmas has just become a capitalist American holiday to make money, I would agree.
Right. That had been polluted that way, that you could even say, hey, like, that there were that the way that it had been commercialized was to sell Coke, or maybe you could say to sell to create an entire industry, a shopping industry. Okay, fine. Those things have happened, but
yes, whole stores change for Christmas,
but
and Halloween and Easter.
But they've also done that with other Christian feast days. St. Valentine's Day being one of them. They've created an entire, like, and Mike and I remember when we did stuff like this on our shows. We did the deep dives into Valentine's Day and St. Patrick's Day.
The origins of Valentine's Day. The guy that cured the jailers, what was it? His blind daughter or something. He cured the jailer who.
That's one of the kind of like myths that have arisen. What we do know is two things that we know for sure. One, he was an evangelist. He went out and he promoted the gospel. And two, he found, because in those times when he was alive, it was against the law to do so. So he created a complete system of making a outward thing to tell someone about that, and that became known. That was like the kind of like the antithesis of the beginning of giving someone a Valentine, right? But it wasn't like out of like this eros romanticism, right?
Yeah, with
it was
the
out of,
Cupid
it was out of
and the.
It was actually out of logos love. It was out of the love of God,
Yeah, or agape.
So and then he helped also marry. There's been rumors and talks of and knowledge of him marrying Roman soldiers in a Christian ceremony that wanted to have that. So he did all those things.
I do this every year for Valentine's Day, Halloween, Easter, and Christmas. Every year when they come around, I always do a show about these are not pagan, and a lot of it is social media. Stupid memes get passed around every year when these holidays. Did you know that Easter is based off of Eoster, the goddess of fertility, and blah blah blah? And it's like the word Eoster just means spring. It's just so we call it Easter because it's springtime. It's a holiday in the springtime, but really it would be Pascha or Passover.
Right. Yeah. Well, and again, that becomes the thing, which is because these holidays happen around times which also have significant other pagan rituals.
Mhm.
The conclusion is one of two things. One, either they tried to do it to
co-opt
culturally
their
appropriate their holiday, or edited their holiday to get to people. But that actually doesn't really actually fit the muster, because nobody within the church at that time needed some type of mythos to get them to come to church, right? So then the question would be, did they use that to bring people who were pagan? Well, okay, you could make a claim there, because Paul himself even uses like Zeus as an example of that, like how he uses Zeus as, but he does that not as a way of trying to appropriate that culture, or even to even say or suggest that or to try to steal from that. It's more to teach people that
Yeah.
kind of correlating thing, which they don't have a shorthand, because shocker, the ancient Greeks didn't have a monotheistic religion. So
Yeah.
the concept of a God and the Father and Jesus and all these things would have been a hard pill. They still are to this day, right? I mean, they're still difficult things to gravel with, but yeah.
And a
So
lot of these, they happen around harvest times or seasons
yeah,
changing.
yeah.
When seasons change, or when it's harvest time, people have feasts. So everybody would be having a feast at this time.
Yeah.
But we're celebrating this one event, and then the pagans are over here sacrificing babies, celebrating their harvest feast. But then they see us having our feast, and they're like, "Hey, they're not killing babies over there. That looks kind of nice. Maybe I'll go try that out."
Yeah. Well, and again, so yeah, the pagans do have certain things based around seasonal things, and obviously around natural things, but again, the reality is, and like you and I've talked about, the 25th is not something that is.
It's not Samhain. Samhain would have been.
Yeah.
It would have been the 19th on the Gregorian calendar, and it would have been like the 12th on the calendar they would have been using at that time.
Right.
And then we get the December 25th date because of you die on the day, or you die on the day you're conceived.
Right.
So
The
if he
great prophets
died,
are
yeah. So if he died
And
on whatever
March
Easter, May-
25th, which is the traditional day in which, especially Catholics. Now, whether the Orthodox do or not, I don't. That obviously is going to be a different story. But Catholics, especially, have always held.
And so if he was conceived on March 25th, then he would have been born around December 25th.
Yep. So
Yeah.
You're like, wait a minute. November. Or, no, I mean, December. Oh, wait a minute. January, February. That's not 6 months. And they're like, no. You have to go count backwards.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, it's just one of those things where people just. And when you think about it too, like it's like people. What was the stream I was on, and someone was talking about like capitalism, and what they were trying to say is, well, to consume or to try to gain capital, that's what capitalism means. And I'm like, no, it doesn't. Capitalism very much has a very like historical definition, which means private ownership or the private economical distribution of the means of wealth.
Right.
Right. But see, people get this thing where they think like a prefix means something, and the reason why a prefix might be connected to a suffix has nothing to do with the fact that the prefix itself. And I see this all the time, and that was in fact on another stream where someone was trying to make the same claim about a lot of like the language, and they don't understand the root language, especially how much, we talk about like how much we get from Latin, but we get a ton from Greek.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We get a ton from Greek.
Yeah.
And when you look at how those words are structured and come together, like but people look at it on the surface, and it'd be like to me, it would be like someone saying, you Mike, are a Southerner. To be a Southerner is to be of the South. To be like, and it's like there obviously are colloquial terms for what that means, right? Like,
Right.
like, and there are cultural things, and there are arguments to be made. Which, by the way, I thought was funny. I don't know if you guys picked up, especially you, JS, if you watched that debate with Jim Bob in it, the last one he did.
This morning?
No, it was a couple of days ago on when him and the other guy were debating about
Evolution?
No. It was on whether or not Christian nationalism and Christian ethics are or copacetic or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I caught them in a logical lie and a concept, and I blasted them for it the entire night and I even said something and did like a little video reaction to it because it was like I don't think they realize, like, if you're going to say things like normative authority matters, and then you're going to say all things that matter are of the church because politics and culture are downstream. Ergo, by your own logic, what you're going to say is that everything has to be done, therefore, by a normative standard. If that's the case, then you're being consistent to your logic. Congratulations. But then they were trying to say, well, but nationalism, we can have a lot of different colloquial terms for it. And it's like, yeah, I guess we could, but now you're acting and talking like a pig or a Protestant.
Yeah.
They didn't like that. And they were shaking their heads. They didn't understand what I was trying to explain to them. But again, it's like, I just thought it was funny.
I didn't see the whole thing. I did see when you were up there and you said something. Yeah, you said that. And
yeah.
And Jim
How
Bob
Protestant of you. They were like, what?
Yeah, Jim Bob
Yeah.
didn't like that.
Yeah, and too about like December 25th, isn't there? And I know you guys are probably going to cover it in the debate, but isn't there like, what's the word? There's evidence of the dates matching up because wasn't the census around the same time that Joseph and Mary had to return back to their home?
I may have heard about that, and I'm as it gets closer, I'm gonna have to brush up on all my research, but I don't remember that one. I do remember something about the lambs are grazing in the fields and the climate, and people will say, well, it would be too cold, but if you look at the climate and the time, it would actually be fine for there's a lot of things that line it up to that. But regardless, we don't claim to know the actual date. That's just the date we picked. And we have reasons for picking that date
that fall in line with core Christian values, core Christian truths, and aspects of the Bible. And
they'll argue we just took it to steal the pagan day.
Right.
And that's not even the day that the pagans were doing Samhain. And then they'll link it to like they'll link it to the birth of like 4 different gods. I forget their names, but when it's time, I'll be ready and I'll spit them out. But if you look into the history of each of those guys, like one of them came out of the mud and there's no date given for it. One of them was immortal, so they weren't even born. So I don't know where they're getting that from. And then the other 2, they're just pulling it out of their ass. Like a lot of these pagan cultures had no written language, so you don't even see any evidence of when their god was born until like 400 years after Christ. And so there's actually more evidence that they stole our day.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I remember I heard something about that too. Like it had to do with the census and, you had to return. You had to return at this certain time because they were doing a census, and that Joseph went back to his Bethlehem.
Another thing is all the inns were full.
Yeah.
And the inns being full is a sign that it might have been like a feast time. So that would put it in the climate, the weather. Right. There's even arguments about the stars and how the stars were that point it towards, the end of the year.
Right. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I don't
So
know.
it's
I don't know if we're gonna find any like really good interlocutors on this, John, who really want to. People will like say it in comment sections, and they'll attack you for having this. Christians and pagans will both come at you for saying this. The Christians will be like, "Oh, you're worshiping a pagan god. You're not a real Christian." And then the pagans will be like, "You're stealing our holiday. You're too stupid to know that you're celebrating a pagan day." But they want. Most of them aren't going to debate it. It's hard to find. It's going to be hard to find people who are knowledgeable on this who really want to debate it.
yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be a hard debate.
Yeah, the only thing about the census decree that is hard to nail down a specific date is that traditionally, from what we've gathered in the academia aspect of the scholastic work, most census of that time would go from anywhere from 7 to upwards to 16, 17 months, depending. I mean, the normal standard was about a year, but
Mhm.
they had known some that had gone up. And because, again, obviously the times, it wasn't like they could just fax it or email it or, you know,
Right.
go to the Jerusalem FedEx Kinkos and send it to you. And it's like, so they had to do all the data categorization, and then that's why people took those kinds of things. And so, however, it does lend itself to the fact that, and this is one of the criticisms that have been launched against the Bible, especially people who would say that Jesus was born 1 AD, which I myself am very hesitant to put a specific year when he was born down, because there have been people who've said that there was an AD of around 14 AD for like when the last census or the first census in the first century happened. But if you look at before that, there was like one that was supposed to have been done like around, like, I don't know, it was like, don't quote me on this, but it was around 7 or 8 BCE.
Mhm.
So
Right.
I mean, so obviously those things have
Don't
to
say
factor in.
BCE. Say BC.
I know.
Yeah.
I just want to
Yeah.
make sure that I'm so politically correct. Yeah, yes. Before what common era?
Before the common era.
Common era
Yeah.
of what? Jesus
Yeah.
coming?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't say before Christ.
Before common era.
Right.
Or
Right.
they might as well just put, if instead of putting BC, they might as well just put BBY, huh, Mike?
So they changed BC, but did they change? They didn't change AD. Did they?
No.
Do they realize that?
They did. They changed it. I think they just recently changed it, actually, to be honest with you.
Because I was going to say, do they realize that AD
Hmm.
means in the year of our Lord? The Anno Domini means in the year of our
Yeah.
Lord. Like, so they'd have to change AD too
Wow.
if they wanted to delete Christianity.
Which reminds me, next Saturday, you guys make sure you're on this live stream, because I'm going over Jesus and the Quran and the Bible, the similarities and the differences between the two. So we're going to deep dive into
I
the
think they call it
historical.
CE now, JS. They call it CE.
Oh, they do. Yeah, it's BCE and CE.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Common era and before common era. That's so stupid.
Yeah. But on that note, it's already 1 o'clock, so I got to go ahead and call it. But any final thoughts, final words, whatever you want to say? I don't know if Buff's still here.
No, I'll check that out because I've been slowly reading through the Quran, and I want to wait to do like something like that until I read the whole thing. Luckily, it's not that big, but
Yeah.
I always respect that about you, JS, that you want to actually read something before commenting on it.
yeah, some people attack me for that. I'll be like, I'm reading the Communist Manifesto. They're like, you're becoming a commie. Why would you read that?
No.
It's like,
No,
Because-
it's
because-
called
because-
getting educated.
yeah.
That's what Charlie
because
Kirk pushed for.
Yeah, it's because you have to be able to learn.
You got to
how
know your enemy to defeat your enemy. You got to.
Well, Well, and even if you don't even want to use terminologies like enemy, like if some people get too triggered by that,
Yeah, I was using
you
some
can't.
art of war.
Yeah, you can't actually speak to something if you haven't done time to read it. And to me, reading it isn't just reading a Mother Jones article.
Yeah, not reading
or-
about it. You need to read it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
You're gonna go through.
But yeah, for me, I just I'm getting back into the swing of things. It's been, like I said, it's been hard going with all the medical stuff and trying to get all the finally done with the move though. That's I can't even tell you guys how like it's night and day in my life right now after that move, because
Yeah.
it's such a much better place that we're in. And then so I'm looking forward to the holidays in the new home and all that kind of stuff. But I am going to be doing. I think I'm going to be doing. I'm going to shoot for Mondays around that time for doing live streaming. But I know one of the things I'm going to be doing at the end of the month is going to be Myth Masters, and I actually would like. JS, if you get a chance to watch it, I think it'd be interesting because I'm actually going to go into. Do you remember Stephen Glass at all, JS?
Sounds familiar, but
He was a guy that wrote for the New Republic, and like 95% of everything.
there's a
he wrote was
documentary.
a
Yeah,
lie.
I watched. There's a movie about him.
Yeah,
He
and then
made up all
Anakin
these fake-
Skywalker they made a movie with Anakin Skywalker
Yeah.
actor that was in it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty good movie, actually.
Yeah. So I'm gonna deal with this because in light of everything that's happening with the Charlie Kirk situation, I think you can see right now the power of creating a narrative where you put someone and you make someone say, hey, if you're this, then I can do this. But all of the stuff that he said was based on his biases. It was based on just stuff that he threw out of his butt. And to think that doesn't still happen to this day would be, I think, would be kind of ignorance. But then I'm going to compare him to someone like Jules Verne, who, while using his imagination, was a visionary, creating and thinking of things that weren't even invented at the time, like the submarine.
Mhm.
And so kind of like when we talk about telling narratives, that there is a difference between the narratives that we talk about and the narratives that are self-serving and the ones that are about trying to cheap, and I think they're going to do that now with the whole thing of Kimmel as well, Jimmy Kimmel bullshit. So,
Oh yeah. Yeah, sounds like fun.
oh yeah.
Yeah. And I think Buff is out, so
Yeah.
Buff
Sounded
you
like
there?
he was driving just now. There was a truck backing up.
And I
Yeah.
might or may not be in your neck of the woods, JS, at the end of October, depending on how things get figured out. Because we're going to try to. My brother-in-law and I don't know if my nephews are going to come with us, but we're going to try to go find, because obviously, where I live at, I don't have an IMAX here. The closest one's either Salt Lake or Denver. So, but they're going to bring out an IMAX at the end of October for the 40th anniversary Back to the Future.
Oh wow!
And I want to see that in IMAX. I want because that was such a great movie.
We have a IMAX pretty close to me at the planetarium here in downtown. I've never been to it. I don't know if it's an awesome one. Like I've been to one in Florida at the Museum of Science and Industry, Mosey, where it was like huge.
Yeah. Well, there's the IMAX that you see at museums, and then there's like the IMAX screens that they have like at like at the movie theaters. So
yeah, they're not as impressive. But all right,
they're
well,
not as impressive, but they're still better than the ones that we have here. It's still.
Well, let me know if you're out here. They got a Titanic museum exhibit coming, and I'm trying to go to that, and I'm gonna red pill people on the Titanic was actually the sister ship, the Olympic, and it was an insurance scam.
It was an insurance scam. It wasn't.
I'm gonna try to get kicked out of the museum.
JS, we found another thing that we're in common. It was a complete insurance scam.
Yeah. And they replaced the Olympic with the Titanic, and they painted over the decals, and
And one of the things that's interesting about that too is because James Cameron was talking about, because they said, oh, there's some things that are like were inconsistencies with some of the stories. And he said, when we went back, he says, I have found that there were some of the evidence that we had was inconsistent. And when you think about the way that they allege it went down, we've never really truly had a boating accident or shipping accident, or whatever you want to call it, quite that way.
Yeah.
You know, and so yeah, and yeah, I mean, I
Well,
don't.
maybe
I
it's because that boat crashed into 2 icebergs.
but when you think of like you know, the way that Captain
Smith, James Smith.
Yeah. By the way, I do love the actor that plays him in the Cameron movie because it's the same guy that plays Theoden from Lord of the Rings. And
Oh yeah.
for the longest
We're
time, I
gonna
used to
keep
have-
mayhem here for the next 3 hours if we
I
keep.
used to have
Yeah.
I used to have a meme that said, last time I checked, Captain Smith, not Aragorn, was the captain of the Titanic. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah. Start your own damn live stream.
All right. Well, I'll see you, mayhem.
Yeah.
I am live. If anybody wants to come over there and go in the Discord, I'm gonna
Yeah.
watch a video and then I'll go in the Discord. But
Okay. Yeah.
But-
Sounds cool, man.
good talking and good catching up. I'll
Yeah.
see you later.
Good catching up. Yeah. See you, man.
All right, chat. What do you want to do? You want to go jump on one more panel? I don't know if. Hold on. I don't know if. Hold on 1 second. That song is in my head. I don't know why that stupid song is in my head. Where is the? No, come on. Hold on, I'm trying. Oh, there we go. We got it. Cool. Let me see if there's any other panels because we're gonna be here all night. Or if chat wants to go straight to small streamer tier list, Kinetic Kells small streamer tier list. I better be on that tier list. I'm a small streamer. Oh, she already did it. I'm not on it. What the heck? Why would you not have me on the small streamer tier list? Emmett's on it, but I'm not on it. Wow. Wow. I'm obviously S tier. Obviously S tier. Ridiculous. I'm trying to see the Northern Lights for the first time.
Actually,
Damn.
Julie, hang tight.
She got a lot of cranial accessories.
Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream.
Oh, she's leaving.
Welcome in.
The heck was that? What was that sound effect? Nope, I wasn't. I
Did
wasn't.
you guys have fun on the fucking stupid little tier list? Urban Adventures? No, you were not.
Well, fuck you then.
Easily S tier. No, you're not. Watch that
What?
on your board. Fuck yeah. Should we watch one more?
All right, she sucks. Whatever. Whatever. She's annoying. I know. She doesn't even know who I am. You about to find out. All right. Who got some? Jess has a panel. I don't like talking to foreigners. Caldy is still live, but I think he's off of panels. This John Galt guy, I never went on his thing. Yeah, maybe we'll just watch this video and go in Discord. All right, let's move the topics. Let's switch the topics. I'm going to play one video. This is only 2 minutes. Prager, you can't give me all the information I need in 2 minutes, Prager. We'll watch, this is actually TED Ed. What is this, a TED Talk? I think this one I watched a while ago. We'll watch a couple of these. They're all short, but I watched like an hour long, where is it? I'm looking for the red bar that shows that I've watched it before. I haven't watched any of these. Political spectrums explained. Mr. Beat. I can't find the one that I watched before. Is fascism on the left or the right? See, when I think of Nazism, I don't think of fascism. When I think of fascism, I think of Mussolini. And I know they kind of got involved with the Nazis at one point, but then they had a falling out, and then they both ended up dead. I think I watched this one. So we'll watch kind of like a right-wing person's perspective of it. Of course, the right-wing person's going to say Hitler was on the left. Then we'll watch what looks like a more left-wing guy. I don't know who this is. Metatron. He just looks like he's going to be a little more left-wing. And I'm sure people on the left are going to say Hitler was on the right. People on the right are going to say Hitler was on the left. If you look at the political compass test, the political spectrum test, or whatever it's called, that we did a long time ago, and you know, I know that's from Heritage. That's from the people who made the 2025 Plan 2025. What am I thinking of? They made the Heritage Institute. Is that what it is? I don't know, but they made the political compass test, and a lot of people say, well, there's some problems with this, and here's why, and here's why. I did it on stream, and I said, and I knew the way I answered the questions, I said, I'm going to land about where I should land, but I'm a little more extreme. I'm a little farther right than where it's going to put me, and I'm a little more authoritarian than where it's going to put me. But the way I answered the questions for optics on YouTube, you know, I had to tone it down a little bit. But basically, they put me in the conservative space. I'm actually a little farther right than most conservatives, and I'm a little more authoritarian than most conservatives. I would land in the theocratic area, which is not extreme authoritarian. I'm not like a communist or a Nazi. I'm not like Mao or Hitler. You know, I'm just a little more authoritarian than most conservatives, a little more laws and order. I would do things like prohibition on alcohol if I was king. If I was the Christian king, I would have prohibition of alcohol. I would not allow alcohol to be sold at 7-Eleven and at liquor stores on every corner. You could drink in your own house, on your own property, if you make it yourself, you know, and I've given all my reasons for this. I would definitely have pot be illegal. I would restrict guns to some people. Some people did something. I would not allow certain people to have guns. Mentally ill people, and that includes, you know, certain gender people. You know, certain people would not be allowed to have guns. That's a little more authoritarian than most conservatives. Not taking guns from everybody. Not banning everything. I would be for less taxes, which is a little more libertarian. So I have some kind of libertarian beliefs that pull me down from being too far authoritarian. But anyway, the point I'm making is I think the political compass test is pretty accurate. It's not perfect, but it's pretty close to accurate. And it puts Hitler on, let me open up Paint real quick and show you. You to the one that we got. Okay. So we have our little political compass here. We have north. The top is authoritarian. So this, stop, make that black, stop. This top at the top here, we have authoritarian. Down at the bottom here, we have anarchy. This is the political power, what's it called? Axis. So north and south is authoritarianism and anarchy. So this is really strict government at the top, really no government at the bottom. So you're going to have your conservatives who are going to land. Your conservatives are going to land right around in here. You know, the left and the right axis, you have capitalism and communism. Basically, private ownership of the means of production, governmental ownership of the means of production and distribution and manufacturing and all that stuff. So your socialists, your social democrats are going to fall over in here. They would be blue. And then you get farther and farther until you get to your tankies and stuff, which are over here. Depending on how authoritarian they are, when you get to like Mao and Stalin and Lenin and stuff like that, they're going to be in this area. And then your libertarians are going to be down here in this area. Your anarchists are going to be down here. So you'll have ANCAPs over here. You'll have anarcho-communists over here. You'll have anarcho-primitivists in the center here. These are the people who don't care about money. They just want to go live in the woods. They don't want any government. That would be an anarcho-primitivist. He would be in the center. And then your conservatives would be right around here. Your theocrats, where I would land, is right around in this area. I always say if you're anywhere on the outliers, here, here. So your imperialists, your oligarchs, monopolies and stuff, they're going to be real far right. Your super authoritarians, your Hitlers, your Maos, your Stalins, your Lenins, your Mussolinis, these guys are going to be real far north. Your crazy anarchists who hate all government and they think somehow they can make things work, they're going to be at the bottom. Anyone on these outskirts is probably a little crazy. And anyone in the dead center is probably like a zombie because you take no stance on anything. You just land dead center. Much like Tim Pool. Yeah, so I land right in here, and I think anything in this circle, not in the center, like a donut. Picture a donut. If you're anywhere in this donut circle, you're probably a reasonable, rational human being, and we just have differing ideas on certain things. But if you land on these outskirts or if you land in the dead center, you're probably a psycho. So where would Hitler be is the question. I think he lands right about here. I think Hitler lands right about here. Now, there's arguments to be made that some people think, nowadays, people think Hitler's up here. I don't think there's any arguments to be made that Hitler is a far-right authoritarian. I think everybody would agree he's in this top section somewhere. He was super authoritarian, right? He's super far north. I think everybody's going to agree on that. The question comes down to, I don't think he's over here. I don't think he's over here in this corner. I think he's right along this middle line. And I think he either lands on the right or the left of this center line in the very far north authoritarian. The question is, does he lean more left or does he lean more right? But the problem is, modern day kids and modern day liberals think that he's over here. He's not over here. If anything, I would concede that maybe he leans a little bit to the right. But I would argue that I think he leans a little bit left more than right. I think he lands right about here. But he's basically very authoritarian, either slightly right or slightly left of center. And some of his ideas would put him over here in this corner. Some of his ideas would put him over here. But when you have these conflicting ideas, what they do is they pull you back towards the center. So if you got 3 ideas that put you over here, and then you have 2 ideas that would put you over here, that's going to land you right here. Because you've got 3 ideas that pull you far left. You've got 2 ideas that pull you far right. The 3 ideas pulling you far left outweigh the far right. You land slightly left of center. Now, if he had 3 ideas that landed him far right and 2 ideas that landed him far left, then he would land here. So that's what we're going to find out. That's what we're going to be arguing about. We're going to watch some videos. If anybody, while you're watching, gather some resources, find some interesting articles. When we start the Discord, let's interact with this for a little while. I know we can't, it's not going to last for 10 hours. We'll talk about it for a little while, and then we can move on to open topics, bring your own topic, talking about whatever, hanging out, chilling. Later in the night, we'll play some video games and stuff like that. So we're not going to do this for the whole stream, but at least for the next little bit, let's try to figure this out. And then after the prep is done, if anybody disagrees with what conclusion I come to, which I already think that I've done this before and I've looked into this before, I'm going to come to the conclusion that he's actually probably a little more left of center than we think. I think he's actually probably over in here. And if anybody disagrees with me on that, then maybe we can set up a debate or something, because I've been wanting to debate this with somebody for a while. Where do drugs land you? So you mean legalization of drugs? That's libertarian. So any legalizing of drugs, any gun nuts, total freedom with guns. Everybody should have guns. No restrictions on guns. These are all libertarian views. So you could be pro-gun and pro-drug legalization and be on the left. You could be pro-gun and pro-drug legalization and be on the right. You could be in either one of these areas, but those are libertarian beliefs. Now, if you're a gun nut and you're for legalizing drugs, but you also like law and order and stuff, that's going to pull you, a little more towards the north, so and that's why these different ideas on these different policies, they kind of pull us more towards the center, because I may have one belief that's really radically libertarian or anarchist almost. Then I may have another idea that's very authoritarian. And they don't contradict each other, but what they do is they balance you. They pull you closer to this donut of normalcy. I call this the donut of normalcy. You're normal, but if all of your ideas are radical and insane, then you land out in this outer ring of insanity. Or if none of your ideas lean in any direction, then you land in this inner circle of mindlessness, zombie. This is zombie mode here in the dead center. And then this is insanity here on this outer ring. And there's this donut of normalcy right in here. Now my picture is thoroughly jumbled up. Did he ever express Christian beliefs? I don't think. Some he did a little bit. But then some people would make the argument that he was only doing that to gain popularity. The same with the National Socialist movement. When he called the Nazis the National Socialist Party, lefties will argue that he only did that he only called it the National Socialist movement to gain popularity, because socialism was popular at that time with Russia, or the USSR, and Stalin and Lenin, and communism and Marxism was on the rise in Europe, and in Asia it was gaining popularity with Mao and Pol Pot and all these dictators. They say Hitler just named his party the National Socialist Party to gain popularity, but really he wasn't a socialist. And that's where we're gonna have to kind of argue. Was he just doing it to gain popularity, or was he actually a socialist? Was he a Christian, or did he just have some Christian messaging to appeal to the Christians? Was he just a chameleon and he was trying to pick and choose from all these things that's what we got to get to the bottom of. So, do you want to save your work? No, don't save that. Okay. So we're going to watch a short video from Prager. Prager's a right-wing guy, so he's going to be arguing that Hitler was left-wing. I'm almost sure of it.
Like your perspective on whether you think Hitler was far right or was actually a far left.
That's not even a good question. You shouldn't ask, was he... Oh, hold on. You can't see it. You shouldn't ask, was he far right or far left? You should ask, was he right-wing or left-wing? Because he doesn't have to be far right or far left. He's far authoritarian. He's far north. He's very authoritarian. But authoritarianism, and this is a common misconception, people think authoritarian means left-wing. That's not true. People think libertarian means right-wing. That's not true. You see Destiny. Destiny loves guns. That's a libertarian stance. Being a gun nut, loving guns. I'm pro Second Amendment. I'm pro people having gun rights, but also I think they should be restricted from some people. And also, I'm a felon. I'm a criminal, so I don't even, I can't even have guns. So it's not, I'm not super libertarian about guns, but libertarian does not mean right wing. Authoritarian does not mean right wing or left wing. I'm sorry. Authoritarian does not mean left wing.
Ideologue. Okay. Thank you for your time. I enjoy listening to Fireside Chat every week.
I wish the question was, and that's why I posed it in the title, was Hitler left wing or right wing? We don't have to argue that he was far right or far left. I think he was, as far as economic policies, I think he was pretty close to the center, but he was very authoritarian. But did he lean left or did he lean right?
All the best. Thank you. Hitler was left-wing in that he believed in socialism. Remember, Nazism is National Socialism. Very few people know that, especially if you go to college where you...
I don't know if very few people know that, or most people just memory hold that, or maybe they're not teaching that, or maybe I'm just not a normie, because I always knew that. I thought everybody always knew that. They were also called social democrats. And that's why in America, they say democratic socialist. Or wait, am I flipping them? I might be flipping them. What do like an Obama or a Bernie Sanders, they'll say, I'm a democratic socialist. And Nazis were social democrats. So they flipped it to destigmatize it and not be connected with the Nazis, but it is connected with the Nazis.
You don't learn much. But that is what Nazism stands for, National Socialism.
Workers' Party of Germany.
In that sense, it was left-wing.
Also, the Workers' Party of Germany is very telling. Anytime you hear labor or workers, it's usually socialist or communist. Marx said, and I just learned this, so I have to kind of change. I've kind of been changing the way I think about it. Marx said there's no such thing as a communist. And he wrote the Communist Manifesto. He said communism is the system of government you get when all of the people are socialists. So you don't have communists, you have socialists. And when you have a whole bunch of socialists, they have communism. Communism is the resulting government from everyone being socialist. And I've always, so Marx said this, and this is something I've always thought, and I've always said socialism is just baby. Communism is just full-grown socialism. Like, somebody will say, I'm not a communist, I'm a socialist. And I'll say, you're basically a commie. You're a baby commie. People say, oh, you're calling me a commie. Well, you say you're a socialist. Socialist is just baby communism. You just haven't got there yet. And now that I've found out that Marx said this, it actually makes perfect sense. If you're a socialist and you think everyone should be a socialist, you are a communist, because that would lead to communism.
But it was not left-wing in another sense. The left divided the world by class. That's the classic Marxist division of the world. Class,
Oppressor versus the
the
oppressed.
proletariat, and
Bourgeoisie.
the oppressor, if you will.
Yeah.
Whereas Hitler divided the world by race. Race is not...
Which is now the modern, well, now actually we've introduced sex and gender and ableism. Now, so it went from Marxism was the oppressor versus the oppressed in classes: the poor, the middle class, and the rich, the proletariat, the bourgeoisie, and the elite. So it was classism. And it was always a battle between the poor and the middle class are fighting the elite. And we want to get rid of the poor. We want to get rid of the elite. We want everybody to be middle class. But the way that works out, what we've seen through history, is what it turns into is you just get a whole lot of poor people and a couple elite, rich people. You don't destroy the elite. You don't you don't get rid of the elite. You don't get rid of the poor. You don't make everyone middle class. You make everyone poor except for a couple of elites, which are generally the people who are pushing the communism, because it's a lie, but it doesn't work. But what they did is, over time, they turned it into race, and Hitler had a big hand in that. And then what I think, who was it, John or Mayhem was saying that he took some of those ideas from America, because we had racial segregation in America. Hitler saw that and was like, let's not make it about the poor and the rich and the middle class, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. No. What I say? We make it the whites, the blacks, and the Jews. And so that's what we see, with the BLM protests, when Obama became president. It really got exacerbated when Obama became president, the racial battle of the oppressor versus the oppressed. That's what Marxism teaches. It's the eternal struggle of the oppressor versus the oppressed. So it used to be classes, then it became races. The white man is the oppressor, the black man, the brown man, and they're the oppressed. The Asian man is white passing, so he counts as the oppressor also. The whites and the Asians are oppressing everybody. The blacks and the browns, they're the oppressed. So this is cultural Marxism with race. Now, they've pushed it even farther. They've pushed it into gender. Now, it would just be, man versus woman? The man is the oppressor, the woman's the oppressed. But most people just recognize that. Naturally, we recognize men are stronger, men control the force. So we got to make it more complex than that. So what do? We make 75 genders. We make the LGBT low IQ STD movement, and we have queer, asexual. Eventually, we have bestiality and pedophilia added to the letters, the maps. And we have all these different classes of sexual identity and gender identity. And we can have the oppressor be the straight man, and then you can combine them all. You could put religion. You could add religion to cultural Marxism. You could say the Christians are the oppressors, the atheists and the Buddhists and the Hindus and the Muslims. They're the oppressed. You know. So eventually, what you get to is the straight white Christian man is the oppressor. Rich too. The straight right rich Christian man, powerful man, man of power, is the oppressor. The poor, the middle class, the lesbians, the gays, the transgenders, the blacks, the browns, and then you add ableism into it. If you're healthy, you're an oppressor. If you're in a wheelchair or you're autistic or you're mentally disabled, you're oppressed. And then what do they do then? They start, this is what they do. They'll push all of this onto everybody. So they'll make everybody mentally ill. They'll label everyone as mentally ill. They'll label everyone as autistic. They'll label everyone as infirm. So now we're dependent on the government. We need the government to give us money, socialize everything, take care of us, please, daddy government, save us. And that's what you get to. What you get to is a healthy, straight, white Christian man with money and power is evil. Everybody else is not evil. And that's what we see happening all around us. And Hitler did that. He didn't just do it with race, though, because he also killed gay people. He also killed gypsies. That was a class. The gay people, that was a sexuality. He killed black people. That was race. He killed Jewish people. That's arguable whether that's a race or a religion or ethnicity or nationality or God knows what that is. And so Hitler kind of, whoa, thank you, Lagira. We need to set a goal, by the way. Let's start small. 10 $5 super chats in 3 hours. We hit this, we'll move on. And we got to fill that dono bar. We hit the goal. We go to Discord. Let's hit this goal and go in the Discord as quick as possible. Otherwise, I'm just going to watch videos about Hitler for the next 2 or 3 hours. All right. Isn't the goal of socialism communism? Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yeah. And I've always said that, and liberals would quarrel with me over it. They're like, no, it's not the same thing. It has nothing to do with each other. You're either disingenuous or you're dumb if you argue against that. If you say, I'm a socialist, I'm a social democrat, and I say, okay, you're a baby commie. And then you say, no. You're either being disingenuous or you're ignorant. You don't know what I'm saying, or you're pretending to not know. Because that's what Marx said. Marx, who is the father of communism and Marxism and created all these ideas, which he didn't create them. He just he wrote them down and he published them and he got them popularized. He basically designed the formal structure of these ideas. And he said, if everyone is a socialist, you have a commune. You have communism. So, and that there's not actually a communist. You're just a socialist. And when there's enough of you, then you're under communism. That's communism. Communism is just when everybody's a socialist.
A left-wing or a right-wing value. It has become a left-wing value in the last 25 years in the West. All of a sudden, race matters incredibly. The left has actually, in some ways, abandoned classic Marxist division by class and now made it by race. But race was neither left nor right until this moment. It is not a right-wing value. I mean, I lived.
And this is one of the big arguments for why they'll say that Hitler was right-wing. They'll say Hitler was a racist. And racism is right-wing. That's retarded. If that's one of your arguments, that's stupid. That's not a good argument. That's dumb. Racism is neither right nor left. I would argue racism isn't even real. It's not even really a thing. It's just something, it's a word that Marxists made up to control people, or people like Hitler made up to control people, or people who are trying to, it's not a thing. Racism is not right or left, though, and they'll argue that racism is right wing.
Among people on the right, none of them, not one person I know is a racist. They find the idea preposterous. So it's not right to say that he was right-wing, and it's not right to say he was only left-wing. He was partially left-wing. And by the way, he hated capitalism, hated it. I just read a new biography of Hitler, and that was a major part of the biography, how much the man hated capitalism. That's also not taught in college.
And if we're going off of the political compass that I showed you, right wing, economic right is capitalism. Economic left is socialism, communism. Authoritarianism is neither right nor left. So you can't, people will argue that him being a nationalist, him being authoritarian, and him being racist. These are their three arguments for why Hitler was right wing. He's a racist, nationalist, authoritarian. That means he's right wing. Okay, what about all the authoritarian communists? There's authoritarians on the left. Lenin, Stalin, Mao. Nowadays, most of the right-wingers I talk to think that if you're authoritarian, you're on the left wing, that you're a communist. That being authoritarian, when I talked to Rob Noor about prohibition, he said, well, so you're a communist. Why? Because I want stricter laws. I'm a little more authoritarian than you. That means I'm a communist. Authoritarian does not mean left wing. Authoritarian does not mean right wing. Right and left wing is economic. So if Hitler is a socialist and he's anti-capitalist, that pulls him to the left wing. All right, so there's Prager. Prager's saying pretty much what I'm saying. Now let's watch. This is 5 minutes. Hold on, I'm going to go to the bathroom.
When you write, your tone...
Take a grift break, guys. We're going to grift for the chair. Send some chair chats. Listen to the chair song while I go take the quick restroom break.
There's a long chair sitting by the water's edge. Sun-bleached plastic cracked along the ledge. I sit and watch, though no one's there. Just an empty seat, but it pulls my stare. A Florida man, he's out raising hell, wrestling gators or dodging jail, while I keep watch on that lonesome chair. It ain't much, but it keeps me there. He's out there somewhere, wild and free, riding a jet ski through the Everglades Sea. Meanwhile, this chair, it don't move, it don't sway, but it holds all the stories he left that day. The sky turns pink, then a fiery red. The chair stays silent, but it speaks instead. A Florida man, he's out chasing storms, breaking the rules, rewriting norms. in the humid air, guarding the secrets of that empty chair. Maybe he's fishing, maybe he's gone, maybe he's dancing till the break of dawn. This chair don't judge, it don't ask why, it just waits for him under the southern sky.
All right. I'm such an idiot. I left my freaking $500 scooter at the bottom of the stairs so that I can carry the beer up. And I forgot to go back and get it. And then I just remembered I was going to put it on the charger because for tomorrow. And I didn't see it. I was like, oh, crap. I left it at the bottom of the stairs. And I live kind of close to the hood. Not like in the hood, but, you know, sometimes people make their way over this way. And luckily, my scooter was still there. But that's very stupid to leave it down at the bottom of the stairs there because I live right on the road. And there's always, you know, vagrants walking around out here. One time I was getting ready for work and I had my bike, and I have a nice bike. I have my bike sitting on the front porch and I'm on the second floor, but my front porch looks out at the road. And I had my front door open and I had the bike sitting on the front porch and I was in the kitchen so I can see the bike through the front door. And I'm in the kitchen making coffee and making some breakfast before I go to work. And this homeless guy, I see this homeless guy looking at my bike on my front porch. And then he realizes the door's open. And he like looks into my apartment and he's like looking around and he sees me in the kitchen and he kind of jumps and he's like, oh, you all right, man? You all right? They always say that. I don't know why. It pisses me off. Every time I'm outside doing something or I'm like walking around or I'm sitting on a bench and a homeless crackhead walks by, they always say, you all right, man? You all right? And I'm like, what do you mean, am I all right? Are you all right? You look like you're about to fall over, dude. Am I all right? Are you all right? What do you mean, am I all right? He sees me and he jumps as he's looking into my apartment like he's about to come inside and grab something. I got my hand on a damn knife. And he's like, oh, you all right, man? You all right? I saw you left your bike out. You know you left your bike out here? Just making sure you know your bike's out here. I'm like, get the fuck off my front porch. What are you talking about? Am I all right? You just wanted to remind me that I left my bike outside? Get the hell out of here, dude. Crazy. But anyway, my scooter did not get stolen. Luckily, I got it. But I'm so stupid. I left it down there for like 2 hours. One day I left it down there overnight and it was there in the morning, thank God. But dumb. Anyway, by the way, guys, while we watch these videos and stuff, if anybody knows any like lefties who are streaming, I don't know, is Coder streaming? Any lefties who are streaming that we know that would want to argue that Hitler is, because I'm gonna be arguing that he was right wing. And if anybody finds some articles that we can read, anything that we can look through, grab it, and you can share it when you come on the Discord. I can't hear it.
61.
Most evil is done by people who never make up their minds to be good or evil.
In Jerusalem, on April 11th, 1961, Adolf Eichmann stood trial for crimes against...
This is not what I... Wait, this is not what I picked. Let's go to this one.
I wish I could pay for live sports for just one day and not the whole month.
Sling lets you do that.
I wish I could finish one.
Was Nazism left-wing or right-wing? Well, believe it or not, this question gets asked around a lot, and there are several creators that provided answers. Well, the thing is that today's answer will be grounded on history and political science. But before we do that, let's talk
never let a
about the
crackhead
question
look
proper.
at your bike.
Historical syllogism. Several people giving you answers today in the comments down below. The same people will not watch this video and they will type either obviously was right wing or of course it was left wing. In my opinion, there are two major problems here. One, they use the American left-right dichotomy or political spectrum and they forcefully apply it to historical European political regimes and ideologies. Hence, the first problem with the question proper is geographic or spatial in nature. Two, they use 21st.
But there's nothing wrong with that. So if I'm in America and I'm using America's understanding of the political compass or the political spectrum, also, I also say that's fallacious because the political compass doesn't change geographically. What changes is the Overton window. So if I went back to my little drawing for you, that political compass applies wherever you go. And the Overton window would be the donut that I explained to you. That donut shifts based off of where you go, that donut of normalcy. So if we were, and maybe it wouldn't be a donut, maybe it'd be a ring of normalcy. There's a ring of normalcy that's called the Overton window. And the majority of people in the country are going to fit somewhere in that ring. And then that ring can change based off of where you go, but the compass stays the same. So I don't really like this argument he's making here. There's nothing wrong with us comparing Hitler's views, looking at Hitler's views, and then plotting him on a compass based off of his views. Now, if that puts him, let's say that puts him on the left, but our Overton window is very far left, he would be on the right from our perspective, based off of the typical American, but he's still on the left. So what he's saying right now, I think, is not really a good point.
Century political spectra and juxtapose them over 20th century politics. Thus, the second problem is temporal. The incongruence between modern and 20th century political definitions within the right-left dichotomy is a complex phenomenon rooted in evolving socioeconomic shifting of global dynamics. Thus, this discrepancy necessitates of a nuanced analysis of the factors that contribute to this divergence. Within these dynamics, the correct and coherent answer is going to be fractal, as there is no clean definition overlap. History is a multidimensional phenomenon. Expecting, therefore, 21st century American political ideas to overlap neatly and perfectly with 20th century European political factions in order to come out with an answer is a flawed analytical method. So, the people who are categorically stating it was left-wing, it was right-wing, are not answering to present a comprehensive analysis of policies, ideologies, historical actions, military interventions.
Well, that's exactly what I'm doing right now, buddy.
Economic, religious, and social positions pushed by said regimes. They are just insulting the other side. They are free to do it, of course, but...
Okay, I see what he's saying. He's right about that. If a leftist says Hitler was right-wing, they're just trying to attack the right. They're saying, you're a Nazi because you're on the right, like Hitler. Or if a right-wing person said that to a lefty, they said, you're acting a lot like Hitler, you're a Nazi. They're just attacking the person and they're doing, this is called, shoot, what am I trying to say? This is a fallacy. It's a ad Hitlerium. It's something ad Hitlerium. Reductio ad Hitlerium. Basically, it's what is the thing called where people are typically going to bring up Hitler in an argument on the internet? Shoot, man. My brain doesn't work the way it used to. But anyway, it's an argument ad Hitlerium. They're basically saying you're just Hitler, you're a Nazi, you're a fascist, and they try to discredit your arguments by it's basically an ad hominem, but I call it an ad Hitlerium because you're basically just your only argument is, well, you're a Nazi. And he's right. People do that. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. What are you talking about Harry Potter for? Wingardium Leviosa.
Just so we are clear about what those answers are. Make no mistake, Nazi is a slur, and so people want to use it to identify and describe their political opponents. That is why, I would argue, it works as a conduit to the detriment of your political opposition when it comes to mass and public opinion. In this framework, fascism and Hitler currently have negative valence, they are derogatory, and with that established, the following coarsely represents the train of thought leading to this usage. Nazi bad. We all agree with that? Okay. You Nazi. You bad. It's a simple process, really. Clearly doesn't require any deep empirical analysis grounded on historical political science, which is one of the reasons why the media uses the word constantly. Yeah, who would have thought the media's full of shit? You see, once you take that leap, your historical vision will be...
What is the thing that on the internet people will always go to Hitler reference? It's called... as soon as I look it up, I'm going to be like, damn, why did I have to look that up? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? I'm going to think of it before I type it. I got to think of it before I type it or see it. It's not a razor. It's not a fallacy. Hodgins. Internet argument. Hitler reference. It's not Hitchens. It's not Godwin's Law. Godwin's Law. Dang it. I didn't think of it before I looked it up.
Irreversibly tainted. The question is flawed to begin with because its basis, namely the expectations and the prism of evaluation, are not in alignment. And on top of that, this has rendered the traditional unidimensional political spectrum increasingly inadequate for capturing the complexity of 20th century political parties. And all of this reflects the ongoing evolution of political taxonomy. So,
Wealthfront offers a cash account that...
Just get to his policies and his beliefs. Religious, social, political, economic. I think economically he lands left. Religiously, I don't know. I think he was Catholic, but some people say he was even Jewish.
Well, to answer this correctly, first,
had some
we need
Christian...
to ensure objectivity to our analysis. Focus on attitudes towards private property, individual freedom, and wealth redistribution patterns. If needed, even implementing a mathematical apparatus. Also, we should explore and take into consideration the political allegiances that occurred historically and the sort of opposition to the regime in question, the Nazis. So let's do that. Welcome to our comprehensive qualitative analysis. Some people will use nomenclature as a gotcha moment to place the Nazis within the political spectrum. In other words, Nazis...
I don't like the way he says nomenclature. He says nomenclature. Nomenclature.
Stands for National Socialism, so they were socialists, hence left-wing. Now, nomenclature alone cannot be used as the basis for classification.
Nomenclature is the use of a name. It's just a name. So the argument, well, they were called the National Socialist Party, that means they were socialists, isn't really a good argument. He's making a good point here. We can't just rely on the fact that they were called the National Socialist Party and say, some people will say, well, he was a nationalist, so that's right wing. Well, he was a socialist, so that's left wing. So he lands in the center. You can't just go off of the name. Some people, the nomenclature, he could be nominally a socialist, but he didn't act as a socialist. What did he do? Not what did he call himself? Be like if somebody called themselves a Christian, but they support abortion, they're a transformer, they you know, they don't believe any of the doctrine of Christianity. And they walk into a church and they say, "Hey guys, I'm a Christian." You're a Christian in name only. You're using a nomenclature that doesn't really apply to you. Nominal Christian.
It's too shallow and unscientific as a parameter. This is regardless of whether you think they were left-wing or right-wing. Let me prove it to you. If the name of any given party is the basis of the argument of where they stand within the left-right dichotomy, then is the Communist Party in China Republican in the American sense? I mean,
because China is the People's Republic of China. So are they Republicans? And actually, this is interesting too. A lot of people don't know this. Plato's Republic, the book The Republic from Plato, was actually the basis of the formation of communism. They used Plato's Republic to figure out how to have a communist nation. And that's why China is called the People's Republic of China. Republic, you know, I don't think it means a lot of what people think it means nowadays, but if you read Plato's Republic, a lot of it is a mess.
It's a
lot of philosophical gobbledygook that led to communism.
People's Republic of China. Similarly, is the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, aka North Korea, really democratic? Yeah, didn't think so. And if you really want to break your brain, I made a video not too long ago talking about ancient democracies, such as, for example, Greek democracy, which was a form of pure democracy, and then I compared it to modern democracies and to see what they differed and what areas they had in common. Well,
Totally
in the
different.
comment section of that video, as it happens, my American viewers began a flame war, whereby you had people saying, no, America is a democracy, and other people saying, no, America is a constitutional republic. Right. Well, do you know what Italy is? Well, after the referendum of the 2nd of June 1946, Italy abolished monarchy and became officially, wait for it, una repubblica democratica. That translates as a democratic republic. Yeah, welcome to Europe. You think that's confusing? Well, in the United States, simple liberalism often means social liberalism.
Or like anarcho-commies, an anarchist communist, or anarcho-capitalist, or Mosman, an anarcho-Christian. When you start mashing up these opposing beliefs, but when you really get down to it, you can make sense out of it. I can understand. When I first heard about anarcho-commies, I was like, that don't make any damn sense. How can you be anarchist but also be communist? How can you be capitalist but also be anarchist? But how can you be a democratic republic? That doesn't make sense. That's an oxymoron. They're opposing views. But when you look into it, it does make sense. They take some Republican ideas, some democratic ideas, and I'm talking about American politics, not the history of the republic. But you can make it fit together. An anarcho-communist would have some communist, socially communist, and economically communist ideas, but there's no government authority or government power. There's no state. So it's an anarchy. It's a communal anarchy. And yes, it's nonsense. It's not going to work ever for any group of people once they get too big past a certain point, which isn't that big. But the worldview of anarcho-communism, it makes sense. Even it's valid, but it's not sound. It's valid to say I'm an anarcho-communist, but it's not sound because it's not practical. It's never going to work. But anyway.
Liberalism, and a liberal is a left-winger. But in Europe, simple liberalism often means classical liberalism, which can be a center-right position, particularly for those right-wing populist movements that embrace economic policies.
I also don't like this 2D political spectrum. I like the square. I use the political compass because this is this two-dimensional. Well, I guess the square is also two-dimensional. If we made it three-dimensional, now we got to add another axis, which maybe one day we'll have to do that. Maybe we'll have to figure out a three-dimensional political compass and add an extra axis. I bet you I could do that. I already have ideas of how I could do that. But anyway, if you just look at a line, there's not enough. This does not encompass enough ideas to just have a left and a right line. You have to have an extra axis to really plot people. And maybe one day we'll add another axis and make it three-dimensional.
Which in America will be associated with the left, while at the same time promoting cultural and social conservatism. And on that note, since we're talking about what a party named itself, do you want to know what Hitler said when it comes to left or right? Well, Hitler denied that Nazism was either left-wing or right-wing. Instead, he officially portrayed Nazism as a, open quotes, syncretic movement. Yeah, let's ditch the whole...
What's my favorite thing about the fall season? I would probably say the warm...
Is that Alec Baldwin? Didn't he murder a guy?
Murderers. Yeah.
Oh, Clinton, he murdered a guy.
Movement. Yeah, let's ditch the whole name argument, shall we? So what do I propose as an alternative? Well, personally, I think that the best way to define Nazism is a totalitarian dictatorship. That's going to be our basic core definition to identify what we are talking about, instead
And they're going to say that's right-wing.
of using the American left-right spectrum. Then, after having established firmly what Nazism is, we can then look at the policies one by one and decide from an American contemporary perspective which of these lean right and which lean left, based on their salience. Alright, that sounds good on paper, but let's try if it works. What defines totalitarianism? Centralized authority, strength in the military, militarism with resources directed to domestic population, authoritarianism and dictatorial rule, repression of freedom of speech and freedom of the press, systematic elimination of political opposition by violence, expansionistic foreign policies, and conquest through military.
Yeah, but... So that's imperialism, expansionist foreign politics, and conquest through military might. That's imperialism. You could have a totalitarian dictatorship that's strictly national isolationist, which is how Hitler started. It was focused on just saving Germany and focused on Germany. Later, he became more imperialistic, where he started going out and trying to conquer other nations and grow and expand. They say imperialism is the... Well, Lenin wrote a book called Imperialism, the Ultimate End of Capitalism, or something like that. Basically, once you reach far enough into capitalism, you inevitably go into imperialism, where you start conquering new lands because you become so dominant monetarily and economically that you start to branch out and take over other places. Some would argue America and Trump is doing something like that now, and this is what leftists worry about, that we're becoming imperialist. And I'm not big on imperialism. I'm more isolationist or non-interventionist, where I would rather we just focus on home. But once your home is built up and so powerful, you start becoming the world police, and you start, whether actually you're sending troops to the ground to take over the land, or you're just financially, becoming dominant over them. That's imperialism. That's what Lenin said eventually capitalism leads to. And although I'm not a fan of Lenin and I'm not a commie, he wasn't wrong. What's up, Big Red Sky?
Might. Already note that all three historical totalitarian regimes of the 20th century fit very neatly within this box: German Nazism, Italian fascism, and Soviet communism. In other words, when we examine the practical manifestations of these 20th century regimes,
and I would argue all of them totalitarian, I would argue all of them are left-wing. Now, I think Hitler and Mussolini were just slightly left of center because of their social policies. But the commies were far left. But all three totalitarian dictators, very far north, but not right or left. So this also is going to break down to how you look at the political spectrum. Is it just a one-dimensional line? Is it a two-dimensional box? Is it a three-dimensional cube? Is it a 4-dimensional, multi-dimensional, planetary, and alien space nation?
Striking similarities emerge. For instance, the lack of individualism and individual freedom. Benito Mussolini himself publicly stated that fascism is anti-individualistic and accepts the individual only in as
That's left-wing.
far as the interests coincide with those of the state. Well, yeah, but then again, communism, fascism, and Nazism might be considered quite different when it comes to their core ideologies. So, Metatron, are you really sure that they would fit each and every single one of these? Okay, let me prove it to you. Number 1, centralized authority. Absolutely, all three. Strength in the military. Do I even need to comment that? Militarism with resources directed to domestic population. Well, in the case of the Nazi, of course, that meant the Jews, and it meant gypsies, and every single person that opposed the Nazi regime. But when it comes to Stalin, well, he murdered more of his own people than he did of his foreign enemies. Just putting it out there. Authoritarianism and dictatorial rule, repression of freedom of speech. But what about the freedom of speech part? And are we sure? Well, let me prove it to you. Let's do a little thought exercise. You are in 1940s Germany. You disagree with Adolf Hitler's opinions, so you go to Berlin, and in front of the whatever government building that they have there, you say, Hitler was an idiot. Yeah. Do you think you're going to survive that? And into the concentration camps you go. But what about Italian fascism? Well, you go to Rome and you state right in the main plaza, Benito Mussolini was an absolute moron. And there you go, dead in the prison. Well, you probably die before you even reach the prison, but if you do reach the prison,
probably shot in the street.
And once again, let's teleport you to Soviet Russia. You are in front of the Kremlin and you say, Stalin, who is a monster. Gulag, immediate. No freedom of speech. In fact,
and people will bitch about freedom of speech. And now with this Jimmy Kimmel thing, they're saying, which I have, man, we're going to have to talk about that too. Maybe we'll talk about that too tonight. I need to look into it. I haven't. They're saying that Trump is acting like an authoritarian by using the powers of the government through the FCC to get Jimmy Kimmel shut down. Maybe that's true, but also I think there's more to it than that. I think that, they just canceled Colbert. They canceled Joy Reid. They canceled Don Lemon. They canceled all these left-wing, crazy, anti-Trump people got canceled without Trump having anything to do with it because they see the Overton window is shifting. That's not popular anymore. Their ratings are down. Nobody wants to watch it. These people are morons. So they were just looking for a reason to cancel him. So when he said that about Charlie Kirk in a very trepidatious time, when you shouldn't be saying something like that, just for couth, not should you be allowed to say it? Sure, you should be allowed to say it, but should you say it? No, have some couth, have a little bit of humanity and don't say something stupid like that with no backing to it, or you risk getting canceled by your network who has the right to cancel you because your show sucks anyway and they're just looking for a reason to cancel you. That's what I think about the Jimmy Kimmel situation. But I know in America, if Trump's doing a speech and somebody stands up in the crowd and says, you're a fucking idiot, Trump, you're a horrible, blah, 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 I hate you, Trump, he's going to get escorted out. It's Trump's show. It's Trump's house. He can kick you out. He can say, all right, get him out of here. Get that crazy guy out of here. I don't want him in here. He might have a gun. Make sure he doesn't have a gun. He's crazy. Yeah, you could kick him out, but that guy's not going to go to jail. That guy's not now. And then people argue, well, what about the flag burning? We just saw the military vet who was burning the flag in DC go get locked up. And people say, well, this is a totalitarian, authoritarian dictatorship, blah, 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 fascism, all this other stuff. Maybe they have an argument. And then maybe I have to argue, maybe a little bit of fascism ain't that bad. Maybe a little bit of authoritarianism ain't that bad. And that's what I've been arguing from day one. A little bit ain't that bad.
Freedom of speech is the first thing that goes when it comes to totalitarianism. I might make a dedicated video to that. If you appreciate my content so far and wish to help ensure my ability to continue to tell it how it is, regardless of any possible backlash, please support this channel on Patreon. Any support helps me and my team of academics keep the channel strong and gives us the means to fight back against the political rewriting of history. Stand with us, form the wall, defend the truth. So what this tells us is that these are not necessarily unique features of the right or the left, but they manifest as common ground on the extremes of said spectrum.
Yes.
It's the horseshoe effect. Extremes touch, even if, ideologically, when compared with communism, fascism is indeed right-wing. You have authoritarian control. Both Hitler and Stalin established it. It was absolute, centralized power. Propaganda and information control. I mean, the Nazis were quite famous for burning books, and a lot of those books were in fact communist books and socialist books, by the way. Terror and repression. And yes, mass executions were common on all of these regimes.
At Les Schwab, our above and beyond service means more hustle.
He's making European definition versus American definition. He's making my argument that you can't look at it one-dimensional. You have to have a second dimension if you're really going to figure out whether he lands on the left or the right. You can't just say totalitarian dictatorships and authoritarianism are inherently right-wing or left-wing. It's both. They could be on both sides. So you got to dig deeper.
Now, in Europe, conventionally, Nazism is generally considered to be a far-right ideology, also due to their allegiances with the fascists in Italy and their countering of Stalin and communism, which is, of course, a left-wing extreme ideology.
Far-right based off of their Overton window, right? And their Overton window is very far left. In Europe, a conservative... In Europe, if an American conservative, which is not a far-right person, a basic conservative, a Charlie Kirk, you know, just a conservative who is not a far-right extremist. They're not alt-right. They're not dissident. They're not radical. They're just a conservative, you know, your milquetoast, run-of-the-mill American conservative goes to Europe. Now you're a far-right fascist Nazi. So we can't base it off of the Overton window of the geographic location. We have to base it off of the broader entire political spectrum.
22nd of June 1941 and the invasion of the Soviet Union should stand as a clear definition of that. Besides, under Hitler, the newspapers of the Social Democratic parties are banned, functionaries are arrested, and whatnot. But once you start to look at this from the American political perspective, then the situation...
I'm interested. I haven't seen this. I'm interested in what conclusion he's going to come to. I think he's going to come to the conclusion that Hitler was slightly right of center. And very authoritarian dictator, totalitarian dictator. And that's where I might have a disagreement. I think he was slightly left of center.
Becomes muddy, if you will, necessitating a more nuanced item-by-item approach. You see, the Nazis, for example, had nationalized healthcare. Government was deeply involved in every aspect of industry, so we're talking about big government. The Nazis were not in favor of free market capitalists. And yes, I'll defend this one in the next section. And all of this sounds left of center to an American. So, it is mixed. On the following section, I'm going to present the characteristics of the regime, and then you decide where it leans the most towards. This way, we can promote critical thinking. Now, Nazism was characterized by extreme nationalism.
Critical thinking is some communist gobbledygook, by the way. John Dewey was a commie, and he destroyed our public school system. If you say critical thinking, you might be a communist.
State-funded welfare programs. If there were any form of identity politics similar to contemporary political discourse, of course the Nazis would have been against it, but so would have been the communists. They had state control of industries, support for a strong military, and as we said, repression of freedom of speech. Alright, now let's jump into the economic policies. A central idea of communist ideology was opposition to private ownership of the means of production, which blended with economic intervention within the private and public sectors. Now, to that, Nazism was different up to a certain...
I zoned out.
A central idea of communist ideology was opposition to private ownership of the means of production, which blended with economic intervention within the private and public sectors. Now, to that, Nazism was different up to a certain extent. Let me clarify. Their overall economic approach favored big business and opposed labor unions, which of course doesn't make it sound socialist by any means.
But they called themselves the Workers' Party, and that's the nomenclature, the nominalism that we've got to try to move past. It's a simple argument, but it doesn't go deep enough. If you just say, well, they're the National Socialist German Workers' Party, it sounds pretty left-wing to me. but we got to go deeper than that. That's low IQ, base level. Babylon B can use it in a funny 4-minute video, but if we're really trying to dig into this, that's not going to suffice.
Also have to remember a very important factor to this. In Hitler's speeches from 1920s, he clearly established his idea of what National Socialism was going to be. And mind you, it was only for Germans. And as he outlined his party program, he stated, open quote, that nationalization appears to me to be wrong, close quote. So, at least in the 1930s, he was sort of in favor of the idea of maintaining private property. But was he? Well, I do have an opinion on that, but let me quote a sociologist and economist of the period. Check this out. Friedrich Pollock says, open quote, I agree that the legal institution of private ownership was maintained and that many attributes characteristic for National Socialism begin to manifest themselves, albeit still vaguely in
Yeah, I think what he's going to get to is that it was only facially, or it was on its face, it seemed like they maintained private property rights and things like that. But in reality, they didn't.
Totalitarian countries. But does this mean that the function of private ownership did not change? I believe it reaches far more deeply and should be described as the destruction of all the essential traits of private ownership.
Yep.
And I would like to underline that this specific economist saying the private ownership actually wasn't a thing is left-wing. He was a left-wing economist. Moreover, in 1934, Hitler clearly established the fact that to him, wealth was for the national social state, not for the individual. And yes, the individual could enjoy some
This all sounds left-wing to me. Economic policies, he seems to be left-leaning.
of that wealth, but it's thanks to the state. And in 1942, when he was in power, he stated, open quotes, the land was national property, and in the end, it's only given to the individual as a loan. Does that sound like private property?
It sounds like Hitler was doing some usury. He's taking a page out of the Jewish book. He's taking a page out of the Torah? What is Hitler doing?
To you, there is more to it. In 1937, Hitler had already established the fact that he would demand private industries to produce something that the state defined as being necessary. And they had two options. They either do it, which is great, or they don't, in which case the state will take control of that specific industry sector. It's not big government, that's massive government. Alright, but if that's the case, if this is what Hitler believed, and by the way, this is confirmed by SS letters, even all the way up to 1944, that was exactly his position, and we can see in the way he acted. But if that was the case, then why did he not say private property is abolished? I mean, the Soviets did it. Why did he say, no, private property is still a thing? Well, he said that because it doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter that legally there was still a definition for private property as long as what he gets is what he gets. And besides, of course, he understood that in a moment of war, you can't fight outside and also fight inside with the private sector. So he made the statement, private property stays, but then they control all of it, including demand, production, means of production, prices, everything. The government tells you what to produce, who to buy from, and what prices you sell. In other words, at least from an economic standpoint, in the discussion of private property, this was socialism disguised as capitalism. Now, of course, when you compare it to the Soviet Union, that had a complete centrally planned economy, this doesn't sound as extreme, but then again, the Soviets had a main goal, which was to increase the military power of the state. Sounds familiar?
What is this?
Holy crap, what the hell was that?
Just another crappy ton.
Looks like another like League of Legends type game. I'm not interested. Race and religion. The last point is going to be religion, which I think is going to be the most crucial point, because I'm a firm believer that the left wing is inherently, that we fight a spiritual battle, not a physical battle. All of the politics, all the economics, all the social issues, all these things, they're lower. They're a lower level than what it truly is, which is the theology and the spiritual battle that we fight. And that the left is inherently of their daddy Satan, and the right is inherently of their father God.
A small section stream, but then again, the Soviets had a main goal, which was to increase the military power of the state. Sounds familiar? All right, now I would like to dedicate a small section.
Whether they know it or not, by the way. I know there's going to be atheists who land on the right. But their worldview, they borrow from our worldview, whether they know it or not.
To race, because of course this was not only a connection, so race and racism was a connection to, I want to say, Nazi ideology, but it was also a congenital element within the system. And another thing that the Nazis did was to put the blame of many of the...
This is going to go back to what Prager said, which I'm not sure what argument this guy's going to make here, but race is not a left or right thing. So if we're looking at left or right, his socio-political leanings are all left. What it's going to come down to is socio-political, economic stances, and then his religious stances. Race is irrelevant. Race doesn't even play a role. But the left in America thinks that racism is a right-wing thing. Even though they're the most racist people, they don't even know they're doing racism when they do it, when they do affirmative action and DEI. That's racist. And they don't even realize they're doing it. So race is not a left or a right thing. Racism is not a left or a right thing. So this is kind of irrelevant, but I guess it's a point. If I were to debate somebody about this and a lefty would probably make the argument that Hitler was a racist, therefore he's right wing. That's a stupid argument. Give me that in syllogism form, I'll crush it. That's stupid. But the socioeconomic policies and the religious policies is really what I think is going to get to the root of whether Hitler was on the left or the right. And so far, with socioeconomics covered, he's leaning left. You can say totalitarian, dictator, authoritarian. That's not left or right. You could be either side on that. But once you point to the anti-capitalist, once you point to the lack of private ownership, once you point to the government control of the means of production and distribution, that's left wing. So far, Hitler's leaning left.
Society's problems, particularly of the Germans, to immigration. Moreover, apart from the Holocaust, there was clearly a sort of differential treatment under the law based on your racial affiliation. Now, this is of course real. It happened. And we can see some of these themes, particularly the ultra-nationalistic ones, in modern-day far-right ideologies. With that being said, let's also remember that if you think that racism denotes right-wing position, then you would classify Karl Marx as a right-winger. And the reason I say that is because if you actually read the article he published in 1840...
You'd say that Darwin is a right-winger. Darwin... People don't know Origin of Species full title. The full title of Origin of Species, now when they do modern printings of Darwin's Origin of Species, the title will just say Origin of Species. But the actual title, and I used to have this memorized, but it's a very long title, so I'm going to have to look it up right now. It's Origin of Species and the Preferred Dominance of Specific Races or something like that. It's a long title. Darwin, Origin of Species. See, if you type it in, it just says On the Origin of Species, book by Charles Darwin. But that's not the full title of the book. The full title of the book is On the Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection or the Preservation of Favored Races in the Struggle for Life. That's the name of Darwin's book, Origin of Species. So if you ever hear a lefty say, who's arguing for evolution, and they say, Darwin wrote Origin of Species, ask them what is that book really called? Because it's not called On the Origin of Species. It's called On the Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection or the Preservation of Favored Races in the Struggle for Life. If you believe in evolution, you're a racist. And if you're a racist, you're far right. This is where the logic train leads you. Darwin was a far right racist. This is where left-wing logic gets you guys.
called On the Jewish Question, you would absolutely consider to be racist. And also Marx didn't really like Mexicans, that's another thing that he did, and Friedrich Engels said quite a lot of horrible things about black people too. Now I would like to talk about an argument.
So he did pretty good there. He touched on the race thing, and he pointed out that race is neither right nor left. Authoritarianism is neither right nor left. So let's cancel these out. Let's focus on socioeconomics and religion.
Argument that is the one that shocks me the most, and it's the claim that Hitler was a Christian. Now, of course, I'm going to debunk this. I'm going to do it by, quoting from Hitler's own words with his own letters, and then we're going to look at how he changed his rhetoric before.
Because if you could prove to me that Hitler was a Christian, then I would have to concede Hitler was right wing. You can't be a Christian Democrat. Sorry, I'll say it. Other people won't say it. No such thing as a Christian Democrat. No such thing as a Christian socialist. No such thing as a Christian communist. If you're a Christian, you're on the right. Sorry. So let's see. This is one thing we'll really have to pin down on. Can we prove was Hitler a Christian? Which is what somebody asked earlier in the chat. This is a big question.
After he became chancellor and then dictator, but before we do all of that, let me just say this. Do you really think that the leader of the most anti-Semitic regime the world has ever seen would have worshipped Jesus of Nazareth? Now,
in modern day, that seems to be the common narrative, that you can hate the Jews and be anti-Semitic and blah, blah, blah. I don't even like those words, but and that's a Christian value. I disagree. Now, Zionism is a different thing. You can be anti-modern Zionism, but to say that you're a Christian and you don't think that God assigned land to the Jews is kind of weird. And I would disagree with a lot of Christians over this. They would argue with me about it. They would point to, thank you, Wagira. Oh, you got some? You got them? Did you try one? You got one? You said you ordered them, so you got them. Did you try one? I told you, dude. They are not. Anybody who saw me eat the hot peanuts and thought, oh, they're not that bad, order you some. Try one yourself. I dare you. They are deadly. They are serious. Serious. These hot peanuts do not play, okay? If you think, man, we gave JS a lot of money to eat these hot peanuts. Listen, I earned it, okay? You eat 4 of these in a 20-minute period for $200, I earned that money, okay? Don't ever tell me I didn't earn that money until you eat one of these yourself. This is Scoville's Tube of Terror Carolina Reaper peanuts. You eat 4 of these in 20 minutes, you'll think you deserve $200 also. It killed me. Yeah, they're bad. They're very bad. What was I just saying about Zionism and Christians being anti-Zionist and blah, blah, blah. I mean, I kind of don't care too much, but, and people will point to one verse in Genesis, but it's not just Genesis. It's the whole Old Testament and the New Testament, unless you're a dispensationalist and you think that the Old Testament and the New Testament are somehow separate from each other, which they aren't. Then you're a dispensationalist. If it repeatedly says it throughout the Old Testament about Israel and loving Israel and Israel having land ownership rights given by God over a certain area of the earth. But then you say, well, Jesus came in the New Testament and that all fell away and we don't follow that. Well, you're a dispensationalist. And I'll see people argue against dispensationalism and then in the next breath say, well, Israel doesn't have the rights over that land anymore because that's the Old Testament. And it's like, do you not understand you just made a huge contradiction? Now, there is an argument to be made that modern Israel and modern Bibi Netanyahu and modern Zionism is not what is presented in the Old Testament. I think I would have to disagree, because if you read the Old Testament, what you see is that it goes through cycles, up and down cycles. When you go from Solomon to Manasseh, when you go from David to, I don't know, there's good kings and there's bad kings. There's good judges and there's bad judges. There's good leaders and there's bad leaders. So maybe Netanyahu is just one of the bad leaders. That doesn't write off the whole history of Judaism in the world. That doesn't mean now all of a sudden Israel doesn't have any rights to that land. Israel doesn't have borders and a nation state anymore because they have a bad king. No, that actually fortifies the whole Old Testament and proves that it's still cyclical and it's still happening to this day. He's just a bad ruler. And maybe because of a bad ruler, they may be scattered. They may be killed. They may be destroyed. Or they may go and kill and destroy other people. It's cyclical throughout all of history from the beginning of time. This has been happening. That doesn't mean we shouldn't, the real ones, that we shouldn't love them. At least love them. We got to love everybody. We got to love our enemies. But anyway, I'm getting off on a tangent about Zionism, but I mean, we're talking about Hitler, so we kind of got to do it. Somebody got to talk to him. Somebody got to tell him.
Given one of the things that people say when they underline regime the world has ever seen would have worshipped Jesus of Nazareth. Now, given one of the things that people say when they underline this idea that, well, Hitler was a Christian, is that they say that he was baptized as a Catholic. But I'd like to underline that not all Christian religions consider baptism or perform baptism the same way. I mean, differently from, for example, Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons, the Catholics baptize you when you are a baby. So it's not like Hitler had any say to it. If that alone, the idea of being baptized within the Catholic Church, is enough.
One of the reasons I'm against infant baptism, even though I have seen some good arguments and some biblical evidence for it, I still, if I had a kid, I wouldn't do an infant baptism. I would wait. That needs to be a decision that they make on their own. But I've seen good arguments for it, like Joseph dancing, or John the Baptist dancing in his mother's womb, things like this. There is good arguments for infant baptism. So it's not a hill I'll die on, but in my personal life, if I had a kid, I wouldn't do an infant baptism.
For you to say, well, Hitler was a Christian, that you should consider Stalin a Christian, since he actually went to seminary. It was Orthodox, but still. Hitler's real intent towards the church was eroding the core doctrines of the Christian religion until there was virtually nothing left of its original function, in order to slowly substitute it with a puppet used for social control, which would also have followed with the confiscation of all the places of worship, something actually quite similar to what is happening today in China. So that alone doesn't really make me feel confident about, Hitler's Christian beliefs. Oh, and the fact that he shot quite a lot of Polish priests dead. There is that. You see, during the beginning of his political career, Hitler publicly expressed favorable opinions towards traditional Christian ideas. That's true. But later he abandoned them. Most historians agree that he was adversarial towards organized Christianity. Oh, and he also criticized atheism, so he had a bone to pick with everyone. Now, if you examine some of his early talks, you'll see that he considered himself as a German Christian. He said, I'm not a Catholic, I'm a German Christian, and even a member of positive Christianity. Not member, but like a supporter of positive Christianity. But you see, positive Christianity is not even Christianity, as they rejected fundamental core doctrines of Christianity, such as the, divinity of Jesus. So yeah, not Christians. And when it comes to German Christians, it was a type of Protestant church or group that supported Nazi ideologies. That's why he said that. Thus, in Hitler...
People always strawman me and falsely say that I deny the divinity of Jesus. I've never denied the divinity. I've never denied the divinity of Jesus. Just so you know. They ask me the question, is Jesus God? And I say, no, he's the Son of God. And they say, oh, you're not a Christian. You deny the divinity of Jesus. No, Jesus was divine. Jesus was uncreated with his Father from the beginning of time. All I'm doing is saying he's the Son of God, which is what he said. I'm quoting Jesus when I say that. So when people say I deny the divinity of Jesus, they're liars or they misunderstood me. But I don't deny the divinity of Jesus. I just say that he's not God. He's the Son of God.
His eyes, Christianity, Hitler detested Christian ethics. He said it was fit for
being the unbegotten Son of God. You're divine, the uncreated, unbegotten Son of God throughout all of time. You were sitting at the right side of your Father from before the foundations of the earth. Yes, you're divine. You're 100% divine. I think it's just a misconception of the word divinity. They say divinity means God. But that's not what divinity means.
slaves. And in 1937 he publicly said that the Christian church or Christianity was ripe for destruction, and that doesn't sound like a Christian to me. So the idea that Hitler was a Christian is nonsense, and his ostentatious hatred towards Christianity wouldn't really work or go very well with, say, modern day faith and flag right-wing Americans. With all being said, as you can see, there are many aspects to this. Yes, some of his policies were in fact right-wing, others would have been left-wing. If you were to take like one of those quizzes online, what you could do is try with your own, with your own understanding of these, you could try an answer. Like every time you get a question, you could ask a question, what would Hitler respond to that, and try to do it. And you'll see that sometimes you'll go right, sometimes you go left. Therefore, Nazism should not be judged by whatever words Hitler crafted, and it should not be considered neither left nor right-wing, at least in the political sense. The only thing in which Hitler believed was accumulating personal power. And we have a name for that: totalitarianism. Thank you for watching.
Okay, so he kind of left the question up. I like that video. I thought he was gonna be a more left-wing guy, and he was gonna say Hitler was right-wing, but he didn't. He left it to just what I was showing you earlier on the compass, that he was very far north. Totalitarian, dictator, authoritarian. Yes, we all agree on that. But if we're gonna plot him, will he land on the left or the right? And if the left and the right is an economic spectrum, capitalism versus communism, I would argue, and religious, I would argue he lands on the left. If anybody wanted to argue against me and say that he was a racist, nationalist, authoritarian, and that means he's right-wing, I would argue against that. And I would give examples of racists on the left, nationalists on the left, and authoritarians on the left. So we cancel those out. It comes down to religion and socioeconomic policies. Both of those, I would argue, point him towards the left. So he lands slightly left of center, very authoritarian. And that's my argument. That Hitler was on the left. I win. But if anybody wants to argue about it with me, let's watch one more video. I want to get like somebody from the other side. I know that Mr. Beast or Mr. Beat, but it's not a video on that. Right-wing war over Charlie Kirk's TPUSA. Trying to find, was Hitler actually left or right? This is a woman.
There are actually a lot of people who claim Hitler wasn't right-wing, but a socialist or even a communist, like Alice Weidel. Let's break it down. Hitler's party was called the National Socialist German Workers'
There's that nominalism argument.
Party. The term National Socialism might lead people into thinking Hitler was a socialist, but history tells a very different story. Hitler violently opposed Marxism. The first victims imprisoned and killed in concentration camps were leftists, communists, social democrats, and socialists. Hitler did in fact use anti-capitalist rhetoric and socialist ideas to
I already have a problem with this because it's a 1 minute short, whereas that guy just gave us a 20-minute video and he really broke it down and he went into detail on all these things. But then, and this is Daily Wire. Daily Wire is not or what not what is Ben Shapiro's thing? Ben Shapiro's the Daily Wire, but this is not this is DW. What is DW? Digital Wire. DW is not the same as Ben Shapiro's Daily Wire. It's a lefty. So this is a lefty okay. But it's interesting how the guy that, you know, really does the critical examination of it. I don't like the word critical, but he really dives deep into it, gives you a 20-minute video, and then the lefties will give you a 1-minute short. This is called propaganda.
Track workers and the economically disadvantaged. But his true agenda was much different. Once in power, the Nazis repressed trade unions and leftist movements, undermining the working class in favor of totalitarian control. So no, Hitler was neither a socialist nor a communist. His regime was all about extreme nationalism, racism, and dictatorship.
Nationalism, racism, and dictatorship. Therefore, Hitler's on the right. This short is stupid. This is for dumb people who just get all their information from 50-second shorts. This is how the left argues.
Jimmy, I played around with it and summed out like a million.
We'll play a 1-minute short. This is 5 minutes.
British Preservation Society.
Oh, this is bad quality.
Now, for decades, the left have been calling everyone Hitler, Nazi, and all this sort of stuff. So I just wanted to address Adolf Hitler.
This guy's got 8 subscribers.
Nazis and their regime. Basically, there was no policy that Adolf Hitler created that could even be remotely classed as right-wing.
I wouldn't say that.
Let's start off with the fundamental principles of socialism. The government seizing control of private corporations, private wealth, private businesses.
It means a distribution.
So that was the main thing. In all of his speeches, he praised socialism and he condemned capitalism. He introduced the welfare system for the Germans.
The National Socialist People Welfare, National Socialistische Volksfahrt was a social welfare organization during the Third Reich. NSV was originally established in 1931. We covered this when we did our Dissecting a Dictator series. The NSV was originally established in 1931 as a small Nazi Party affiliated charity, which was active locally in the city of Berlin. May 3rd, 1933, shortly after the Nazi Party took power in Weimar, Germany, Adolf Hitler turned it into a party organization that was to be active throughout the country. The structure of the NSV was based on the Nazi Party mark. Yeah, this is in when I did my Dissecting a Dictator series, and we went through Lenin, Stalin, Mao, Pol Pot, Mussolini, Hitler. Over an 8-week period, we went through every major dictator. And then Crowder did the same thing like a week later after I finished it. He's a show watcher, confirmed show watcher, Steven Crowder. He took my anyway. It's somewhere in here. I don't have a lot on I didn't have a lot on Hitler. Project Paperclip, The Perfect Hideout. This is when they went to Argentina. We talked about this. Yeah, we kind of got into some conspiracies and talked about they never found his body, his bunker, the trip to Argentina. Is he on the moon with the Secret Soldier program? We watched this documentary. But anyway.
Which is very socialist. He backed and
Sorry, guys. This guy is not. I see why he has 8 subscribers. I'm not interested. This one's 5 minutes. This guy's responding to the Prager video, so I'm assuming Randall Nee. Maybe he's I'm trying to get a lefty perspective because we got Prager with his right-wing perspective. We got a short of some lady saying he's left-wing. Then we got a 20-minute video laying out the facts and leaving it up to us to answer, which I liked that video a lot. I should have hit like on that video. I forgot. Maybe we'll go back and do it. I want to see a lefty making some good arguments here. There's another one that I watched that's about an hour long. About a year ago, I watched it, and it's not showing up on my thing.
You love with Wix.
Far left. So I saw this video today. Was Hitler far right or far left? This is by PragerU. They have some interesting stuff, and I have not watched it yet, so I want to
Yeah, this guy's a beta.
kind of go through it with you guys. Let's see what they have to say. I can only imagine, you know, thinking of Hitler.
YouTube featured again. Algorithm is loving you. Let's go. I don't even know what that means. I don't even know how that happens, but I don't know. If you guys can hype the video. I don't know how that works, but sometimes there's an option. If you scroll over in the chat box, you can use the points that you get from being in chats, and you can hype videos. If you can do that on any of my stuff, I'd appreciate it, but I don't know if you can. I don't know how it works yet.
I know we've all heard lots of things. Both my grandfathers served in World War II. There's pretty amazing things that actually happened. My grandmother, her family actually moved from Germany.
Some great anecdotes so far. I like how you just lead with the anecdotes.
To the United States between World War I and World War II. Crazy stuff. So let's see what this guy has to say. Was Hitler far right or far left?
Hold on, we'll watch this in a second. Let me play the chair song. I gotta go pee. Send some super chats. We gotta hit the goal.
There's a long chair sitting by the water's edge. Sun-bleached plastic cracked along the ledge. I sit and watch, though no one's there. Just an empty seat, but it pulls my stare. A Florida man, he's out raising hell, wrestling gators or dodging jail, while I keep watch on that lonesome chair. It ain't much, but it keeps me there. He's out there somewhere, wild and free, riding a jet ski through the Everglades Sea. Meanwhile, this chair, it don't move, it don't sway.
I'm in the
but
chair.
It holds all the stories he left that day. The sky turns pink, then a fiery red.
What up, lower class?
Silent, but it speaks instead. A Florida man, he's out chasing storms.
Hey, we're gonna storm chase one day.
Rules, rewriting norms, and here I sit in the humid air, guarding the secrets of that empty chair.
That's right.
Maybe he's fishing.
Maybe.
Maybe he's gone.
Maybe.
Maybe he's dancing.
Dancing?
Till the break of dawn. This chair don't judge.
Yeah, it does.
It don't ask why. just waits for him under the southern sky.
All right. We love the chair song. All right. Let's play this. This guy already seems like he's a lefty. So this is what we've been looking for. It's a 5-minute video, of course. Yeah, give us a full breakdown of was Hitler right or left in 5 minutes. Please explain it to us with your anecdotes about your grandma.
Dennis, I'd like your perspective on whether you think Hitler was far right or was actually a far left ideologue. Okay, thank you for your time. I enjoy listening to Fireside Chat every week. All the best. Thank you. Hitler was...
Why is he sitting like this?
Was left-wing in that he believed in socialism. Remember, Nazism is National Socialism. Very few people know that, especially if you go to college where you don't learn much. But that is what Nazism stands for, National Socialism. In that sense, it was left-wing, but it was not left-wing in another sense. The left...
Okay, we already saw the Prager video. I want to see his commentary.
By class.
It's a 2-minute clip from Prager, and you made a 5-minute video responding to it? Come on, bro.
That's the class.
I've already done 2 hours on this topic. This super short form content annoys me.
Marxist division of the world, if you will. Race ban now.
Race, not their
Oh, here we go.
I hear race type stuff all the time. Companies have to hire so many people based on their race, not their qualities, not their qualifications. Have you ever thought of, the pilot who's flying your plane?
Oh, maybe this guy's not a lefty. Maybe he's not a lefty. Maybe, see, I judged a book by his cover.
Would you prefer that they were hired because of their race or gender? Or would you prefer that they were hired because they knew what they were doing and they were good at it? What about your brain surgeon? I've actually had brain surgery.
Okay, he's an anecdote king, but he's the king of anecdotes, but I mean, maybe he's not a lefty. He was texted with socialists so fucking easy. State controlled markets, financial value, commerce, etc. Yeah. A farcical private ownership of property, but it wasn't really private ownership of property.
So I can say this, would I want my brain surgeon to be hired because he had the right race and political values? No. I would want him to be hired because he was good and he could save people.
Okay. Well, so this guy's not a lefty, I guess. I misjudged him. I'm looking for a lefty talking about this.
There's so much craziness in our world today with...
But why was he rolling his eyes in the beginning?
Racial type things. Hitler, let's keep on going.
We already watched this from Prager, so I'm not trying to...
He was away.
Interesting stuff there. So when we're thinking of Hitler, we're thinking of... There's been political people looked at and called that they were like Hitler, even today. Well, first off, if you're a capitalist, then you really don't have much like Hitler itself. But really, for my community, I wanted to talk about the fact that Jesus looks at the way the Bible talks about people. It's the human race. It's not divided up into different groups.
Okay, this is not going to get us anywhere.
Adam and Eve.
I agree with this guy, actually. He's not a lefty, but he's not really responding to... I mean, there's 40 seconds left. We might as well play it.
And we're all related. And yes, people have changed and they've adapted to their culture and whatnot, and they're what surroundings they're like and their pigment in their skin. But you know what? We all have pigment in our skin. And God looks at us as the human race, as people that he wants.
Metatron is a centrist. not Metatron then. I liked his video. So far, his is the best, most comprehensive analysis of this question. And I like how he left it up to the audience at the end. He's like, hey, I've laid out the facts for you, but I think if you pushed him for an answer, I think he would have said he leans left of center, because what he demonstrated in his video is you have to cancel out authoritarianism, dictatorship, totalitarianism. You have to cancel that out because that's left and right. You have to cancel out the racism because that's left and right. What it comes down to is socioeconomic policies and his religion. If you can argue to me that he was a Christian capitalist, then I would have to concede that Hitler was on the right. But I don't think you can show me that. To the contrary, I think what we're going to get to is that maybe he wasn't actually a socialist, but he called his party the National Socialist Party. I understand the nominalism argument there, but he acted as a socialist. Maybe he had disagreements with Marx, but that doesn't mean his policies weren't socialist, which is left. And then as far as Christianity and his religion and his faith, which I think is a right-wing thing, I don't think you can be a Christian Democrat. It doesn't make sense. You can't support abortion. You can't support transgenderism and LGBT rights and gay marriages and this total liberty and freedom, my freedoms and liberties and stuff. Those aren't Christian values. I know, and this is a whole different topic, was Jesus a socialist? Like, a lot of people will claim that Jesus was a communist or a socialist. I think there's better arguments to be made that Jesus and the disciples were anarchists. I could almost get on Mosman's side with that. If you look at, how they acted and what they believed in, you could make I'm not totally on board with it, but you could make an argument that they were anarchists, but you can't make an argument that they were socialists. You can try, but I'll destroy it. Now, that doesn't mean they're extreme capitalists. It just means they believed in charity over government-mandated taxation. But if your government's going to tax you, you pay the taxes. You follow what your government tells you to do. But the values would be, instead of that, we should have charity, which is a right-wing concept, which is self-improvement, individualism, improve yourself so that you can improve your family, so that you can improve your neighborhood, so that you can improve your city, so that you can improve your country. And through your church, you give to the poor, you take care of the poor, but it's not government mandated. The government shouldn't be taking money out of my paycheck to take care of people who are too lazy to work. But if I am rich, I should give my money to the poor. I should help. I should do that out of my, not the kindness of my own heart, but my following of God in his right way. That would compel me to feed the poor and clothe the poor and things like that. Once I have an abundance. He wasn't a capitalist. There was no private ownership of business. The only different. Yeah, and that's what. You just got here. We watched a video where they claim that there was private ownership still, but in reality there wasn't. It was a facade. Individual efficiency. At the same time, holding that his interest as an individual must be consonance with those of the community. All great inventions, discoveries, and achievements were first the product of an individual brain. It is charged against me that I am against property, that I am an atheist. Both charges are false. Adolf Hitler, December 28th. A socialist is one who serves the common good without giving up his individuality or personality of the product of personal efficiency or a doctrine turned socialist has nothing to do with the Marxian. Individual efficiency at the same time holding his interest as an individual must be consonance with those of the community. All great inventions, discoveries, achievements were first the product of an individual brain. It is charged against me that I am against the property, that I am an atheist. Both charges are false. Interesting. So that's a quote from Hitler. So that's saying, well, but that's saying that he's not an atheist, but he is okay with socialism. He's just not okay with Marx. And I would agree with that. I do think he was against Marx. But was he against Marx because it's almost like how, that's a bad example. I shouldn't use that example. I have an example on the tip of my tongue, but I don't want to say it. I'm just going to say it. No, I'm not going to say it because people are going to think I'm comparing these two people to those two people. It's like Candace Owens and Steven Crowder, right? They pretty much agree on most things, but they became enemies for a time. I think that's what it's like with Hitler and Marx. They agreed on a lot of the policies and the prescriptions and the descriptions, but they were enemies. They were in competition with each other. That's a quote. They're not appearing in the proper order for me. Well, no, I read them out of order. I read the last two, and then I went up and read the first one. I was skipping through some chats, and I just saw, yeah, I read them in the wrong order. But then I read them in the right order. But I don't know. I'd have to see, what is that from? I'd have to see the full thing in context. I don't know what he's getting at with that. Goebbels. Yeah, this guy's not really doing much for me.
To send his son to live and die for you, a sinner, for me, a sinner.
And I'm not, I have no problem. He's preaching Christ. I have no problem with that, but it's just not, this isn't getting to the question that we're asking right now. So cool video. Thank you, Randall. But not what I'm looking for. All right, I think we've watched enough videos. If any, so like that quote, whatever that's from, Nasty, put it in the Discord and we can read it. If anybody has any, writings or writings from people of that time, if you have any of that stuff, bring it to the Discord. Put it in, let's say, put it in the politics tab. Drop any of your stuff that you want me to read or look through in the politics tab. And if anybody knows any lefties who are streaming, go, I don't know, is Coder streaming? Because I bet he would lock up with me on this. He's not live right now. Okay. If anybody knows any lefties who would want to, lock up on this, I'm sure Mel would disagree, but I gave Mel a 1 week timeout. It's probably over now. Just because after the Charlie Kirk stuff, Mel was kind of going off the rails, and I was like, just take a little 1 week timeout from my Discord. You're not coming in my house for about a week. Let's let the temperature drop a little bit before you can come back. But we'll go in the Discord. We didn't hit the goal to go into the Discord, but that's okay. That's all right. We'll go Discord it up. Discord it up. Looks like only Chuck's in there. I don't even know if he's alive. Chuck, you dead, man?
I'm not dead.
Oh. What are you doing? You've been sitting in here since I woke up.
I'm just hanging out, waiting for anyone else that's getting on.
All right, all right. Goon, was Hitler left wing or right wing? You're muted. I don't know if we're going to get a lot of disagreement unless we can get some.
Oh, what'd you ask me?
I asked you, was Hitler left wing or right wing?
I don't think he thought that way.
He was very right wing.
I think he was a anarchist and he did whatever the fuck justified whatever was going on in his head.
He was an anarchist? How was he an anarchist?
Kind of, and though I think religiously on like when you're asking about his religion and then his religion dictating how you would feel about this, I think religious wise, he had like a complete anarchical view of religion. He definitely, from what I've looked into while you've been talking about this, I've been reading a book by the name of Hitler's Religion: The Twisted Beliefs That Hitler drove the Third Reich. I've been reading the section, Is Hitler a Christian? It's after Is Hitler an Atheist? And basically he definitely appealed to the Christian churches when he first became Fuhrer. It seems that around 1938ish he had like a switch to where he felt like he didn't need an association with the church. And actually in all the photos that had crosses with him in it, he had all the crosses removed in 1938 because he didn't want to be associated with the cross anymore.
Right. So I would think he was appealing to the religions to gain popularity.
But he was religious. They've pulled up his personal journals. His personal journals, he basically was like, the Christians, they don't understand that these books are outdated and they don't know what they're talking about. But there is a God, and these atheists are so stupid for not realizing that this nature of the world comes from something. And he believed in an omnipresent God, too. He believed God saw everything and knew everything.
Yeah, I might call that Satan.
I don't. I'm just telling you that's from what I've seen from his own writings, and then he definitely tried to pander towards Christianity, but it seems behind the scenes he just had his own personal beliefs that were extremely chaotic.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think he had a slight level of practicality, justification.
Yeah, well, we're not gonna get into was he right or wrong.
No, we're not. No, we're not
what he
gonna. No, we're not
did.
gonna. We're not gonna do that right now. But
yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, did he lean left or right? But
I think he was right.
You think he leaned right? Why?
Yeah, more conservative. We can't get into it unless we get into it, and we can't get into it. So that's what I think. I think he thought what German used to be. He saw a problem and wanted to bring it.
But when you say that, we can't get into it. So you're saying that it's a right-wing conservative value to eliminate people who you don't agree with, or certain races, or
if that, yeah, something like that.
Why is that right-wing?
I don't think because I think he was a conservative and he was looking for a way to bring back.
He wasn't a conservative.
I don't think he was a conservative. I think he played to conservatism. I think he was like, his whole goal was to shake up the entire country.
Okay, so he was super authoritarian, which is not conservative. Conservative's pretty moderate on the authoritarian scale.
Was he? His whole life?
His whole life?
Yeah.
I mean...
Or is that where he had arrived at in the 40s?
Because he had power?
Yeah.
But yeah, if you want to look into this, JS, this might be interesting to you. Look into Christian positivity, which was a term that the Nazis came up with for their viewpoints on how the ethics should be handled for Christians.
Yeah, it
They
was
basically had
mentioned in
a
the
different
video
ethics system.
before. I think before you were watching, we watched a video and they talked about Christian positivity, and I gotta look into that. But
Yeah, 'cause, yeah, if you look into it, he definitely placated towards the Christian church. I mean, Catholic Church. But it seems like, yeah, in his personal writings, he wasn't very Catholic. Actually, I think he thought highly of their values compared to other religious values, but also thought they were just lost.
yeah, and shit, what was I gonna say? Oh, as also, if you look at his writings, he seemed to support the idea of authoritarianism and dictatorships even before he had power. And once he had the power, then he utilized it.
Well, it does seem so. There was also things that I saw sourced in this book that the sentiment of the people at the time is that a lot of them believed that Hitler was Christian. There was rumors that he carried religious books in his pockets, and that he would every night he would read certain religious chapters. All of this wound up being false, but this is like what the people rumored about him.
Consolidating power. After his failed 1923 beer hall putsch, Hitler changed his strategy to work within the democratic system to dismantle it from within. Why would he want to dismantle the democratic system from within? By appealing to Germans frustrated by economic crisis and political instability, he promised to restore order and prosperity. And this was in 1923 when he had that. I don't know if it was a vote for me kind of thing, but when he was
this is when he's trying. This is when he's trying to win the hearts of the people.
Yeah, after World War I.
But what did he do once he had the power?
Well, for a while he still placated. Like I said, in 1938 seems to be the switch when he decides that he doesn't need the church anymore.
Well, what do you mean, like, do? Because, like, having a goal, I mean, like, collateral damage, maybe? Like,
I mean,
I'm pretty sure he worked at outlawing, like, other religions and was, like, extremely friendly towards the Catholic religion over the other ones the longest. But I'm pretty sure he changed on them. From what I've seen, he excommunicated and kicked a bunch of bishops out of the country.
He executed a bunch of priests.
Yeah, he kicked a bunch of them out of the country to France and then executed a bunch of them. So there was definitely a turnaround, a disagreement in values. But apparently the church was like also railing against him publicly at that point.
And his policies were pretty socialist. Like, he controlled the means of distribution and production and manufacturing and private property.
Like I'm saying, I don't think he ever planned to return power to the church. He just kind of promised them he would, and then concerted all the power to himself.
Yeah. I don't know. None of that seems conservative to me, Chuck. This is the craziest take ever. I never heard somebody say he was conservative.
well, you said left or right, and it started with right, and not religion, Goon, not religion. You said if he was left or right.
Well,
JS, when he was streaming, when JS specified that if you could prove that he's Christian or Catholic in some way, that he would have to admit that he's right wing.
That would lean him. That would be a big right leaning to me.
Started on the right, and then I think he ended up doing things he didn't necessarily want to do when he started out, but by that point,
so did he go crazy?
I think everybody thinks of like 1940s Hitler as like that.
Well, he had syphilis, so he definitely went crazy.
As if that is the only like that's the all-encompassing. No, like
he was a vegan. He was
vegan, syphilis, and meth. That's a killer combo.
He was a vegetarian painter with one testicle. Like, that sounds pretty left wing to me.
Dude, imagine the brain fog going on in that man's head.
How do we know?
Vegan, one nut,
He
Fucking
lost
got syphilis.
he lost a testicle
On
in
meth.
the first war that he fought in. He got a medal for it.
Google. Adolf Hitler was not a vegan.
Vegetarian.
And historical accounts are mixed
But
regarding.
yeah, I think I told you this last time, and everything I'm seeing kind of.
And his historical accounts are mixed regarding his reported vegetarianism.
Oh shit.
Okay.
I'm just saying, people can Google left and right, but we all know Google's not like the end all be all. Like, oh, Google said it, so it must be true. I don't know.
And this whole time I've been sourcing a book.
Propaganda is coincidence.
Yeah, but I didn't just Google it when I did my.
Well, I did just now, and it's saying that historical accounts are mixed regarding his reported vegetarianism. So it's like.
Okay.
But that doesn't make it fact. That proves what I'm saying, but it doesn't make it fact. It could be wrong, just like 6 million could be wrong.
Google,
Like
yes, there is a
like the
strong evidence
speeches-
from a medical document suggesting Adolf Hitler had a right-sided, undescended
accounts from those-
testicle, meaning that only one had fully descended testicle, and it was likely a condition, not an injury from World War I. Okay, so that's what I thought it was from when he was in World War I, he lost a nut. But the medical documents seem to say that he had an undescended testicle.
I don't know what that means. Like
I don't know. I'm
yeah,
just saying
I
he had
know what it
one
means,
nut.
but like, how
That's
does
the
that
core,
change?
dude. That's
How
the
does that-
core.
yeah,
That's where the anger came
that's,
from.
That's where everything was driven from. He was just mad about his one undescended testicle. But I don't know if you read stuff that he talked
That's
about.
what I say. If I was a vegetarian with one testicle, I'd probably be a crazy. I'd probably be a crazy genocidal maniac too.
Most of his anger and started with the Treaty of Versailles because Germany got the short end of the stick out of World War One, and he did not think that.
Wasn't somebody
that was right.
assassinated at that, or where was the thing where somebody got killed? Somebody walked in and
You gotta be a little more specific.
it was one of those. It was relating to Hitler. Oh shit! I watched the documentary so long ago. There was a treaty being signed, and somebody walked in and like shot somebody. I can't remember. Half dropped nut. I think we mentioned it earlier. It was at.
No, there's other stuff that his earlier speeches, they're more based than how the angry German language sounds. He sounds conservative in those speeches, like the stuff he's saying and the
That's what I
motive
tried
behind it.
saying last time. Is like my
Great
understanding.
Germany, how it used to be, and then the problem, like when he was after identifying, well, this is what's wrong with everything, and then on to part 2 of my speech as to who's at fault for all of this. That's where things start to get the anti-Semitic, and is it? I don't know. Is it anti-Semitic, or is it just pointing out a fact of something? Is it anti this, or is it just, I don't know, part of its perspective, I think.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he was
I
a
mean,
bad man or that all the other things, but I think that
his
there's
rhetoric
more-
was
more
like,
to it than what the history books have been allowed to show.
his rhetoric was conservative, but like the actual actions that he took a lot of the times were not conservative. But, like when he talked to the German people, he talked about like
I don't
Germany
even know why we're
pre-World War
saying.
One.
I don't even know why we're saying conservative. I don't think he was anywhere. Conservatives are very. They're slightly
Well,
authoritarian.
this is why, because I'm
compared
about to
a
make the
libertarian.
actual like I'm about to make the arguments of
Back
conservative.
to its prior glory.
Yeah, it's basically that's literally he made like a make Germany great again argument basically.
And it
like
mostly
that was
started. It mostly started with the Treaty of Versailles. because he fought in World War I and he was on the front line and did some prison time.
That's why, like, when he talked to the people, he talked a lot about traditional German values, about how foreign influences have destroyed the country. Like, but like a lot of the actions that he did, it took like economically or like policy wise, wasn't conservative.
Yeah.
Kind of like another leader I know.
Oh my God.
Yeah, okay, but that's just a perfect example of it. What's the rhetoric and what's the reality? But in 60 years, what are the history books going to say?
About Trump?
Sure.
Mm,
I mean, at this rate, I don't think anyone's there'd have to be a major transfer of power in order to go back and rewrite the history or something. But hypothetically, how would the books be written in the future? Probably not painting him out as a very nice person. Totalitarian. He thought he was a king.
yeah.
Nobody would mention any of the good that he did.
But
Like,
I don't-
remember that executive order that got all the illegals out? But when you're talking about Hitler, all he did was XYZ. Well, how about the famine he ended, or the this that he fixed, or that? I mean,
Well,
Also, I don't count it as getting the illegals out if you take out a bunch of brown
I'm
people
just
seeking
saying,
asylum
I'm
and then
just
shipping a bunch
saying.
of white people seeking asylum.
I'm just saying, there's people on both sides that can.
But that's also
give
not a
testimony.
genocide.
But in the history books, you're only gonna hear one side of it.
And I don't like this argument in modern day with the internet that the victor writes the history. You can access.
No, I don't think you can not with.
No, I don't even think that that's what Chuck is saying. I think Chuck's saying the social pressure still at this level, if things revert back, then it's going to be like
No,
that's how it's going to be.
I think
the
he's
Dems take over in 50 years. The Dems and
Yeah, I think he's making the victors write the history argument.
They're gonna rewrite the books and basically paint Trump as the evil whatever.
Yeah, but we're
and
gonna
then they
be able
had
to
do with
find
it-
the old books. We're
they
gonna be
had
able to find
no,
the
you won't.
records.
They'll burn them. They'll burn them. Like, what were the books that Hitler burned when they did the burning? What books were being burned?
I heard he burnt some communist books, some socialist books, some trans books, some gay books,
some homosexual stuff.
Yeah.
So if we consider that, if we
But
had
you know
burnings-
that even though the history's been written, you still know that. So see, we're
It
still
makes
going to
m-
be able to find the truth. You're just going to have to dig a little deeper.
maybe. Just the same, even though we know that there's opposing stuff to what the history says, the same could apply in 60 years when they're writing about Trump. That the most of the stuff is gonna breeze over the good things he did and just put extra emphasis on,
The bad stuff. Yeah.
yeah.
Assuming
then in
they're the
60
victors.
Right, and then 60 years later, society at that time, the median age won't know any better. That's how they were raised in learning the books and everything, and that's where we're at right now, where Hitler, bad man. Well, I mean, that's just how the society has. That's how we all grew up in school learning history and everything. That's just what was written, and that's just what we believe. So now, when you hear somebody say something, well. What are you saying? No, I didn't say it didn't happen. I'm just like the accuracy is maybe a little bit off. It rained yesterday, but it didn't rain like a fucking monsoon. And I'm not saying it didn't rain. We all know it rained. It wasn't 2 feet of rain. It was like half an inch.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. So basically it comes down to we're not really gonna, unless we were there, we can't really know this because there's gonna be two sides of every story. And if we weren't there, but we can look at historically what he did. And I say so the policies that he had and what he did leans left, not right. You're saying conservative because he wanted to conserve Germany, but that's not
He
what.
also was against the gay stuff, the trans stuff, which allegedly at the time was being pushed mostly by the Jays and the gays and
Yeah, because if that's your only qualification, Jess, I can give you speeches where Hitler calls himself a Christian if you want. But I
mean,
don't think he
we can
actually
find plenty
was.
of
But like, if
we,
you just
we
want him saying that he's a Christian, he apparently said that a
Well,
lot in like his 1920s speeches.
yeah, at
No,
what
because that's
point
when we
and how
get to
much of it
the
was just
nominalism
just to get the
thing.
vote.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if I can prove to you in his heart of heart that he was a Christian, but if you want like like examples of times he claimed he was.
Yeah, and when I say if you could show me where he's acting like a Christian, that would be convincing evidence. But just him saying he's a Christian, a lot of Democrats say they're Christians while they're fighting for abortion rights. Like, so that just because you say something doesn't really mean anything to me. But I don't see his actions being Christ-like. I don't see his policies and his habits and what he's doing, But you're right. I
Well, he
can't.
does. It seemed, like I said, his private writings does seem to be that he has no regards for like the rules and tenements of Christ.
Right.
He basically views them as like outdated mumbo jumbo. But
Yeah, and
he does seem to believe, and it does seem like his viewpoint of God aligns more with the Christian viewpoint than anything else. But I don't think like he seems to have extreme core From what I'm reading,
I wouldn't
honestly,
be
it seems
surprised if he's a
my
theist.
interpretation is that he thought he might have been the Messiah. Like I think he might have thought that he was the Messiah.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. That delusions.
That would
of
make sense why in
grandeur.
1938 he's removing the crosses and not wanting to be related with the sacrifice of Christ, but he's still leaving up photos of him being in churches. And there was talks at the times of people quoted in articles saying that they believed him to be the Messiah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I would believe that he's like some sort of theist. Maybe he's like a Maryland type. He thinks he's God. They have a lot in common. But sorry, I'm doing something on the side here. I don't know. I'd have to make a folder and gather all of his policies and his beliefs to really do this. I'm just, kind of feeling it out right now and seeing where people stand. But thought he was Roman
Like I
Catholic.
said, I'm even willing to grant, I don't think he was a real Christian, but yes, it does seem for like at least over a decade he pretended to placate towards the German public.
Yeah, he's trying to win votes, or not votes, but you know what I mean. He's trying to win the heart of the people to gain power. Thought he was Roman Catholic. He was baptized Roman Catholic as a baby. And his mom was. But that doesn't mean anything, because as we see, a lot of people rebel against their parents. Whatever their parents believe in, they go the opposite way. That's why the argument that the Charlie Kirk shooter grew up in a Mormon, gun-loving Republican house, that means he's, Destiny grew up in a right-wing house, and he turned out to be Destiny. Destiny's son grew up in a left-wing house, and he turned out to be a Christian groyper. Like, so just because your parents were something, I think typically, if your parents are one thing, a lot of times in modern times, kids go the total opposite. They rebel against their parents. So we can't look at his childhood and his mom being Catholic and him getting baptized Catholic, even though the Catholic belief is if you're baptized a Catholic, you're always a Catholic. You're just a bad Catholic. So so they would have to argue that Hitler was just a bad Catholic, which I don't agree with that. Huh. I don't know. I think you're wrong, Chuck. I think his policies, the authoritarian thing is neither right or left. The racism thing is neither right or left. I don't think he acted as a Christian or did things like a Christian would do, and I think his socioeconomic policies were pretty left wing. I think he.
Do you think him putting out rhetoric of conserving the German sentiment throughout the country pre-World War I could hint towards the idea that he might have?
He wasn't very in the scene of things pre World War One.
No, I'm not saying he was saying that, but I'm saying that when he talked in his speeches, that's like the time he would hark back to. Is a time before foreign influence.
Was Germany a right-leaning or a left-leaning country at that time, though? Because if you're trying to conserve the values of a left-leaning country, wouldn't you still be a leftist?
Pre-World War I, I'd have to look that up.
Yeah, that would be something we'd need to know. Because, like, if I'm living in communist Russia and I'm like, I want to conserve the values of communist Russia. Yeah, you're conserving, you're a conservative, but you're conserving the left, the ideology of the left. So, you know, what does that mean? I gotta pee again. I broke the seal. Now I gotta pee every 10 minutes. I'll be right back. Talk about something.
Well, I'm now looking up. I'm looking up if Germany was right wing pre-World War I.
There's nothing. Basically they're maintained colonial empire, but despite the commitment of resources, remained a fiscal loss. Their rise in nationalism, aggressive nationalistic expansionist groups like the Pan-German League and Navy League gained influence, pushing for greater German power. I don't know, it just seems like Germany, I don't know, 1900, it expand, take over. I don't know, some of his earlier speeches was, it just, like it was reminiscing, like, how have we gotten to this point? And it's, you know, fallen from our greatness. Even if it wasn't that great, that's just how his speeches were geared. And then the second half was, okay, this is the problem and this is where it came from.
Well, that's why over all of this, I would argue that Hitler was a populist. All he cared about was like cultivating as many followers as possible throughout any means possible.
But was the major populace in Germany at that time Jewish? Because that wouldn't be populist.
No, most of them were definitely not Jewish. It was definitely a minority.
So most of them were mad about the Jewish thing. And they were probably mad about the gypsies, and they were probably mad about the other races and the LGBT stuff. So yeah, I think there's an argument to be made for that, but is populism left or right? Or neither? Or both?
It was a constitutional monarch ruled by Kesher, apparently, who was an emperor.
And also, Mein Kampf was written while he was in prison.
Yeah, I haven't read it yet. I can't even find a copy.
Escher was apparently a conservative authoritarian with nationalist ideologies rooted in Presianism? I don't even know what the fuck that means. Which was an anti-liberal, anti-socialist, and anti-Catholic, though.
Yeah.
And he went against them?
He was in prison for treason following a failed coup in
Well, this is the guy before Hitler, pre-World War I. This is Kesher, the Emperor of Germany.
Okay, did Hitler share the values of that guy, or did he go against that guy's values? because that guy was.
Well, it seems like he was harkening back to the values that they held. Which is probably the nationalistic ideologies that they're bringing up when I'm reading through this.
You said anti-socialist and anti-capitalist. Then where are you?
And anti-liberal. You just fucking hate everyone.
Yeah, that's what the one guy was saying too. He's like, yeah, Hitler just hated everybody. So, and this is why this is like an interesting topic to me, because I really don't know. I definitely think he was very far north. He was definitely dictator, totalitarian, authoritarian. But did he lean left or right? I don't know. I think he falls in the center of the economic.
That's why I told you. I was like, I don't think I might. There could be an argument that he was like straight up some form of anarchist. Just like,
because anarchist is the total opposite of authoritarian. So
well, yeah. I mean, in the way that like an anarchist and like values of other places, I think he was like an authoritarian when it came to Germany, but when it came to like how to accomplish any goals, it was like complete anarchy.
Yeah, I don't know if I can. I mean, you're saying like anarchy as in he hated everything. He was against everything.
Well, he was not that he. I don't even know if he did hate. He was willing to go against anything to get what he wanted.
What I just looked up said he eventually began systemic Nazi protection of Catholic and Christian institutions. Protection of Catholic and Christian institutions.
Yeah, because I told you when he first got in, he started legalizing the other religions, and then he protected Catholicism. But then he switched up on them in 1938.
And that is an AI overview, so we got to take that with a grain of salt. So I don't know. That's not.
I can link you the book I'm reading from too, because it's all about his religious beliefs.
Like you have like a PDF of it, or like the full book, or just?
It might just be like a summary of the chapters, because it does to the side say you can buy the ebook for $15, but it's giving me a lot. So here, I'll link it in the back chat.
Okay.
And it goes over just like more than Christian too. It's like, was he an atheist? It was all of his. Where did his? And it seems like all of them support each other. That he really didn't have like a fundamental belief system in his own writings. It was more that he just had his own beliefs.
It's kind of crazy to me that YouTube would put this on YouTube featured. They said my stream was on YouTube featured, and I have Hitler in the title and Hitler on the thumbnail, and we're talking about Nazis and Hitler. It's just like surprised that I think people get a little too sensitive. You can talk about damn Hitler and the Nazis and the Jews. You just can't. There's certain things you know, if you start saying some things, I have to push back on that, and we can't be, saying certain things. But this is on YouTube featured. And we're talking
my only problem with that Metatron guy's video was the part where he was like, how could a Christian ever hate a Jew? Jesus was the king of the Jews.
Well, son, how much time do you got?
Well,
I was like, dude, that is like the worst argument ever.
I don't think it's. He didn't go into it, but I kind of went into it. Like, I think a lot of these Christians are being hateful. I sound gay when I say that. Can a Zionist be a Christian? And this is, and this is the thing. Unless you're a dispensationalist and you believe that there's some difference between the Old Testament and the New Testament, which I'm not, they're all part of the same story. We see the cyclical rise and fall of Israel. God gave the Jews, his chosen people, a plot of land and said, this is Zion, this is your land. And you don't just have to pick that one verse out of Genesis. You can go through the whole Bible,
They believe that they are God's people, the chosen, and then
They
everybody else
are.
the Gentiles are all discarded.
No, the Gentiles are adopted into the family of
Well,
Abraham.
We don't get the same.
So I would say real Jews are real Christians, and real Christians are real Jews. Because
what?
When there is no more Jew or Gentile, once Christ comes, the Gentile is adopted into the family of Abraham, which is the Jews, which is Israel.
I shared a clip the other day that it looks like it may be from like the 90s or something, but it's coming from like a Jew person speaking, basically saying they are the chosen people and the rest of y'all are fodder, and that's why y'all just mad and jealous that
Yeah, I think that's because they don't.
Entitlement, and you
But
guys
they don't
broke
believe in the New Testament. They don't believe that Jesus was the Messiah. I do. So I would say, and this, the Bible talks about this, where they're going to be given over to these lies, and they're not going to believe when the Messiah comes. But if I'm a Christian, I'm adopted into the family of Israel. Jacob is Israel. Israel meaning Jacob. Abraham.
How do you make sense of the messianic prophecies then?
Messianic. You mean like in the Old Testament where they prophesied about the Messiah coming?
Yeah, he rode into town on a donkey, right? That's promised. He's gonna ride into, what was it, Jerusalem on a donkey.
There's like 400 different prophecies of Jesus.
But well, there was like the messianic prophecies, like are like a promise of like a core things. It's like he's gonna help rebuild the third temple, I think, because the third temple was supposed to get destroyed, and then he was supposed to help rebuild it. And then
that was
there's supposed to be
the
peace
sacking
throughout
of
the
Jerusalem
world.
in 70 AD.
There's supposed to be peace throughout the world, and then there's supposed to be in a worldwide acknowledgement of the real God.
Yeah, these are like signs of the end times.
Well, this is signs of in the Old Testament that the Messiah has come.
Yeah, there's some like very specific ones in Isaiah about the Messiah will be nailed to a tree.
Well, that's the third temple one's the strongest one I've heard, because apparently the third temple hadn't even been destroyed when Jesus was alive.
Well,
there's no way he could even rebuild it.
So the second temple. So there's the first temple, which is in the Old Testament, what would be the Torah and like in Kings and all that stuff. And then the second temple, where like when I'm doing my Bible readings, like where I just got through with Chronicles and stuff like that, when the Israel gets taken to Babylon and then they come back, they rebuild the second temple. And that's under Cyrus in Persia. And then the second temple falls in the sacking of Jerusalem in 70 AD, and then the rebuilding of the third temple is what is a sign of the end times, which is
that's the Orthodoxes that are against Israel's argument, right? It's that the Messiah is supposed to come and rebuild the third temple and then usher on Israel as the land for the Jews, which hasn't happened. They've just kind of created the land themselves.
No, they worry that the Zionists are going to rebuild the third temple to install the Antichrist to bring about the end of the world.
Well, yeah, because the Messiah is supposed to rebuild the third temple.
I'm not sure about that.
I mean, you can fact check it. I'm not the most educated on, but multiple sources, I think, said that.
The Messiah will rebuild the third temple. You might be right. The way I understand it is,
this isn't even a big argument against you, because I get you're willing to bend things to make it fit your perspective. This is more an argument I would use against Elderline, because he's always appealing to like Orthodox Christian perspective, and I feel like
that
then an
sounds
Orthodox Jewish
that sounds
perspective.
bad. I'm willing to bend things to make it to my perspective.
Gender fluid.
No.
I mean, wait, kind of like the stuff on free will that you're willing to ignore kind of is that.
Well, I try to make it make sense.
I agree, yeah, and I agree with you that there's qualms on the other side that you've properly articulated. I'm just saying that when you still believe that and there's still a contradiction, there is a bit of bending of like you're willing to go, I believe that it's true without being able to fully explain it yet.
When both sides have a contradiction and you got to pick a side, I'm going to pick the one that makes the most sense.
Lesser of two evils.
Yeah. I've said before, I'm a proud Zionist. but
yeah, no, I'm not saying that you like pick and choose. It's more that like things that don't make sense to you, though, you're willing to bend it in a way that makes sense until you're able to explain it better.
Yeah, and I'm joking when I say I'm a proud. What I mean is, I do believe in the Old Testament that God gave Israel as God's chosen people. He gave this land to them. They're going to have kings that are bad and rulers and leaders that are bad, and they're going to have ones that are good. They're going to get killed at many points, and then they're going to kill at many points. And history is cyclical. In biblical history is definitely cyclical. It happens where you have a great ruler and they grow and they excel and blah, blah, blah. And then you have a bad ruler where bad things happen. And that's just what we see right now.
Jesus, this is out of nowhere. I'm sorry. Finish that. I'll ask you after.
That's kind of what we see right now. Maybe Bibi is a bad ruler of Israel, but there's lots of bad rulers throughout Israel's history that did a lot of evil things. And so that's to be expected. And maybe in 20 years, they have a great ruler of Israel. That doesn't mean we say this is modern Zionism and this is bad and blah, 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 because Israel's doing bad stuff. It's like, yeah, Israel's going to do bad stuff, and then they're going to do good stuff, and then they're going to do bad stuff, and then they're going to do good stuff. But I, as a Christian, am adopted into the family of Israel. Israel is Jacob, Isaac, Jacob, and Abraham. And that's... So
your text that you believe definitely does declare that.
Yeah. And so a lot of Christians but a lot of Christians don't care about that text. They don't care about scriptures. So they'll totally ignore the scriptures and make up doctrines and dogmas and they'll introduce philosophy and they'll totally twist it and change it. And then that becomes the dogma. But that's not scriptural. And then they'll say, well, you're just sola scriptura. But they don't even know what sola scriptura means or where it comes from. It's so, I don't know. It's a mess. This is all a mess.
Yeah, no, pretty soon I'll have stronger arguments too, because just recently I've been looking into this whole, like, what are the Jews' arguments against Christianity thing.
They don't think Jesus was the Messiah. They were expecting a powerful king. And
well, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out the exact like qualifications for why they would.
I don't know. I don't know how they can deny. I think it's 444 prophecies in the Old Testament that all get fulfilled. Now, there's arguments to be made that this was post hoc, that like the people who wrote the New Testament knew those prophecies, and then they wrote the New Testament to fulfill those prophecies. This is something Shiva has argued before. Okay, I get it. That's a good argument. But if we assume that the scripture is God breathed and these men are inspired by God to write this and they saw what they saw, I don't know how you can deny that Jesus is the Messiah.
Well, that's something I'd have to look into more. I don't know if they deny all of the prophecies in the New Testament or just the ones relating to Jesus.
Yeah, I think they were expecting a great ruler and a king like a Solomon to come along and take over everything by force. But instead, what
Like,
they
I wouldn't be
saw,
surprised if a lot of Jews think a lot of the prophets in the New Testaments were prophets.
what we see with Jesus is and people might get mad when I say this, we saw a dumb, ugly, poor, timid guy come along and become king. And they don't like that. The Jews don't think that fits. That's not what they were expecting. But I think that's
Well, in the old
perfectly what we
messianic
should be
prophecies,
expecting.
from what I see, though, it doesn't talk of two comings. I think that's like the biggest arguments, like, because the Christians explain like why the other things haven't been fulfilled is he's going to come back as a lion to fulfill those things later on. He came as a lamb first, but then will come back as a lion. But they're arguing he's supposed to. I think the exact text in the Jewish version is like the lamb will sleep with the lion at the same time.
Yeah.
He will come as both.
Yeah. And I think that matches Jesus perfectly. He was the lamb. And when I say dumb, ugly, I'm not insulting Jesus. I'm saying there's scripture where it says he wasn't attractive, he wasn't appealing to look at. I've made the argument before that Jesus was probably illiterate. He didn't know how to read because of where he grew up, when he grew up, who his family was, his socioeconomic status. He was probably never taught to read. So this guy who doesn't know how to read walks in the synagogues and tells the rabbis, "You're wrong. You're teaching the wrong thing." And they're like, "You don't even know how to read the scriptures." Then they kick him out. There's one verse in Luke which says that he opens up the scriptures and he starts reading from it. But if you read that same story in every other gospel, it doesn't say he read anything. So I would argue what he did is he opened it up to look like he was reading, but he didn't need to read it because he already knew it. It was in his heart. He didn't have to read it off the paper. I don't think Jesus knew how to read. But he was poor, you know. They'll say he was a carpenter. I think he was probably more likely he was probably a stone worker, a tectone. That's what it says. And
no, I agree, dude. I need to read the Bible. Actually, I've gotten so interested.
You
in
should
it
read the Bible.
I found out recently that there's like wizards and witches in it. Why didn't you ever tell me about this?
Yeah, well, they're usually like
Wizards and fucking witches. The Witch of Endor, King Samuel.
Endor,
What is it? King Saul.
Saul wants to
Summoning the
talk
Witch
to
of
Samuel.
Endor to get
Yeah.
Samuel resurrected from the dead. What the fuck?
Yeah, we did a breakdown, and I went through my ideas on that and other.
Timon Magnus, the sorcerer.
You know they're not a good thing in the Bible, though, right?
Yeah, they're supposed to be like other power outside of the aspect of God, but it does kind of imply there is a power outside of the aspect of God.
It does, and this is why I always say tarot cards, fortune telling, astrology, stargazing. This stuff is very real. I don't say that it's fake. It's real. It's just dark arts. You shouldn't be playing with that. You know.
Yeah, but what is it?
Necromancy.
Because especially with your viewpoint that like everything is underneath the will of God, it almost implies it's outside of the will of God.
Or it's God's will that there's gonna be bad stuff. It's I see. I know it's tough on me
the black
too.
magic would kind of be created by God, so it kind of would be like a godly creation, I guess, but a godly evil creation.
I think everything was created by God, so even the bad stuff. And that's
I know, but then that means like when the the staff that Moses throws down, when it turns to a serpent and eats the other two serpents, it really isn't representing anything because those two other serpents are also of God.
The only way I can make sense of it, the only way where it works in my mind is God is an author and he wrote a story. And so if I'm an author and I write a story, there's going to be a protagonist and an antagonist. And everything the protagonist does is bad. But I wrote him to do that. That's the way I look at it. So, yeah, it is God's will that people do bad stuff. But
That's what I'm saying, that force that they're drawing out of. Like, what do you think that force is? It's just another batch of, like, God's energy, but it's just the wrong batch.
I mean, well, yeah, I guess I'd have to bite the bullet and say yeah. But it's like, I don't know. The same way I wrestle with good and evil. Ah, man, I don't know.
No, I get it, bro. When I saw the story, I was like, I gotta ask JS about this. I want to know what his interpretation of this would be.
It's tough and it's hard to be consistent with it, but I see disingenuousness or disingenuity. I don't know how you say it, but from other Christians where they just say, well, it's free will and it's they're doing evil outside of God. And then I say, but does God control everything? Did God create everything? Yes. Okay, so that's outside of his control. And then they'll say, so like both of us are gonna have. It's like I can't understand it. At some point, I can't understand it, and I can't even put it into words. But
Yeah,
then
I know. The only way that I think that you should consider maybe making an alter to your worldview is maybe Satan has some type of free will.
Yeah, I think
I feel like if you had a secondary influence, that would like solve a lot of your issues.
And that's something that I've talked about before, because so I would say God has free will. Humans don't have free will. And then it often gets to, what about the angels? And I've said, I don't know about the angels. And so maybe it has to be that God gave the angels free will. So Satan turned against God. And then God said, okay, Satan, you have free will on earth, but I'm here to rein you in if I need to. But you have free will on earth. I'm going to give you dominion over earth. And you can influence people if you want, and if they're susceptible to your influence, he already knew that the ones that he knew were his children could not be deceived by Satan. And yeah, I think I kind of agree with that the angels have to have free will. Satan had free will, and that's why he did what he did. But the humans don't have free will. The humans either serve Satan or they serve God.
Well, then it helps you answer that question too, because then when somebody asks where does the magic thing come from, you can say it's from the influence of Satan. It's his power. That's why it's weaker than God's, but it's still a power.
That is what I say, and that's why I say in the garden, when Adam and Eve ate the apple, people say, well, the story of free will is in the Garden of Eden when they ate the apple. That was their free will. I say no.
No, but I think where a lot of people get hooked up is when you say then that Satan doesn't have free will, and then they're like, well, then it's just the will of God.
Yeah. So I have to. Yeah, because what I would say is in the garden, Eve did not have free will. She served God. She served Adam, who served God, until she served
Well, I would
Satan.
agree, and they had no knowledge either. They didn't have knowledge till they consumed the fruit. They were basically like unsentient.
Yeah, and she was influenced by Satan to eat the fruit. If Satan wasn't
That's why
there, she would have never eaten the fruit.
Yeah, that's why they become aware of their nudity like instantly. It's because they become sentient. They become self-aware.
Yeah. And then this is the knowledge of good and evil that I talk about a lot, like where we say what's good and evil and we judge what's good and evil. If we were perfect, we would not be judging good and evil because we wouldn't even have the knowledge of good and evil.
But then with this belief, though, people need to chill on Eve because all she did was get direct. She basically got pointed. She was like, go there. And she just was like mindless, like a mindless zombie. So she just did it.
Yeah. Well, she got convinced. You cannot rebel without free will. Okay, well.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think with their current knowledge, I don't know how much you needed to convince her. I think it just took someone being like, no, you can eat that apple.
You cannot rebel without free will. Did God know you were going to rebel? Could you have done differently? No. Yes. No. Yes. Did God know you were going to rebel? Yes. Could you have done differently? No. Where's the free will in that? So that's what I'll run them through this line of questioning. I'll say, okay, so I pick up this beer right now. They'll say, I'd use my free will to pick up this beer. Did God know I was going to pick up this beer? Yes. Could I have proven God wrong? No. So what's free about it?
You're just making assertions.
I'm making assertions based on any generic Christian worldview. God knows if a Christian believes God knows everything, and a Christian believes you cannot prove God wrong, where's the free will? It's a simple syllogism. It's God knows everything. Premise 1, God is all-knowing. He knows what you're going to do before you do it. Premise 2, you cannot prove God wrong. Conclusion, you don't have free will. It's very simple. And if you can't follow that...
With that premise...
I understand if you're an atheist and you want to go against it, that's fine. But if you're a Christian...
I don't want to go against anything and just make it make sense.
Well, I'm making it make sense to Christians, but it doesn't because it's cognitive dissonance when you lay out a very simple syllogism and then they dodge the conclusion. When I say God knows God knows what you're going to do tomorrow. Okay, yes. They'll say yes. Can you do differently than what God knows that you're going to do tomorrow? They'll say, no, I can't do any differently. God knows what I'm going to do tomorrow, and I can't do any differently. Therefore, you don't have free will. Well. That's where they lose me. I don't know how you can't follow that line of logic. The syllogism is flawed. Show me where.
Well, I mean, I get where their idea, because like their idea, like you've said, it is stated in certain parts of the Bible, but it doesn't go with the idea of like an all-knowing, all-present God.
It doesn't. What I just said doesn't go with an all-knowing, all-present God?
No, your belief does. Theirs doesn't.
I agree.
But theirs is that. Like I would say, because their argument is like, don't a lot of the stories become useless, and I would agree with that. But also, if he created everything, he knows the outcome of everything. A lot of the argument comes down to, couldn't he have just known what you're going to do, right? That's what a lot of people have tried to argue to you, right? Couldn't he have just known what they're going to do?
Yeah.
And your argument is that he created everything and he knows what your end path is. But do you think that he knows like every bit of information at all points?
Because when he created the beginning, he created the end. Because he's outside of time.
Which I don't know if the Bible supports that as much, but the definition that everyone gives with all knowing definitely supports that.
Yeah. If he's outside of time and he created everything, that means he created the beginning, the end, and every step along the way. And
yeah, because the biggest argument that you get is, well, couldn't he just not know what they're what the result is, but then he's not all-knowing because he needs to know what they're going to do with their free will, or he's not all-knowing.
Yeah, he wrote a book, and we're characters in the book. I want to have this talk with you at some point for real, JS. You can come on right now, Abe. I hate how every
I won't
stream...
start trolling you or anything.
I hate how every stream I do turns into a free will stream. I swear
Well,
I
tonight's
try
been
to...
all right. You don't have a bunch of people trying to mog you over the same question.
Yeah, King did a really good analogy for it. It's if somebody said pick a number between 1 to 10, and I have to write it on a dry erase board, my number, and God is watching this, and then I put the number behind my chair. God knows what number I wrote down, but then at the last second, I erase the number and write a different number, and God picks the number too. So somebody tells me pick a number between 1 through 10, and then God is watching, and he says he wrote down 7, or his answer will be 7. And let's say I write down 6, but God is saying his answer will be 7, but I wrote down 6 and I put it behind my chair, and then they say reveal your number, and at the last second I'm like, ooh, I'm gonna play a trick, and I erase it and I put 7 and I hold it up. God already knew I was gonna do that. He knew I was gonna put 7, so like I thought.
This is why I think you should allow the outside influence of Satan into the equation to allow the other influence, because then it would explain in so many stories. And we'll keep it at this hypothetical, okay? We'll keep it at this exact one. Let's say God, even though he knows what you're going to do, he wants you to pick 10, but Satan wants you to pick 3, and you're going to pick 3, and he knows you're going to pick 3, and that pisses him off. Because that would explain, if you lay that over to other stories, that would make more sense.
But just because God wants me to pick
God
3,
definitely gets pissed off in the Bible.
God wants
Chuck.
me.
I agree with you. A real God probably wouldn't get pissed off, but in the Bible, he gets pissed off multiple times.
God wouldn't get pissed. Well, I don't think God's wrath is the same as your emotional human wrath. It's not. When you say God gets pissed off and a real God.
Well, no, I'm talking about in the Old Testaments where they describe him with like human emotions, and they're like he got angry at this.
Yeah, but that could just be the writer, anthropomorphizing God. But I don't think God has emotions like that. But he does exercise.
I've talked to you about this. That's how all religions at that time described that there wasn't a good understanding of like omnipresent, and these were still being fleshed out.
What we see as God's wrath, and what we call God's wrath, and we interpret it as, oh, God got angry. To God, I believe God is a dispassionate God, and that to him, it's just a snap of the finger, and flood comes, wipes out half of the earth. And I don't think he is crying about it, or angry. Like, it's not.
Because it was all.
Do you understand why to people, though, it would be unsatisfactory that your like answers for why he's described these ways are just they described it wrong?
Yeah, because I don't think when I say the scripture is inspired, it means men who were inspired by God, but it's still written by men. So they kind of put their own twist on it, and I don't know.
Well, I think a lot of people could agree with that. I think where you lose a lot of people is like if you take something like that where it says like, let's say like after the flood, where it's like God regretted this, and then you're like, I don't think he like really regretted it. That's just how they interpreted it.
It was all part
But
of the
then
plan.
that's like your interpretation is the opposite of what the statement is. He regretted it, and your interpretation is he didn't regret it.
Well, it's not an interpretation, because if I read it literally, then there's only one interpretation. What I'm doing is conjecture to say, well, this doesn't make sense. So how can we make this rational and make reason? How can we logic this out and make it make sense? because I'm not doing interpretation. Where it says Moses changed God's mind. And when I read that, the way I interpret it is Moses changed God's mind. That's the interpretation. But I'm not doing interpretation. I'm saying, well, how can this make sense if God already knew what was going to happen before it happened? How can we make
Because it's
sense
all
of
part
this?
of a plan.
A way we can make sense of
No,
it.
that is what interpretation is. I feel like you know that too.
I'm not. That's what interpretation is.
Because when you're saying, like, I feel like the people at the time were describing it with their limitations, that is, you're adding an interpretation.
The way I read it and the way I interpret it is my interpretation of when I read that is Moses convinced God of something, convinced God to not do what he was about to do and changed his mind. That's my interpretation of that. But that doesn't make sense. So I would use reason. So you're saying I'm still interpreting.
Yeah, I'm saying the reason is an interpretation. What you're describing is just a cold reading. You're saying the thing and then you're like, I'm interpreting it as the exact thing, but then that's not what I believe. The belief is like the interpretation of it. What I believe they're saying, that's an interpretation.
Yeah. So I think when I read that, I said there's three possible explanations here. One, Moses changed God's mind. Literal. What it says is what it is. Moses changed God's mind. That's the literal reading. That's what it says. So that's one interpretation. What's the next interpretation is Moses was trying to gas himself up. He was writing and he was like, I'm going to write it like I changed God's mind, that's another one.
Or he really believed he did because he begged God to stop and then he stopped and he was like, I must have changed his mind.
Yeah. And then the third, which is the conclusion that I came to, is this was something that God was using to show intercessory prayer, that it was an example to set for the rest of humanity, that if you pray for these things and you pray to God, and you're a righteous man, that you can't, not that you could change God's mind, but that God will work for you if you show faith in him. And so that Moses was an example of this. And then when I look into all these the way that different priests and theologians and stuff talk about it, most of them tend to agree with the result that I came to just from reading it and just from using my brain and just from thinking about it. And then I look into it and all these, people who went to college for 20 years and went to seminary and are church fathers and church leaders, they're saying the same thing that I came to just by reading it and just by thinking and using my brain and using my logic. And then I'm like, okay.
I'm not telling you that I think that you're wrong. I'm just saying it is an interpretation of it. I guess I was wrong earlier. If you read it the way it was and you were like, well, I can reason God to change his mind then. It says it here, Moses did it, I can do it. I mean, that would be the cold interpretation of it.
Right. Yeah, just reading it is, if you just read it, Moses
I do agree. That would be an
interpretation,
interpretation, but I would call it like a cold interpretation.
But
You're almost not interpreting anything. You're just
if you read that like that and you believe that, then that means now you're going to have a whole can of worms, because when you get to like Malachi and when you get to other places where it says God is unchanging and God, we were predestined to follow God before the formations of the earth and all these other things, now you have a problem. So what I've done my whole life when I've read the Bible is I've tried to logic out these contradictions, or what seems like contradictions, and I've tried to figure it out. And then when I look at church fathers, and when I look at theologians, and when I look at scholars, they say a lot of the same things that I say just off of before I even read them. And then I'll read it and they're saying the same thing that I thought of. And so
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. This shit isn't dinosaurs built the pyramids to you.
yeah,
Like, this is your actual belief.
So like the witch of Enron, or the witch of Endor, and Saul and Samuel. When I read that on stream, I was like, huh, was that really the ghost of Samuel, or was that a demon like pretending to be Samuel? Or there was like three possible routes that you could go with it. And then I said, let's look into this deeper. And my guess, I was like, this is what I think it means. My interpretation of what it means. This is what I'm guessing. This is what makes sense to me. And then I start looking into it. Turns out a lot of people are saying that wasn't actually Samuel's ghost. That was actually a demon, and that the witch of Endor had basically summoned a demon to Saul. But some people would disagree. Some people would say that some witch in the woods actually brought Samuel from the death, did some necromancy. But if you look at what he says to Saul, it doesn't make sense. It makes more sense that Saul was he was doing something wrong, and he went to a witch outside of town because he had killed all the other witches. So he had to go and secretly talk to a witch outside of town so that he could talk to Samuel's ghost. And a lot of people, before I even knew this, I was just guessing. And then I look into it. A lot of people came to the same conclusion I came to, which is this is probably like a demon, or this is probably, not really Samuel's ghost talking to Saul.
Yeah, because it's not power of God; it's the power of a witch. But
yeah,
to
definitely
respond
a familiar spirit.
Abe in comment too, he said, "Look up the original meaning of regret," and I would agree with you. The meaning is probably different, but also you have to think that afterwards he promises not to flood the earth again, which would imply that it somewhat aligns with our current understanding of regret.
Yeah, we did.
If something was described to regret something and then say, I promise not to do it again, that sounds like you're regretting it.
Yeah, we talked about this. Yeah, we did do this. We looked at the Hebrew word and we looked at the original meaning. Regret is not, oh, I did something wrong, that sucks. Regret is like when you got to spank your child because they did wrong. You would still do it, but we talked about this.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It almost, when he promises not to do it again afterwards, it almost kind of implies that he does feel as if it was too far.
Well, in the story, God's going to wipe out all of Israel. And then Moses goes up and prays, and he says, please don't wipe them out. And then it says Moses, it almost...
Well, he's talking about the flood.
Oh,
because the regret is the flood. You're talking about changing his mind.
It pained him. Yeah, and so the example is spanking your child. You have regret, and it pains you to spank your child, but it doesn't mean you don't think you should have done it. You still should have done it. It just, yeah, we talked about all this a while ago, but
like I said, I'll have to read it myself because, like I said, I'm getting interested in actually reading it, and I'll see because, like I said, I trust my own interpretation.
Look at this,
if I
chat.
feel like he's expressing regret, I will just.
We got Shiva reading the Bible. We got Goon reading the Bible. Hey, even if I'm some
I don't know
dirty
if we're
heretic,
the type of guys you want reading the Bible, but
even if I'm some dirty heretic, you can't say I'm not getting these damn heathens to read the Bible at least. We're doing God's work over here.
One thing also I want to press James on too after I've been doing research on this shit. James just is a Jew. He's not a messianic Jew. He's literally made the prophecy arguments before. If he's making the prophecy arguments, he doesn't think Jesus Christ is the Messiah.
No, I think he's what's called a Judaizer.
Yeshua.
Yeah, he's a Judaizer, which is like a Christian who thinks that we should uphold the Old Testament laws and stuff.
Yeah, but I talked to him about it, and he was arguing with me, and the same thing. He was like, "Yeah, the prophecies, they weren't fulfilled. They weren't."
Does it, as he said, I haven't heard him say that, but well, James is a charity case. We gotta love him, and we gotta.
I need to see him in a yarmulke.
No, I get it. He's trying to take a logical perspective, and that's why I'm saying that I want to look deeper into the Jewish arguments to argue against Elderline on it, because let me find out that the Orthodox Jews usurp him in their in their apostolic succession.
Elderline hate them.
Yeah. Not that he wished he hadn't. Exactly. Yeah. No, I agree with you on that, Abe. And we've talked about that before, about what it means by regret. It's not what we think of by regret that you wish you hadn't have
Yeah,
done
when
something.
I read it, I'll keep that interpretation in mind.
Yeah, it's regret, as in when a child does wrong and a father spanks their child and they say, this hurts me more than it hurts you, and they regret having to spank their child, but it doesn't mean they would have done any differently. It's a different kind of regret. Damn, I gotta pee again. Abe, you know you can jump in the Discord. What the?
It's like it's too late, and he's arguing in the comments.
Continues on for another 15 minutes.
That's all right. I feel that, Abe.
The guy's got a wicked beard. Little envious.
I agree with you, Kieran. Our modern interpretation of the word regret would definitely make it seem as if he didn't mean to do it. I'm going to have to read it myself and argue from the passage.
Doesn't the red heifer signify the Messiah's return? I don't know a lot about all that stuff. I've done some research into some like apocryphal books and apocryphal and I've read Revelation a bunch of times, and I think I think Revelation is there's a lot of misunderstandings, and like there's a bunch of red heifers in Texas, so I don't know what the symbolism means there. I think most of Revelation, I think a lot of Christians should probably just stay out of that book. Or just read it and let it go in one ear and out the other, and don't think on it, don't dwell on it, because that's what you get into doomsday cults and stuff. Nobody knows the hour. So, and also I think that you shouldn't read Revelation until you've read the rest of the Bible, because you start reading it and you start trying to make all these analogies and comparisons when a lot of it is just referencing Old Testament stuff. So if you haven't read the Old Testament and you read Revelation, it's not going to make sense to you, and you're going to start if you've read the whole Old Testament, you'll be like, oh, this is from Isaiah. Oh, this is from Malachi. Oh, this is from Exodus. Oh, this is, and you'll start to make the connections
So
that
what
should be
is
made.
so what was your guys' interpretation of the old style of regret?
That it's not I wish I would have done differently, but it's I have to do this, and it pains me that I have to do this, but I have to do it. It's the right thing to do. I'm gonna do it. I have to do it, and it pains
Right,
me
so
that
what
I have to do
about,
it.
and so I'm just looking at, once again, I'm going to go deeper into this, but apparently in Genesis 6:6, it's stated, and the Lord regretted that he had made humanity on earth, and it grieved him at his heart.
Yeah.
What action is he regret? Like, you're saying that he regretted that he had to do something, is your interpretation. What is he regretting having to do there?
No, I'm
He's
saying
not.
he did it. He did it, and it was what needed to be it. So the analogy is spanking your child. Your child
But he
does
didn't uncreate humanity.
no, but it's does a father, if a father spanks their child, they regret having to spank their child. They regret having to correct their child, and it pains them and it grieves them to have to correct their child, but they still have to correct their child.
Well,
And
that's
they
what I'm saying.
wouldn't
In
and
this
they
quote
wouldn't they
I'm
wouldn't they
using,
wouldn't go
he's not
back.
correcting.
They wouldn't
There's no
go back.
correction in this quote.
It's so we think of regret as in if I'm a father and I spank my child and I say I regret having to spank my child, that doesn't mean I would go back in time and not make
I
my
know that's why I'm
child.
using this quote. That's why I'm using this quote, because at this point he's
I
not
know.
spanking. It's just stating the Lord regretted that he had made humanity on earth, and
Yeah.
it grieved him at his heart. But he's
Yeah.
not spanking at that point. That is just, it seems like in this passage
Well,
they're
no,
just
but it's
describing regret and our modern understanding of regret.
he knew he was gonna have to correct them. So it's like
But he hadn't done so. He just regretted the fact that he had made them in the first place.
he hadn't done so. When is this?
In Genesis 6:6, and the Lord regretted that he had made humanity on earth, and
And
it grieved him at his heart.
and what so nothing had happened yet that he had to correct for? Like
That
Adam and
might be
Eve?
incorrect. I might be talking out of my ass with that, but
Yeah.
I haven't read enough about this.
Basically, Adam and Eve ate of the fruit, and God
Wait, no, I'm reading
realized
more about it, saying that this did lead to his decision to flood the earth. So he didn't do the flood yet.
Yeah,
This is
but it's
apparently stated
pre-flood.
before
But
flood.
well, let's forget about the flood. Take the flood out of it. It's Adam and Eve ate of the fruit, and so God made these children, and these children did something that he knew. When I make a child, I know eventually my child is going to disobey my commands, and I'm going to have to punish them, and I'm going to regret having to punish them, but I wouldn't not make my child. I don't regret making my child. I regret the fact that I have to punish them. That's the analogy. So God made Adam and Eve. They disobeyed him. He knew they were going to disobey him, and he has to punish them. He knew he was going to have to punish them, and he regrets making them because he has to punish them. The meaning of regret there is not I wish I would have not made them. It's man, it sucks that I got to punish my
Well,
child.
it seems like that is exact, because it says the Lord regretted that he had made man on the earth.
Yeah, and that's what we're saying is it's not regret as in
It seems like it is, though. It seems like he's implying he even regrets making Adam and Eve in the first place. He regrets ever doing humanity in the first place. That seems to be what's being communicated through this line. It's not that he's regretting that he has to punish them. He's regretting their conception.
I know, and that's why I'm saying the way you're thinking of the word regret is wrong. You're thinking of the word
But
regret.
it seems like the following words seem to imply the first. That's what I'm saying. That he had made man on earth. He's not regretting that he has to punish the man that he's made on earth. He's regretting that he made them.
Yeah, think of it more like lamented. He he looked back at it, and it pains him that he knew that this was going to be the inevitable result of this, and it causes him pain. That's what regret there doesn't mean what we think of as the word regret. It doesn't mean.
Well, but yeah, at this point it would have to be a third definition, though. It's not the punishment definition.
The punishment is an example of how this makes sense. I'm not saying. I'm saying the father regrets spanking his child. Does that mean the father wishes that his child was never born? No, it means.
But that does seem to be what God is doing here, though, because he's regretting that he made man on earth.
He's lamenting it. He's looking at it, and he's saying, "Yeah, I don't know what a better word would be here."
Because I agree with you afterwards. Your definition would make sense with his statements at post-flood, because it would be that it could be him regretting that he had to punish them the way that he did.
Why doesn't it make sense? Why doesn't it make sense post Adam and Eve eating the apple or the fruit?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It seems like that's what he's harping back to. But that is like a modern understanding of regret. It's that he regretted the entire thing.
But
it's not that he regretted he had to punish them because of the entire thing.
What verse is that?
Genesis 6:6.
And the word is regretted?
Yeah. At least I don't know. There's so many different versions of the Bible.
What's the King James say? Hold on. I'll find it. Because I think I looked this up too.
Yeah, I'm just looking at a website with quotes. Bible Gateway. It's the website.
Oh, it's a good website. It's got every translation.
It's 6:6/7, I guess.
6, 6, and 7. Let's go to, because I got a strong, and I have to go to the King James. So, I wish that it would just automatically show me the King James.
Yeah, because I'm not just trying to be contrarian to you. I'm just saying with this quote, it seems to be implying my interpretation of regret.
So in King James, it says repented, and it repented the Lord that he had made man on earth, and it grieved him at his heart. And so we'll take that word. The only reason I'm not a King James only guy. People might think that, but it's just my favorite because I like the Old English style. But the reason I'm asking for the King James word is so that I can. Hey, Kieran! Thank you, Kieran.
I would also say repented is probably synonymous.
Could I find a more gay shirt? This is a gay shirt. What are you talking about? What is gay about this shirt? This shirt is awesome. It's got flowers and islands and a little tiki house. This shirt's super not gay. This is a white power shirt. I usually am King James version. Actually, I like the ESV. King James is my favorite because I like the Old English, and it helps me kind of put myself in. It helps me like put myself more in those times and read slower and really try to understand it. But I'm not a King James. The King James only.
You said repented.
I think King James actually has probably more mistakes and more extra biblical and more. There's a lot of problems with the King James. I'll say that.
So you said that they use repented. Do you think there's a large difference between repented and regretted?
No, the reason I'm asking for the King James is so that I can go to the Strongs and find the Hebrew, and I have to use the King James.
Well,
to
you know,
do
I was just
that.
asking because you pointed it out. I was just wondering if that meant to you that there was like, because to me those two words are kind of synonymous. They might have different qualifications.
Well, I use the word lamented just off the top of my
Oh,
head.
lamented.
No, the King James uses the word repented, and I use the word
Okay.
lamented. It's kind of the same thing. It's saying that regret doesn't mean, oh, I did the wrong thing, I wish I could have done differently. What it means is I knew, from God's perspective, I knew that I was going to have to do this, and I don't like, or man.
Yeah, because I feel like repented is worse than regretted, honestly, because it almost implies that he like not only did he regret, he almost felt like he needed some types of repentance towards people for what he had done.
I want to find the Hebrew word. I know I could do it faster on Google, but sometimes I don't trust Google. GQRST.
Because like if I said I repented doing something, that'd be like, not only do I regret doing it, I feel really bad about doing it. I don't want to make it up to you.
Repented, Genesis 6:6, 5162. Can you hear me? Yeah.
What's up, Mosman? You like eating something?
So the Hebrew word here is trophos.
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yeah.
Okay, I hear you. Yeah. So I want to let you guys know. So there's two root words in the Hebrew for the word regret. The one you've already hit on is to repent. But the other one is what we would have where the modern world, the modern word or the concept of remorse comes from. And so the question of remorse is great deep sadness. So what I'm saying when I see that verse, and from what I've studied on it, is that he, even though he loves the creation of man, there is a great remorse he has for the fact that the creation that he loves so much and the gifts that he's given that creation, that it has devolved into what it's become. He has sadness for it because the very thing that he did to show love to man, which was to give man freedom and freedom of choice in a lot of ways, he has found an inability to make the right choice. And to make
Do you understand what I'm saying, though? That to me, that just sounds like the modern understanding of it. That just sounds like the modern understanding, though, to me.
Well, I'm not saying that it's not far. I'm not saying it's not far removed from it, but again,
so
just from what I can pick up on what you're saying, though.
Hold on. So the Hebrew word there is nacham, which is to sigh or breathe strongly, to be sorry, to pity, to console, rue, or unfavorably avenge oneself, comfort, repent, comforter, ease. To repent or comfort means to make strong, turning to a new course of action. The emphasis is on turning to a positive course of action, not turning from a less desirable course, So comfort is derived from com with fert. Hence, when one repents, he exerts strength to change, to regrasp the situation, and exert effort. This is there's like a whole page of this, so I'm not gonna. But specifically in Genesis 6:6, the Lord repented of the evil which he thought to do with the people. The Lord exhibited new actions. So it could be he felt sorry about it. He felt sad about it.
And I think from every scholar that I've read on the source material, because Goon has not been the first person that I know of that's hit on this, and it's a great way of, and I think you're giving it good faith, Goon. Like I think you're giving it like you're looking at the word, and you're not trying to like add anything to it, right? You're just looking
Yeah,
at
that's
how
why
it,
I
yeah.
put the text afterwards, because I was like, he regretted putting man on Earth. I was like,
Right.
that sounds like
So-
it would be a modern regret, because he's regretting the whole thing. He's like, this
Right.
is so
He's
fucked
not.
up. At this
He's
point.
not.
I regret it all.
He is sad that this is something that has happened as a result of his desire to create man. So he understands that this has happened. He acknowledges that this has happened, and he has a great deep sadness for this happening. And the sadness is this. So the sadness is knowing that the thing that he has created has devolved into such evil. And the sadness is to know that he has to destroy that evil. Right? Which
Yeah.
is because this is obviously in reference to Noah's Ark. So
No,
when
no,
you,
it's
when you
is it?
Genesis 6 is
Yeah, this one is. Yeah. So I don't think you've heard the other half of this, Mosman. We're also arguing the Moses line, where he changes God's mind and what that means.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
But I think the analogy still
That's
stands.
been like getting intertwined. That's why it's getting confused.
If I'm a father and I make a child, I know one day my child's going to disobey me and I'm going to have to spank them. And when that happens, inevitably, and I spank them, I will regret having to spank them. That doesn't mean I wish I would have never made my kids.
Right. It means you understand that what has to happen still has to happen. That still doesn't remove the feeling that you have of love and knowing that you're going to hurt that child.
Right.
Right. And that's the thing, is that he understands for a lot of reasons, I think, especially in the reference to the verse to talking about now here, and the idea of how he changes his mind. I think a lot of times the way the phraseology looks at is a lot of times it seems like God has changed his mind, or that God has, but we don't really truly what we see, I think, is the outward expression of God's word and him changing the expression of it to for humanity.
So I
to
get what you're
understand.
saying. I view
Yeah.
this as a valid interpretation. So the big problem that a lot of people have with this, though, is whenever you do an interpretation like this, your interpretation is kind of the opposite of what it's saying. It's like he changed his mind. Well, I don't think he really changed his mind. It's kind of your synopsis.
Well, what I'm saying is so give me the exact verse, so I'll make sure I can look up the exact.
Yeah, because that's why. Because what JS argues about Moses is like the
Exodus.
unreliable narrator argument. Which would be the argument you would make in this situation, is that
The
the
problem is-
narrator must be unreliable in some way.
Well, no, actually the argument I would make is this was done to show an example. So this is actually an argument for intercessory prayer, that somebody who is a righteous man could pray on behalf of the people to God, and this sets the example. It shows that if a righteous man prays on behalf of the people, God could
Right. So what we're seeing that God will never stop having wrath against. And so this is the kind of the notion that has been lost in a lot of people as we kind of accept more modern interpretations of things, is that in order for the gospel to be there, we have to lessen God's wrath, which is not anything to do. God's wrath and God's judgment is not lessened.
it's Exodus 32:11-14.
Yeah, because you guys are talking about like on Mount Sinai, right?
Yeah, when he comes down from Mount Sinai.
Yeah, because he declares that he's going to wipe out the Jews, and then he pleads to him not to, and then he doesn't. So that's why a lot of people make this argument.
So because Moses, though, was intercessing for, that's what JS hits on. He's intercessing on behalf of them. This is a good way of expressing and showing that there will be another person who will intercess for us, and not only will they intercess for us, but they will themselves become the very thing. Which, for example, when you look at the story of Abraham, God wanted it. The way it would look at it is that God told him, "Oh, well, I want you to kill your son." Okay, and a lot of people would say, "Well, does he really want to kill his son? Right? What kind of person?"
And look, to show
that made God. What does
Look,
he? What does he? You know.
You
and
can
I'm just
tell I've
saying
wrestled
that
with this one because I got it highlighted and underlined and starred.
Yeah.
Because I was like, "Oh, this is a tough one. We need to work through this." So I
Right,
don't.
but it goes back to the idea, I think, of what we find in Numbers, right? Of the idea of God's unchanging nature versus his action. So does his nature change? Does the resolve that he has about that reaction change? And then what is the response of mankind as a result? And what you see continuously is that even though he is judging and has wrath for not just the Jews at the time, before they were Jews, because they were Hebrews, because Jews are just one tribe of Israel. So this is pre-Jews. I know everybody likes to just go back and use narrative, all the people in the Old Testament were Jews. No, they weren't. So the reality, though, is that what it's showing us is it's showing us that while God is never unchanging. I mean, he's not a God that just changes his whim like he would change his pants, or like that he would do it like arbitrarily.
This is post
right?
Jacob. This is after Jacob, so they would be Israel. The people.
No, it wouldn't. It's not post Jacob.
Exodus 32.
If they're on Mount Sinai during the Golden Sinai? No, it's not. This is before Jacob, dude. This is before Israel. This is before Isaiah. This is before.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing. Here's the reality: is that yes, the covenant that God made through Abraham and Isaiah was already there. We're talking about that because that happened before this, right?
Jacob dies at the end of Genesis, John.
Right. So my point I'm trying to say is this.
This is post Jacob.
So okay, so here's the thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that
just making that clear? So this is post. This is post Jacob.
I understand.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, the Bible references them all as Hebrews. The Hebrews. The reason why we don't use the reference of Israel or the Israelites is because this is before they come into Israel. So it's after Jacob, but it's before Israel.
Jacob,
which is why
Jacob is Israel. Jacob is Israel.
But Jacob.
So wait, what do you think about that?
Israel is the name given to Jacob, right? So all the people of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are the people of Israel. So this is Israel. This is the Moses,
But if you're talking about the Hebrews at the time of Mount Sinai after Egypt, they were not known as the Israelites at that point because there was no Israel. Israel had not been established.
They didn't
because
have.
They had not been commanded.
They didn't have the land yet. They didn't have the nation state yet. But
they didn't have the nation state.
But
right,
they had the nation.
This is why we don't call them now the tribes existed, but we don't call them the Israelites. The tribes existed, but
okay, I think we're splitting hairs, but
well, yes, we are, and I'm just trying to explain that Jews that came from Jude, are one of the 12 tribes. Yes, the tribes were there; they existed, but they were not known as the Israelites at that point, and they were not known as the Jews, just the Jews, because there wasn't just the Jews then either.
Right.
This is why we use the terminology. This is why we use the terminology.
Yeah, I would agree. There weren't the Jews yet, but they were Israelites.
Well, but even then, the point is that the Jews were one of 12 tribes, right? They're one of 12 tribes.
I don't even know. I think this is before, because the division of the 12 tribes doesn't happen until Numbers, right? Or
Okay,
Leviticus.
but my point is, because just because there is not a division there doesn't
Right.
mean they all are of Judah.
Yeah. So I'm fine with saying they're not the Jews yet, but these are
That's
Israelites.
why I'm explaining this is why we still call them the Hebrews at this point.
We're getting off. Yeah.
I understand, but this is the point. I want to. It's important to be.
They were people of
correct.
Jacob. They were descendants of Jacob, so they were Israelites. No? Anyway.
Well, first of all, you can't be a descendant of Israelite before you find or establish Israel.
Israel is Jacob.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Jacob was renamed Israel. We who wrestle against God. When Jacob wrestled against the angel, he was called Israel. His new name, we're given a new name.
I understand.
His new name.
What I'm
Just
saying
like
is,
Abram became Abraham. Saul becomes Paul. Jacob
okay, yeah,
became
but that
Israel.
itself is not the point when you are using that word to describe the entire group of God's people.
People of Jacob. Israelites.
Fine. You obviously are not understanding the point I'm trying to make here. So
I guess not.
my point is, okay.
Protestant prattle. Kieran said Protestant. Shut up, Kieran.
Kieran doesn't even know what he's talking
I know,
about.
he's not even a damn Orthodox
He's in
or
Australia.
Catholic.
I don't even know if Australia exists.
Wait, can we go back to the
Protestant
original
church.
prompt real quick so I can give you guys my interpretation for why I think a
Go ahead.
change
Yeah, go
was
ahead.
All right. So my understanding of the story of Moses going up the mountain is he goes up there and all the people while he's gone, they start breaking all the rules.
Yep.
They're breaking rule after rule after rule after rule after rule. They're worshiping golden little bulls.
But
They're
remember,
all banging each other,
they haven't
acting
been given the
crazy.
rules yet.
Yeah, exactly. Well, kind of, right? There still was a traditional rule that Abraham was given for his people, right?
Yeah.
These would be like the traditional laws and stuff they're supposed to be following. and they're not following.
Well, yeah, but they haven't been.
What they're doing, what the Bible tells us, and again, you can say this is your interpretation. That's fine. But what we know for sure is that they're given into idol worship, right? And then not only that,
but
but they're
they're
giving
supposed to
into
already
orgies.
know that this
They're
is
given
wrong
into
in some
orgies,
level,
and they're
right?
given into.
Yeah, but they already know that this is wrong, right? Like
Yeah.
it's not that they
Of course,
don't
they know it's wrong.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. There's already
But
been
they're-
some type of detailing
But they're
underneath.
so
the
embedded
Abrahamic faith that this isn't right.
They're so embedded in the habits that they learned while living in Egypt.
Right. That's the whole point of that verse. Is
Well,
that
yeah, and they're almost willing to faith swap. They're like looking for other gods to get them out of their situation.
Well, again, they're so much used to living in the land of plenty with all the different false idols, and that they've over time they've adapted this idea of we have to look towards an idol to worship for the things that we now have, because this is before they're
I
going to
agree
be all
with this.
pissy
This
about
part
the
isn't
freedom.
even the core crux of it.
All right, keep
We're
going.
on sentence one of the.
Yeah, keep going. Let's
All
let
right.
him get through.
So he goes up. All these people are doing. They're breaking all the things that the children of Abraham they're not supposed to be doing. He's breaking all these rules, their rules. So he goes up there. God's angry. He's like, "You guys have disrespected me for the last fucking time. I'm destroying all of you. You're gone." And then Moses goes, "Please, please don't do this. We'll do anything to change. Please, we'll start following the rules." And then God goes, "You guys are so stupid. I'm going to boil it down to 10 rules. So it's easier for you guys to follow my decree. You just have to follow these 10 rules." So then he goes back down there with those 10 rules and he gives them to the people and they finally start following them, even though some of them don't along the way.
No, the first time Moses gets down and gets pissed and he breaks the tablets, and then he has to
That
go
might be
up
true.
again.
I don't know about this.
Yeah. But yeah, so far you're pretty. That's pretty much what it's. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but if you agree with that part, I do think that implies that there was a change there, because then God's literally there's a point in there where he's going, "You guys clearly are too dumb to follow all of these traditional rules that you're supposed to be following. I'm going to boil it down to 10 laws for you to follow.
Yeah,
from
I
now
think
on.
that's more of your impression on what that verse says.
Well, no,
What
I'm
it comes-
agreeing. That's
what
why I
it
said it's an interpretation.
Yeah.
I'm asking you how you feel like it's off. Like, what is off about that?
What do you mean what's off?
Well,
about what you just said?
The
Yeah, I'm
problem
saying, is there?
Well, for
do you have a
one,
problem with that
what we do know is
interpretation?
what the text is telling us, which is that they're getting into idol worship. And if you look at the way the Ten Commandments are structured, right?
There's actually like
They're all
100.
it's all comes back down to, if you do this, you don't love me. If you do this, you don't love me. If you're putting this before this, you're loving me. So
Yeah,
if
but I'm saying he simplifies it, right? He boils
well,
it down
but he
to
does
10.
that all the time, regardless of whether or not they're being rebellious or not. He's making it. Yes, I think there's an aspect you could say where he's like, okay, guys, here's my law, and the law comes down to, when these things are done, you are pleasing me if you keep it. If you don't, you're not pleasing me, because it all comes back down to what is at the heart of sin, which is where we set upon ourselves a different type of idol. We create a different type of God, and that's why these things create this division between us and God, because we no longer keep that mind of God. But
Well, that's
for
what I
the
agree. But
for
him
the
changing the
Hebrews
decree doesn't that imply a
specifically,
change?
right? But that's not him changing his nature. That's not him changing his
It's
resolve
the
to what
decree
he.
of his people, though. It's changing how his people will love him and how they will continue to
Well,
worship him.
he's obviously he's obviously being disgusted by the fact that these quote unquote people who had for years and years bemoaned his name while they were in slavery, now that they had freedom, they want to go back to the things that were enslaving them. And it's like, and so I
No,
can
I
understand
agree
that
that
kind
he's
of
just. I'm not saying he's
expression of
not
saying,
just.
wait a minute, guys, I just did this for you. What the hell are you doing? And
Yeah, but I
this is
agree.
the-
But this goes
yeah.
back. You're humanizing at this point, though.
No, I'm not humanizing anything. I mean, I'm giving it a contexture that is, or I am texturizing that scripture for a very more, agreeable fashion to what you're saying. But I'm
Well,
not.
I'm
I'm
not
also being
saying that
very
it's
careful of
wrong
what
that
I'm
you're
saying. What the
humanizing
text
it.
is
I'm
saying.
saying that if it's humanized in your mind, then he should be making a change then.
No, not necessarily. That's my point. I was saying from the get-go, which is that sometimes, even if God knows certain things are going to happen, or even if he changes what we think is his mind on situation, is it because he's changing his mind because man can change his mind, or is it because he is seeing things, or he's expressing things for the benefit, and that becomes an issue of how we go about the hermeneutics, right? Then that's why, again, if you don't hold a certain standard on what hermeneutics should go by, then it becomes prattle.
So then, why do you think that it was boiled down to the Ten Commandments then?
The reason why is because these are the God understands human nature so intrinsically that he understands these things are going to be the.
Oh, there's like
the
100, Josh, handily. There's like 140 of them. There's a.
Or what?
He's talking about between Leviticus and Deuteronomy. It's not
But
just
there's
10
140
commandments.
stones.
We're not talking about rabbinical
slabs?
commands or laws. We're not talking.
Yeah,
about
I'm just
those.
saying there's a bunch of laws, but there's 10 commandments, and it.
The Ten
Yeah, listen, I'm
Commandments
talking about
are
the stone
considered
slabs.
are considered the archstone of the Old Testament law. That's and
Yeah.
not just people of Christian belief, but obviously, a lot of Hebrews, Jews and whatnot, Israelites would agree with this before the rise of Torah, and that's an invention and a different topic altogether.
Let me read what we're talking about for the chat. It's 7 verses. It'll just be a minute, just for the chat, and then we can have some clarity and talk about what we're talking about. So it's Exodus 32. I'm going to read 7 to 14. And the Lord said unto Moses, Get thee down, for thy people, which thou broughtest out of the land of Egypt, have corrupted themselves. So Moses is on Mount Sinai. They're building calves.
Mm-hmm.
They have turned aside quickly out of the way which I have commanded them. They have made a molten calf and have worshipped it and have sacrificed thereunto and said, These be thy gods, O Israel, which have brought thee up out of the land of Egypt. And the Lord said unto Moses, I have seen this people, and behold, it is a stiff-necked people. Stiff-necked means stubborn. They're stubborn.
Mm-hmm.
Now therefore let me alone. Now therefore let me alone, that my wrath may wax hot against them, and that I may consume them, and I will make of thee a great nation. And Moses besought the Lord his God and said, Lord, why doth thy wrath wax hot against thy people, which thou hast brought forth out of the land of Egypt with great power and with a mighty hand? So God's saying, I'm going to burn them up. Why don't I just kill all these people? And Moses says, hey, calm down, God. Wherefore should the Egyptians speak and say, for mischief did he bring them out to slay them in the mountains and to consume them from the face of the earth? Turn from thy fierce wrath and repent of this evil against thy people. This is Moses talking to God. Moses says, turn from thy fierce wrath and repent of this evil against thy people. Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, thy servants, to whom thou swearest by thine own self, and saidst unto them, I will multiply your seeds as the stars of the heaven, and all this land that I have spoken of will I give unto your seed, and they shall inherit it forever. So, one last verse, but one quick thing. So, God is saying, I'm going to burn them all up, and Moses says, didn't you promise to make them a great nation? Remember that you promised to make them a great nation. So Moses is asking, is pleading to God. Yeah, God's saying, I'm going to burn them all up. They're a bunch of jerks. And Moses is saying, hey, remember, God, you said you were going to make them a great nation. And then the toughest verse to me, and this is what we're kind of wrestling with here, is 32:14. And the Lord repented of the evil which he thought to do unto his people. So to me, how do we rectify this with an all-knowing God? God thought to do evil to people that he promised to make a great nation. And Moses went up there and said, hold on, God, don't kill them all. Remember what you said? And like he had to remind, so how do we rectify?
Yeah, it almost
this?
also implies God can forget things.
Yeah, and this is I think this is a tough one that Christians should.
Well, but here's the thing that I think is what is missed out on this is this. So God, who is, yes, Moses is reminding him of the promises he made. He's saying, God, you've said these things. What would be the point of destroying Israel before Israel really truly has a chance to do the things, both the good things, and of course, so unfortunately, the bad things that it does. But why? But you promised them these things. When he's reminding God of his word, it's not that God's mind is being changed. This goes back to the dichotomy, which is that God is both a God of wrath, but he's a God of love. And in his love, he made a promise, but his wrath is fire and consumption. And this is why we talk about, and you look throughout the Bible, where his fiery wrath is described, right? And this is kind of the idea of, for example, you got Isaiah 9 that says, by the wrath of God, the almighty land will be scorched, right? In Ezekiel, he's talking to Ezekiel after he's showing him all the things that they did to desecrate his house of worship. He says, I will pour out my indignation upon them and consume them with the fire of my fury. And so fire can either be our undoing our judgment, or it will be our sanctification. This is kind of the continual theme here. And so, when you look at Abraham, also, this goes back to another thing with Sodom and Gomorrah. Did he destroy Sodom and Gomorrah? Yes. And this is when this conversation. So yes, you have a continual theme of men discussing with God this idea of, what about this? What about this? Right? But is this because God's just changing his mind on a whim? or God has forgotten what he's going to do. No, it's because the wrath of God is that much intense. And whenever that intensity comes, there's an intercessory who comes on behalf of his people and says, hey, right? And to the point where this is going to happen all the way up until the arrival of the Messiah, where then the entire fury of God could be poured out on one person for the benefit of all.
Yeah, and I think Auntie does hit the nail on the head here. Did God basically rally Moses by presenting destructive end to bring the righteousness of fire out of Moses to do as he's supposed to do? And this is where we get the intercessory prayer argument. It's that God, and I know Mosman won't like this word.
Won't like what? Okay.
What I'm about to say.
Okay.
It's an example for pragmatic purposes to show for the rest of human history, if a righteous man, even though we deserve the fire of God, if a righteous man stands up and says, hey, God, give us another chance, then God will give that. He will give you another chance on behalf of that righteous man.
To a point, right? The Bible tells us to a point. And there will be a time when he will not. And that's why we call this the harvest. And this is why the language is used when it talks about how we deal with the issue of the wheat and tares, and why we need to be careful as Christians not to gatekeep and be like, well, okay, I see this is Josh over here. Maybe he's not saying something that's traditionally held by the church or whatever. But before you throw Josh into the fire because you think he's a heretic or whatever, understand that wrath is God's.
Well, engaging with what you just read out loud, do you think that he repented?
Who?
Do you think God actually repented?
Yeah, so now we get
that's the other question, and this is the good wallop. This is where
it gets into the infallibility of the scripture.
Yeah, because then if it's no, then you're arguing that the narrator must be unreliable, that the text must be written incorrectly in some way.
I've always said that, and people will say you're sola
I know you're willing
scriptura.
to say that. I don't know if Mosman is. That's why I'm asking both of you.
Well, but that's why I also express, and I always will say this, that okay, we have to be careful with how we interpret what we are determining is the mainstream narrative of what the text is saying, because there are people, we know that it's not just one person that wrote the Bible. We know that there's more than one person. There's even the epistles of Paul, which we know to be credited to him. We know that he didn't completely entirely write all of his epistles by himself. So the question comes, when this kind of break, if you want to call it, in the fourth wall of when God is speaking for himself and when someone is giving that idea. And you can say that this kind of thing then occurs where it's using a language that men can understand, and so therefore it's given that narrative to that degree, but may not reflect entirely at that point in time the entirety of the situation, which is why you need to be careful of how if you're gonna say the Bible has to be 100% literal, or the Bible's 100% symbolic. Like,
well, no, I'm not saying that,
this
but
becomes
I'm
the
just
issue
saying
because this is.
So, are you saying that Moses maybe dumbed it down for the people to understand?
Or whoever wrote it possibly could have
Well,
wrote
Moses
it.
wrote this part because it's only Moses and God up there.
It's possible Aaron or a scribe wrote it, like Moses.
There's a possibility that were other people who were involved in it, is what I'm saying. So the point is, and this is the thing, and you'll see this in other texts, right, where there seems to be a sudden break in how a certain narrative is going, and that's because somebody else is picking it up. So, for example, and I'm trying to remember exactly where it is. I think it would be the biggest example that I can think of. Okay, is in Mark, the Gospel of Mark, because you can see where there's the switch between a kind of like a person who's giving a firsthand experience of what's going on, and the person who is then also narrating what's going on. And that happens constantly throughout the Bible, where you have in the Bible where someone's coming through and then it's kind of like connecting those dots. Now, this is where as a Christian, you don't have to necessarily have to, be in this kind of situation of saying, well, what part is of God, what part isn't, because we believe that the entire formation of the majority of the canonization of the Bible is the inherent word of God. It's really comes down to which narratives, and I think this is the issue, and I think Josh would agree with me, where we sometimes as Christians, especially with each other, get into trouble, is we establish our interpretations as infallible.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I argue with people
and that becomes an issue.
for
We
Josh
have
in
to
this
be able to do
argument.
the
But that's why
people
work on that.
Yeah, so when
there's people who've come in here and have done that to him, and I've been like, I think it was Bill Hicks who came in here talking, and I hit him with the, do you believe in the perfect interpretation, or do you think multiple interpretations of something can be valid at the same time?
Yeah, I don't remember, but I so what I do is I read it and then I try to make sense of it. I think, okay, what could this mean? So I try to do a self-interpretation. Then I go look at what are the Orthodox fathers saying? What are the Catholic priests saying? What are the Protestant theologians saying? What are the scholars saying? And I look at all of it and I say, yeah, well, this one doesn't make sense because of this and this and this. This one makes perfect sense. 2 out of 3 agree with me. Maybe this is the right way. And you do the best you can to make it make sense. But I accept that I could be wrong. But
And anybody that doesn't do that, I think, is putting themselves. I think they don't. And this is the problem that we have, Goon, in the Christian religion, is because we believe in such an objective and inherently true and real fundamental God, that we often think that when the way we look at some of these things, the way they're discussed, whether it's within a certain theological framework or not, that we, in that theological framework or being adherents to a certain framework, would somehow be infallible in that framework. And this is why, and every denomination has been guilty of this, where there's claims or there's theological assessments that are made, that you could literally use the scripture and say, hey, this is. And so the question is it because the scripture is wrong? Is it because people don't understand it? I think a lot of it comes from the fact that man has made a really big time tradition and habit of trying to understand the entirety of God's word, both what NJS understands what I'm talking about here, both in what we find in scripture and both in what he has revealed to his people. And that's a balancing act, I think. And I think that only is that's only a gift of discernment that is given to people who truly have the gift of the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, and I'm
Well,
not.
no, I agree.
That's why it's a hard thing to try to express, because a lot of people will do these things. And I think this is why when Jesus, and even in the epistles of Paul talks about this too, like these hallmarks, these are what you should be looking for when you're looking at somebody's reasonings. And if somebody comes at you and says, hey, I know everything I'm talking about. I'm the most important person ever of all time. I'm the smartest, blah, blah, blah. Like, there's constant times, both the church fathers and the Bible tells us to be weary of people who use just reason alone. Does that mean that we don't use reason? No, but there is a thing of being human reasoning where we have circular logic that is creating an inner consistency that may not exist only within our mind.
I think there's
Well, that's
also
where-
there's a misconception of that most Christians are like that, like because of the internet and YouTube and popular debaters on the internet. So I think most Christians are good faith and they understand textual criticism. Like, so for example, if you have a bunch of different translations of the Bible and you look at David and Goliath, you can see 3 different people killing 3 different versions of Goliath between 1 Samuel, 2 Samuel, and I think it's 1 Chronicles or 2 Chronicles. But anyway, if you look into the text and stuff and you realize this could be like a little apostrophe that was supposed to be over a letter that over time could have got rubbed off, and that changes the whole meaning of things. So you textual criticism, you look at this and you say, okay, let's make sense out of this. Most Christians who are good faith will do this, but on the internet, in debate culture on the internet and stuff, it's not about that. It's about destroying the other person's worldview.
I think kind of, but I would also say I think in a lot of churches, if I asked a lot of the questions I'm asking, I would not be welcomed in the
No,
church
they'd
anymore.
be chasing you out with a pitchfork and saying,
Yeah,
"Let him on fire."
I don't think they would do. I don't think they would do that, but they would.
No,
I know certain churches you can literally get kicked out of and
I'm
shit.
I'm double expressing in a very hyperbolic and very histrionic way of
Yeah.
echoing what you're saying. You're right. There's a lot of churches. There's a lot of communities, and you got to understand, Goon. There's a lot of people who come into churches who are, and this is a difficult thing, right? Is how do we be able to delineate the person that's literally struggling and trying to figure it out, and the person that's there just to troll, right? Or the person that's there trying to like has an alternative motive that isn't there to, and that becomes difficult to do because people who are the latter have learned to phrase things in almost like in a way that it's not all of them, but like almost in a way that tries to gaslight those people.
No, I get
but
it,
I think
dude.
the other
I was
thing,
on.
but
I've
I
been
think
in
the
the
other thing is that
YouTube
people
online debate space since like 2013 when it was literally invaded with nothing but atheists.
right,
And now it's
but
swinging.
But I do think this. I think the you will
that
find
pendulum
that there
is
are
swinging,
people,
and it's a lot of Christians now, but a lot of them, like,
Yeah, the original
and it's no,
anti-SJW movement was like all atheists.
this is not hate. I'm not hating. I'm just saying, a guy like Jay Dyer, he's not there to hear your logic and your rationale about why this is this. He's here to destroy that worldview. So he's gonna do whatever he can to shut it down and move on to the next one. And
Which also kind of just weird to pull out of nowhere here, but Ben Shapiro should get more credit for this because he's kind of the one that brought like the religious perspective into. Like I said before that, it was literally all anti-feminist shit. Was like all just atheists. Armored Skeptic, T.J. Kirk, Thunderfoot.
YouTube was getting real atheists for a while. We're bringing it back.
Right.
But there's a place for those guys that are just there to destroy your worldview, and then there's a place. I think this is more like what I want to hear out all the sides, and I want to talk about it, and I want to learn about it.
Because like this is the crux of whenever I ask the
but I'm still gonna
defining
take my
traits of
side.
God question.
I'm still gonna stand on my ground, and I'm not gonna let you sway me. But I want to hear it, and then I want to try to figure out, like, when I talk to atheists, I want to hear what are the contradictions you found in the Bible, and then I need to figure out how do I resolve this, and how do I talk to this person in the right way. And maybe I don't do it in the right way. I don't know. Maybe I just bite a bunch of bullets and say a bunch of crazy stuff. But
Well,
Well,
that's what I love about you, JS, because you're willing to acknowledge that, and a lot of people aren't. But the thing is I think this is where I think becomes the issue for a lot of issues, Goon. And I don't know what your background is, but a lot of people, especially in the evangelical world, there's a baked-in doctrinal view of not just what they consider quote unquote God's truth, but what they consider what the Bible itself says, but before they themselves actually pick up the Bible and read the Bible for themselves. And
yeah, no, I mean, I
that
think I've told it on stream before. I went
Yeah.
to Red Cross growing up, and I got kicked out for asking too many questions. Like that was my
I could
literal
see that. I could see that.
experience.
You're the kind of person that would ask the kind of questions, and that's what's hard about you, Goon, is that there's times when I'm like, I think he's legitimately asking a question, and there's times I'm like, this guy is trolling the hell out of you, and I don't know if that's an intentional thing or not, or
Well, so a lot of the time I am trolling. I'm either
I
extremely
know that's what I'm
genuine
saying.
or extremely trolly. There's no like in between.
Yeah.
Well, I'm fine with.
Yeah.
I'll entertain the trolls, but also Goon does pose, and Shiva too. Shiva will pose some good questions, and instead of just saying, "Oh, what you're a stupid idiot, get out of here,"
Right.
I want to hear it, and I want to interact
Well,
with it.
and what I've tried to do is I've tried to actually get to a point where when I'm actually looking at something that is something to dismiss a certain viewpoint within the Christian worldview of saying, "Why this is why I don't think they're right here." I've actually often thought of like, wait a minute, like this is something that I'm also guilty of in a different way. And that's actually one of the reasons why I'm very thankful for my time in the Orthodox Church, even though I know the Orthodox Church to not be everything that it claims to be, and that it's not the church for me, is that part of my
Well,
draw
from your
to it
subjective
was
opinion, Lee.
okay.
'Cause you
I'm
can't
giving that's obvious.
advocate
That's obviously
you
baked
can't
in with what
advocate
I'm
for anything
saying.
with it.
That's obviously baked in with what I'm saying, right?
Not
Yeah, that's
necessarily.
where like when I ask about the 3 defining traits of God, all knowing,
I love
all
the Elder line.
powerful, and outside of time and space, it isn't for me to be like, haha, look at the inconsistencies here, or look how it doesn't match up with certain
Right.
things. What I'm
But
trying to point out is I'm like, don't you think it's stupid man tried to define God in the first place?
But for me, like one of the things that I realized when and I excessively see it now from my time of being in the Orthodox Church is that I was drawn to the liturgy of the church, and I realized that the trappings of the liturgy, even though I could not understand anybody who would want to like do a liturgy to like Michael W. Smith or have some kind of really lame, in my mind, contemporary worship service, how they could want to have what would they get out of that. But I realized that there is kind of like an experiential aspect to liturgy and when I mean liturgy, I mean into the order of the actual service, to the point where you get like a catharsis from it that is expressing itself in a way that's completely, and then you go, wait a minute, that's exactly what this other side does. And then that's when you realize we're really guilty of a lot of the same things that we are putting on other people. And so the question is, how do we do this? And that's why I always put this standard on myself. So if I'm going to go against this notion of people who use the thief on the cross as the only scriptural reasoning for why they do not believe in the salvific work and the redemptive work of baptism, then I have to also be equally able and willing to do the same when it comes to people in my tradition who want to use that to justify their concept of we're going to go to heaven as soon as we die. So, I mean, that's the and so I think that's the important thing in that, is that it's when you realize that, hey, wait a minute, I'm just as guilty or culpable of doing the things that I see other people doing. I think where I get kind of, I don't want to say triggered, but where really I get annoyed with is people who will say, well, this tradition doesn't do this, but everybody else does this. And while there are certain things that obviously on the surface might be true to some degree, it's not necessarily bore out in the reality of the situation, because how people express things and how they say things, and that's when it becomes where you see this kind of age-old problem we have within the Christian church, which is that there's always a few who stand above others and say, well, good thing I'm not that kind of Christian, good thing I'm not that kind of Christian, because those people don't echo the truth of Christ. They're just people who want to feel better in a concordance with God and and using their religion and using God as a way to justify themselves, which is why Paul strongly admonishes people like that throughout the epistles.
All right. Well, I got a fever of 101, so.
Oh, that's not good,
we
brother.
talk about something else.
That's not good.
Damn.
You got a what?
Take an ice bath.
Got a fever of 101.
God damn.
Do you have like an infection or something, or what do you think it is?
I don't know. Some weird cold that my daughter gave me last weekend that's not
Oh,
going
dude,
well.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Did you use one of those butthole thermometers?
No, not yet.
But you could tell it in your voice. I can tell you have that kind of little strain, that kind of cold strain, where it's like, I can hear a little bit of it in your voice. So it sounds like you're either coming down with a cold or that you're about to, yeah.
I keep
Asked
thinking I get better.
JS this earlier, and now there's a couple more religious people in the call. So how do you guys feel about the Messiah not rebuilding the third temple?
Oh God.
Already did.
What are you talking about? He is the temple.
Well, apparently when he was alive, it hadn't even been destroyed for it to be rebuilt to be the third temple.
That was the second. Wasn't that the second temple that got destroyed in 70 AD? Or no?
I don't know the exacts. I just know that's what Jews argue, is that he was supposed to rebuild to build the third temple, but the second temple hadn't even been destroyed while he was alive.
Right. Well, now we're going into this mystical world of Torah, or not Torah, but the Talmud, which does twist some things. So the thing of it is this. So we know that the temple was destroyed in 70 AD, the physical one in Israel, and that even though they had made some...
Was that the second or the third? That's the second temple, right?
I think it's the second temple.
That's the one from... So the first temple is the one Solomon builds. The second temple is the one under Cyrus and the guy that came after Cyrus, the Persians, after Israel comes back from Babylon.
Yeah.
They build the second temple. The third temple is prophetic revelation, like apocryphal writing, that the third temple is going to be rebuilt and the Jews are going to install the Antichrist into it and blah, blah, blah.
Well, this is where you're getting into some of the dispensationalism.
Right? Theories. Yeah, theories about Revelation and stuff. Yeah, and that's just... I don't know if that... Yeah. But the third temple hasn't been built
question,
yet.
No,
their prophecy is he's supposed to build the temple with them.
Well, they have a Messiah who's going to be a physical, who's going to physically bring back the nation and give it prominence, and that has changed. That view of that prophecy within Jewish and religion has changed to the point of that when the Torah began to become more, or not the Torah, but the Talmud became more popular, they kind of subtly switched that to...
Well, I know for a lot of them it's definitely changed because they're doing it. They're doing it without him being there.
Right. Well, and that's why you get things like the third heifer and the red heifers, and like there's other things that they've said. These kind of things are allowances.
I get that they're definitely being inconsistent too, but I would say that the prophecy still wasn't fulfilled though.
Well, here's the thing: is that Jesus talks about destroying the temple. So the reality is, from what I would say is a traditional Christian view, that Jesus was the new temple. He destroyed the new temple and brought it back in himself, because he's referring to himself, right? So that temple, he becomes then the thing, and so therefore any false thing that would come out of Israel as a result would not be a temple in which would do the purpose of what the temple is, which is more than just being a religious building or a center. It's dealing with...
What I think I'm quoting is the messianic prophecies.
From
Yeah,
from
but no,
the
but you're
Talmud, or are you talking about from what? Where
you're
you?
also
It'd
taking
definitely be
some.
from Jewish texts. I don't know what the fuck Talmud is. Sounds like
No,
a terrorist group to
you're
me,
also
man.
taking some stuff from Revelation and some New Testament stuff, because there's no is there prophecy of the third temple in the Old Testament? I gotta
There
get
isn't. No, there
yeah
isn't. There
yeah I
isn't.
don't think so. That's New
No.
Testament stuff.
I mean,
And
I can check.
and again, the at the time of Jesus does refer to a prophecy that is said, the temple will be destroyed and will be rebuilt again, and that was the idea. But there was a kind of a that was a very futuristic understanding of what the temple was, because when Jesus then says, "I will destroy the temple and raise it back in 3 days," despite what some people might think, they knew exactly what he was claiming by saying that, and that's that he was claiming to be God. Because that's only something that is reserved within the tradition of the prophecy of something that God would do. And then when you see, and you say, well, I don't know about this. Well, good, I'm telling you. I'm talking about within the religion. I'm talking about within the scriptures. You cannot divorce anything that the Jews believe, especially in the past 1,400 years, without talking and discussing Talmudic writings, because it influenced and to a degree it actually changed to the point where it makes the Torah an add-on, but it doesn't really truly, it doesn't so it doesn't completely divorce the Torah.
You got to be careful when you say Talmudic writings, because the Talmud is actually just a record of debates between rabbis. So it's
Yeah, no, this is Old Testament too. The story of the third temple being built is from the prophecies of Ezekiel, which is from the Old Testament.
Ezekiel talks about the third temple.
Apparently, drawings from prophecies like those in Ezekiel, which describe the detailed future temple.
I think that's a prophecy of Jesus.
This third temple is seen as a symbol of the messianic age.
Yes, that would be Jesus. Messianic. Jesus is the Messiah. This is the Messiah. Yeah.
Well, yeah, apparently he was supposed to build a temple. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, but they would believe that it would be a physical. They still believe it's a physical temple, like he's going to physically build the temple.
Well, yeah, it seems
what Jesus is saying
it
is
says
that
it's
I
going to be a
am
temple.
the temple.
It's a temple upon a land.
Right, and that's not what Jesus was meaning.
And this is what happens when you take things literal instead of some things are meant to be metaphorical. Like if you take everything in the Bible literally, then we're grasshoppers. Isaiah says humans are grasshoppers. So he's saying he's going to rebuild the temple. The Jews thought he was going to come as a king who was going to rebuild this temple like Solomon did.
Right. Let me be specific for Josh, because I didn't realize he was a big eye temp boy. Okay.
Wait,
so when you look at the Talmud,
because I'm a Zionist. Zionism.
No, because you're like saying, "Well, this is what the Talmud really is." So Talmud.
I'm saying the Talmud.
Hold on. Generally, the Talmud consists.
The Talmud is
what they call the
growing.
oral, or this. Come on, James. This is what they call the oral Torah, which is the Mishnah, and then its commentaries is Gemara, and that is where a lot of what you're talking about is the debates. But not only that, but those are some of the writings in which things in how they're redefining.
I'm
just
not a
the
pro
Torah,
Talmud
but then they're
guy,
also
John.
creating. They're creating.
I'm not like
they're rewriting.
I'm not like
the
let's
history.
go Talmud. I'm just saying, like people will always
I know,
point to.
but I'm using Talmud. Obviously,
there's-
I'm using it in a very wide sense.
Right, but people will always
because I'm
point to
trying.
the Talmud. They'll say there's a part where it says Jesus is swimming in excrement. Well, that's not like a dogma of the Jews or a faith. That means somebody some rabbi at some point was talking to another rabbi at some point.
But it's enough to become it because, Ben Shapiro, who likes to tell you,
Yeah, and he said
insurance, biblical insurance is going to tell you about that too.
It'd be
But
the
it's
same.
important enough for them to write it down, and it's important enough.
Well,
that,
no, they're just recording what was said. So if I was in a
important
debate,
enough for them to record what
if
it
I was in a
says.
debate with somebody and I was like, I don't know, if I was like doing an internal critique of somebody and I said something like, well, then why can't we just murder? Like, let's say I'm having an abortion argument with somebody like RK Mangoes, and he says, well, poor people can't afford blah blah blah, and I say, well, why can't we just murder 3-year-olds if you're poor? And then you recorded what I said, and then you said, this is now doctrine. No, I said it in a debate. Like, so I'm just trying to be fair. I'm trying to be fair to the Talmud. But I'm not
But don't be fair to the Talmud. Don't be fair to the Talmud when the Talmud itself is not fair, nor is it.
I agree. I'm not a Talmud fan. I'm just saying we use some
especially when they engage
sometimes.
in some of the where they're getting their source material from and the etymology of it and how it all becomes where it does it. And if anything, no, I'm not gonna say it.
I'm not a Talmud.
I don't want to trigger somebody in this chat.
Am I simping for the Talmud? I need to stop simping for the Talmud.
Yeah, but from what I'm seeing is apparently what was promised to them was like an extremely detailed blueprint on a temple.
This is where
like apparently they had written up the blueprint.
Yes, there were mentions of the blueprint. There were things that go back. There's ancient things. There's a lot of these things. But what you have to understand,
when there's blueprints for the first 2 temples, so why wouldn't they?
When the Talmud developed, and what they literally did is they redefined what the Torah said to the point that even where they're even using other source materials outside of the original Aramaic Hebrew, and they're going into some of the other pretexts. And so the problem is that with that kind of thing is there's things that become added on and things that become part of and then the Torah is redefined outside of its original historical context. And then not only that, but also when they go to look at stuff like the prophets, the Jewish prophets, the Israel prophets, then they've got the issue there.
So I looked up where they say that Jesus is swimming in excrement. It's a necromancer. A rabbi uses necromancy to raise his spirit to ask Jesus where he's at. So it's not part of a debate. It's just him stating what supposedly the spirit of Yeshu said.
Yeah, but I'm just making the point that basically this crazy rabbi got in at some point and they're recording his words. That doesn't mean that that's like a dogma of the Jews.
Why would they write it down?
Because
they bother with it. Why wouldn't they just get rid of it?
Well, because they were recording everything that people had said.
Because all of the father's teachings are equally relevant, and they didn't want to discriminate against them. They didn't want to be a bunch of sola scriptura Jews.
It's the same way. It's the same way we have Irenaeus's writings, and he's considered a heretic in the Orthodox Church.
But you understand, like, there was an attempt to completely destroy all of his writings, right? They were only preserved by a few heretics that were able to run away with it.
Well, yeah. Well, and I think most Jews would. I think most Jews would kind of deny that part of the Talmud. They wouldn't be like, "Oh yeah, that's definitely true." They
were also able to lie.
No, don't do that, because even people like Ben Shapiro, who are very Orthodox Jew and very intelligent and have probably studied that religion, are susceptible to it. I mean, I've heard him literally repeat the talking points that have come out of the Talmud, especially the the Babylonian era of the writings of the Mishnah and post Mishnah and all that. Like it becomes just this. I'm sorry, they they reinvented so much. And not only that, but they also discredited. And this is where I will step in line, and I will be 100% with my brothers in the Greek Orthodox Church, where you can see where they literally did, like, prophets like Isaiah, basically. And this doesn't apply. Let's, you know. So
All right.
they
Well,
did
I'm
get
not
rid
going to
of.
sit here and try to argue for the Talmud.
Well, good. You shouldn't, because it's not good.
Yeah.
We don't want you to be. We don't want you to be another James. We only have one James, and that's okay.
There's only enough room for one James, right?
Yeah.
So let me get this straight, because I had a Catholic tell me this. Like, the Talmud basically is just where Jews say that, yeah, if you're not Jewish, you're garbage.
Some of that's brought into that, yeah, because a lot of the things that are the basis of when you look at like how they've reinvented their apocalypse story and the idea of like what it means to be. I don't want to say that but basically it starts with a G. You know what I'm talking about? A word they use for non-Jewish people. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
You can say genocide. You can.
No.
Oh.
No.
Oh, Gentiles?
No, not Gentiles.
I don't know what word you mean then.
A lot of what I've read in the Talmud is just them debating how trash we are.
A lot of it is 100% Elder Lion, 100%. And a lot of that's because yes, there you go. That's because when the height, and this is me giving it the best charity I can, is that the height of when the Torah was probably the most prominent is probably around the 5th and 6th century AD. Well, guess what? There's been, at least at that point, 500 years of them continually hating Christians. And at that point, the church had been established. At that point, Christianity had truly become more than just a couple of backwater people from following that guy from a Nazarene, you know, like. And so you can see
thank
it
you,
bore out in a
Fredo.
lot
Did
of
I get a
writings.
raid? Did I get a raid from somebody? Sorry.
I think we were all at Fredo's. I think we all naturally came here.
Bring back the book of Jasher. I don't know what that is. Anyway. Okay. Dead air. So we keep going on this, or what's up, Mangoes? Have you
How you
figured
doing,
out?
man?
Have you figured out that there's no defensible position for abortion yet?
Have you figured out that there's no easy way of saying that, hey, yeah, I just want to take your rights away just because I don't think that thing is good for society?
Yeah, I think we should take away people's rights to kill other people. Yeah.
Well, that's just depending on moral agency. You value a fetus more than the actual living person that's already developed as a human being. So,
oh my gosh,
no, I value them both.
I can never say because now you're doing what you're doing is activating a slippery slope. Just because it's bad, it should be illegal.
This is the thing.
Yeah,
I value both. I value both of their lives, and I'm the only one in that argument who can say that.
That's good, but I would say that the priority goes to the mother, not the thing that it's not even.
See, you already prioritized somebody. I'm not prioritizing either one.
Well, you're going to have to, especially if you're taking an anti-abortion argument.
Are you going to be one of these people that thinks that we still have abortions like we did back in the early 80s, where we don't have the medical advancements, where women's health is that endangered for every abortion, that every abortion is a life or death situation? If you're saying that, then that's ridiculous.
No, I'm just saying that it's not a good idea to implement a law saying that if you get this, you're a murderer, because now you're creating a slippery slope.
Oh, so
you fundamentally are
making laws about murder is a slippery slope. Then I guess we should have.
Well, it's
no
not
laws
murder;
about
it's miscategorization. Right? It's a miscategorization. It's a form of virtue signaling, and also prompting people to feel bad about something.
No,
so
it's
it can
not.
garner support.
So it is. But it's virtue signaling to be on the side of preserving the life of the child. But it's not virtue signaling for somebody to say, "Well, you should value the wife." Yeah.
Jay, are you trying to make me
when you violating a human life that's not even developed yet over the mother, that's
you just called it a life.
That's egregious.
A life. Do you think a woman has the right to end another life?
Yes, because yes.
Okay.
If they get the title and the honor to bring life in, then it's incumbent on them that nature follows that mother should determine if the kid should live or die. And I'm sorry.
At least you're consistent.
Then this
because
wouldn't have happened
if we
in the past 100 years.
well, we've
It wouldn't have
forgotten that
happened
we're
in the past
actually
100 years.
technically animals, and it's part of the animal kingdom. It's completely natural.
But you've just
No, it's
activated.
not.
You just activated a slippery slope, Mango. So why can't the woman? Why can't? And there's people who have argued this. Why can't the woman kill her 2-year-old?
Because it's already born. See, that's the miscategorization. It's
So
like,
what-
well, if that's the case, then you
But
got to
no,
be
it's not
okay
an
with 3-year-olds
miscategorization
getting
if
murdered.
she's the one that
Yeah,
brought
it
the
is
life in,
because
'cause
the
you just-
3-year-old
you
is not
just
even
said-
connected to the
you
umbilical
just said
cord,
she brought the
relying
life
on
in.
the
She
mother's
has ownership of that
mother's
life.
system.
You
She
agreed
has
it's
the
a
ability to
life.
continue.
You agreed it's a life.
Yeah, it's a life.
Okay, from conception.
But it doesn't. No, in the sense of like when it gets its first heartbeat. I don't consider a life
Heartbeat.
being a life if you don't have the necessary tangibles for, like, let's say, an organ to sustain life.
But what about a person that kills a woman and she's at that same stage in pregnancy? Should that guy be double homicide?
So that's the argument, right? If I'm understanding, like, well, why is it so that if, like, let's say a person kills a pregnant woman, he gets a double homicide? The answer to that is that that's because that the woman didn't voluntarily want that baby to be aborted. That's
Wait,
again.
we're not talking about her because her desire. We're
Yeah,
talking
you
about
are
when it
actually.
no,
what you're
no, it's-
doing,
no,
now you're
we're talking about
pivoting.
when it becomes
No,
a life.
no. If the moral
No.
implication
Becomes
about
when
death
it
in
becomes a
itself,
life.
then the mother
It's
is
life,
not. It's
right?
did not
You're just
voluntarily.
you're now
Now you're
making,
pivoting.
No, you're pivoting.
No.
No, you're the one that's
No,
making
because you gave me
mincemeat out of
you gave
what
me a
the life
question
is.
and then I answer, then you go, oh, what aboutism and so on and so on.
No, I'm asking you because if life doesn't start at conception and life starts at birth, that's what
Well,
you just
he
said.
said life starts at heartbeat.
Oh, I thought he said birth. I'm sorry. See, if that's the case.
Well, he's kind of flip flopping here, but he
Well,
said.
basically, I'm just giving you what you want to hear. I'm telling you what you need to
Dip-paste.
hear because the
Dip
answers that I
paste,
give
dip
you,
paste.
you always ask a different question. It's just like, no,
Mango.
it's not going to work that way. It really is.
Mango. I think you might have
Because
mixed.
if you're
wait,
telling
wait, wait,
a woman
I-
that she can't do an abortion,
no.
then you're actually decreasing the value of the mother in itself of making a choice other than what's regulated by the state. You're
Mango,
really
you
creating
mixed
a
up the
problem with
argument.
that.
If you tell
Mango,
me
you mixed up the argument. Just listen to what I'm saying real quick. You said you're arguing life. Life begins at the strict definition of life. A single cell organism is life. What you're arguing is when humanity begins. I know the argument you're making, but it's not when life begins. It's when humanity begins.
Personhood.
When does something become human?
He said.
Okay,
let's go
if it's going to be the
heartbeat.
moral implication that since it's bad, it can kill. This is something sanctity of life. Then why is it the case that alcohol hasn't been outlawed, even though that there's parents who would drink it and then abuse their child?
I
If
think
that's
it
the
should
case,
be.
and if you're protecting the child, so like weed, tobacco, coffee, and also anything.
What aboutism?
Yeah.
Well, what do you want to hear? You mean you want to have a constructive conversation, or
Wait. So
want
I'll
to go
give
with
an
what about
extenuation of
No,
the
I'm trying to
argument.
figure out where your consistency lies.
I don't know if
within
he
your logic,
knows
that's
that
all.
I'm pro prohibition. I think we should prohibit cigarettes and alcohol. Caffeine is a.
Hey, do it while you smoke a beer or while you drink a beer. and
Yeah,
smoke a
while I
cigarette.
drink
I
a
can
beer and
move.
smoke a
I can move
cigarette.
along the main line of argument. I can move along the main line of argument that he's making here. Okay. So, do you guys think that sperm is alive?
No.
Obviously, I'm not dealing with whether
You
what
don't
my
think it's
issue of
alive?
life is. He
You don't
just
think
made,
that
he made a
sperm is
statement
alive?
about. I thought it would
alive
the
or
heartbeat, that's
a
different,
life.
but-
Well, a life and alive are. He was arguing when something is alive.
A sperm is not a human life.
Okay.
He's not
And
making
your
this
argument would be
argument,
because
and this
it
is
need.
a dumb argument. This is the argument that every time you jerk off, you're killing 6 billion people or whatever.
Well, no, this is to figure out exactly where you think the life begins.
Yes, and he said heartbeat.
Well, then, yeah, he would say heartbeat. Yeah, but what
Okay.
he's arguing is when he thinks a human life begins.
So post heartbeat, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mango. Post heartbeat, you would be okay with a woman ending that human life because
No, pre heartbeat, not post.
Even
pre.
post heartbeat.
So again, the
post
issue
heartbeat.
is-
Yeah, that
yes.
means after. That means after, right? We're
Yeah.
good.
Yes.
That's what. Yeah, I'll still be okay. You know, I
Okay.
got to be consistent with my own argument on that one. Yeah, it's fun to see. The main. Let me, if I can be allowed to try
And
to explain this.
if we
the
restrict
root,
that, we're restricting the rights of the woman to end another life. We're restricting her rights to end another life. And you say that's bad.
So, Mango, when do you think humanity begins then? When do you
And
think
so
it begins?
Then
in the
I
developing
say, then I
zygote?
say, why should we restrict a woman's right if it's a human life at heartbeat, and you're okay with her killing that human life after heartbeat? Why can't she kill her 2-year-old?
well, that's a false equivalence arguing. See, because
not.
a 2-year-old is not inside pregnancy, right?
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. Just go back
Abortion
to the question
is
I was
only
asking him.
exclusive.
Just straight
See,
up
the
ask him,
abortion
where does it
argument is only
begin?
exclusive. It's only exclusive to pregnancy,
He
not
said the life
outside of
begins
pregnancy.
he said the life begins at heartbeat, and he's okay with ending that life.
Yeah, but this is pregnancy. See, you're going
Okay,
outside
okay.
of the actual
So-
confines of the argument.
so
That's
what
the issue I'm having with
happens
your.
If the life is
You don't
already
get to set
created,
the parameters of the argument, dude.
if the
You
life
have to
is
explain why
created-
you have to keep them within that parameters. You have to
It's-
explain that.
it's a new individual life at heartbeat. Yes.
Say that again.
At once the baby has a heartbeat, it's a new individual life.
Yeah, that's what I can agree with.
Okay. And you're okay with killing that before it leaves the mother's womb, but after it leaves the mother's womb, now you can't kill it. What happens when it leaves the mother's womb that makes it okay to not okay to
It's out of
kill
the womb. The at that point. So to answer your question, JS, at that point it'll be when it's outside, born C-section, what have you, then that fetus becomes a baby. Now that's where the line is drawn, because it's not depending on the mother's system to get nutrition.
Okay.
Even
All right.
even
Well,
or
it
even
is. It is still dependent.
the immune system.
It
You
is
know what
st-
I mean?
It is still dependent on its parents, even until
But
it's
but
probably
that
8 years
dependency
old,
though,
it's
it's still in
dependent
the
on its
fetus though.
parents.
That's the issue. What you're trying to do is take that. Well, you
shouldn't
said
use the
this, so
dependency
you
then.
got to be
You shouldn't
okay
use
with
the
that.
dependency argument then. You should
Yeah.
not use the dependency argument then.
Yeah, it's going to be dependent on its
You should
parents
just say-
until it's like 5 years old.
Well, the problem is that you guys are only taking half of what I'm saying, not taking the other half with it. You're just only taking
I'm
one
just
half and
trying to
saying, "Oh,
walk
this is
you-
what you're saying."
I'm just trying to walk you down a
like you're
logic
never
trail.
going to convince me saying that, "Oh, we should tell a woman what to do with her body. It's a
Easy-
good idea,
Easy
whether
did
we
this-
agree with it or not." There's
Easy
a lot
did
of things
this-
that people do with their bodies that we don't agree with. I mean, if that's the case,
And the
mutilation and all
and the
that, we
mass
got to start
majority of
considering
it-
while
wait, wait,
mass
wait,
doing a
majority of
body
it
out
is
like
not
piercing.
killing
Hold on,
children
hold
or
on,
killing
easy.
Rather
somebody.
than us starting to talk past
Well, this
each
is the weird
other,
direction that we go with your additional qualifiers. This is the weird conditions you guys set.
No,
like, okay,
Mango,
that's
Mango,
bad
we're
then.
trying to figure out your line here. Okay, so you're saying it's relying when the baby's relying on the mother. So would you say when the umbilical cord is cut, that is the distinction?
Yeah, when it's outside of the mother. When it's not outside of the mother.
When it's
yes,
outside
there's
of the
times that
mother,
it's
when
not
it's outside
dependent
of
on
the mother, when it's outside of the mother, the umbilical cord is still attached.
And while it's inside of the mother,
It is still dependent on the mother.
The mother has 2 heads
Right?
and 20 toes, and
Yeah, it does, and also the father.
yeah.
So this is like this is the question that's posed and the
Oh, that's
and to
hold
what
on,
you're asking.
Hold on, that's a good
So
thing
if
you
it's
just brought up.
dependent-
What about the father? What if I, as a father, say I don't want the child? Can I make the decision to abort the child?
That was such a great
No,
question.
that's where financial abortion would come in, or foregoing financial obligation.
So, if let's say that
So you're taking
my
away
wife
my
gives
right to kill
birth-
my child, but the woman has
let's
the right
say
to kill it.
let's say my wife gives birth and she's fully dependent on me to take care of her and make sure she has food and water, and to make sure that her wounds stay clean and all this stuff. Should I be able to just pull a Glock out and cap her in the ass?
Or just kick her in the
No.
stomach?
Why are your guys' arguments so shit? Do you guys not know the counter arguments to this?
I know all the counter arguments.
There are
to
like
this, but
prepared debate counter arguments to this.
I
And
know,
you guys
and
aren't even like.
Cool.
I know them all, but I
Well,
like
that's
to.
not what he's doing right now. He's making very low tier arguments, so I can.
No,
just
he's
make
making the
jokey,
dependency
sarcastic
argument. The dependency argument, the immediate follow-up is if you think it's relying on the umbilical cord, then the mother should be able to give birth to the baby and then chop its head off while the umbilical cord is still
Yeah,
attached.
we already made that argument, Goon.
No, you guys keep saying, what if
Yes, I
it's 2
did.
years
I
later?
said,
if
can
it was
you
2
kill
years
your?
later.
I said, can
Yeah.
you kill your 2-year-old because your 2-year-old is still dependent on its parents? I already
No,
made that
that's
argument.
that's a philosophical dependence. It's not. He's talking about a physical dependence.
You're-
Their bodies are linked.
You're
The other
saying the
counter
same
to
thing
his
I'm
argument is the
saying.
conjoined twin. The other argument to his argument is the
violinist?
conjoined twin argument. It's should you be able to kill your conjoined twin because they are dependent on you.
This is the violinist argument, and yeah, I know. I did the same thing you just said, but I made it a little more extreme. Because
Well,
if
yeah, I
we're,
feel like if you do the 2-year thing, you instantly lose a lot of the impact of the retort.
Well, what I'm trying to do is
I
I'm
don't
trying to
think you
figure
do.
out
I think
where
it
where
builds on the.
dependency
I think it
doesn't
builds on the
actually count for
logical,
anything.
the
Because you guys are talking about like a material
it's a- it's-
dependency, which they
it's a
could go off to an
reductio-
orphanage, or there's other options that he could then answer with for
it's
why
a
that
reductio ad
dependency wouldn't
absurdum.
matter.
A 2-year-old is still dependent on its parents. So if you're okay,
Yes, but he can just argue he give it up to an orphanage.
If he, okay, but he hasn't said anything like that yet. You could also give could also give the baby out of the womb, or the baby that's been C-sectioned, who's viable, who's cut out of the woman's stomach. You could also give that up to abortion. So I'm doing a reductio ad absurdum to say, what about a 2-year-old?
And what I'm doing is like I don't think you actually seen like a lot of the conversations me and Mango have had. I'm not trying to make him look stupid. What I'm trying to do is trying to make him make the good argument. He doesn't make the good arguments. He makes these weird, like conflicting ones. And
Well,
I'm trying
dude,
to get
you
I'm
gotta-
trying to guide him down the line to where he makes
Well,
the
dude,
good
you don't
argument.
understand that most of these times I have these abortion debates with you guys, it's always a 5v1, 6v1, so of course it's going to go all different directions.
I'm on your
I can't sit here and describe what I'm saying because I got someone asking me questions or asking me a whataboutism question. I'm sorry. But if you really want to, I'm trying to do the best I can with talking to 6 people at the same time while they're asking me
Yeah, and
questions.
I'm not against you in this either. I agree.
I don't even think
with
Goon disagrees.
Part of
Yeah,
the
Goon
argument
doesn't
you're
even disagree
making,
with
but then I
you.
think you went down a line that I disagree with.
But Mango,
Well, fair
Mango,
enough. Again, it
Mango.
just speaks to that I'm doing like a 6v1 right now. It's always been that
Yeah,
way.
no,
That's why it seems so static. That's why it seems so.
you.
Yeah, that's why it seems like I can't really articulate my argument because of that.
Okay,
Like it's hard.
Mango, we can set it up for a 1v1 if you want, but I just want to say, I heard you go on lower class panel, and you made some arguments that I had already went through stuff with you, and you still keep making these arguments, and I already showed you, and you're like, well, if anybody could show me anything different, then I would change my mind. And then he pulled up the things that I had already shown to you, so you were being disingenuous. Then when you were on Easy Stream the other night, you brought up fetuses, and he walked you through a syllogism, and you agreed to both points of the syllogism, but you didn't agree to the conclusion. That's called cognitive dissonance, when you can be walked through the premises and you say, yes, yes, conclusion, no, I don't agree with that conclusion. That's cognitive dissonance. You said fetus. What is fetus is Latin. What does it mean in Latin?
The beginning of something, I believe. I forgot. I did look it up, but I forgot.
It means small child, hatchling, or shelling. It's usually used in reptiles and birds, and we've used it now with humans and mammals, and now they call it small child, but generally it was a hatchling or a shelling, and it was basically when the animal comes out of the shell, that's a fetus. That's a hatchling or a shelling, and we turned it into mammals to use it to dehumanize the baby in the womb. So you're just using Latin that you don't even know what the fuck it means to say it's not a baby, it's a fetus. A fetus is a small child. What do you like? What do you? So you're, and then when I point this out to you, I guarantee you I'm going to hear you use these same arguments again. So, don't be disingenuous. Be honest. You're just going to stand against this. Why are you so committed to this argument?
Because if we're, again, I said this many times, and you're using cognitive dissonance not to see the logic that once you say something is bad, therefore it should be illegal, you're creating a slippery slope, because anytime you see that happening, now you're setting a precedence for the other side to use your same argument against you. Like, let's say for guns, for an example. Like, if you're okay with outlawing abortion because it's bad and it kills babies and the sanctity of life, then you're going to have to advocate for outlawing all sorts of guns so it can protect children.
So are you saying a
no,
gun?
I'm making a counter. I'm making a counter to where if you're believing that that's the case, then you're going to have to be consistent with your own argument about preserving babies.
I'm trying to point out why it's not consistent, why it's not the same thing. Is a gun designed to kill children?
I really don't give a damn about the. I really don't give a damn about that.
And you're not engaging with anything.
Slippery slope.
Well, you guys are being bad faith and not engaging with me. What I just fucking said, and you're just like, well, whatever, pish posh.
I just tried to.
Yeah, and I described to you as well, and you're doing the same thing that you're accusing me of. Isn't that a bitch?
You didn't answer the question. You didn't answer the question. You just made up a whole bunch of shit.
No, I just fucking answered the question and gave you the reasoning, and you're saying, oh, that's not good enough because babies and so on.
Mango, I don't think you
Mango, I didn't bring this topic up. JS wanted to figure out, and that's where it just really escalated. Like, I didn't ask for this debate. You guys wanted it.
Okay, well,
and I'm giving it to you. You don't like what I'm bringing up.
Mango, I don't think you understand the slippery slope fallacy. So when I say, here's why we should make abortion illegal, and you say, yeah, but that could lead to this and this and this and this.
Because it will.
You're the one making the slippery slope fallacy.
No, it's not a slippery slope fallacy. It's a slippery slope fact. It happens.
No, you accuse
it really
me,
does fucking happen.
You're accusing me of
examples in history of where that happened.
Yeah, and
I just did.
No, you didn't.
Like, we see what the Democrats are saying about the guns. It kills a lot of children. Therefore, if you're consistent about your own argument about being not pro-abortion, then you're going to have to concede that the Democrats might be on.
A gun is not designed to kill specifically just children. We don't make guns designed to kill children. That is the point.
Well, then they go. Well, that's incongruity then.
It
doesn't matter. It's a tool that's there. Neither is a fucking needle and suction that's there to even for abortion procedure. So
the entire procedure is designed to kill the child and suck it out of the womb. That's what it's designed for. The whole procedure is designed specifically for that.
But what I'm getting is that you're saying that abortion is bad because it kills human life. I'm saying that to be consistent with your argument, you're going to have to concede to the Democratic argument that guns are bad because it kills human life. I don't understand how you not see what I'm saying. That's where the slippery slope comes in. Because it is a facet of our modern politics with that. Oh, you want to make abortion legal because it kills human life? I want to make guns illegal because it kills human life. That's where I'm speaking to.
Yeah, you're making that part of the argument fallacy.
Well, it's slippery slope fact. I mean, you can deny it all you want, but it's still there.
No, we can easily legislate certain things and not other things. We could say it's not okay to kill children in the womb, and it's still okay to have guns, but it's not okay to kill people with guns.
So you're saying that my counter argument that has no bearing at all.
But then the extension of like what Mango's saying, the argument would be like, so why do you think guns like AR-15s would be legal then? You don't go hunting with AR-15s.
Because they're cool.
Well, the design of them is to kill somebody. Like,
no, they're not. The design of them is to kill something or shoot a target really hard.
Yeah,
the design is whatever. The design may just
it's a gun of war.
What if I've never shot a gun in my life, but I just like to collect them because I think they look cool? Like my Lego set, if I have a Lego set on my shelf, I could take those Legos and stab them into people's eyeballs. Was my Lego set designed to kill people? No, it was designed to look nice on my shelf. So you can't attribute a purpose to something that is an inanimate object. That has to be attributed to the person. That's why gun violence is a stupid term. Guns don't do violence.
Well, I don't know. Maybe you could save somebody with the abortion kit. Like maybe a spy's coming in, trying to kill everybody.
This is a totally like this is incongruous argument. This is totally irrelevant. He thinks.
What if I abort baby
He
Hitler?
thinks women should have the exclusive right, which is sexism, by the way. You damn feminist. Women should have the exclusive right to kill children. And he thinks there's no. This is why I don't really do abortion arguments, because it's the easiest. You got like 5 points that you're gonna make, and they're all easy to destroy. This is the easiest argument. There's no defending it, and
that's your opinion, though. There is.
It's not an opinion. It's
yeah, it is.
No,
it's a big time opinion.
It's obvious, dude. I've never heard a good abortion debater on the side of abortion.
I mean, you guys did just kind of say, you're just saying it's a slippery slope, and then he said, yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
The only thing close to good is the personhood argument and the consciousness and sentience. They're not a person until they're outside of the womb. He's not making that.
And here's another problem, too.
He's
You're making
making
it sound like I don't agree with some of your guys' arguments. I've said it many times as a strong argument because I do agree with some of it. But at the same time, I'm not comfortable with telling another person that's already a developed human
that
being
they can't kill another person.
I can't say, no, you can't do that. It's in your body. It's a baby, you know, or a fetus, which other categorization you want to put forward to it. I can't do it. I can't tell women, no, you can't do that.
Do you know the woman's body?
I just can't do that.
Do you know the umbilical
cord? You
cord?
can be a gay feminist. It's fine. It's cool.
The umbilical cord and the placenta are used to separate the child in the mother from the mother. So the reason there's an umbilical cord is because there's 2 different bodies in there, and they're connected by this cord, right? And the placenta is to separate the child from the mother. The child is not part of the mother while it's in the womb. It's a separate entity.
If that's the case, then why does it need a fucking the mother's system to develop? I mean, if it's not a part of it, then what's the point of pregnancy? Just so it can just grow? And if it's not a part of the mother, then why in the fuck are you having an issue telling women what to do?
Well,
what the fuck?
Okay. Let's say a mother has an infant that's nursing. Let's say a mother has an infant that's nursing on her tit, and she's feeding her child, and the child is suckling off of her breast. Right then, that child, that's no different than the umbilical cord with the child in the womb. Can she, like Goom was saying, can she just chop its head off? Because, you know, it's relying on her to feed it. It's connected to her. Does that mean it's her? When a nursing mother is holding her child and it's sucking on her breast and it's connected to her and it's feeding off of her, is that a parasite that we can kill?
It's not a parasite because it's out of the wound, and I already explained that.
So now, and this is what happens in these debates is now we go to, so it's in the womb is the issue. In the womb, where it's separated by a placenta and it's connected by an umbilical cord. Similar to how a child in its mother's arms are separated by swaddling cloths and it's connected by a nipple, but that's different.
That's a false equivalence again. A false equivalence because it's not the umbilical cord. That's
how does
that's
it a
the
false
issue I have with that.
It's very similar
because it's not inside the mother, relying on the mother's body to develop. That's the. Yeah, but the problem is, though, that if the mother isn't there and if it gives enough for adoption, then what? Your argument goes out the window. It's not going to go suck on the foster tit's mother, foster's mother's tit, and, like, that's the issue. Like,
All right, then you should make that argument instead of just saying, "Well, that's a false equivalency." Blah 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 blah. You should actually.
Well,
make
it
the
is a
argument.
false equivalency, and I
It's not
just
a false
explained it.
equivalency because it's still part of the woman's body that still provides sustenance.
But a baby can
to
live
the
without the
baby.
mother's breast milk, though. That's the,
Also,
you know.
when a baby
But a
is
baby-
at fucking 9
Formula.
months and has the umbilical cord still attached, the baby could still live without the mother by being adopted.
You're
So it doesn't-
definitely
so it
Mango
doesn't,
is
like-
definitely a formula baby.
No, my mom breastfed me.
Oh, okay.
That's why Elder Line's using ad hominem attacks. Like, oh, you're just a
Ad hominem.
femboy feminist.
That's
yeah,
just
yeah, I said that because it was a joke because you kept making fallacies and not actually explaining why a slippery slope is bad. You just say slippery slope, and then you don't
I
actually
just
provide
did.
any
I
historic
did.
evidence.
I have.
You don't provide any historic evidence. You don't provide any evidence to why it is bad thing. You just say it is bad thing, and that you say that there is historical evidence, but you provided none.
I'm pretty sure I did. You guys just look. I get it. You guys don't like abortion. That's like that's a very thing that you don't even think that should be a thing.
Yeah,
I get it.
Yeah, I don't.
I
Like
do
baby
understand
murder.
that.
I'm not a fan of baby murder.
No, I understand that. I really do. But I just still at the same time cannot say, yeah, you can't do that because I say so.
Anyway, I didn't want to gang up on you. I just know every panel I hear you go on, you always bring this up. So I thought, maybe you'd want to. But
And you know what though? You know, one thing I do appreciate is just like you're bringing more shit for me to learn how to fucking counter. Really. Because I'm never going to change my mind on that. I agree with arguments on about the moral proclivity of abortion.
Then what's
I
the
understand
point in bringing
that.
it up all the time if you're never going to change your mind on it?
You're the one who brought it up today. I didn't bring it up all the time. You brought it up today.
Okay, you're right. You're right.
He said it in a joking way, and he could have thrown it off in a joking way too. But you.
But he does it all the. But hold on a second. But you say something all the time in a joking manner. Don't think it's not going to get brought up and
I've
confronted.
I've heard you go
Okay,
on
well,
other
you got brought up,
panels.
you got confronted, and you
So
lost.
You
That's
went on.
fine.
You went on.
I don't
lower-
think I lost.
You
Like
went on lower
that's
classes
that,
panel
that's
when
just
he was
like
talking about
fallacious
Charlie Kirk,
argumentation,
and
you
you
think
brought
it's
up
that's
valid.
severe.
abortion.
Well, that just
You
sounds
went
like
on
severe white
Easy's
rain
panel.
cope on that one.
You went on lower classes panel when he was talking about Charlie Kirk, and you brought up abortion. You went on Easy's panel when he was talking about I forget what he's talking about the other night, and you brought up abortion. So you've done this, and you've done this on my panels too. When I was talking about God knows what we were talking about, and you brought up abortion. So this is your the hill you're gonna die on. So
Absolutely.
this is why I brought it up. So my bad if I shouldn't have done that, but I thought you would have fun with it. But
I have an argument against it as well, if I could bring it up.
okay.
Okay. So he was saying that it's a parasite in the womb because it needs the mother to survive, correct? But outside of the womb, it's not a parasite, correct?
I never said it was
Is
a
that correct?
parasite.
I think I use
not
the
a-
word parasite because some people do. I don't know if he said that, but
I'll never
Okay,
say
and-
that.
okay.
I'll never say it's a parasite.
basically it.
Okay, but you said that it needs the mother to survive, so that's what makes it okay to end it, correct?
That'll be abortion, not outside of the mother's body.
Well, I'm trying not to use like words that we shouldn't use, but is that what you're saying basically? Is that it's okay if it's still inside, but it would be bad if you ended its life if it's outside? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and your argument is because if it's inside, it needs the mother to survive, correct? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, predominantly. Yeah.
Okay, so you were saying that JS's example of a breastfeeding baby was a false equivalency because the baby was outside of the womb, and the latching of mouth to nipple was not equivalent to umbilical cord, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so my argument, which it's a weird argument because I don't believe in this either, but it kind of makes your point of the false equivalency moot, is the artificial wombs. So at that point, they don't really need the mother to survive. So is that okay? Does that make abortion still okay?
That's a very specific case on that one. That would be like an abnormal pregnancy.
I know it's a specific case, but it is a case. So, response to that.
Well, then in that particular case, and what about what? Well, let's say that it becomes a orphan. Then what?
Well, no, the way you present it is, Mango, if there's an option to take the baby out of the woman and put it into an artificial womb and then give it up for adoption, let it grow up and give it up for adoption, does the woman have the choice at that point to say, I don't want it to go into an artificial womb, I just want to abort it?
Now that one right there will become really fucking iffy. And in my personal opinion, I don't think that the woman in this particular case shouldn't.
So,
okay, no.
So you would take away the woman's right to abort if there was another way. You would take away her. That's a slippery slope.
Well, it's not really
taking
taking her right away. Exactly. It's not really taking her right away. To be fair with you, it's not really.
Well, I mean, if it would be taking her right away if it become like a non-option, correct? Like if that became the option instead of abortion. So it kind of is taking away. And like, I'm not being argumentative. I just like to come up with like weird off the wall scenarios to like challenge people's views.
No, it's a good question because there is two options. The option is you carry the child and then you give birth to it and you give it up for adoption, or you kill it. And so if we take that a little farther, what about, okay, well, you don't want to carry the child. You could put it in, you could have it cut out of you and put into an artificial womb. Does the woman have the choice? But the woman says, I don't want it to go into an artificial womb. I want to abort it. Can you take away her right to abort then?
You can take away the right on that in that particular case, but how many times does that case happen?
Well, I mean, I'm just thinking that it may become a more like available option. I mean, with science.
No, time goes on, there is no way Republicans are ever going to allow the taxpayers' dollars to fund artificial wombs.
Well, what he's saying is, he's saying if there's a way, he's saying if there's a way that you can save the child, then she
talk about weird science.
Then she shouldn't have the right to abort it. And I'm saying there's a way that you can save the child, but she should have the right to abort. So he's contradicting himself. Like, okay, so there's no robo wombs, but what she could do is carry it and give birth to it and give it up for adoption. That's an option where the baby doesn't die. But you're saying she should have the right to kill it. But if there was a robot womb and we could cut it out of her and put it in, then maybe she shouldn't have. So that's why it's
because he said it. He said his relies on viability, if it's viable without the mother or not. And you've given a situation where now it's viable without the mother. So he's saying yes, she shouldn't be able to kill something that's viable without the mother.
Yeah, it doesn't debunk my whole argument.
If it's viable in her womb and she can give birth to it and give it up for adoption, it's still viable. So but
he thinks that the point that it's not, and she has to wait for that is now usurping her rights.
Okay,
because it's not viable, but she's being forced to keep it. He's saying it once it becomes viable, she needs to be forced to keep it.
I was just like pushing back on the argument to see if
not
you
to
were
keep it, but forced to not kill it.
Yeah,
once it's viable, you can't kill it.
Pro-abortion across the board, or if there were like situations where you were willing to kind of go back a little bit. So that's
no, the robot womb is a good argument, and it'll usually show their inconsistencies, and it did because
he's consistent. That's consistent. His answer was consistent.
How's he consistent? If we have a way to cut it out of her at, okay, let's say she's 6 months pregnant, the baby
makes the right argument. It makes the argument that it's a right and it should be enforced as a right inconsistent. That's what it does. It doesn't invalidate the.
Well, he's arguing
viability
they should have the right to do it when it's not viable.
But also,
when there's no way for the baby to survive without the mother, they should have the right to get rid of it.
Also,
if you
I've
can
gone
put it in a
through-
test tube, then it can't. He just said that if you can put it in a test tube, then you can't kill it.
Well, I've gone through this with him before, and he'll make arguments, and then I'll say, okay, well, what about at 9 months if she just wants to get rid of it? And he's like, yeah, she can. So maybe I have some, through other talks I've had, and I've heard him on other panels and stuff.
Yeah, no, then that I wouldn't.
But
yeah,
the argument that
sounds-
Mango is making is that it's a right and it should not be infringed on. So that being the argument, him saying that including viability makes no sense. The viability argument makes no sense to include it into the
Let's put it this
argument that it's
yeah.
right.
Because he's saying it's only a life to him, a human life, once it has an individual, once it can be individualized.
He's sticking
Right.
to
If
the
it
bodily.
needs to be reliant on the mother, then it's not an individual.
Back on was the umbilical cord equivalent, non-equivalency.
That's
to
why
the,
what
to the
she asked a
latching.
really good question, but he gave the right answer with the worldview he gave.
Yeah, so that was really the only inconsistency I was kind of pushing back on. I do agree that he was consistent on, once it becomes viable outside of the mother, then the abortion is kind of more questionable in his worldview. So, I mean, I do think he stayed consistent along that line.
Right. He makes the consistent viability argument, which makes the rights argument not consistent.
Well, the only
So he
reason why
shouldn't
we're
use
having
the-
this is
the vi- he
because they
shouldn't use
should
the right argument.
they shouldn't touch Roe v. Wade. That's the issue, because 90% of abortions were happening within 12 weeks. They should have just let
Didn't
the Roe
I
v.
hear you
Wade thing alone.
quoting? Didn't I hear you quoting Ruth Bader Ginsburg the other day?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because she was saying,
she was
Go on.
against Roe v. Wade.
oh yeah, totally.
Yeah.
But when I'm going to use Roe v. Wade, I'm just pointing out statistics that 90% of the abortions during the Roe v. Wade era was within 12 weeks. During when that happened, that's a pregnancy. That's a known statistical fact on that one. That's why I say shouldn't even touched it in the first place, because it did not have this argument.
It's an issue of states' rights. There's nothing in the Constitution about abortion, and she was against making this a constitutional thing.
Yeah, I think it was right to give it back to the states, really.
Yeah. Ruth
Well,
Bader Ginsburg.
I think he's harping on something I do agree with. When lefties harp on the rape statistic, they're like, "But what if she was sexually assaulted? Then the baby," and then the argument is, "Well, this is like less than 1% of cases." Like also a mother aborting a child at like 9 months right before it's about to be birthed is like an extremely rare case.
No, the argument for rape would be you don't punish an innocent for what their father did.
Well, no, I'm just saying people are saying that you should. Another argument is that you're trying to make a rule on something that's less than 1% of the things that is happening.
Yeah,
but I would say the 9 month. I'd say the 9 month pregnancy is the same thing. Almost no times does a 9 month pregnancy happen.
But it
It's
does
not the
happen.
super common occurrence.
It does happen, and it's a legal thing that can occur.
It's becoming It's becoming more common. To the extent where there's people arguing, I forget his name, but there's a college professor that argues that you should be able to abort a 2-year-old.
No, I'll never agree with that. No, that's just straight murder. That's undisputed murder if you're just wanting to end a life way after pregnancy.
Well, I mean, I think aborting a 6-month-old is undisputed murder too, but
If you're talking, wait, what 6-month-old we're talking about? Post-birth or pre-birth?
6 month in the womb.
Yeah, me too.
Well, I said, and also what I said too. If you're, you brought up about speakeasy.
I don't
like,
even think. I think we should
hold
do
on.
birth dates. I don't even think we should do birth dates. I think we should do conception dates.
There we go.
That'd be
I'm
interesting.
already 38 years old.
I mean, we
I'm
already
with you,
changed
JS.
golf to America. Why not?
I mean,
But no,
my whole
JS.
thing is that
My
thing is
parents
that
got it on
there's a
during
lot
a
of
Super
arguments
Bowl
that you
party.
can use. It's just that they're all the arguments combined together makes it an inconsistent position.
Yeah.
Not necessarily.
Yes, it does. You can't
No,
use
not
heartbeat and then justify 12-month abortions.
12-month
12
abortions.
week.
Oh,
I meant 12 week. I
I
got
was
a
about to
fucking
say.
101 fever, man.
Oh, I got you. No, I understand. Fair enough on that one, but the thing is that so what? I'm sorry. I know that sounds really bad, but I just can't. Like, I still maintain that principle. There's exceptions to the case,
Not being
absolutely.
argumentative, but what is the
I
argument
will.
for 12 weeks? Like, what happens at 12 weeks that makes it okay?
Yeah, I've
The
never
heart.
heard
That's
12.
when the heartbeat.
That's 6 weeks.
That's 6 weeks. I thought it was.
Yeah, you thought wrong.
Okay, I did thought wrong.
That's why I was like, wait, what's special about? Okay.
Yeah. There's nothing special about. I don't know anything special about 12 weeks. Maybe there's something that. Maybe they get an extra toe or something. I don't know.
I guess that would be the first trimester, right?
Yeah.
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 Heartbeat is
Well,
I think it's 6 to 8 weeks. Or
JS, I do want to
Okay.
point out something. You brought up about all these past panels. I did say on Speakeasy that in the beginning part of the pregnancy, it's easier to convey the abortion argument, but but as time goes on with the pregnancy, it's really hard to mount a counter argument of why abortion should be legal, because there's times that preemie babies can be incubated to complete the full pregnancy without the mother. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah,
I did
I
say
don't-
that.
I don't think there's ever any good arguments except for and even this if it's a situation where and this is preeclampsia, if the woman has cancer and she's going to go through chemo, or ectopic pregnancies, the health of the mother is basically the only good argument. And I still don't think it's a good argument, because even then you have two patients. One of them is not, like in an ectopic pregnancy, that child is never going to be able to live.
Yeah, it's not viable.
Yeah,
Also, to answer
so-
your guys' question, at 12 weeks it becomes a fetus. Before that, it's a zygote.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
care
Easy
about
was-
when I was an 18, I was a teenager, and now I'm a middle-aged male, and I'm gonna be an elderly guy when I'm 70. So like that's all that means to me.
Yeah.
And it's fine if he wants to make the zygote argument, but he can't make the heartbeat argument with the 12-week argument.
And that's fine,
Yeah, no. From what I'm seeing, the
I'll
heartbeat
learn and
develops
adjust as I
within
go
22
along,
to
but-
23 days.
I don't think
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Because I don't know the statistic. Just because I'm not a debater. I don't do these things, so I don't know all these stats. But I am curious, because I have heard the SA point of view for supporting abortion. Of all of the abortions that happen, let's just say in a year in the U.S., how many are related to an SA? Because I mean, there are a lot of mothers that still have the baby that come from a SA.
Like 0.07 or something.
Yeah, it's a super minority.
Some crazy
is it
small
even
number.
Is it even a significant enough amount to make the argument for the broad category, right?
No, it's a red
no,
herring.
I agree with that. Yeah, that's what I was saying was the argument. But I would say also bringing up 9 months is the same thing, because a 9-month pregnancy is like 1% of the time also.
It's a red herring they throw up, because even if I say, okay, I'll give you rape, incest, and the health of the mother. I'll give you those. What about all
But
the
you're
others?
gonna give us 9 months.
And then they'll say, well, I still want the others too. Okay, well then why did you even bring that up? It's like that's you know, yeah, it's like something like 90. I'll be conservative and I'll say 95% are for. Well, and then the health of the mother is a tricky thing too, because there could be financial health, spiritual health, emotional health, social health.
Yeah.
What do you mean by the health of the mother? I'm in college right now and I'm trying to learn and fix I want to be and so the financial health of the mother, the social health of the mother, and yeah, less than 1%. Yep.
No, I think
Because
the
once you
real argument
get very
around
loud,
the abortion debate is where life begins. Like, where does human life begin?
That's what it comes
When
down
does
to.
the sperm
yeah, I think
stop
that's
being
the
a
only
sperm
argument.
swimming around in an egg, and when does it start to become a baby?
That's what they all reduce down to, is when does life begin? And if 96% of biologists and scientists say it begins at conception, when new DNA is formed, then you're ending a life, and you're arguing that somebody has the right to kill another life, and
We do have the right to kill other lives, like animals are alive.
murder another life.
We have the right to murder animals too. We do it in factory farms. That's what I'm saying. Like, we have to
Human.
argue,
Oh my
when does a
God.
human?
Shut
Yeah,
up,
exactly.
Goat.
When does a human? And then it becomes a
Yeah, I
philosophical
know. I'm
question
not a
of when you think a
pro-lifer.
human
I eat
forms in
meat.
the womb.
I'm saying, if life begins at conception, if human life begins at conception, does one human have the right to murder another innocent human?
But that's already granting that human life begins at conception.
Which I would argue for. Yeah. And
It is a consensus.
96% of
Well,
biologists and scientists
what do
would
you
agree
mean
with
at
me.
conception? Like, when the sperm goes inside the egg and it's swimming around in circles,
Yes,
is that a baby?
as soon as new DNA is formed, as
Fucking
soon as
camping assholes.
the sperm is in the egg and new DNA is formed, that is a new life. That's a fertilized egg. That's a new life.
That is a human life?
Yeah, if we were birds, I wouldn't think that you should be allowed to just go around smashing all the eggs. Like, you can't. No.
Do you think it's as valuable as, like, a fully born baby?
I am reading chat, Shazzy.
Did you
And
hear
then
me?
I
Do you
think-
think it's
I
as
think with
valuable
that
as a fully formed baby?
I know, and now we're gonna get into some trolley cart
think
problems where you say we have 100
Yeah, exactly. Let's
fertilized
say we got 20
eggs.
zygotes and there's
We
a
have-
house fire and there's one baby. Do you save the 20 zygotes or do you save the one baby?
I do think potential matters, and that is potential.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Do you think those 20 zygotes then usurp the potential of that one baby?
Depends. Is it my baby?
They're completely random. You just walk in a room, it's on fire, zygotes on the table, baby on the other table. You only got, you're holding books in the other arm, and they're important.
Oh my God. I don't want to do trolley cart. Yeah, I don't.
I mean, I know you're joking, but it's like not a real question.
No, that's
that actually is like, yeah, that's the real line that goes down into the when does a human life, and then how valuable is it throughout each stage.
I don't know. I guess I think in like things that would actually happen, and that wouldn't.
But if I see an infant,
Because it leans on the idea that we value the baby the more it develops.
If
So
I
maybe
see-
a less developed fetus you value less than a more developed fetus.
if I see one fertilized zygote, and I know that this zygote is going to grow into human, and then I see a 1-year-old, and then I see a 10-year-old, and then I see an old lady, and there's a train and it's going to smash all of them, which am I going to save? I'm going to save the zygote. Why? Because it's going to have the longest life ahead of it to do more stuff.
That's crazy.
How's that crazy?
What if it's like an evil zygote? What if it winds up being like a wizard?
What
and
if the
dark arts and
5-year-old
dark
turns
magic?
evil in
The
10
baby
years?
could be too.
At least you can interview the 5-year-old real quick. You
I'm
can be
just
like, "Hey, yo,
saying-
man, you play sports or something?"
All I'm basing it off of is which has the longest life ahead of it. And the
Right.
zygote has the longest life ahead of it. So the old lady
Well, I
gotta
think
go.
I think JS's point was kind of good when you first asked it. Like, is it my baby or is it my zygotes? Like,
Yeah.
that matters.
Yeah,
That does matter.
that will play a role. And that's in the trolley cart problem. They'll say, well, what if it's
Yeah,
what
but
if it's
that
what if
kind of
it's
goes
your
towards my
mom?
argument then that all zygotes aren't the same. They're not of equal value to you.
I mean, I don't think. I mean, this might
Emotion
sound
plays a
harsh,
role.
but like my baby would matter more to me than someone else's baby. So like, that's
Okay, well, if it's gonna be used as a way to like over dramatize the question to where you can't like answer it,
You posed
then no, it's not your baby. Then it's not your baby.
that's what I'm saying. Like my baby's gonna be more important than any baby. So.
What about a
Yeah, because I've heard this
terminal
debate, and I do
10-year-old?
think that basically pro-life has the strongest arguments, but this is the strongest anti-pro-life
And see,
argument.
this is where we go with this. Look at the chat. What about a terminal 10-year-old with 5 years left to live versus a 60-year-old with 10 years left to live? I think I gotta give it to the 60-year-old because he's got. See, this is
Why not let the
He has-
60-year-old decide and be okay with his decision?
He has earning potential.
You know my biggest problem with abortion, Mango?
What's up, man?
Is a woman's never and we talk about equality of the sexes and things like this, and sexism is bad and you can't be sexist and stuff like that. A woman's never gonna know what it feels like to have a man kill her child without her having any say in it, and it's encouraged and it's justified by the law. Like, could you imagine you got a
Yeah, that's a
woman
good point.
pregnant and in all your life you've wanted to have a child, and you got a woman pregnant and she says, well, I want to abort it, and she kills it? That'd be like if a woman had a kid and the guy was like, well, I just want to kill it and I get away with it and it's encouraged. That's my problem with it. What do you think about that, Mango?
That's a
No, that's fair. That's fair.
That's a
That's a humdinger.
fair.
that's a doozy. All right, I gotta go to bed, but thank y'all for engaging with my questions. Have a good one.
Bye.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of the things that I have a problem with is like trying to be consistent with the arguments that they're making. And even then, even if you can be consistent with it, even when you're with the most consistent personhood argument, you have to bite a whole lot of retarded bullets.
I feel like I did pretty well just there.
Well, I mean, yeah, you can, but I'm not talking about within the arguments that were being made towards you right now. But what I'm saying is like, you can use the argument or the debate that Kent Horn and Destiny had, and Destiny had to bite a lot of really stupid bullets on the basis of the personhood argument. Like, is it okay to have, is it okay within this idea that consent matters when it matters more so that the woman wants to carry the baby? Okay. Is it okay then to then stop the fetus from ever developing consciousness as long as it's within the parameters? Hell, I got a fucking favorite. Let me just find the clip.
Shazzy, you're already in the Discord. Shazzy. Damn, it's not working. Shazzy saying link, please. You're already in the Discord. I think if we put exclamation Discord, it should give you the link to join the Discord. And then you join the Discord. You're already in the Discord, Chazzy. What do you mean link, please? Or maybe, I don't know if she's been verified as a... I think she has. So, I don't know if we've like changed your thing, Shazzy. So if you can't get into this room, go into the staging room and we'll pull you in and we'll
Get into the fucking Discord too, Shazzy.
I'm pretty sure
Kieran's just a
Shazzy's
boomer and he doesn't understand how you operate Discord. So that's the
Kieran.
problem.
Oh, Kieran. Well, I can't help stupid.
Yeah.
Kieran asked. Click on that, Kieran. Join the server. Then you go into the staging room, and we'll pull you into the because you might. We gotta. What's it called? We gotta vet people and stage them and vet them now, because
He's been on the stage a few times.
yeah, he should.
He just doesn't know how to use Discord. It takes me 45 minutes for him to click a link that I send him over his Discord. Took him 2 days to finally play a song that I sent him.
Yeah, the way Discord works, Kieran, you have your user Discord or your server, and then under it, you have all the servers that you're in. You are already in my server, so you find the one that has the picture of me, and you click on it, and then you see the things on the side. You go into the just chatting room. If you can't get into the just chatting room because it's locked, you go into the staging room, and then we pull you into the chatting room. It's complicated, I know, but damn, don't you know all the coolest people use Discord? That's a bad joke.
Here's the link. I would just stream it myself, but I don't feel like doing all that shit.
Cat is the worst. Rude Mud Crab says Cat is the worst.
What?
Do I got to start a new goal? I think the goal time ran out. We failed. Timer ended before reaching the goal. Y'all are failures. What is Darth Vader doing over here with the damn vape?
Wait.
Darth Vapor.
What the? Does he wear a helmet when he vapes? What the fuck is going on with that?
I think it's
You
you.
tell us.
It's you.
He's like Bane. He has the tubes in his body.
It sounds like you're on an iron lung. What the fuck? I am RK Mangoes.
Fuck off. Jack, asshole, man. Fucking.
Also, because I only asked you guys the question, I didn't state my position. I will state my position on it. I think the human life begins at some point in the development of the brain, but I don't know exactly like when I would classify it. But at some point, like our brains make us uniquely different than everything else.
Yeah, that's the most consistent version of what being pro-abortion can be, but it still has some consequences to it that even if you hold that position, you would have to contradict it to some level to stay or not contradict it, but to stay consistent within that argument, you have to justify some pretty weird shit.
That could be true, but I'm also not a slippery slope person. I do think slippery slopes can happen, but I think they happen with justifications, not similar actions.
I love a slippery slope.
I'm sure
You can do two things that are similar to each other, but they have like a
Have you ever
different
have you ever
justification
ridden
for
on
why
a
you're
slip
doing
and
them, but-
slide? Could you imagine a dry, friction-filled slope?
This is why I kind of argued for Mango when he made the argument for the gun thing, because I don't think it applies to all guns, but there's certain things like that's why I brought up AR-15s. Uzis are another good example. You're not doing shit with an Uzi. Like you're killing somebody with it.
I mean, the argument is whatever if you're only allowed to keep a gun that's designed specifically for self-defense, then all guns that are being sold would just be claimed as being designed as self-defense.
Well, no,
All
it would be for
weapons are
hunting, and
ultimate-
then you would just use hunting weapons for self-defense.
Well, yeah. What I'm trying to say though is that the majority of weapons are designed as weapons of war. The AR-15 is a weapon that is used for hunting. It's not, and it's also a weapon that's used to
Are you debating?
take down coyotes and shit to defend your homestead. There's still
you
People
debating-
do. I will give. That's why I would even if I would go even to the
No,
hardest,
I'm
like
not a-
useless gun, except for killing people, it's Uzis.
Hold on.
Like you wouldn't use that
hold
to
on,
kill
I gotta
any type
respond
of
to my
animal.
chat. He said, "Are you debating this at debate con or just going?" No, the DebateCon theme is religion, which I don't know if anybody drops out and they're like, "Hey, we need somebody to fill in this spot." I'll raise my hand, but no, I'm just going to DebateCon Parallax.
What's DebateCon?
DebateCon is modern day debates, debate convention where they're gonna have a bunch of debaters debate on stage, and people are gonna be there. We're gonna hang out. We're gonna have fun. I'm just going.
Oh, like an actual live event, not something over on Discord or YouTube or anything.
Yeah, they've been doing it for like 6.
Oh.
Yeah.
Then you could also fall into the same slippery slope argument with the justifications for why the abortion thing shouldn't matter when it comes to sexual assault, because it's such a low statistical probability. Because I think self-defense cases with an Uzi are probably a low statistical probability. They're probably used for a high variety of crimes primarily.
And I guess Grid 1 is doing a pre-DebateCon event the day before, and I'll probably check that out for a little while. But I also want to hang out in Nashville, so it should be a good time. But yeah, that's what we're raising money for, is to take the trip, Parallax, and I'm just going to go. I'm not debating there. Maybe that's a goal I set for next year, is try to get more active and try to be debating at the next one. But Jay is gonna find a slippery slope in Nashville. Oh my god!
You're gonna try. You're gonna try.
Imagine a water slide without water. That's the opposite.
So then it wouldn't be a water slide; it'd just be a slide.
It'd just be a slide.
Slippery slope to match your slippery files.
It'd be a burn. You get all your skin all tore up and burned, and you need to calm down, cat. Lord have mercy. I do enjoy a slippery slope.
Yeah, so Elderline, do you think an Uzi is like a good enough example then?
Well, I think ultimately what happens is that you have to be able to justify why something is a good thing to do without it being just a response. And you could say that within self-defense, it's a good response to be able to defend yourself, but it's still something that is a consequence of an aggressive action. If something is, let's say that the fetus is inherently trying to kill the woman, like the fetus is not within the right parameters to grow up into a healthy child. All it's going to do is kill the woman. And then in that case, I don't even know if that's an abortion or if it's just a surgery in which would save the life of the only person that can be saved in that situation. Yeah. So when it comes to an Uzi, it doesn't really matter. You can have an Uzi and nobody use it for a criminal act, and that be okay to be justified as something that, shit, I need to collect my thoughts. I just overheated my brain again.
You're good. I know you're sick right now too.
But I don't think that
the argument I'm making is that the Uzi's like it's designed to kill people.
Yeah, it's designed to kill people. It can be used. It can be used. It's designed. It is designed to kill something. It's not necessarily designed to kill people.
Well, it's definitely not an animal. He's not gonna go hunting with an Uzi.
It's designed to shoot. It's designed to shoot bullets really fast.
But what I'm saying is that within, like, there's been a couple of times where I've had like a shitload of coyotes in my yard trying to snatch up, animals I have in my yard, and I wish I had something like an Uzi so I could kill them quicker before they hurt any of the animals or livestock that I have.
I don't.
Well, then that's why I moved off of AR-15, because you could use an AR-15 for that. I don't think you would use an Uzi.
No, I don't even think any of this is true.
You could.
You're gonna wind up hitting your own livestock.
Well, I mean, let's say there's a bear coming after you in the woods, and you had an Uzi. That'd be a more efficient way than an AR-15 than it would be to kill the bear. But there are instances where you can justify having a weapon like that would be better and easier to defend yourself within situations that aren't just other people.
Yeah, because I would even argue too the Uzi, because of its like kickback and shit, and how hard it is to control its fire. It's almost mainly designed to shoot at a wide range of target. Like it's
Is
not
it
only designed to hit your target; it's going to hit everything behind it.
is a machete designed to cut people's heads off?
Well, I mean, this is the thing too. It's like you could have an Uzi and say there's a big fucking pack of wolves coming after you, and Uzi would be better for that situation.
That might
If
be
you
true,
put it,
but I don't know.
if I'm going out in the wilderness, I'm
It'd be better
definitely
than a
picking
hand.
an AR-15. I'm picking an AR.
Yeah, I was about to say you're gonna dump an Uzi clip in like 2 seconds, and that shit's gonna
Yeah.
fire out like a
The rate of fire
cone.
does not help you in that situation. In the hypothetical.
And in a situation where you are, in a situation where you have 15 wolves coming at you and you have a very low chance of surviving anyways, you would have an increased chance of surviving with the Uzi.
I'm gonna talk to the wolves, and I'm gonna.
Well, in the case that you have 15 wolves coming after you, and you have an abortion kit, if you abort the baby, you have a higher chance of getting away from the wolves.
I'm gonna wolf whisper, and I'm gonna become the alpha dog, and then we're gonna go take out my enemies together. Yep. Call me Mowgli. What are you doing? Mango?
I'm hitting a vape and I'm choking on it. What else does it sound like I'm doing?
I knew you were hitting a vape.
Yep.
Which also, I'm not even against the illegalization of the Uzi either. I don't care.
Well, I mean, like there are tools and what they're designed to do, and within abortion, the abortion procedure is designed to specifically only do one thing.
$10. You pick the topic, chat. This has gotten stale.
I would agree. I'd agree with that. It's just I feel like a lot of these youngins running around with Dracos and shit, they only intend to do one thing. They're not buying them for self-defense.
Murk the ops, hold it sideways like O-Dog, and let the yopper sing.
Yeah, but they would also be buying it to do something that's illegal. The abortion procedure is the legal action. It is the thing supported by the state. Nobody's going to say that a bunch of gang members that want to shoot up a whole bunch of people really quick, they're doing it within the legal well, they're not doing it within the parameters of the law.
Well, yeah, Mango's arguing for a world where they're both allowed.
Yeah, I agree.
You can get the Uzi and you can abort the
I always
baby.
do this. I recorded for too long, and now I'm not going to be able to get good clips.
A true liberal perspective. I buy the Uzi to celebrate aborting the baby.
Oh, motherfuckers.
I think this is going to be too big. They're going to tell me I don't have enough points. I've been recording since Mangoes came in and we started talking about abortion. I was trying to get some good abortion clips, but I think it's going to be, I recorded too long. I don't know if this is going to work. Oh, get clips, one link, get clips, one click. No.
Yeah, I don't know. It's an extremely hard conversation. I don't.
It's too long.
There is no point where you're just not usurping the woman. Like in my perfect world, there'd be a way that you guys would be able to like come to a collaborative decision on what to do. But like at a certain point, like someone has to have the power to tell the doctor yes or no.
Yeah, and people value one of the two things more, the child or the mother.
But yeah, no, I'm more arguing where
within-
people argue like, shouldn't the father have a say in it?
Yeah, I don't know about that because I don't even think, honestly, the woman should have a say in it either. So it's not something that I even care about. I don't make the argument that men should be able to. I don't care if abortion is legal or not. Men should have to provide some sort of support.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Yeah, I don't like the financial abortion argument. They're like, well, if women can abort, why can't men financially abort? The way I would present that argument is if women have a 9-month period where they can choose to abort, men should have like a 9-month period where they can choose to abort.
I mean, no, I kind of hold men and women in the same standards.
If
I
we
think
wanna make
that
it equal-
if you engage in a sexual act, you're risking the fact
I'm
that
gonna say
the
like when
person
you
could get
turn
pregnant. So
when
it's
you
the
turn
same for both of them.
16, when you turn 16, I'm activating my 9-month abortion period. I'm taking you out, bitch. Son, you're acting like an asshole. I'm using my 9-month abortion period card. You're done.
Well, we. That's like the good old. Oh, we failed.
Well, I think we failed as a society when we're arguing that people can kill their unborn children, but
Well, we actually had something to mediate that. Now it's the Roe v. Wade case, and had to make it take that away. So
It just stopped the conversation, and it kept getting worse and worse, and making both sides more and more extreme to the point where it finally, Roe v. Wade, which wasn't even a very good legal case to enforce what they were enforcing, gets removed, and now the floodgates unleash, and now you have people who are trying to justify even when women have, what is that called, when you get pregnant within the tubes and there's no way that the baby's actually going to ever be born, it's just going to kill the woman. But there are people on the right who will make that argument and make everybody on the right look like fucking morons. And you also have people on the left that make you guys look like morons, that argue for, well, it should be legal up to 9 months because it's the choice and the moral right of the woman to be able to choose at any point in time.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Man,
like I said, to me, it has something to do with the brain. Whenever you like develop what makes you human in the brain.
And if I was not so damn sick, I'd be able to form, because I've never actually made this argument before, so it's hard for me to like form the actual argument that I've heard other people give. Trent Horn versus Destiny, Trent Horn's really good at
I've seen it,
pushing Destiny to the point where he has to justify some really crazy shit.
I'll watch it up. You said Trent Warren?
Trent Horn.
I
linked it in the back, but it's at the timestamp where Destiny has to, after he gives his entire view.
You're good. I'll watch the whole thing. No, I think people have done good against him on it too. I think Zen Shapiro does really good debating this. Not Ben. I don't. You know who I'm talking about? Zen Shapiro, Zen.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. He's part of the Crucible, or he was. I don't know.
Yeah,
if he still is.
he debates that topic very well too. Yeah, because he's the one that I've heard make like the strong arguments against like viability and stuff. Yeah, but for me, it's like first trimester. I'm like probably okay with. Second trimester, you're starting to get dicey. Third trimester is definitely a no go for me.
I've gotten to the point where I don't even think that what's it called? In vitro fertilization is a good thing either.
Yep.
Or because once I've actually started to dive into this in a philosophical sense, at least, it becomes very hard to justify abortion at any point.
When so you've gotten to the point where you see that if you believe life begins at conception, in vitro fertilization is actually aborting way more kids.
Just aborting hundreds of children just for the sake of maybe one being able to be viable.
Yeah, and
within the woman.
It leads into this playing pick-a-baby, where two gay guys can go into an IVF clinic and they can have all these fertilized eggs, and they say, well, this one's going to be blonde and this one, or, let's put your sperm, nut into a cup and we're going to make a bunch of designer babies for you. And, well, this one might come out with blonde hair, but this one might be a little chunky, or this one might be a little this or this. And now we're playing pick-a-baby. It's eugenics. It's crazy.
I mean, when it comes to like hair color, we can do that without even needing to go that deep. You can just
I guarantee
figure out
that's
the
been going
recessive
on
and
for longer
dominant
than you want
dreams
to admit.
of you and the person that you're with.
No, you're gonna have to fertilize the egg first, because I could. So if the egg is coming from a blonde woman and I'm a brown-haired man and I donate my sperm, I have the dominant gene, but that doesn't mean that the kid's not gonna be. Let's say I want a brown-haired kid, and I have an egg of a blonde-haired woman who's tall and attractive, or blah blah blah, whatever traits that I'm looking for, and I before the egg is fertilized, we don't know what the kid's going to look like. The recessive gene could win over the dominant gene, rarely, but it could happen.
No, that's only if you also have it in you. So you'd be able to tell through your parents.
We're all going to have no.
So if your parents all have brown hair, then they both have dominant brown hair genes. Now these have been passed on to you. Now you're capital D, capital D. Now anything that comes in contact with you that's lower D just gets full of you.
I know how fake genetics work, but are you saying that if everyone in my family is brown-haired, which they are, and I meet a girl who everyone in her family is blonde-haired, are you saying I can't have a blonde-haired child?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, you would need some type of recessive blonde trait within you to have it would be like around a 25% chance to have a blonde baby.
Well, anyway, my point is, what they'll do is they keep making them until you get the one you want, and all the other ones get thrown out. And the IVF and the pick-a-baby scheme actually kills a lot more.
Yeah, I know. Also, I know more about eyes than hair. Hair is different, I think, in some ways.
Yeah. Okay. Brown eyes. Yeah, brown eyes is probably going to be more dominant.
Yeah, it would just straight usurp blue eyes if you just have full. Because there's a chance that brown eyes, because it's the dominant trait, if it's paired with the recessive trait, you're just going to have brown eyes anyways. And then you would have a chance of passing on the recessive trait with your recessive partner. But if you just have double dominant trait, you're just going to dominate them on both fronts, no matter what.
But there's all sorts of traits you can pick for. Like you can pick for height,
Yeah, sometimes
you can pick for weight, you can pick for eye color, hair color, skin color.
Yeah, and the boxes get bigger than just two traits too eventually for certain stuff. Eyes are really easy because it's just dominant and recessive.
Yeah, it's build a baby.
Don't be
Yeah,
rude.
no, I wasn't refuting completely what you're saying. Yeah, what you were saying probably will happen one day. But
No, it
I
is
was just saying
it is happening
you
right
can
now.
do that with hair and eyes pretty much already though.
It's happening right now where two gay guys can go donate their sperm, and then they have a selection of eggs, and they say, well, this is what this egg came from, and then they fertilize them, and they say, okay, this is what we think this one's going to look like. This one's going to have Down syndrome. Let's toss it out. This one's going to be autistic. Let's toss it out. And this one, oh, you want a blonde-haired baby? Well, these ones are all going to be brown-haired. Let's throw them out. Like, we're playing Build-A-Bear with fertilized eggs, and I think that's evil. I think that's crazy evil. That's like eugenics. That's wild. I see there's some benefits to IVF for people, but no, even
No.
we covered this on a stream years ago. I was talking about this. I was like, what if I'm infertile, and what if the woman I'm with is infertile, and we get married, and we're older or something, and we're both infertile, but we want a child? Does that justify IVF and this stuff? I would say no. I would say you do like
Yeah, the hair thing, so I was wrong about the hair thing. You would be able to figure it out, but apparently it's not traits. That your hair isn't a trait. It's fucking heterozygous genotype.
Yeah. But I would say
My thing is, if
you just
my
pray
thing is
about
if you're
it, and
infertile, I think you should adopt.
yeah, you could. Yes, and that's another option too. So you either pray, you say, God, give us a child, not because we're selfish and we want to have a child that we're going to flash around and for some social
No,
status,
but if it's your
or
will
something
for
like
us
that.
to have that vocation as parents, help us get that. Yeah.
Exactly. Yes. And
these
in the
motherfuckers,
meantime,
never mind. They just agreed with me.
in the
I'm
meantime,
wrong.
there's
it
a
literally
lot
just
of
said it's a 25% chance.
In the meantime, there's a lot of kids that need adopting, and I've argued with some Christians about this, and who are like, well, adopting's bad because, and I understand this, the child yearns for their father, and this is going to cause rebellion. You adopt a kid, you're going to struggle. There's going to be a lot of you're going to go through a lot of
battles.
hardships. Yeah, it's gonna be tough, but I think there's something virtuous in that.
There is. It's a very noble thing to adopt a child, so at least to have a second life. You know what I mean? Like a second chance of at least having a loving family, a good life, to do something with that life. Yeah, I do agree with that.
Even
I
if
need
they
to
hate
specify
you,
how much this
they're gonna
this
grow up
AI
to hate
overview.
you. But guess what?
All teenagers do that shit.
Right? Yeah.
This AI overview just fucked me so much. When I read it, I'm like, what the? So the heterozygous genotype. I'm like, okay, what is this? So then I read it, and it's like carrying both dominant and a recessive trait. And it's like, if what you mean by double dominant is the opposite of double dominant, then yeah, that could happen. It's like, thanks, dude, thanks.
Sounds like someone's loading the dishwasher.
Yeah,
I think though,
are you doing something, Mango?
if I adopted a kid, I would always make it known to them. I don't know, and maybe this is the wrong way of thinking, but I would always tell them, I'm not really your father. See, it sounds bad when I say it like that.
They're probably going to know, but you might want to wait until they hit the age of maturity. Then, start talking about it so they can understand.
Yeah, but I wouldn't want to try to trick them into thinking that I was their birth parent. I would want them to know their birth parent. I would want them to be able to. So I wouldn't have, because I know some adoptions you could say, or the parents like, I never want to know them. I don't want them to be connected to me in any way. I don't like that. I think if I adopt a kid, I want you to know who your birth parent is, and I want you to have a relationship with them at some point. But I'm here to take care of you.
To some degree, because there are some birth parents so that aren't
Yeah.
good people, and they'll allow for some pretty destructive habits, and so that's not every situation, obviously, but so I think there are rules to that. But I think the other thing too is important is being able to, when you do that, say, hey, look, one day whenever you get to that point, whenever you talk about it, you'll say, hey, your birth parents, they could not, or they had struggles being able to provide for you, but they still loved you enough to put you up so that someone would have that ability to do that.
Yeah, instead of murdering
and
you
make
in the
it
womb.
and make it understood that they're not being abandoned. That they're not being, thrown away.
Yeah, and even if
what if their birth
that's
parent is polio?
Because I think forgiveness of your mother and your father is integral to yeah, it's yeah, I wouldn't want to adopt a kid and trick them into thinking I'm their father, and then I would rather they know.
because they would resent you. They're going. Who knows what kind of other issues might arise as a result of that.
And I'd be okay with saying, "Hey, I'm not your father. I'm
not your father, Luke."
Yeah, I am not your father, but your
But I stayed at a
father,
Holiday
your
Inn
father was a
once.
piece of shit, but you should forgive him for that. And and your mother was a whore. Your dad was a drug addict. But guess what? I got you, and you need to forgive them for that. That's
right. You could say, hey, look, I am not your birth father, but I do have love and care for you, and I made a decision, just like your birth parents made a decision, to do what's right by you. And my big thing is I want to make sure that I'm doing right by you, and in a sense of not like giving them whatever they want, but right by them, by a sense of you're taking care
good
of them.
night for real this time. You said good night like 18 times, Kat. You're not going to bed. You're never gonna.
She's just waiting for William. She's just waiting for William. She's waiting for her rendezvous with her internet boyfriend.
Uh-oh. Is William Kat's internet boyfriend? Let's not spread these rumors.
No, I'm being facetious.
Yeah, what if the kid's parent is some crazy criminal?
Yeah, I would still.
Just because they're crazy criminals doesn't mean they don't love the kid.
Yeah, I would.
Now,
I don't care.
No, I'm saying,
the
like,
degree
what
at
if
which you allow
what if
them
they
to
are
have access to the kid is obviously going to change. I mean, that's
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. They could be putting the child in danger.
Well, if I adopted a kid and their dad was on death row and their mom was some like crazy drug hoe, I would still want them to know their parents.
No. Let's say he's not in prison. Let's say he's on the streets and he's a gangbanger.
It's
like an active, like he's catching hats.
I don't know. I think it doesn't matter how extreme you get with the hypothetical. I want the child to know that I'm not your birth father. And this is.
Well, I get that part, but I feel like at a certain point, it's like the birth parent might be so dangerous to the kid. It's like you should not be around them right now.
Yes, not be around them. That doesn't mean you shouldn't know them and you shouldn't forgive them. So.
No, I would agree with that. I'm just saying, like, because you were saying, like, I think they should be able to see them, and I was like, I think there's certain scenarios where, like,
no,
like, I don't think you should see them right now.
Yeah, not hang out with them and stuff, but if let's say I adopt a kid, he's 6 years old, his dad's a gangbanger, his mom's a hoe, and see, 6 years old is kind of young. There's got to be an age where you recognize it and you're like, okay, they need to
And I know the type of life you've lived. You've seen what some people like that will do with kids around them in those environments. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah, but I've also never been a parent, so I'm saying all this off of, I'm just, I don't
I know. I'm just
know.
saying these are the types of people that usually they're shooting up and smoking around their kids. Like,
Yeah, I wouldn't want them to hang out with them, but I would still want them to know. I would just want them to know. I wouldn't want to impose myself as, hey, I'm your dad now. It's like I'm I'm a father figure. I'm a stepdad. I'm a father figure. But I'm not your dad. And your dad went through a lot of stuff, and he did the best that he could. If he could have done better, he would have, but he couldn't. And this is who he is. And one day when you're ready, you can talk to him. And I'm going to be standing there with you when you talk to him. And, you know, and we're not going to, you're not going to hang out with him because he's a piece of shit. but
yeah, because I've heard some horror stories in situations like that where babies like parents like on dope pass out, the baby gets a hold of some of it, swallows it, they wake up, their kid's dead.
Right. Well, and it's like my wife's cousin. She and her girlfriend, wife, were the first
William. She said William.
Colorado. They were like the first Colorado gay couple to adopt, and to be allowed to legally adopt. And they adopt a boy whose mom was a crack mom. He was a crack baby, basically. And then the one gal, my wife's cousin, realized, hey, this lifestyle is not conducive to the values that I grew up with and of the Bible. And so she said, I'm gonna basically live abstinent, and not try to live in this lifestyle and just be the best mom I can be for my kid. And then but the problem is that the lady who was the biological mom started wanting to be involved in the kid's life. And when he shot himself a couple of months ago and killed himself, they were very clear about not having her around because he died at 18 years old just a couple months ago. Sad.
Yeah.
Sad. But yeah, his mom was not, his biological mom was not a good person. She was on drugs. And you don't, at some point you say, hey, this is who your biological mom is, but I don't want you around that person because I've been given the authority to ensure that you are protected, provided for, and taken care of. And this is not something a responsible caretaker, responsible steward, or, guardian would do.
Yeah. But don't hate her.
I don't hate her. Yeah. And unfortunately, that kid had a lot of issues because of all those things. Because could you imagine? I mean, he had two lesbians as mom, that he had to go between two homes. And then there was a third mom. And of course, the dad was not in the picture because the dad didn't even know that he had got the gal pregnant.
Was it a boy?
He was a boy, yeah.
Yeah, that's.
And then he just, like I said a couple of months ago, he just they was with some friends. I don't know what's going on. They were drinking, and apparently they were playing Russian roulette, and he shot himself and killed himself, and he died at 18.
Yeah.
I think he was almost 19 or something like that, around that kind of, yeah. So
that's sad.
Yeah, can't be playing Russian roulette.
Right, and we don't know all the details going on with it because there's a lot of things that they still don't know. So at first the authorities said suicide, but then they realized maybe there was something besides this. And I know he was going to go to jail.
Homicide.
Because, he was going to have these different things, but because he had a situation with a gal that was his girlfriend. But that kid from get-go, JS, he just didn't have the advantages. And you could see why that would cause someone to be like that, to be angry and resentful and bitter and all those things.
Yeah.
And God bless my wife's cousin for trying to be the best she could to be a good mother, but there's only so much you can do.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. And that's the trouble with adoption and stuff, but I still think there's, and I've had people disagree with me. They're like, "No, don't adopt. That's a bad idea. You're asking for trouble." But sometimes the virtuous thing to do is to ask for that trouble. And because I don't know, somebody's got to do it. Somebody, and when you argue,
they're all God's children, and somebody should come up and try to do what they can.
Yeah, and when you're arguing against abortion, one of the things they'll always go to is you care so much about the life before it's born, but you don't care about the life after it's born. You don't want social programs, and you don't want to adopt. Christians adopt more than anybody else. Christians give to charity more than anybody else. So, yeah, I do care about the child after it's born. I'm the type of guy that if I had a good woman by my side, I'd be adopting probably.
The reason why you hear that, JS, is because mainly Republicans, whenever they do some budget cuts or anything, things like SNAP are the first to be cut. That's the reason why you hear that. Like when Trump got in office, he did make some cuts to those programs.
Good. He should.
Okay, then you just contradicted yourself.
No, I didn't contradict myself. It sounds you're trying to equate. I do think well, I'm pro charity. I'm not pro government taking my tax dollars to pay people who are too lazy to work. So ABODs, able-bodied, zero-dependent adults should not be getting government money to sit and play video games all day. And I see it all the time. I know a lot of people who are ABODs. Yes, we need to get rid of ABODs. Yeah, 100%. You're
Right.
a young,
and that's the thing.
you're a
That's
young
the-
man
that's
who
the
has a
problem.
mental illness, so you can't work. So my taxpayer dollars are paying for your housing, your food, your clothes, your everything. And really, all it is the system has told you you're indigent and you can't work or something like that. Go to work, bitch. Get a job.
Although
Like,
I'll be honest with you, Josh, the system doesn't say that as much as merely as you think they do.
we
In
have-
fact,
we have a
if you've
huge
ever
problem.
tried, no, hold on. If you've ever tried to apply for things like disability, like SSI, you will see quickly that the metric for which they judge whether they give that to you or not. I'm not saying there isn't abuse, as there is, but it's not like a hey, you're not able-bodied. Come on and get like
No.
And so
No, it's
you
a
know,
long-term thing that so
Yeah.
what happens is you become homeless and then you say, "Well, how do I get these handouts?" Okay, well, this is a long-term series where you have to prove over a long period of time that you're chronically homeless, you're chronically mentally disabled, whether it be depression, anxiety, whatever thing you want to use, and you have to pursue that for a long time, and neuroplasticity, your brain is going to change to match what you believe in over a long period of time. You become that. You become the type of guy that can't hold a job because you've trained yourself in order to get the handouts. And dude, I have friends that this is the case. Like, these are young men who are perfectly able-bodied. They could get a job and they could work, but they won't, because if they get a job, they're going to lose their housing. They're going to lose their food stamps. They're going to lose their, that's a problem that we should, I'm glad Trump got rid of that, Mango. There shouldn't be able-bodied, zero-dependent, healthy young men who are playing video games all day, living off of my
Damn
taxpayer
gamers.
dollars. Get them out of here. They gotta go.
The Gamergate is the back door, buddy.
You're a single man. You're 25 years old. You're healthy. You can work, but you're crazy. Why are you crazy? Because your mom told you
You're
were crazy
gay.
when you were a kid, and your school told you were crazy when you were a kid, and they put you on a bunch of pills, and you've been on a bunch of pills for 20 years, and you've been convinced that you're crazy. Stop it.
They're
Go to
like,
work.
Well, I'm not high functioning. It's like, well, but yeah, let's be honest. Like education has fall by the wayside because they'd rather teach you how to put a condom on a banana than to balance your checkbook or.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's another.
So the
Balance
education
your
system hasn't
checkbook.
helped.
Nobody uses checkbooks anymore.
Okay, I'm making a point that goes back to a way of thinking back in my day, Goon, which is that you would learn basic things about how to live.
Well, we still have. There's
Instead of
still.
fire.
I had a business and economics class where we had to do like very simple planning and how to write a check. Even and that was probably useless for most people. I have to write checks at my apartments because it's cheaper that way.
But do you understand the idea of balancing a checkbook, talking about the idea of budgeting your money, and then realizing, hey, I only have this amount of money and I can only do this so much. Like, but we have a system, like a government system, that continues to abuse that and says, well, yeah, this is our budget, but we still need money, and we're still going to get tax money from people, so we'll just keep on spending. Who cares about a budget?
Well, I agree. They don't really teach us
And then
about
they'll have the
balancing our
audacity
budget.
to blame that on the conservative Republicans and say, well, the Republicans, they don't want to help us because they don't want they're trying to raise the debt ceiling or they're trying to lower the debt ceiling. Well, yeah, because there's only so much debt you can incur before your money becomes.
They raised the
completely
debt ceiling when Biden was in office, and it's just a fallacious argument at that point because both parties do it. And it's just like blaming one party just because a whole country is affected by negligible spending. That's where the radicalization would come in those, in the political debate between two parties. Like, oh, it's all Democrats. Oh, it's all Republicans. It's all Biden's
exactly.
fault. It's all Trump's fault. It's like, no, this has been going on for decades. Like, why? That's not going to accomplish shit.
Would you be okay with going into like government agencies and cutting all of the fat and reducing all of this
Abolish the
fraudulent...
ATF. That's where I would start. Abolish the ATF. They're the worthless agency. A lot of waste of money. Abolish ATF and reduce some of the powers of the FBI and CIA.
Yeah, that's a real easy thing to say, abolish the ATF, but I would agree with you. Let's cut the fat in the ATF. Let's cut the fat in the Pentagon. Let's cut the fat in, in the education department. Let's cut the fat in the welfare departments and all these social programs. Let's cut all that fat.
Which the ATF was propagated by the Republicans during the Nixon administration. So it's like
that's what Trump was doing, and then all the liberals cried about it.
Yeah, which is stupid because they're anti-government in the first place. It's like,
I know.
I'm mad because it's not my idea. What the fuck are you talking about? That's one thing that really bothered me when they were going like, well, Elon Musk is corrupt and all that. I'm like, dude, his whole platform, Trump, was anti-corruption. That was part of his platform, his re-election campaign. And they're just mad because it's not their idea. That's the problem with the Democratic Party on that one. It's like fucked up. That's something that should be like bipartisan.
Yeah.
Well,
and you see what you see this here too is Mangoes is that the reason why they don't like the other side doing it is because they're doing it in power because they don't have actually like an objective like reasoning for it being against it because they'll do the same thing once they get power.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
It's the back and forth and it becomes.
Remember, and let me give you a direct example of that. Remember when Kamala Harris was saying that, oh, we got open borders, anyone can come through here when she was and then when she got to be vice president, when Biden got elected, she was like, don't come here. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's
because she knew that was an election issue, though.
Yeah, and the crazy part is they're saying, and then they're going to say all these things about Trump, about the same thing that they're doing. It's just like, shut up, shut the fuck. And the crazy part is that they know that a lot of people don't like what they're doing because the poll says so. When you got your own very network, CNN, saying like, "Oh, the Democratic Party is at the lowest approval rating in history," and it's just, and you know, it's like a snowball of sludge, you know. It's ridiculous. Like, I'm so sick of the Democratic Party bitching about everything, and yet they're part of the problem. I'm
Yeah. Well, and it becomes a thing too, where to me, especially with the situation where if Charlie Kirk was a Democrat liberal and the roles were reversed, they would be throwing a holy pitch cow if there were conservatives or people on the right saying half the shit, even less the shit than what's being said about Kirk right now. And and it's the inconsistency of like, well, what, we got to protect free speech, but like we're all about like a year and a half ago, 2 years, 3 years ago, they were all understanding that, well, just because you have the freedom to do it doesn't mean that any platform has to platform it. And now it's like, well, now I'm going against that again, because it's like, and it's back and forth. And this is why I just get like, I have a headache, and I just go like, why do we continue to engage in the same systems?
Let me give you another example of the thing that Democrats get mad at, even though that they're willing to do themselves. So like when Kamala Harris was saying that, oh well, like it's freedom of, it's not freedom of speech or some shit like that, and she was talking about like restricting more speech because it's got to stop because of the rhetoric of Trump, and because what he's saying was the same argument that's why we need to reduce the things that we say, limited freedom of speech. The issue, and then yeah, you had the Democratic Party had companies like big tech literally telling them, you're going to do this or else we're going to do something to you. Like during the pandemic, they were just censoring people, influencing the public of how to think of which is the better option during an election year. They were fucking doing that. And Trump was cutting funding to the NPR, and they raised, and the Democrats raised a shit fit. I'm like, well, you guys were saying, this is what he's doing of what you're saying. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, it'll be consistent of what you're talking about. He's doing it, and you're still crying about it. Like, I am so sick of that contradiction, I am so sick of it.
John, let me ask you a question real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think morals are a way that we have to go about things?
In a general sense, or like, what are you trying to?
Yeah, like how we execute a thing. Like our morals depend on that.
Are you asking whether or not any decisions we make as human beings, as individuals, or societally?
As individuals, like the tactic that we go about executing a plan is our morals behind the plan.
I don't know if there's they become our morals, but obviously, I think your moral standard becomes apparent.
My name is
with some of the decisions or lack thereof you do, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, because what you just highlighted to me is the highlighting of like how in modern politics we've moved away from morality and we've just picked out the targets. It might be originally based on morality, but it's gotten to a point to where we will resort to any tactic to get the target. And that's on both sides, and that's why you see both sides transiently using each other's arguments.
For what happened.
Gotcha. Okay.
And that person is now.
Yeah, I mean, true. Yeah, I mean, it becomes more
like
about...
to the right and left canceling each other isn't wrong. It's just wrong whenever the other side does it to you.
Right. That's where like
So,
there's almost.
as soon as Max Blumenthal is writing a report,
they've developed what I would consider a negative moral standard or ethic, which is pragmatism. And it's the pragmatism of saying, hey, what we need to do to ensure these things which we think are good for society, we have to win. We have to be able to win and use.
Yeah, it's a point of it doesn't matter how we get the conclusion.
And the ends justify the means, right?
Yeah, the conclusion does. The conclusion is the only thing that matters. How we get there doesn't.
He is more influential.
And everybody that gets into the game gets into that. That's becomes the thing. That's what the game is. And it's, yes, there are standards which people have, but you're seeing those standards become more and more neglected or thrown aside because they become less and less actually
Well, it becomes
the
more
purpose for
apparent too,
why
because
they're
it
doing
feels like
whatever
the
they're doing.
arguments are switching like every couple of years now. It's not every couple political parties, like presidencies. It's every couple of
Like it's not every,
years the
it's not even
arguments are
because it used
changing.
to, like you're right, it used to be like kind of like every kind of like decade or so, or every like 12 years, and now we're seeing it switch to like literally now in the case of like years, like it's like the next year what was politically convenient, politically correct is now politically not correct for one party, and the other party it's the same thing.
It's annoying.
It's extremely annoying, and it's
like
because it's born out of this idea that the partisan system is what we have to have in order to ensure a system where we have our ideas won, and both sides do this where they bring a standard and they try to appeal to that and use partisan politics to try to slam people with it and hammer them
Yeah,
over the
because
head
now
with it.
on both sides, it's just become a complete and pure destruction of the other side, so you can have your utopia without guarantee of the utopia ever even coming.
You're
Well,
gonna say something
the
there.
problem that I see with left versus right thing is the right, for the majority of it, is more of a, we don't care what you do, just don't fuck with what we care about. You can go and you can be trans, it doesn't matter, but do not come into the bathroom with my wife or my daughter.
Yeah,
that's the only thing.
Modern right, though. Like the right that my parents grew up with were like the Christians breathing down your throat, religious people telling you what to do, Rush Limbaugh on the news yelling at you.
Right, because
But-
that was
but-
at the end of the fundamentalist right.
But what I'm talking about is ultimately when it comes to especially the rhetoric right now, the rhetoric right now is the left have gone full berserk mode. They don't give a shit about the right at all. They don't care if I die, if JS dies, or even you, they don't care if you die, as long as they can make up a narrative in which they can call you right wing.
Well, especially if you're not even right wing to begin with.
This was kind of my problem with the whole Jimmy Kimmel cancellation. I don't feel like he ever really insulted Charlie Kirk.
No, he just lied. He just straight up lied.
Well, and it wasn't a cancellation in the
Well, I
sense
think he was right when he described that the most concentration post shooting was to trying to figure out if it was a right or left winger.
No, he just straight up said that he was a right winger.
What he was saying,
he said they were denying that they wanted to deny that it was anything but a right winger. He didn't say it was a right winger.
No.
Okay, so he said that
He didn't say right winger. He said a MAGA person.
Yeah, exactly. He said a MAGA. He said
I might have not heard that part. I've only heard the intro.
Because what we know and what we see, what it seems like is, or whatever it is, he said something like that. That it seems like the guy shooting is on their side or whatever. Like that's and that's what pisses me off because both sides right now are trying to like make the shooter.
See, this is the shit I really hate that Google does. Is I'm trying to find the actual fucking clip of what he said, and instead of finding the fucking clip of what he said, all I have is like 12 left-wing fucking news sites trying to describe what he said instead of playing the fucking clip of what he said.
Oh, it's not going to be any easier on YouTube. It's going to be a little fucking bunch of ginger-headed people in the corner giving their opinions.
But I think, despite what he was saying, which was he was stating in something that was factual, but I don't think his whole point was to make that an factual statement as a definitive statement. I think he was.
Yeah,
trying to
I
make
just
a
don't like
joke
the
out of it.
headlines acting like he was making light of Charlie Kirk's shooting.
I think he was
wasn't,
making. I think he was. I think he was ripping on Trump
he did
for
side
what he thought was
politic it, and that,
apparently
what you guys
a
said is
lack
cool,
of
but it's not
reverence
like
on
he was
Trump's
like.
side. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
that was
some of the people on
apparent.
Twitch, did you guys see like people on Twitch have been catching bans? That Misfit guy got banned, and he was like trying to be like, I don't even know why I got banned. He was like, the exact quote that got him banned was, "Of course I'm not happy Charlie Kirk got shot, or am I? No, I'm just joking, but am I?"
Yeah, I mean,
But here's the problem though. Maybe I'd feel sorry for the left, and maybe I would want to defend this kind of thing. But literally, not even like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, these were the same people who were saying, "Hey, we got to deplatform people like Tucker Carlson. We got to deplatform anybody who says things that we think are
No, I
immoral."
agree. A lot of them, like Destiny and Hassan, have resorted to stochastic terrorism.
I don't have a problem with these people being deplatformed and Jimmy Kimmel being canceled. The problem is when I'm talking to my mom on the phone, and she's like, "Have you heard that Donald Trump is canceling Jimmy Kimmel because of what he said about Charlie Kirk? What do you think about that?" Now, I don't know. I don't know where she got that from, but is that the narrative that Donald
Yes.
Trump is
Yeah, because there was like a
utilizing the
government
FCC to
organization that's
cancel-
looking into them now after that episode. That's why
Okay.
they shut
Well,
down.
they didn't say a fucking word when Biden utilized the FBI to do the same thing, to have people investigated for
Hold
questioning
on.
two genders.
What I'm saying
know?
is that is a problem, and that does point toward authoritarianism and totalitarianism, and that gives the left fuel against Trump. What I think it is the same reason Don Lemon, Joy Reid, Colbert, all of them got fired is because nobody's watching their shit anymore, and it's a waste of money to keep perpetuating this stupid narrative that the pendulum has swung. Nobody cares to watch this stuff anymore. We're not trying to watch it. So they canceled him because he said something stupid, and people don't want to hear that shit anymore. And
Well, they canceled him also because he's losing money for the fucking like
Network.
the organization, the network that he works for. So
Yes.
it's all like it's a good thing. Like they think it's a.
So I don't care that he got
two
canceled,
good things.
but it is a problem where and I'll be critical of Trump, if this is the case where he's using the FCC and the government to take this guy down because he said that, that's a
But
problem.
I don't think that's even close to being remotely
Right,
noticeably the case. Right?
And that's
Like,
and that's
pretty
what I
much
got to
been
look
claimed.
into more. I haven't looked
But
into it a lot
what I'm
yet.
also trying to say,
I'm just saying, if he got canceled because he said something stupid, and he's been losing money for a while, and he's not funny, and he's not like the culture's not with it anymore, yes, cancel his ass. But it shouldn't just be because
Mango, chill with what you're doing in the background, man.
he's folding the dishes.
But what I ultimately like, this is my thing. If there was a right wing show that has somebody advocating for violence, I think there was even a case where I think some dude on Fox was like, "Well, the best way to deal with homeless people is, give them some of that lethal injection or whatever it was." I don't remember exactly what it was, but I'm not even against him losing his job for saying something like that, because that's a retarded thing to say. So when somebody like Jimmy Kimmel says, he goes on this long, like 10-minute dialogue and lying half the time that he's talking, or at least he's taking only the left wing perspective of what each individual occurrence that he's talking about is, and misrepresenting the president and what he says to score political points. And then he goes, I don't, but this kid that murdered Charlie Kirk, is anything but one of the MAGA people. when he says something like that, yeah, sorry, this is a tragedy that just happened. It's a really fucked up situation. You lied a whole bunch, and then you just tried to cast off somebody who was blatantly on the left, on the right wing. Plus, you're losing money. You're not actually benefiting anybody by staying on TV. Nobody's watching you. So
Yeah.
it's a win-win.
That's
for the
actually
company.
that's a good point. Yeah. Because it used
So
to
that's
be
all of those people, and that's just because like mainstream talking heads are completely dying.
well, so part of the First Amendment
Yeah,
is
and
the
they should.
freedom of press. The freedom of press came, and this is I've always argued every freedom, every right or every freedom that we have comes with a responsibility. And your freedom of press comes with the responsibility that you're going to tell the truth. So if you go out there as a press person or a media person on the TV for the masses and you straight up lie, yeah, you should lose your job and you should be shunned and you should be tarred and feathered and we should never listen to you again and you should never have a place in media again. So
I don't know. I don't really care. There's certain situations maybe you could convince me of that. When Wendy Williams was going out and just calling rappers gay, I don't think that she should have been arrested for that.
not arrest. I didn't
No.
say he should get arrested.
Well, I don't even think her show should
I
have been
just said
canceled.
he
She was
shouldn't.
successful
He
off
shouldn't
of
be.
just making up
He shouldn't
rumors
be
on
considered.
people.
He shouldn't be considered. Because if you're a
Well, this is the thing with
a
that
night
with that kind of
a
scenario.
nighttime host, you're a part of the media. You're part of the press. Like
But
you shouldn't be.
and
No, you shouldn't be allowed to say that. You shouldn't be allowed to straight up
but
lie to the people.
when it comes to like something like what you were talking about with Wendy, why if you're insulting the people who essentially pay for your show to exist, if you're just going to continue to make up rumors, like yeah, eventually you're going to go too far and you're going to lose everything. Like I get that might be what she built herself up on off of, but to think that she is owed a show to continue to do that when she's insulting the people who pay for everything that she has, then like
Well,
eventually
no,
she's
that
going
I
to go too
agree
far.
with. That I agree with. I don't. Where the is that the problem? Like the owners overall? Because from what I understand, it's basically they got pressure from the government, so they cut it.
Jimmy Kimmel? I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe that happened.
No, but we
But-
don't. That's the point. Is that we don't know for sure what the case is. What we do know is what Nexstar said. We do know what some of these companies said that were the what do you call it? Not the distribution, but the there's a syndicates. The syndicate companies that carry ABC. They were the first ones to say, "Hey, we're dropping the show," even before ABC said anything about that. So a lot of people thought, "Oh, ABC was dropping the show." Well, ABC hasn't dropped the show. It did after these major ones like Nexstar syndicates said no, that they did something. So what it seems to me, now I'm not. We don't know the whole case or the evidence for everything. But what it seems to me, if I use Occam's razor here, is that pressure came from these syndicates because a lot of the syndicates understand that a lot of local communities that they have are not going to like it and they don't want to put up with it and they don't want to lose money on the timeshare and it's like that's the last straw. And then ABC fell for that. And again, so
Yeah,
there's
if
a lot
that's
of left-leaning bullshit out there about
if that's why he got
about,
canceled, I'm totally with that. But if Trump,
well, because
came-
it's a company decision.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I just I don't think
But
that's probably what happened. I don't think
Trump's-
there's right wingers in towns that are like watching Jimmy Kimmel. I don't think a lot of right wingers
it's
at
the-
all watch Jimmy Kimmel.
if it's the case that Trump stepped in and said, "I'm going to use the power of the government to end Jimmy Kimmel," I'm not with that. I don't think. But I don't know that that's the case. I think that's just that's the narrative that the left is.
Yeah, that
telling
is the narrative currently. I don't know if that's confirmed either.
Right.
I mean, I don't know if I can even like, and this is the reason why I don't believe the left when they make up rumors like that. Destiny right now is
sounds
under
like
the-
bullshit to me.
Well,
It sounds
to me,
like
this
it
is-
sounds like he
well,
was a
I'm-
garbage show that was losing money, and they were like, "All right, well, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. People are going to be
Yep.
pissed about this. Let's cancel this fucking idiot.
But even like the people who most would say is like the best debater or the most reasonable person on the left, I don't think people think this about Destiny anymore after all this shit. But when Destiny gets completely demonetized on YouTube, which I don't think is a step far enough for the shit that he said, I think he should just be removed from everything, bare minimum. But he gets demonetized off of everything, and he's sitting there saying that the Trump administration went specifically after him for everything. Went after him.
Do you think it's good that Pierce has him on his show with Anna, who's a leftist, even though she says I'm an independent and blah blah blah, Andrew, who's far right or represents kind of the modern dissident right, not a Nick Fuentes, not that far right, but like the popular far or the dissident right, and they just let Destiny dig his own grave. Like, I think the way Andrew handled that on Pierce Morgan was epic. Like, he just sat there quietly. And then there's a leftist, Anna, who Destiny's agreed with before, and she's saying, you look like an idiot. And Pierce is saying,
and
you sound evil. And he's digging his own grave. Like, let him do that.
Well, and that's why, to me, no matter what people people say about Destiny, like, well, he's just...
That was the easiest debate Andrew ever won. And he didn't even say anything. He was sitting there quietly. Like,
whatever his position, his policy position, or whatever you might think about free speech, blah blah blah. Okay, fine, but we do have a person who basically says, "Hey, if you go to a Trump rally, you're fair game to get fucking killed. All the better, because we want you to be afraid." And what pisses me off is I actually had my sister-in-law at that same rally, at the one in Butler, and basically, if she would have been killed, that piece of shit would have said, well, that's on her because she decided to go to a political rally. And
that's
to
what
me,
he said
when
about
you've gone to that
Corey,
point where you say that
the
kind
guy
of
who
shit,
died,
when you say that kind of shit, you've not. And then that's why he was like, "What democracy is okay?" Because he was one of the. I don't know if you guys saw him in Wick on the Wick debate he was on.
Yeah.
But he was spurging the hell out about the idea
back
of
to
there's a
Wick?
difference between fighting.
Wait, he's back on Wick?
Yeah, Wick had like an open panel, and
did you
and
see
he was
Goon? Did you
Oh
see
God,
where he?
Wick gets like no viewers. That's how low he's fallen. He stopped going on Wick because like Wick did nothing for him.
Hold on, did you see where he went to the college recently? And Soy Pill was there, and Erudite was there, and Erudite and Soy Pill were both saying, Destiny, you're making us look like retards. Like you're really hurting the cause of the left. Like, this is not good. Like, I don't know what he's doing. He's spiraling. He's a
crash out dummy. His monetary incentive is disappearing, so now his pretends of giving
It's all
a
that
fuck
meth
is
he's been
disappearing.
Smoking just made him scatterbrained.
It's just he doesn't care. The true Destiny does not care. He's a tactician. He's not a man of morals.
No. Right. Yeah, and he's
And the game's blown up. His chessboard's been flipped over.
But this encourages him. It encourages people to just say the most. Like maybe sometimes I play the shock jock role, and maybe sometimes I say stuff that's crazy and a little radical, and I know it's gonna get a reaction, and I say it, and I mean it, but I'll say it a little more.
But you're doing it for the conversation, the sake of conversation.
Yeah, but
you're not doing it just to make clickbait or.
Yeah, he's doing it where when you're on X and you're saying the only problem with the bullet hitting that Corey guy is that it should have hit Trump or something like that. Like, oh man, like
that's fucked up. Yeah.
Right, and that's why when you see the evolvement, and this is why it comes back down to when you call someone a fascist, and everybody knows that is a dog call, that's a dog whistle for Nazism, whatever. Like that's become a thing now to say, hey, If I label you this term, it means you are scum, and you are okay for being eliminated. And when you have
Yeah.
a political wing of any type of system or whatever that's advocating, whether it be the organization and the problem is that the DNC and the people in the media have coddled these people like Destiny. They've coddled this kind of they're almost like infantile kind of rage, and now eventually it's going to backfire because
But I will state, if you guys want to make
unless
these,
they
if
obviously
you guys want to
understand that
make
this is what
these
they're doing on
arguments,
purpose to create some type of helter
if
skelter
you guys want to
situation.
make these arguments though about like incitement and like stochastic terrorism, you can no longer refer to the Jews as creating the apocalypse and placating to demons.
What are you talking about?
I've heard that argument quite a few times in these calls about like what's going on.
yeah,
That's
but
Andrew Wilson's whole argument about like what the Jews are doing in Israel is that they're basically resurrecting the greatest evil of all time.
Yeah, but has anyone here? What you're saying is that anyone here made that claim?
Well, it was from originally the if JS was here, he would be talking about it. It was from a debate he was watching, and me and him talked about it afterwards.
Listen, asshole, I was here
And I
first.
made
Get the
this
fuck
argument
outta here.
about stochastic terrorism probably like two weeks before the shooting happened, and everyone on the call was like, "This is some gay lefty shit." Now everyone's making the exact same arguments.
Oh, I'm not making that argument. My argument is that whenever somebody directly calls for the death of somebody on the left or the right, that they should be at least charged in some way and have some sort of sentence or some sort of fine or something, anything at all, really.
It's a crime. It's a crime to
That-
threaten someone. It is more than just whether they succeed at it. It's used to create some form of They need to.
Like, I'm not even going after the people that call everyone a fascist, whatever. They're retards. I don't really care what
Yeah,
their
yeah.
opinion on what fascism
But the
is.
people who
But
like
when they say
motivated-
but when you have someone like Hassan who makes direct calls for people's death, and he continues to be on Twitch, he continues to be able to be on all of these websites, and nothing legally happens to him, that is a problem that creates a one-tier or two-tiered system, which the left gets to just directly call for people's deaths and nothing happens to them, and it continues to be perpetuated and get more and more and more and more extreme until somebody gets shot in the neck.
Yeah, at the same time, we actually had a justice system that targeted people for questioning about the transgender argument. You know, like they get to do whatever the fuck they want because Democrats are just like, hey, yeah, fuck it, why not? We're losing a lot of popular vote. Why not? Everybody's a fascist who isn't with us. You know, it's like.
Well, and that's the other thing too is they're at this critical point where they're pushing beyond because they realize that at least for now they don't have the cultural the cultural shift has changed. The and it has been changing, and they've lost some of that capital. And I'm not saying that the United States, for example, is getting more conservative, because to me, I hold a higher
It's leaning
degree,
that way.
but it's becoming what I would like to call more moderately conservative, where you have people that I know who are just like, hey, dude, like, I don't care what the gays do. I don't care what trans do. I just don't like people, and then, but at the same time, they're like, holy cow, someone killed Charlie Kirk. Like, that's totally insane, right? Like, and the left is the one that's continuing like, well, he did this and he hurt feelings, and oh, the world is a better off place, like, and it's like, yeah, they know, and this is why I think it's like they're doubling down because they've lost that equity, they've lost that culture shift.
Well,
and
I said this a long
pushed
time.
it too
Sorry,
far.
go on. Well, I said this as soon as Charlie Kirk got, taken out, is like when more people leaving the left as is, the more radical you're going to see the fucking left. The smaller the numbers, the more radicals. That's exactly which direction that they're going, and it's obvious. Like it's going to get worse before it gets way better. Like it's only the start.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Because they already like somebody like got caught because he was a white winger getting ready to shoot up a bunch of gays. Like they just like it's starting to pop up now. It's going to start fucking happening more. But yeah, you do got some crazy nut job right wingers going out there start targeting trans people. Like it's crazy.
But at some
The same thing
point,
that
I don't
blew
see
me
that. I
up
don't see
is
that
probably
happening.
gonna.
I
All
see
right,
a
hold
lot
on.
of.
Let me.
I see a
Hold
lot of
on.
crazy trans people going out and targeting Christians. I don't see a lot of right
But
wingers.
but here's the thing.
Well,
But
this
here's
is
the
thing,
thing. The
though.
right is going to get radical
Muslims do
slowly
that.
and subtly.
Well,
No,
this
he
is the
was a
thing.
white
Muslims.
guy.
Well, yeah. Well, white people can be Muslims too, but I don't know exactly
Yeah.
the case you're talking about. But, but what I do know is that there are Muslims that will go to like that gay club they got.
Yeah, Phase nightclub.
Yeah, that was a Muslim dude.
Yeah,
and there's
and
been
it was a Muslim dude that shot up the King Supers, or as you guys would call it, Kroger's outside, because Kroger owns King Super.
JS,
But
I
the New
sent a
York
video on YouTube in the chat.
he shot the King Super in Boulder.
Buffalo. Oh,
I'm talking about the shooting in Boulder, Colorado, a couple of years ago.
Okay,
at
the
supermarket.
Buffalo one was a white guy that was shooting like Mexicans.
But we don't ever talk about the fact that the largest domestic terrorist attack in the United States history was done by a white guy who had been radicalized by Muslims.
You talking about Vegas?
No, I'm talking about McVeigh.
Timothy McVeigh, the
Oklahoma City bombing.
Yeah. Because we've actually have FBI guys who literally saw and told people in the high commands of the FBI that Al Qaeda was reaching out to him. We know there was a Muslim in the moving van with him when he got the van. Like, I mean, but if you watch PBS or watch TV or whatever, you're going to hear, well, he was a white fucking supremacist. And it's not what it is. And so, and his whole thing was like based in, he was being more like they wanted to point him as a supremacist, but when you look at some of the things he was saying, he was actually extremely liberal. And that's one of the biggest that's actually one of the biggest gaslighting that ever happened in the American history, is making people think that McVeigh was just a ultra conservative, white supremacist, which he wasn't.
Yeah. And so there've been a lot of lefties have been saying, well, if we look at political violence, it's all on the right wing, but they don't count the way they're keeping count of it. They're not counting a lot of the left wing violence. And it's the same with the hate crime statistics since the FBI started. Before the Charlie Kirk thing happened, I was planning on doing a whole breakdown of how the FBI crime statistics changed due to the Irina getting stabbed on the train. I was going to talk about that and how they changed the crime statistics, and they moved to, instead of monitoring what races did what crimes, because that looked too racist, they moved to hate crimes. But what do they label as hate crimes? Well, a lot of times if a guy does like gang shootings, that's not a hate crime. So we don't track that the same way. And so they started changing the way they monitored crimes. And in 2021, they said there was a big drop in violent crimes. And it's because New York and California and Chicago and Florida hadn't reported, because of the reporting statistics changed. And they said there was a reduce in violent crime. And then a couple months later, they kind of covertly came in and said, well, actually, the violent crime hasn't reduced. It's actually gotten worse. And they switched it to this hate crime statistic, and only certain things are hate crimes. And yeah, it was a big problem
And it's
Yeah.
okay to kill white people, but you can't. Yeah. That's the vibes that I get when they don't do that kind of stuff, and it's just biased reporting.
That's exactly what happened. So if we tracked the races, I mean, and it sounds racist, and this is why they did this, is because it seems racist if you say, well, a lot of 14-year-old black kids are holding the gun sideways like O-Dog and letting the opera sing on the block at the ops. And, if you report on all that, it seems racist, because you start to see that that's where a lot of the violent crime is coming from. So instead they change it to hate crime, and they say, well, we're only gonna track this if it's a Christian shoots up, I don't know, whatever example you want to, you can come up with all these examples, but a lot of times they won't count it as a hate crime if it goes the other way.
Yeah.
I didn't say that very eloquently, but
I don't think that it's necessarily that they think that. I think what they accidentally do is give that impression to other communities. What they're actually trying to do is cover up and make people look less bad. I don't think that they're trying to say that, oh, white
Certain
people are
people.
free game.
Well,
White
no,
people are free game. Well, I think what they're doing
they'll
is
make
they're
some people look
accidentally
less
doing
bad, and they'll make some people
I
more
think it's
bad.
intentional, because
I
they've
don't
been
think it's
told
inten-
about
I
the
think it's
precautions on it,
intentional.
and they're
I think
still
it's
doing it.
intentional I think it's intentional from a few people, but for the most part, and in generality, I don't think that it's intentional. I think it's people being white saviors instead of, actually just being the numbers guy. They're being the white savior by trying to defend black people.
I think
I hate
think
that, though.
I think
like the whole
they're
dynamic.
they're fueling racism, because
Yeah,
It's
I
exactly what it is.
I think they're making
I-
straight white Christian men look like the worst thing on this planet, when really straight white Christian men are usually doing the best for society. And I don't know, it makes me, I tried so long to do the I don't believe in racism thing and all this stuff, but they're pushing me towards being a damn groiper, where it's like, I don't want to be, but it's like, what can I do? I keep seeing this stuff and the way the narrative gets spun, and
well, I don't think that necessarily, like, taking a side in what I consider just a completely retarded concept. Like, I don't give a fuck about people's eye color. Why the fuck should I care about their skin color? I don't give a shit about any of this stuff. And ultimately, I'm not going to be convinced by either side, whatever extremes that they want to go to, and allow them to be convincing me that I have to make a choice between some stupid bullshit that doesn't even mean anything.
Yeah. Well, going on the Democratic, like on this, it's actually like a Bolshevik Marxist doctrine, to where you're making us white people as the oppressors, and therefore it's
this is what I
okay to
started
do whatever you want.
This is what I started this stream talking about. I was talking about Hitler, is he on the right or the left, and Marxism, and how it went from class to race to sex to ableism, and what it comes down to, eventually what we've seen it go to is race, white is the oppressor, class, rich and powerful is the oppressor, ableism, you're healthy, you're able to work, you're the oppressor, sexuality, you're straight, you're the oppressor. So straight white Christian men of power are the oppressors, and we should hate them. Everybody should hate them. They're evil. That's the narrative.
You're evil, JS. Why am I even here?
I'm a straight white Christian man, but I don't have any power or money.
But what I'm saying is this: is that
so what
this
happens
is ultimately
what happens if I get power and money? Now all of a sudden I'm the worst person on the planet Earth, but I'm close.
But what I'm trying to say is this: is that you have to look at the entire history of the Democratic Party and what they've done throughout the entirety of the history since they've been created in our country. they what they do is they try to pressure everybody into worrying about stupid bullshit that doesn't mean anything so that they can get votes for shit. Like they've done this since the inception of the Democratic Party. They did it with Jim Crow laws. They're trying to reinforce. They're trying to bring back Jim Crow laws, but have people advocate. But black people advocate for it now. Like it's a very consistent thing that the Democratic Party specifically has done throughout its entire history. So it's not. So we're starting to worry about race. All that's going to do is eventually make you a Democrat in the future. So I wouldn't even worry about it. It's not something that's actually that important. There can be correlations between race and crime rates, but ultimately I think it's more culturally relevant. Like there's a specific type of culture in these environments because I've seen it's like white trash culture. It's just black white trash culture. There are
Exactly.
there are plenty of people in the trailer parks that do the same shit that black people do in the fucking hood. It's the same shit. It's just not as prevalent within white communities because they have a better family structure, because they haven't been systematically torn down by the Democratic Party over the course of almost 50 or 60 years.
Well, poor whites have been torn down by that same structure. The welfare moms.
They're doing it. They're doing that now. They practice it on the black community because it was easier to get away with. Now they're doing it on white culture as well, to have a bunch of mindless fucking drones that vote based on stupid shit like race.
Yeah. And I try so hard to avoid this way of thinking, but I keep getting led back to it, and it's like, I don't know.
Where did you get this idea that Democrats destroyed black culture?
The civil rights
They did.
movement, LBJ, the modern societies, and
the
they
Great
took-
Society, Lyndon B. Johnson, and then you want
Yeah.
to go way back when it started the KKK, when the KKK literally told black activists and politicians that if you run against this white man, we're going to fucking whip you to death. This is exactly what fucking happened. And
Yeah,
And
Lyndon
they
Baines,
also said
and that was the
Lyndon Baines
start of it.
Johnson said, "I'm going to keep these Negroes in chains for the next 200 years," and then he gets elected. The Great Societies program. It's all.
And also the
and
Great
even
New
when
Deal
they-
had it too.
Yep.
I forgot exactly who said this, but somebody
They took
in the
the father
Democratic
out
Party
of the
that was part of the Ku
household
Klux
in
Klan,
order to
that
make welfare
was part of the Ku
moms.
Klux Klan, but also he said this, that he's going to trick the black man into voting Democrat.
David
Yeah.
Duke.
So, I don't remember exactly what, but they're going to
Right.
trick the black man into voting for Democrat and slowly destroy their culture and make them
Yeah.
just nothing but a mindless
It's not even a
voting
secret.
block for them.
Were the Republicans trying to help them the whole time, I guess?
The Republicans,
When-
actually, the Republican Party was formed
Anti-slavery.
Yeah, the Republican Party was formed to have black people incorporated because the Democrats were trying to separate the blacks and the whites. You need to look into the history, Goon. You don't, you know.
Yeah, that's not the Republican Party. If you're talking about whenever the Civil War happened, they were called the Republican Party because they were trying to keep the Republic.
Yeah, the
Because all the right wingers turned into a bunch of crazy fucking revolutionaries and tried to overthrow the democracy. So
Wait,
yes,
what?
at that point, then the lefties become the the Republic.
No, the Republican Party was trying to incorporate the black freed slaves and the black still slaves into the voting and stuff like that, so that they could make the party out of that, because that's what it was in the South. And
What are you talking about? The people trying to get black people to vote were farmers.
and what party do you think they were part of?
It didn't. The parties were flipped at the time.
Oh, the party swap. So you're going to tell me the lie about the party swap. The party swap happened due to geographical changes. Once slavery ended, all the people from the North, the Democrats from the North, moved to the South. That's the party swap. It wasn't an ideological change. The people who had the same ideologies still held the same ideologies. The Democrats were still the racist ones, and the Republicans were still the ones who were like, yeah, we got some slaves, but, I love my slaves. And I want to work with my slaves, and let's make this happen. That's why what's his name?
George Washington Carver, when slavery ended, he came back to his slave home and he stayed there. That's why blacks still own plantations in the South where they grew up, where their family grew up on, and they bought.
They had nothing else to do. They had no skills and trade, and most of them were illiterate.
Everybody was illiterate.
That's like raising a dog inside of your house for 6 years and then letting it outside and being like, wow, look, it came back.
This argument that they kept them illiterate and stuff. We taught them how to read the Bible.
Well, the thing is that it was against the law to give a black person an education. That's the big distinguish. There's no laws outlawing that a white person can't go get a formal education.
Who would have thought?
Oh man.
I mean, I am in agreement with what JS is saying, but I just want to, sharpen that edge right quick because there's
I think it's crazy you compare black people to dogs.
Yeah, that was interesting. Typical Democrat.
That's how they treated them. That's how they kept them. They were an owned possession. Were they not an owned possession?
Typical Democrat.
But how does that equate the human being to a dog, though?
And the three-fifths compromise.
Because they were equated in dogs in the way that people described them, right? Because they were supposed to be savage and lacking
the three-fifths compromise had nothing to do with
well, that was the argument that they made, is that people endowed by God had the rights to rule over savage beings.
Yeah, and they're retarded and they didn't know what they were talking about, and they got proven wrong by people who did know what they were talking about.
Yeah, the people who owned the slaves weren't calling
Well, they
them
only got
savage
proven wrong
beings.
because they were proven that the... Yeah, I mean, that's how they described the Indians almost exactly.
They'll say the three-fifths compromise was racist. What the three-fifths compromise was due to census numbers. If I have, and it's the same thing we do today with prisons. If I have a bunch of slaves on my property who can't vote, or I have a bunch of prisoners on my property who can't vote, they're on the census, they shouldn't count as much because that's going to give me too much voting power. And so this was actually a good thing to say, I, as a slave owner, should not give more voting power because I have a bunch of people who are going to get on the census and counted on the census on my property. So what we do is we count them.
That's not even
it was the opposite way. It was that the North had a bunch of people moving up to the cities. They were way more populated than any of the states in the South. The South had no voting power on anything. That's why they were getting destroyed on taxes.
Florida
they were
has
getting
this
destroyed
problem all the
on
time.
goods.
Florida has a huge prison population, and that prison population who can't vote should not be counted on the census as heads to get chairs and seats on councils and electorates and things like that. So we count them as less of a person in order to balance it out. It's not that you're less. It's not that you're not actually less of a person, but on the census, we're going to count you as less because otherwise Florida gets all the power because we have a lot of prisoners in Florida. I say we, I'm in Utah, but
the thing is, JS, the thing is that it was started because of slavery. The three-fifths compromise wasn't about prisoners; it was about representation of how they're going to count for slavery. Yeah, but I'm just saying that then when they were having that argument, it was about slavery, not about prisoners.
I know. I'm drawing.
Okay.
I'm drawing a comparison.
Because
if you
then it was
Kanye,
a racist prop.
Listen to Kanye. The 13th, we just changed slaves to prisoners. So it's just it's basically, I have a plantation. And I have 800 slaves on my plantation. Should my vote count for more than somebody who has no slaves? No. So what we do in the census, we count them as less. The slaves, they're counted as less. They're not less of a person, but we count them as less on the census to balance it out. Does that make sense?
No, I agree with you. I just was pushing back on the historical part because it did sound like you were saying something else.
Did you mean the prisoners?
On the history part.
Historically, we did the three-fifths compromise because
No, we did. We didn't.
Because voting slave owners would have too much voting power due to the number of heads on their property who couldn't vote. So we count them as less for census, because the census applies to the electorate, the
House of Representatives, yeah.
the House of Representatives, all these things. So
No, they weren't. They were counted as less because they weren't.
we're doing
viewed
it now with
as
immigrants.
people.
And now that we get rid of the three-fifths compromise, we see Democrats letting immigrants in so that they can pack the census and pack the courts and pack the seats.
Like, this is why black men got to vote first. It was because
An
like it was the
immigrant-
fight of like a man should be
an
able to
immigrant
vote.
on the census, especially an illegal immigrant, but an immigrant who cannot vote should not count the same on the census as a citizen who can vote. They should not count
That
the
I
same.
agree with.
Because
Yeah.
if they do, this fucks up everything. So this is why we do the three-fifths compromise. This is why we say we're not saying you're less of a human being. We're saying your vote counts for less because you can't even vote, but we're counting you towards how we organize our system. And so
That
we
was
count them
it
as
was
less.
the whole inception of the idea is that you are less of a human being.
No, it wasn't. It was.
Yes, it was. Why do you think they
No,
didn't just
it
ask
was-
for a full vote for the
It
slaves?
was. It was
why, didn't-
when.
why,
it
why
was
do you think they had
when
to compromise?
It was when we count you on the census, but you can't even vote. But we're
It
counting.
wasn't
you
about
on,
a census back then. It was about voting
It
power.
was all
they weren't
about-
taking censuses.
The three-fifths compromise was all about the census and voting. That's what it was about.
Yes, and like actual voting.
Yes.
Not for counting heads.
They couldn't vote.
Yes, but the argument that a black person is property, so therefore they don't have the ability to vote.
No,
That was
they-
the argument.
Right. They couldn't vote.
That's why it was stupid to try
couldn't
to say
vote,
that
but if
any
I'm-
portion of them
if
should
I'm
have the
taking a
ability to vote, because
census-
then you're arguing that they are personship, they're not property.
If I'm counting heads to make electorate positions and seats on the House, and I'm counting the heads, and all these people, I'm counting all these heads, but none of them can vote. They shouldn't count as much as, in the North or in whatever area where they don't have slaves. That's what the three-fifths compromise. It didn't mean we thought of you as less of a human. It meant
They were slaves.
yeah, you don't have voting rights. It'd be like if
You're property. You don't have personship.
no, it'd be like if you had
I'll
women.
probably say that's why we still have it, not why because we have it.
Let's say women weren't allowed to vote. God forbid I say something like
They
that. even
weren't.
though I know. But let's say you had an Amazonian tribe of all women and none of them can vote. But there was one man there. There's one man there who can vote. And then there's 10 million women. This guy's one vote is now worth more than a guy in a farm where there's 10 guys who can vote. So what we do is we reduce the value on the census of the women. That's what the three-fifths compromise was.
That doesn't make any sense.
If I'm one man living in a state with 10,000 women who can't vote, but all of them are counted on the census as one, I get the seats and I get the electorate representation as if I had 11,000 people, or 10,000 people, or however many women there are. I get the
because
representation.
that's how it worked at the
but
time,
really,
and you
I'm
want
the
men to
only
be able to
one-
vote for the
but
household.
really, I'm the only one who could vote. This is a problem.
That's what you want. That's what you want, is for men to be able to vote for the household.
No, this is a problem. It's a problem where if you have a bunch of people who can't vote representing your population on the census, but they can't vote. So if women can't vote and I live in a state where I'm the only man and there's 10,000
their vote
women,
was de facto
all of a sudden
to their
I get-
husbands.
all of a sudden I get all these seats and I get this electorate representation, but I'm the only guy there. So instead, what we should do is when we count them, since they can't vote, we should count them as 0.5, 0.2, something like that, to make it balanced. It's to bring balance to the electorate.
No.
Yes.
No, that doesn't make any sense.
How does that not make sense? If let's say prisoners, let's say I'm the only free man and I live in prison state, and I have 1 million prisoners in my state, and I'm the only free man. Should we count all my prisoners? When we count it,
I don't get what you're asking. Prisoners are completely different.
No,
when
it's
you're
not.
saying like the women of the time, women of the time, if they weren't married, their vote counted for their father's vote, and if they were married, their vote counted for their husband's vote.
It's not different. It's saying these people can't vote. Okay, I live on Prison Island, right? And I'm a free man, but I live on Prison Island, and I'm the only one who can vote. But on the census, when you count the heads on my island, I have a bunch of prisoners on my island. They can't vote. So I have all these prisoners on my island, and you're going to count all the heads on my island. When I vote, me, by myself, I'm the only person who can vote. I'm going to represent the electorate for my state. I'm going to represent the houses on the Senate, the House representatives. All of these things are going to be based off of me alone. That's a problem.
Yeah, you're going to get steamrolled. That's not a problem. You have to adapt.
What if my population is bigger than your population? Now I'm the most powerful.
Get steamrolled. You can't get steamrolled economically, size, and industrially by another state, and then just go, this is unfair.
When we're just counting
our voting
heads,
should be equal.
This is what the Democrats do with illegal immigration. This is what they did. This is
you're making an argument for the Electoral College.
I am. Yeah.
Yeah, the Electoral College is retarded.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is, and Trump said so last time he was in presidency.
I don't care what Trump said. I don't care what Trump said. The Electoral College is a way that the underrepresented can be represented. Just because you have a bigger population of retards doesn't mean you have more representation.
Yes, are you pro-unions? Because the Electoral College concept was founded through things like the farmers' unions pushing for equal representation.
Interesting. I'll have to look into that.
This is where this all comes from, is from farmers feeling underrepresented and then asking for their delegates to try to find a way to even out the vote, even though the vote just isn't even. They just want to have equal voting rights, even though they have less people.
Because why? Because they have less people. So
well, they technically didn't. If they would have acknowledged the black population, they would have had and that's why they were trying to get the 3/5 compromise.
Whose state has your state, let's make it real simple numbers. There's a state with 10 guys, 10 people. They can vote. Right? You have a state where 10 people can vote. Now I have a state where only one person can vote, but I have 100 prisoners. When we count the census, this state has 10, this state has 101. My vote, I'm the only one who can vote. My vote is more powerful than your vote because I have more people. But those people can't vote. That's why we did the 3/5 compromise. That's why illegal immigrants.
Yeah, they shouldn't be able to vote underneath their own logic.
That's why
because
illegal
they're not
immigrants
people.
shouldn't count on the census as a person. That's why when it was a time when women couldn't vote, they shouldn't be counted on the census as a person, because this affects how we vote.
Once again, I don't know. There might be some states where you can. At my voting center, I had to represent an ID and a voting pass to be able to vote. I don't know what you got going on in your state. You're not just able to walk in as an undocumented person and vote where I'm at.
Where you live?
Missouri, St. Louis.
Oh, you live right next to me. Shit.
Like I said, I had to give them an ID and my voter registration to be able to.
Not like California though, where they make it you can't.
Yeah, like
it's so stupid.
Yeah, some places have really retarded laws. Most states don't.
But that's why they did.
We're talking about California, or
all I'm trying to say is that's why they
California,
did the 3/5
the
compromise.
state that
it wasn't
California, the state that would be one of the two that decided who the president was.
It's
yeah, they have really
stupid.
retarded voting laws.
It's stupid to say the 3/5 compromise meant that black people were only 3/5 of a human. That's retarded. It was.
Well, that's how it was then.
No,
but
that's
not anymore.
not how
you know?
it was then.
I don't think it matters.
Yeah, it was.
No, it wasn't. It was done.
Well, no, it wasn't that they were
well, I never
3/5
heard
of
of
a
white
human.
slaves
They
in
were trying to get
America,
any-
dude.
Man
You know, it's
goes,
like
this is the cognitive dissonance. I just explained why we did it. We did it due to census counting and delegating.
what do you mean
seats.
cognitive dissonance? You're making it sound like that was never the case of the 3/5 compromise. Dude, you understand that was mainly the biggest argument of our constitutional convention, how we're going to account for slaves in the consensus. And that 3/5 compromise was that. That's not I guess, that's actual fact. That's not I guess, that's fact. And you're saying I got cognitive dissonance?
Yes, you have.
Like, know your
cognitive
history.
The 3/5 compromise.
Yeah, if the 3/5 compromise went through with black people, what you'd be creating is a slave economy where the incentive is to get as many slaves as possible.
3/5 compromise was not saying that a black person is only 3/5 of a human. That's not what it was. That's not what it was saying. What it was saying
Yes, it did.
No, it
didn't.
didn't.
What was the Dred Scott case? Do you know anything about the Dred Scott case? Let's start from there.
Yes, I know about the Dred Scott case. Refresh my memory.
What was the ruling? What was the ruling on?
I don't remember. Tell me about it.
No, okay, so you need to look up on your history. If you don't know, then why are you telling
Mango? I've went through so much shit about this that I can't remember it off the top of my head. It's like it's like earlier when John asked me, "Do you know Stephen Glass?" and I said, "No, tell me about it." And then as soon as he said it and he told me about it, I was like, "Oh yeah, they made a movie about him. He's the guy from the New Republic who wrote a bunch of farce articles." So tell me about Dred Scott, Mango.
Dred Scott case was presided by the judge Roger Tanley, and what it was that he ruled that black people are not equal to white people. The 3/5, they're only 3/5 is equal to the white man in 1857.
Why?
That's you don't need why. That's all you need to know. It's like, yeah, it was about because they're black. That's all you need to know.
Why. No, I need to know why.
No, you're not going to get it because you just got an answer.
Why?
Because that's how the culture was back then. That's how, and it was also race. It was still racist then.
Really, it had nothing to do with census and counting of heads and voting rights.
That's exactly what the whole 3/5 was about.
Retard. You've ignored everything I've just said.
And you're a fucking retard because you just ignored everything I said. Like, why do you keep doing that? Like, I tell you something, like, that's what the reason why it was fucking there. And you're like, oh, well, no, it's not because I asked a bunch of questions. Congratulations, Socrates. Drink your hemlock and have a good day. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It wasn't about them being less human. It was about counting the census because they couldn't vote.
Yes, this point
all right.
is retarded.
All men are created equal under God. Okay, so you take that and then you take the 3/5. Yes, it was. It was racially motivated, mainly because they were slaves. But as time went on between about that 80-year span, that's when
you ignored every argument I just made. You ignored everything I just said for the past 15 minutes.
Apparently, it's mutual between each other because you're ignoring everything that I'm saying.
You're not even okay. So the problem is, JS, you're not even making you're not making an argument.
Yeah, in modern times, but you're saying that it never happened.
You agreed with what I said.
That's the distinction.
You agreed with what I said, Mango. The reason we did the 3/5
Yeah, and you're not listening to what I'm saying. I agree with what you're saying, but what you're not considering is the reason why it was there in the first place. That's what you're ignoring.
I already explained.
He's making an is statement. He's making an is statement. He's not making an argument for why it is that way.
I said the reason we did the 3/5 compromise.
Whatever it is, my fucking brain's fried. I'm not trying. I don't know.
The reason we did the 3/5 compromise is because one slave owner who could vote may own 20 slaves. He should not count for 20 people when he votes. So what we do is we reduce the value on the census of the person it's the same thing we do with prisons now. It's the same thing we should do with immigrants now.
You know what's the difference between a free slave and a free person who's not a slave in a slave
compromise
day?
wasn't reducing the value
But
of
it wasn't.
anyone.
But
The
also, too, part of the
Three-Fifths
three-fifths compromise
was
that
giving
will give you
Mango,
three-fifths of a
shut up for a
person's
second.
representation,
I don't.
but also your slave, you will not be taxed for having
It
slaves.
was exactly that. It was.
But in
for,
Dred Scott case with Dred Scott, he was a citizen that was being taxed by the system. Told me that he can't vote.
Every 5 slaves, we count 3 on the census. When we do a census to assign,
They were counted 0 before. That's not a reduction. They counted 0 before. You're saying it's a reduction. That's an increase.
They counted
You have
0.
a fundamental misunderstanding
I know.
of this.
No, I don't. I think you do. I think once we
But
came,
why does the census? You keep saying it's to fix the census. What's the problem with the census?
the census is if I count 5,000 people in an area, and this is how I'm going to regulate my electorate
Slaves
votes
aren't people.
and
Or
my
are you
house.
arguing that slaves are people? Are you arguing that black slaves were considered people?
They were counted on the census.
But are
They were
they
not.
people?
No,
like
they were
we
not
still-
given
Oh my
citizenship.
God,
They were
we still-
not. They were not
we
counted
still
on the
do it
census.
today.
They were
We
given
still do it with
3/5. They
prisons
weren't getting
today.
reduced.
We still
If they
do
were
it-
counted on the census, Josh, if they were counted on the census, why would they be getting reduced to
We still
3/5?
do it today.
They weren't getting reduced.
We still do
They
it
weren't
today.
counted at all.
We still do it today with
They weren't
prisoners.
counted at all.
We still do it today.
They weren't
with
counted at
prisoners.
all.
Do you realize if we counted every prisoner in Florida, that Florida would get
Oh my
way?
God.
Yeah, we still do it today.
Yet you realize the slaves, they weren't counted at all before the 3/5 compromise. It was to
Yes.
give them value. It wasn't to take value away.
If women can't vote, they should be counted as less on the census. Because when we're doing a census, when we're counting
They
people,
already were. They were counted as 0. They were counted as nothing because they're ownership.
they weren't. That's the problem.
Yes, they were.
That's why we did the 3/5 compromise.
Yes, they were. No, the 3/5 compromise was the South trying to get more voting power out of the slaves because they had none.
No, the 3/5 compromise was forced on the South. They lost voting power due to the 3/5 compromise. What are you talking
They
about?
didn't have. You couldn't. The slaves weren't counted in voting.
Why do you
I don't
think
know
they
what.
lost?
Why do you think they lost?
Yeah.
Because there's less people in the South than in the industrial North, in a predominantly cityscape where you're going to have high volumes of people that are able to outvote the bottom half.
Yeah, because oh my God. Oh man.
Well, it sucks when you don't know history, dude. Like, fuck, we were trying to
Wait,
explain.
you're
You're like,
saying-
no,
wait, wait,
no,
wait,
it's
wait, so
not.
with your
No,
argument-
no, no, it's not.
With your argument,
You know?
with your argument, so how were the South getting overtaxed before the Civil War then? If the slaves were already counted as full votes, because the degradation of the South happened slowly over time.
Yeah,
had to do with industrial labor taking over, voting power getting
Yeah.
centralized in the North, and them being incapable of voting on their own taxation
Yeah, I
of their
think
own goods.
I think slavery was a failed system from the get-go. It was a bad idea.
That's what the Civil War was about, but that's a different topic. To continue the institution.
I'm not
of slavery.
gonna disagree with that. I think slavery
Yeah.
was a bad idea from the beginning.
I hated it. You know, like the entire institution. It needed to be, you know, eliminated, wiped clean. Disgusting.
Oh, okay, it's disgusting. Women weren't counted either, and they shouldn't.
Really hated it too. Especially really hated it as I was growing up. The slave trade was terrible. No, I'm sorry.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think the slaves' heads were counted pre-3/5 compromise. I don't, because women
Yeah, they
weren't
weren't.
counted either.
They weren't. That was a big topic
So then-
in the Constitutional Convention.
So then why
that was
would
a
we-
big one.
So why would
Sorry,
we?
go on.
So why would we need the 3/5 compromise?
Because
In modern
the
terms,
South
to
was
describe
getting
what
out.
you're saying.
There was more
We were-
Northerners.
we were
the
ending
Northerners were now
slavery.
outbreeding the South. People were moving up to
Right.
the North. There was a big
We're
movement
ending
up
we're
to the
ending
North.
slavery, and now we're gonna start counting. But there's still some slaves, so now we're gonna start counting people, and we're gonna start counting the slaves. We're gonna start counting the black people. But this plantation owner has 10,000 slaves. Should his vote
Yeah, 'cause
be
back
more?
then I think it was about delegates.
Yeah,
It was about getting delegates.
Should his vote count for more? Yeah, exactly. It's about delegates, and it's about electorates, and it's about seats on the House and seats on the Senate, and it's about voting districts, and it's all these things. So, and that's based off of population. So the reason that they counted the slaves as less is so that the slave owners couldn't get a disproportionate power. If we counted it as one, the slave owners would have all the power. They didn't want that to happen. So they counted them as less. So the Three-Fifths Compromise was actually a harm to the slave owners. It balanced things out. And it's the same thing that happens in areas that have a large prison population. When you count the prison population on the census, they shouldn't be counted the same as a person who can go out and vote. Otherwise, you affect the electorate, you affect the seats on that, you affect the delegates, you affect all these things, because I have a big population of prisoners. So now one guy who has a big population of prisoners has more power than a city where normal people are living. That's why they did that's the whole point. That's why. What are you guys even arguing about? It's unlocked. Nothing. What's chat talking about? I don't know if chat's agreeing with me or disagreeing with me. You think prisoners should be counted on the census the same way non-prisoners are counted? Okay. Cool. I agree.
I mean, you guys
I
were
agree.
both.
Also, from what I'm looking up, it does seem to say in the 1970s, no, slaves did not count as votes in the census either.
In the 1970s?
Yeah, and the Three-Fifths Compromise comes in the late 1980s. I mean, not 1780s.
Okay. I was about to say 1970. What? Okay.
Yeah, that was
I
the
saying it's
Constitutional
17.
Convention, 1789, if I'm not mistaken, or 1785. So after the Fifth Articles of Confederation.
Oh, 87. 87, I have it here in what I'm
87.
reading.
Okay.
So what is the reason for the Three-Fifths Compromise?
So
was that they were under. Wait, I've tried to explain this to you, dude. It's because the North had more people, and they considered that unfair.
Well, the reason I'll go more elaborate. I'll do
But the
you
North
one extra.
won.
Okay, so the reason why it got there is because when we were drafting the Constitution,
This is the whole the victor writes the history.
Both
No, it's how we did the
Do you want the
delegates back
answer,
then.
or
If
do you
you
want
had
me to
more
just
people,
stop
you got
talking?
more delegates. Yeah.
Go ahead, Mangoes.
So when the Constitution was being written, the argument was happening of how are we going to cater to the to the slave owners down in the South, because there is a massive emphasis of having a full country, not each state govern as their own country. That was a big thing. And when they're arguing about how they're going to do representation of the slaves, the South wanted that. Oh yeah, we wanted to pay. We want the numbers to count for the slaves, but they pay no taxes. Like, we don't have to pay taxes on those counted numbers.
Of course they would.
And yeah, I know.
Of course they would want all their slaves
and the
to
North
count as
was
one
like,
person.
fuck no, we're not doing that shit. No, like we can tax them, but you're not getting the representation, numbers for those slaves in the
So
South.
the
Was like, fuck no.
Republicans, so the Republicans were like,
thought
I want
I'm
my
sorry, I
slave
was
to count
I was
as
in
a
the middle of
person.
talking. I was not finished.
Go ahead, keep going. Dig your own grave.
Well, Do you want me to? Never
Go
mind.
ahead.
You know, like
No, keep going. No, keep going.
so basically, they had to ingrain in the Constitution the 3/5 compromise because they're going to be representative, not collecting taxes, but they're not going to get the full count on the consensus of an actual person because they're black. I never heard any white slave unless they're indentured servants, but that's a different categorization.
The first slave
right
owner
there.
in America was a black guy.
Yeah, but that's the exception to the rule. Like how many black slave owners were in the South?
The first.
Like that's a scaling issue. It doesn't fucking matter. Because one black slave owner counted for all the white slave owners to offset that scaling, and it doesn't make any sense.
What doesn't make any sense is that you argued with everything I just said, and then you sat here and repeated everything I just said.
Yeah.
So keep going, but
no, you're making the argument that it wasn't about black people when it was first drafted. That's your argument. That's why we're arguing.
My argument is the 3/5 compromise was not saying that they're less human. It was done to order the census and to.
Yeah, it does mean it's less human to a point because you don't have the rights and civil liberties as a person who's considered to be human. That it goes deeper than that.
No, but he's right. It's not making the argument that they're less human because they didn't need to make that argument. It was already accepted.
So the argument's already accepted, so there's an agreement that they are less human.
Yeah, they were trying to argue that they should have voting power, even though that they're not considered human, which spits in the right of what we consider voting power.
It wasn't that they were not considered human. They were considered prisoners.
Well, no, the blacks were like, it was because they were without God.
This is why
that was the justification at the time.
This is why Kanye raps about you took away slavery and you made the 13th. That you turned them from slaves to prisoners. So it's just
it goes into like conversations of like shadow slavery too. The way we did slavery in America is different than the way other countries did slavery.
Like Kanye can figure this out. You guys are struggling with it. Like.
I'm not struggling with anything. You just don't understand the three. You thought that they counted as a full vote before the 3/5 consensus.
No, but once they started doing the census, and once they're working on ending slavery, we have to count them, right? So, how should we count them? Well, the North says if we count all these slaves as people, because slaves are people. If we start counting them all as people, the South is going to have too much power. So how do we compromise? How do we make a compromise here? Otherwise, the South is going to have too much power. So
the offer was always on the table.
So what kind of compromise
to give them personship.
What kind of compromise could we make? We make the 3/5 compromise.
No, the offer was always on the table for them to just give them personship and then they could vote. But you can't own a personship in America. You needed the argument that they were godless savages that needed the direction of a Christian leader.
No, this is post that. This is after that. We've moved past that. Now we're moving to counting census. We're counting heads. They're all people, and so how?
This is the core argument. Is they were like, how can you think that they have some type of voting power, but they're not people? People have voting power. Americans have voting power.
I don't know how you don't
Your
see
livestock
this.
doesn't have
the plantation
voting power.
owners. The plantation owners would have had too much power if they could vote on behalf of all the people on their plantation. So what they did to reduce the power of the plantation owners was say that your slaves only count for 3/5.
Yeah, that's un-American. Why do you think that a plantation owner, a man, should be able to vote for a black man?
I agree. I'm not pro 3/5 compromise. That's a Democrat policy.
That's what the South. No, the South was pushing the 3/5 compromise. The North would have been okay with giving them nothing.
No, a compromise means both sides agreed to something. The South wanted their slaves to count as one. The North wanted their slaves to count as 0.
Yeah, because they were worried about the rebellion. Like, they knew that the South was like gearing up to split off.
A compromise is agreement between both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the compromise is they compromised completely for the South, and the South
North
didn't compromise anything.
The North didn't want the slaves to count as anything because that would disproportionately give power to the South. The South wanted their slaves to count as 100%. That would disproportionately give power to the South.
No, they
so
did.
what they did
No,
is
they
they came
didn't.
up with a compromise where the slaves counted as 3/5 on the
Do you
census.
Do you think you should be able to vote for another man?
Dude, this doesn't even take. I don't even
Do
gotta
you
be
think?
like.
Do you think you should be able to vote for another man?
Do you think I should be able to vote for another man?
In America, do you think it's American for your vote to be able to cast another man's vote?
I'm anti-democracy, but
No, I'm saying, why do you think that they thought that they could vote for black men on the plantation? It's because they weren't men.
Okay,
They were
so
savages.
this is the concept that is kind of trying to be explained here. When California overinflates their population with illegal immigrants that can't vote, that gives more individual power per person for the vote based on the census and the way that the fucking we just talked about it, the electoral college works.
Yeah, it gives you your delegates. Yeah.
Yeah, they have more delegates, less people that can actually vote. So, which means that the individual in those states that can vote have a higher voting power per person. So they're voting on the behalf of the illegal immigrants that live there.
Yeah, I don't think that that's right. And I don't think voting on the behalf of slaves, and I don't think voting on the behalf of slaves is right either.
if I said we should have a 3/5 compromise for illegal immigrants in California,
I would say no.
I would not be saying the illegal immigrants are less human. I would say they shouldn't count so much on the census because that affects our delegates.
They shouldn't count at all on the census.
Yeah, I would say they shouldn't count at all. They're not an American.
Oh, they shouldn't count at all. Are they not human?
No, they're not an American. They're not recognized by us as a person in this country.
That you just made.
No, they're not recognized. The blacks were recognized as being in this country. The illegals is a completely different issue. They're not even recognized as being here.
They were starting to become recognized.
No, the blacks were recognized. They were recognized as slaves, as property. They were counted.
Yeah, and
they were counted for taxing.
Yes, and this was a problem because they couldn't vote, but they were being counted. So the compromise that was made, because the North said, well, they can't count all their slaves. There's 5 plantation owners, and they're voting for 5,000 people.
Them. Do I need to link you the thing that says that they're not counting?
And the North said,
them?
well, we want to vote for all these people. Or the South said, we want to vote for all these people. And the North said, you can't vote for any of those people. So what they do is they come up with a compromise. A 3/5 compromise.
The North
where we count
proposal,
on the census, they count for 3/5 of the person.
The North's proposal relied on the idea that the only way the black people would get full voting rights and get their vote casted as a full vote is if they were given complete personship. You can't own them as a slave and count them as a complete person. Because a complete person doesn't get enslaved in America.
I feel like I'm like not that smart and I'm just figuring this out based off of just like common sense, and you guys aren't.
Holy shit, no, you're just dumb, dude. What do you think no man what do you think our rights as men what do you think our rights as men are? Do you think
maybe I'm just dumb, but you guys are like dumber.
What do you think their rights as a man was?
If I'm dumb to make you a fucking retard, god damn it. Oh, fuck, dude. How much percent of your brain you missing?
I bet. This seems very like basic.
I think ultimately,
like we probably need to really start cracking open up skulls and see if there's any
misunderstanding
brain matter
here. This is the argument, and I actually would agree more so with like the argument that slaves shouldn't count as a person because they are captives, they are prisoners, they are slaves. They're not. They shouldn't be on the census at all. But if they are not slaves anymore and they are full citizens of the nation, then they should count on the census and part of the nation state. Yeah,
I agree.
So
that's why I brought up the women. So if women can't vote, we shouldn't count women the same way that we count the men who can vote. We shouldn't count the and this is what it was. It was like, it wasn't saying you're less of a human. It's just saying your
No, it
head on the
was.
census counts less towards the delegates and the seats
The
because
the voting rights that we have that are written into our
it's
law
a good
are described
thing.
as intrinsic rights that are given to men in the pursuit of
I'm
freedom and
saying
prosperity in America.
I'm saying
The
it was a
black
good
people
thing.
weren't given that because they weren't considered
Do you
men
think
So
in
prisoners
America.
not given it, or prisoners not given that?
do you think a plantation owner should have been able to cast a vote for 500 people? Let's say a plantation owner has 500 slaves. Should he be able to cast a vote for 500 people and it's equal?
No.
I agree. So what we do is we come up with a 3/5 compromise.
No, you make him they're either worth 0 or he needs to free them all and then they can vote.
Well,
You don't get
I
to
think
have your cake
what's
and eat
happening
it
here.
too.
I think what's happening here is JS has accidentally took on the position of the 3/5 compromise, and he's trying to debate it.
No, I'm pro 3/5 compromise.
You are?
So you're
Yeah.
pro-slavery? I'm just
But I'm-
kidding.
You
but
just said you weren't a little bit ago. I'm confused now.
Well, no, I'm
I
saying
got way too high a fever for this shit, man.
what I'm trying to argue is the 3/5 compromise was a good thing, and it doesn't mean that, because the lefties will say, "Oh, the 3/5 compromise means you're saying black people are only 3/5 of a human." No, the 3/5 compromise was a necessary thing so that plantation owners couldn't take power because of their slave head count. So
No, they just get more. They just get more say in the country from the
And
census.
just get more delegates. It creates a slave economy where if you want the most power in voting, you just
Yes.
buy the most slaves.
and that would be a bad thing, right?
I just think it's a really shitty democratic policy that failed, and that should be gotten away with, even within the senses
know.
of counting illegal people.
It should have been
as
like the
part of
1/5 compromise, but
I mean, you got to
It should have been
remember.
0. Should have been 0.
It
There should
should
have been
have
no
been the 0
compromise.
fifth
there.
Yeah, as in
You gotta
America,
remember.
if you want to vote in America, you need to be an American citizen.
Like you got to remember
Like,
though, the slaves, the 300 people on the plantation, whatever, they're property. They're not people in the eyes of the law.
yeah.
Yeah. So if
So
again, that's why I look at this the same as like inmates and stuff like that. We consider slaves less than people. I consider inmates and all that less than people. So if they classify as less than, they don't get a vote.
well, no, see, I wouldn't go that far. I would say inmates in prison are still people. They're still humans.
They're less,
But
we
they
consider them less than. They're
but
not
I would
part of
do
society. Why are they voting as part of society?
right. I would do a 0/5 compromise on prisoners. That doesn't mean, all I'm saying is the reason that a lot of lefties will say, "Oh, the 3/5 compromise was racist. They said they're only 3/5 of a human," and I'm just trying to argue that that was a necessary thing that we had to do so that, so like prisoners. If I did a 0/5 compromise on prisoners, I'm not saying you're not a human. You are a human. You are a person, but you
in
shouldn't
terms
be
of society, I'm not actually
illegal
saying, yeah, I'm not
immigrants.
saying it's
0/5 compromise.
That might be how we handle prisoners. That's not the sentiment that was around when they were handling black people.
That
well, yeah, but I
was
mean,
that
but-
was
well,
the
but
sentiment
the thing
back
is
then.
slaves aren't a thing today, right?
It wasn't like, don't worry, my slave. I view you as an equally valuable human. It's just you can't count as much in the census right now.
The comparison was made, and I'm just equivocating in that. In that, when it came to that,
Yeah, I'm not.
slaves didn't
I'm
get any
pro
votes
3/5
because they weren't
compromise, but
people,
I
they
might do
were
like
property.
2/5 or 1/5.
In my argument, I say prisoners, inmates, are considered in my eyes, they're less than. They're stripped of their rights, they're stripped of freedoms and all of that. They have no control over anything. So in that view, in my opinion, they're less than people in society.
You're not helping what I'm trying to say, Jeremy. I'm not saying they're less human. I'm not saying they're not people. I'm saying in the voting and in the electorate, they're counted as less because they can't vote, and so we should count them as less. That doesn't mean you're not. if a woman can't vote and we count her as 0 on the census, that doesn't mean she's not a human. Like, so.
Yeah, well, yeah. I didn't see. Well, I missed part of the argument.
Yeah,
I literally just woke up on that piece.
My
Well, but
whole
even back then,
my whole
women
argument
did
is
have
that
aspects about them that were akin to property too.
my whole thing is Democrats complain about the 3/5 compromise because they'll say, you're saying black people are only 3/5 of a human. No, dumbass, that's not what we're saying. What we're saying is we didn't want slave owners to have all the power because they had a bunch of slaves. So we counted the slaves as less on the census so that it would be more balanced.
That's not what happened.
I just don't think
that is what happened.
But what I'm saying is, I don't even think you need to defend the 3/5 compromise. I think it's all or nothing. Either they count or they don't. You don't have to defend something that dehumanizes people.
We went over this. The convention happened in 1787. And in the 1770s, slaves were not counted as in the census.
No, I'm not advocating for slavery, Shiva. I could do that.
He keeps mixing it up and thinking somehow that they were trying to get their votes. He thinks that the slave owners were trying to advocate for their votes to count for less. Or I guess the North was trying to. He just has it like mixed up in his head. That's like not what the 3/5 compromise was.
I'm saying the 3/5 compromise was a good idea. Maybe it should have been 2/5 or 1/5, but
no, I don't like that the Democrats got so much power.
Yeah, actually, you're right. You know what? You guys have thanks Mango and Goon. You've totally turned me against it. We should have counted all of the slaves on the census as a whole person, and that way
they should have not counted at all.
Well, no,
they were slaves. They shouldn't have counted.
Well, I mean, I agree because either way, the South wound up doing a revolution anyways. The whole point of the 3/5 compromise was to get them away from the revolutionary mindset that they were heading down, because they felt underrepresented and they felt like the South and the North were culturally completely separate from each other.
Yeah, see a lot of good that compromise.
Which they were.
I'm pro 0/5 compromise. Count all the slaves in the census, and the plantation owners get to run everything for the rest.
Oh,
of
they don't
history.
count in the census either. Why should they count in the census? They're not citizens.
Mango's right. Like the original proposer from the South was, you guys should count them completely and not tax us on them.
Yes. Yes, that was the original argument.
I'm not going to
The
defend
South
Mango
wanted
on that.
their slaves to count as 1.
No,
the North
that is
wanted their
true.
slaves
That
to
is-
count as 0. And the compromise
Yes.
is
The
3/5.
slaves can't. A slave shouldn't count as anything. A human, a freed human, that it's its own personship, should count as 1.
How am I being
So
the
you're
most,
saying the
like,
way that
how am I
that's
being
what
the
it
most
was?
reasonable centrist person right now with defending?
Wait, so how do you feel about like a command economy based voting? Like if I own more companies than you, should my vote be worth more than yours?
Oh God!
Well, I don't think you should be able to.
Elon moves to America because he's worth more than all of us and can affect America more than all of us.
That doesn't
With
work.
his vote.
It wouldn't be that way. Like it just because Elon owns more companies, like he don't get more vote than the other guy who owns one company, right?
Well, but he should, because he's representing all these different companies. That's what JS is arguing.
Yeah, no.
His head should count for all of these heads because he's the main head over all of them.
No, if you get a vote, you get an equal vote regardless of your share as terms of having companies. Like you don't get more.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you're arguing that slaves should have some value for voting, then you're making that property at some level property should count for a vote. Well, why shouldn't that extend to other property?
Yeah, right. And I'm not. I mean, when I made that statement, like I'm not advocating slavery is a good thing. I'm just saying they didn't get a vote because they weren't seen as people; they were seen as property.
No, I agree. That's the argument that I'm arguing, is that in the 1770s they counted as 0 because they were viewed as property. The South got outrepresented, and then they tried to switch it to like they counted as any amount. That's why there was multiple different amounts that were argued. But I don't know if the North got anything out of it. I'm pretty sure it was just, like I said, to quell tensions between.
I'll tell you what they got out of. They got out of a complete nation. That's what the North wanted. They understood that if all the states did not come together as a union, then the union would be weaker. I mean, it was in their it was brought up in the Federalist Papers. I think Federalist number 10 or 11 and 12 when Alexander Hamilton was making the argument that if we have one of each state being their own country, then you got European invaders or European powers like France, Spain, and Britain to pick apart one of another. That's what they got out of a secure union to protect itself in unity against a foreign aggressor. That's what they got out of it.
Yeah, they were giving a little, from at least from what I gather here, they were giving a little bit of concession to try to keep things together. It didn't work, but
well, it worked for 100 years until it didn't.
They got the 3/5 compromise, and then they still lost in the voting.
Right. So
and then that's when they just centralized their own power, anyways.
All right, chat. If you want to change the topic, you got to pay $10. You failed on all the goals tonight. What
Come on,
the
Chad,
fuck?
you can just change the topic anyway. I think that's pretty much at the dead end anyway.
Yeah, we hitting the conclusion of that one.
I think it's just gay. I think the 3/5 compromise was just gay. Be a fucking man, choose one or the other. Quit being a bitch. That's what my.
I think the whole.
Goddamn it, Elder Lion.
We got into the Southern switch.
Quit being a bitch.
The Southern switch thing is the Southern swap or whatever, and that who's the real racist, the Democrats or the Republicans. I think the conclusion is we're all racist.
Well, I could agree. At that time, they were definitely like the North. It wasn't like you went up there and next thing you know, they were all popping Coca-Colas with you and you guys were all having fun together. It was like...
Yeah.
They still
Despite the
suffered
North was
from
anti-slavery,
lower pay,
they didn't view black people as same.
Dude, they taught us
Yeah,
how to
so-
dance. We taught them how to read the Bible. They taught us how to dance.
They were still
And it was-
segregated in a lot
yeah.
of northern cities. They still
It took the
played
Civil
sports.
War before people started turning against slavery
I
because
say
Union soldiers
we.
were seeing that shit, exactly the true ugly nature of it. You know?
I say we like
Like,
I was around 300
The
years ago.
original reason why the Civil War perspective was to preserve the Union, not to free the slaves.
To be fair, at one point, Manga talked as if he was from the 1700s, talking about a long lost memory of some slaves he once had or something.
What? You want some?
Yeah.
I'll sell them to you.
I think if you vape,
Just
and
kidding.
you-
I don't.
I think
Clip it.
if you vape and you breathe into your microphone really deeply, you should probably be only counted as 3/5 of a human.
I think if your name is JS Adventures, I think you should only get 1/5 the power of a vote.
Yeah. Well,
I think none of you should
I'll
vote.
still get
I
more
knew
votes.
that. I was waiting for that. Right on time.
Yeah, why not?
I'll still
Why
get
not?
more
Nobody
votes
should
than you.
vote. Nobody should vote. I shouldn't vote. You shouldn't vote. Nobody vote.
Okay.
Does
I
that
just-
mean that we
I'm-
get to have a king? Have a
I was just trying to
monarchy?
determine your metric. No, he don't want a king.
I want an emperor.
Now we're going to weird places. I love it.
He just wants the church to decide everything.
No, I want an emperor.
You want an emperor?
Yep.
All right.
That which
Elder
works
Lion,
in
you're
tandem with the
emperor.
church.
Elder Lion,
emperor,
you're the
that's
emperor. What's your first action?
To enact a state church.
What if I don't want to go to that state church?
Well, then you
Fuck
get put
out.
on the island with the communists.
Yeah, get the fuck out. Bye.
And if that church says,
Hey, without hesitation, he said that shit. Like,
What
he
if that
actually
state
thought about
church-
it.
what if
No,
that
that's
state church
based.
is chosen
I'm
is
with him.
Muslim?
That's fucking, oh, Elder Lion, you fucking epic, man.
Well, then I wouldn't be emperor.
You're going to Degen Island.
Oh, see, that's the piece that was missing there. Is Elder doesn't want an emperor. Elder Lion wants to be emperor.
No, the question was, what would you do as emperor? And I said what I would do as
first
emperor.
action. And actually, you know, like what, DJ and Island, fucking George Carlin was the one who came up with that concept. Great comedy piece.
Yeah, but my question then was, you said you wanted an emperor, so I said, and you wanted a state church. So if we had an emperor and he implemented a state church and he chose Muslim, then what, Elder?
Then he wouldn't have been the emperor that I would have chose.
I would jump on the boat to Degen Island, and then I would work my way from Degen Island to Christian land.
I would work on the Degen Island. I'd eventually try to get the people to elect another king that would represent the Christian people.
If the emperor sees people that are fleeing just because they don't want to live within the rules that he sets forth, such as the religion,
Thank you, John.
Your departure would be seen as being a traitor, right? And he executes you for it.
Yeah, I know the Muslims do that all the time.
You guys would do what all these socialists and communists do. You'd get excommunicated, abandoned, go to an island, try to build up a rebellion, come back and take over the country.
No, there'll be cameras.
The true plans are coming out.
You know, maybe make Hawaii Degen Island, so at least you're guaranteed that if they do want to do something, they got to swim like 1,000 miles of ocean to get there.
I mean, ultimately, if they're on an island, they're separated from the rest of the civilized society, and we're not allowing imports being brought in from another nation. They'll be stuck there. There's nothing they can do. What are they going to do? Build some rafts that we're going to shoot some holes in? Like,
you're done.
Like they'd be outside of like membership of the state, but we'd still watch them. We're not going to just go off and come back like fucking Gandalf at Helm's Deep.
I think in modern society, there's a higher chance they're going to ship all the religious people off to an island, and we're going to be degen country.
All right,
Good
chat,
luck.
you're slacking on super
I mean, they
chat
already do that.
goals. I'm gonna go run and get some more beer, and we're gonna watch some Chair. These guys can keep talking. Chair Song's gonna play for 2 minutes, but they can keep talking and hanging out. And but y'all are slacking on the grifting is failing, and so I gotta go get more beer, and we'll be back and we'll play some video games. Looks like Brandon's playing Section 8.
Yeah, I want my own
Schedule
crazy
1, you mean?
dystopian plan.
We'll do a poll.
We need to take. Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna. We'll do a poll in the chat when I get back to see what game I play. We're either gonna play Dying Light 2, Cyberpunk, Skate, or what else? I don't even know. Yeah, I think those.
No, that joke went right over my head. You call that Section 8? That was good.
Unless somebody buys me Resident Evil 4 right now, if somebody sends the Cashapp, really, we gotta play some or Borderlands 4. But I'll be back, chat. It'll be like 15 minutes. You guys can talk, and I'll be back. Go ahead.
Fuck you, Chair.
Fuck you, Chair. Chat sucks. Goals not fulfilled. This is why I don't set goals for other people.
Yeah, Project 2028 is the new Democrat decree, and we're gonna send all of the Republicans down to Middle Earth to farm thermal energy from magma in the Earth's core.
We'll do that. We'll come back with some Balrogs.
There's a long chair.
If I had to pick a side, it'll definitely be with the conservatives.
Just having a
I'm not on the losing side of that.
Over a magma core, trying to like lower buckets into it to get the magma out.
Though no one's there, just an empty seat.
Just imagine Ben Shapiro doing that.
We might need to hire some dwarves. They might know how to do
Everybody
it.
here is pretty chill, but
hey,
don't do TOS stuff.
Yeah, you're getting too close to Project 2028 there. Don't start bringing up the Ben Shapiro plan, the magma farms in Middle Earth.
I was just
You don't
trying to think
understand.
of,
Us Democrats, we've been trying to hollow out Middle Earth for the last 40 years for this project.
He's out there somewhere.
Where's Godzilla in the Hollow
Wild and free.
That's Godzilla's hiding in an island in Japan.
Through the Everglades Sea.
I thought he lived in the Hollow Earth.
We just got a bunch of like dinosaurs down there and stuff. But
By the way, I love Godzilla.
Don't sway.
Godzilla's goat.
What the fuck? The sky turns
I don't know what the heck is going on here. Like, I just ate fucking cheese and apparently almost went down in the wrong hole. That's what she said.
So your first reaction is, what
It
the
sounded
fuck?
like you were getting got in a drive-by shooting. Yeah, it sounded like you were getting shot up in a drive-by shooting.
Oh, if that's the case, I wouldn't even be on. I'm like, oh, I gotta go get my gun real quick.
To be honest, what it sounded like to me is you took a hit of a bomb way too hard. You're like, oh shit, what the fuck? That's what I thought.
Look, Jess, you don't need to do a poll for the next game. You need to get scheduled on. We'll just put on our Dungeon Flyer.
Oh, he's gone.
What game you're talking about?
Literally just here. I'm on site.
Yeah, we really need to get.
He's gonna leave for a while.
No, he literally was just here. You look on his stream, you see that. He's walking in.
Oh yeah. He said he's leaving and he's putting on the chair song. He'll be back in a while.
Yeah, but he was. I heard that, but he literally was just now here. Like he just walked in the room, grabbed his phone, and walked away.
Damn, get destroyed. He probably heard you too and said, "Fuck Jeremy, I'm not listening to that shit."
How's your drug empire going there, Brandon?
It's going all right.
Did you give up picking up trash yet?
He got the apartment.
Ain't no reason to pick up trash now.
He's at a hotel. So did you move completely out of the hotel, or are you still using both?
I'm not using it right now.
Oh, hey, by the way, you don't have to buy trash bags if you want to actually pick up trash. Once you get that little claw thing, it holds the same amount as a trash bag, so you can just pick up everything and dump it in a recycling bin. And it takes a lot less time, and it doesn't actually cost money to recycle shit.
Wait, it costs
Here,
money.
you guys.
Yeah, the trash bag costs money.
Well, it costs money to buy the bag. Yeah.
Here, you guys joined in late. I'll give you guys the main debate prompt. Was Hitler a leftist or a rightist or nah?
I think he was gay.
Definitely a right.
I think he was Callum.
Yeah, Callum.
Me. It's always my fault.
Callum. Well, it doesn't matter because all we got to do is send.
Hitler was kind of a Callum, honestly.
A Callum?
New meme. No. I did go back and check that stream though, Jeremy. And I don't hear anybody blaming me for taking the stream down. I just hear you telling me to shut the fuck up or something.
No, it's there. Literally at the very end. We said blame you.
I don't know. I only got through part of it, but yeah.
No, I said literally at the very end.
Okay, fair. I'll go back again. God damn you. Not
Hello,
really. Like I really don't want you to God to actually damn you. I take that back.
Well, I was going to agree with you. God damn Jeremy. Like, God damn him. Hello. I hope you're all well.
Hi, Shiva. How you doing, man?
No,
I'm
apparently
good.
everybody except for me, Shiva wishes me to be damned.
Look, I just want you to, have a nice toasty eternity in hellfire.
Back pedal now, be a man. Don't stop being on bitch and backing off.
No, like, if you'd let me finish,
You made the
Jeremy.
claim, you stuck with it.
If you'd let me finish, Jeremy, what I was going to say was, I just want you to have a nice toasty eternity in hellfire. That's all.
Well, and you just finished on Jeremy, which is also an interesting thing.
Ooh.
So
Which brings it full circle. Brings
has
it full
Josh-
circle. Hitler's gay.
Hitler's what the fuck?
Oh,
I don't know.
maybe that
part you got to Hitler's gay.
Went
But
crazy,
he was definitely a fucking tweaker, wasn't he?
undeniably.
Yeah, there ain't no way that he was tweaking that hard and didn't suck some dick.
We
from it.
honestly talked about his fucking political
Gay
alignment
Hitler.
for literally less than 5 minutes, and then spent the whole time talking about his religious alignment.
Who's Hitler's? Wasn't he kind of vaguely
Yeah.
Catholic? I mean, he
Kind
was
of,
Christian,
yeah.
wasn't
That's
he?
what. So I did. I read a bit into a book on it, literally just all about his beliefs and
Right.
because JS was looking this up. So while he was looking it up the whole night, I started reading into this book on it. It seems that he placated towards the Catholic audience, and he definitely pretended to be Catholic for at least over a decade. But in his own personal journals, he held no significance to Catholic beliefs, or
Right.
he viewed them as being more right than the other religions and the way that they viewed the power of God. But he thought their concepts on the Messiah and shit were completely off. Even from what I was reading, it seems like they don't outright say it, but certain people at the time did. There's a belief that he thought he was a Messiah post around 1938ish, and he starts disassociating from the Catholic Church, removing the cross from everything, even the photos that he kept the churches in. He removed all the crosses, which also gives me the idea of him
I'm heading
denying
off.
the
You guys
Messiah.
have a good day, okay? It was cool. Y'all have a good one, all right?
See you
Oh yeah,
later.
have a nice day, Mango.
I mean, that kind of tracks. There's a book which I didn't actually finish. I was kind of reading it in my mid to late 20s, called The Third Reich: A New History by, I want to say Michael Burley, but I might be getting that wrong. That might be the wrong author. In which he likens the rise of the Third Reich to a type of religious movement in how the people responded.
Yeah, because there was a lot of the sourcings of what I was looking at were articles at the time where a lot of the people were claiming that he was the Messiah. It has people on the interview getting on the streets getting interviewed and shit, talking about how they think Jesus, how he might be the Messiah, the true Messiah, and that he's going to bring upon prosperity for Germany.
That not the Messiah, not a prophet.
No, they thought there was a chance that he was. So this was in his own writings, one of the biggest things. He didn't so he believed in an all-powerful, all-knowing God, but he didn't believe in the stories around the Bible held any significant value over any other religious story.
Yeah, fair enough.
You ever heard of Adam Green?
No.
Nope.
Yeah, he uses that argument. He thinks that I don't know if he actually believes in a God, but he believes that the concept of God has been manipulated by, a certain group of people with little hats on their head.
Yeah, Hitler
And has
definitely
manipulated
believed
the
in
whole
God,
world.
though.
Turks.
Hitler definitely believed in God, though, because he has a whole, in his personal memoirs, too, he has, multiple writings about how much he hates atheists.
I got that joke, Shiva, just to let you know. It was bad timing, but yeah.
I'm glad somebody got it. It kind of, sometimes jokes just disappear amongst the noise.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, Aladdin manipulated the entire world into thinking that the God was the Christian God, or the Arabian God, whatever. I got a fucking 101 fever. I don't care.
Are you ill?
He is. He's very sick right now.
I'm sorry to hear that. Do you fancy doing 20 star jumps?
No.
How much money would it take?
$2,000.
Okay, fuck that shit.
Is it like $200 per star jump? Jesus fucking Christ! What the fuck?
I know what I'm worth.
You ain't worth $200 per star jump.
Yes, I
When
am.
we were looking further into it, me and Chris found like weird shit about it. Like, so like a lot of his speeches harped back to the idea of going back to a more traditional Germany pre-World War I and concentralizing the power around the Germans and then building up to be the best and the greatest. And the time that he like glorified was like it was some type of monarch. It was a constitutional monarch, I think, and it had an emperor named like Fier, but they were like anti-liberal, anti-Catholic, anti-socialists. They just like hated everybody, which kind of lines up with his politics of like kind of hating everybody. Am I being heard right now, or am I like fucking?
Yeah, no,
glitched out?
we can hear you. Yeah. Sorry, I'm rolling through all the Mega Man games, so it's I'm a little distracted, but it is what it is. It's game time.
After the 3/5 compromise debate, I'm at the point where I had to lay down.
That's where a lot of the
we wish you the best.
Elderline, you could lay
Elderline, we're
down.
praying for you.
Well, wait, Elderline, you could lay down, or you could stop being a pussy and just have a double.
Oh my gosh. Fucking Shiva.
To be honest, like my fucking brain is so overheated I can barely understand what she was saying. You gotta speak English.
I am speaking the England.
Not the right one though. Not the right kind.
That's funny. Now, hang on. All English is good unless it's that like weird what do they call it? Pigeon. You know, anything but that, it's okay.
Pigeon English.
Anything with them damn Aussies.
Play anything
No,
other
the
than
Aussies are fine
Cyberpunk.
too.
Thank you, Akira.
Josh is back. Are you back to advocate for slavery?
No.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, voluntary slavery.
Isn't that an oxymoron?
Well,
Is it?
It's not an onomatopoeia for sure.
So if we enslaved convicts and stuff like that, would you consider that voluntary because they chose to do the crimes?
I think a little slavery never hurt nobody.
A little slavery never hurt. Did you just say a little slavery never hurt nobody?
Yeah, I mean, how could it? It can't even reach it.
Well, but remember, slaves are property. In which case, then they're less. They're not considered people. In which case, the statement's correct. It never hurt nobody.
Well, slavery is kind of like rights. You can't go out there and touch it. You can touch a slave, but you can't touch slavery.
Oh my God! Can I open this jar?
Oh
Send
shit!
it to Andrew,
God.
send it
Don't
to
do it.
Andrew Wilson. Josh,
Nope,
just send it to Andrew Wilson and he'll
Andrew
open
don't
it for you.
have a problem with pickle jars. Andrew has a problem with olive jars.
Well, I was opening
Oh, the old jar.
a French dip jar, and I did it.
Good job, Josh.
I didn't see it, so I don't believe you.
Pixar didn't happen. That's how it goes.
See, Jess, this is why you're bad at grifting. Because what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to fail at it. Then tomorrow have a stream saying that you hurt your wrist so bad you're going to need money to recover.
Yeah.
No, he's not bad at grifting. The hot peanut thing in the milk was a good session.
Yeah, but I mean, Andrew made like 10 grand the next day on that thing, saying he needed
Yeah,
money for medical expenses from the jar that he couldn't open.
Really?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Whoa. Let me tell you about the jars that I've struggled with in my life.
There's the grifting God, and then there is other people. So
I don't know. I think JS has a pretty good grift. If you pay him enough money, he'll take 4 hot nuts to the mouth.
Yeah.
You like
That's
sucking
right.
on
Dude,
them nuts, Josh.
Josh, I ate one of those legumes, and it absolutely destroyed me.
Legumes.
It was rough, dude. Yeah. It was a
Oh, you
legume.
ate one of the nuts?
Oh, I said legume. I didn't say nut.
Yeah.
Now you see what I'm doing.
They're crazy hot.
Dude, it's like, and the worst thing is like I don't keep, like, other than cheese, I don't keep dairy around. So I had nothing. I had nothing to help. I just sat there and suffered. And
Brush your teeth, man. I'm telling you, the toothpaste it does it.
yeah, that probably would have worked, but I do still stand by my statement, because after it wore off, the euphoria was great. So I think maybe the suffering is part of the process.
I'll take your word for it. I'm not going to experience taking 4 hot nuts for the euphoria. I'm good on that.
I only ate one legume. No, I've never eaten any nuts. Never in my life.
I mean, you've eaten far fewer nuts than you think you have, but I bet you have eaten nuts. And I'm not talking. I'm not making a testicle joke.
Yeah, definitely not.
I don't do that shit.
I'm allergic to nuts, even though I just ate a legume.
I don't eat nuts.
Have you not eaten hazelnuts?
No.
They're nuts, aren't they?
Have you guys ever tried D's?
D's what?
D's nuts. God.
That's a goon. That's a total goon joke.
No,
Oh,
that's
man.
a JS joke, dude. JS runs those kind of jokes.
Well, no, but it's also a goon joke because the goon. Not this goon, but just the whatever. Dads are goons.
Yeah, JS has like the Room 40 and the Suck on D's.
Yep.
Listen, he might have been doing that before I came here. I'm a big component of that. I've been doing that in chat for so long. Anytime he's streaming, I'll randomly be like, have you all heard of Candace? Or I'll be like, that is the Malfon fallacy. He came up with the Malfon fallacy, though.
No, I said the Sukandi's fallacy. Or
I know, but one night you were trying to come up with your own, and you came up with the Malfon for an Asian guy named Malfon, and then you were like, and then they'd be like, "Who's Malfon?" And you're like, "Malfon D's nuts."
Oh, that's pretty great.
A lot of them I get from my little brothers. They always come with these. I had never heard of the Room 40. That was Ben. He came in. He's like, "Have you ever been to Room 40?" I was like, "Room 40? What's Room 40? Room 40's nuts." I've always said Candace, though.
I would be willing to bet there's a book out there. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'm willing to bet there's an entire book out there, or at least there's probably a book out there full of nut jokes. There's got to be one. Like it's like a toilet humor. I got a toilet humor book one time, so there's got to be one out there.
I don't know about that, but there is definitely a book with recipes for cooking with semen.
Oh my gosh. What has the world come to?
Recipes for cooking with semen.
Was that a joke? Was that a pun? What has the world come to?
Shiva, you're quick, man.
It's perfect now that Candace Owens is in the scene. I can be like, "Do you watch Candace? Candace Owens? No, Candace dick fit in your mouth."
It always gets gay every fucking time.
Sounded like somebody got a little bit too excited about that. Those nuts being in their mouth. Anybody else hear that shit? Sound like fucking Optimus Prime got a fucking boner in here.
Dude, I don't. What are you talking about?
I don't know. There was some weird sound that was like doo 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 doo.
It's probably somebody's doorbell. Oh yeah, it's coming from Chuck. It's coming from Chuck, definitely.
Okay, so we can't play Cyberpunk.
You can play Cyberpunk. You just need to not be such a beta.
No, Wagira is anti-Cyberpunk. He said he's the only one who sent.
No, you can do what you want. I was just giving you a super chat. That's all. That was just my statement. You can do whatever you want.
Are you
Play Stardew Valley because that's what real men play, Josh.
Stardew Valley.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I remember watching fucking that murder JF Garrity play that like a long time ago.
Sounds super masculine.
Hey,
Well, that's why I like saying it.
Hey, it's
in those woods somewhere.
Look, it's about you starting a farm, you being a man, finding a wife, having some kids. It's base as fuck. What are you talking about? It is masculine.
I mean, he did annoy the trans community by refusing to put a third gender, so you can choose to be a man or a woman, and the kind of trans people, because apparently it's quite a popular game with leftists, and the trans mob were kind of like, can we have non-binary or trans or whatever, and he was like, yeah, nah.
I'm really tempted to buy Borderlands 4 right now, but it's expensive.
It's gonna be ass, bro.
Don't do it.
I promise you, it's gonna be an ass game.
All right. So here's why I would suggest you actually buy Stardew Valley over Borderlands 4. Here's why.
I'm not playing Stardew Valley. I don't know what.
Listen.
I Schedule 1.
Listen. I mean, Schedule 1's quite a fun game, but so the developer of Borderlands 4, I forget his name, so I'm just going to call him Tosspot. He came out because they were initially going to release that game at what, like $80? Yeah, him. Yeah, $80 or something like that. Like really expensive, and like he was getting pushback on it, and his response was along the lines of, if you're not willing to pay this amount, then you're not a fan of, like a true fan of the franchise, right? Whereas the Stardew Valley developer,
the last 2 games flopped.
yeah, right. Whereas the Stardew Valley developer released the game at like $20 or whatever, and then has been updating it for years, and all of the updates are free. And like it seems to me that I tend to have a view that I'm kind of willing to chuck a game dev $20 if they have what I would call ethical pricing principles. Even if I don't end up liking the game that much, I actually don't mind chucking them some money if they're actually acting in the benefit of the consumer rather than in the benefit of themselves.
Yeah, that makes
So
sense.
Shiva, I got Borderlands 4 for free. So is
Right.
that okay? Does that fit within the ideology?
I mean, yeah, sure, if it comes free,
It's woke.
Have you played it,
Is it-
Jeremy?
No, I haven't even redeemed it yet, but I have it.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be like all 4 of the main characters are like lesbians with side cuts making out,
It's
talking
probably
about everything's fire and lit, and they're about to go catch a couple cats.
no. In all honesty, I'm probably never gonna play it. I'm not a big fan of like first-person shooters or
They fucked up those games so bad. They definitely AI generate the dialogue for those games now. There's no way.
But
It's
is
not-
it? I mean,
it's
it
not
looks
a-
like it's one of those arena battle game kind of stuff, like Unreal Tournament and stuff.
No, it's not an
That's what
arena
it looks
game.
like.
It's not like
It's a looter shooter. It's the
not like
original looter
Overwatch.
shooter.
It's a looter shooter. It's a first person shooter, but it's like you're playing Diablo with guns.
I never played Diablo.
It's a looter shooter.
It's like there's
Have
like
you-
bosses. They got like set loot. They should. The new games don't really do it as much anymore. But
Looter
it's supposed to be like
So it's kind of like Fortnite, right?
No.
no. There's not a battle. It's like a story. It's just a story, and you level up as you play through it.
It's like you're playing Skyrim or Diablo,
Never played either of those games.
but it's guns.
Single player WoW.
Never.
Yeah, it's
You never played Skyrim? There's Skyrim's quite good. You can turn it into a survival game with a mod called Frostfall. So all of the weather is something that you have to contend with.
I'm sorry, man. If the games I can use as a reference for you, Jeremy, can't be Skyrim and all these other games, but it can be Fortnite, I just don't think I'm going to be able to find a comparison for you, man.
I mean, in fairness, I've never played Fortnite either.
I played Fortnite.
No, the
for
old
an
games, if you
hour.
haven't played
It's
the
a
original
story
Borderlands,
mode.
they're really good.
It's a story
I've never played
mode,
any of the
quad
Borderlands
player,
games.
4-player story mode shooter game. But it's a looter because there's loot boxes and there's
It's
a
not loot
million.
boxes.
Well,
Or they
no-
put loot boxes in.
well, it's not like a gotcha game. It's like I kill a boss, he drops loot.
Right? Yeah,
And-
yeah.
Yeah. So
It's a looter shooter, but there's no kind of like gambling involved.
no, it's not like a gotcha game.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, we'll see. The board game's coming out. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see what happens
If
next.
I was gonna play any looting game at all right now, probably Path of Exile 2.
I played Path of Exile 2 for a bit. I haven't played for I don't know 3 months or so, so I don't know what state the game's in now.
I mean, at this point, you get a better odds of asking what games I have played than listing off games and thinking I might have played it.
All right,
Yeah, once you
Josh,
said-
you got
once
to
you said
do your
Fortnite.
poll in the chat.
But once you said Fortnite, I was like, all right, there's nothing I can literally explain to you about this game at all. But hell, every time I play a Borderlands game, all I want to do is just go play Borderlands 2 again.
Yeah,
I know,
Borderlands
it's
2
bad.
was fun.
Like all of
I
them
literally
are
have
so
over
much
4,000
worse.
hours in that game.
Yeah, all of them are so much worse than Borderlands 2. I like it.
Stardew
I just wanna
Valley
go
is my
back to it.
jam.
I beat Borderlands 2 at least like 2 times a year.
How are people telling me Stardew Valley is my jam? Like I need to play I seriously need to play Stardew Valley?
If you've never
Dude,
played
it's
the
a mess.
game, then you can't really have an opinion on it.
Wait,
Like,
yes,
and
It
You got-
is. It's honestly. It honestly is like Animal Crossing, but like less cringe.
I don't
even
want to
though
play.
it's still cringe.
Yeah, I don't want to play Animal Crossing. What is it like, Pikmin?
Yes.
Like,
You've got Dead by Daylight, don't you, JS?
yeah.
Yeah, let's play that. Anybody else got Dead by Daylight?
no.
Not in any way
Not
I'd be able to
downloaded.
play with it.
See if we get 5, we get a full game.
I have it. It's just not downloaded.
It don't take long. Go get it.
Bro, you gotta play. Josh, you like playing horror games on your channel. You gotta play Silent Hill, dude.
Dead by Daylight is a horror game.
I got too much
The
Resident
the
Evil.
original.
I just figured
Well,
out
no,
the
I'm not
other
talking about
day
right
that
now.
I
I'm
never.
saying I'm talking about he needs to do a playthrough of it.
I just figured out I've never done a playthrough. I've never beat Resident Evil 5. So I gotta beat.
That's
There you
alright.
go.
That's
gotta-
alright.
I gotta beat 4 and 5
Oh no, I
before
think that's
9 comes
I think
out.
that's perfect. That's perfect for this group.
He wants to play the one where he goes to Africa and kills a bunch of black people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
That's
think that's
perfect for this
one.
channel.
That's
that
one of the
Far
ones you
Cry-
can just
Far
skip
Cry
if
3?
you want to.
But I gotta buy
5
them.
and 6 are like completely optional.
I mean, all games are
And like
completely optional.
arguably don't get them. They're like 4s at best.
On all games, completely optional.
Silent Hill F is out, pre-purchase, or it's pre-purchase.
Yeah, I mean, like if you want to play through the series, even you could skip those games and like you're not. They rebooted afterward.
Silent
How much
Hill,
is the new
Those
Silent
games
Hill?
ran the franchise into the ground.
$70.
Oh fuck that! Yeah. That's an instant fuck no. I wait for these things.
What's $70?
I mean, look. There's something wrong, in my view, when you name the price of a game and it just makes me laugh.
Yeah, dude.
70 for Silent. If it's Silent Hill 1, if it's Silent Hill 1, 70 ain't even bad. If you want a physical copy of Silent Hill 1 on like the PlayStation 1, that's like $250.
That's the new 70 is the new norm.
No, it isn't. No, man. No, there are developers who are bucking that trend.
AAA
Right,
games.
so I'm playing a game right now called
AAA games.
Disfigure.
Yeah, you're talking about
Borderlands.
indie games versus AAA titles.
Yeah, fuck AAA titles. What the actual fuck?
Oh, you have to wait for the AAA titles like for about a year,
Borderlands.
and then they drop
Borderlands
quite
4 is
significantly.
$70. Silent Hill F is $70. They're all 70. That's the new price point.
Yeah, which
70
is
is the
why,
new-
like, that's part of the reason. Look,
70
if
is
I'm
the
going
new
to
60.
spend, if I'm going to
Yeah,
spend
that's what I'm
70,
saying.
if I'm going to spend $70 on something, it's going to be on books. It's not going to be on video games. Like, fuck that shit.
How much is Resident Evil 5?
Well, no, the main problem with prices going up is the games are getting worse.
Yeah.
The playtime, and not even just they're getting worse, the playtime you can get out of the games isn't even to be expected.
I can
as
get
the
Resident
same
Evil
as it
5 for
was
$20
before.
right now.
It used to be to
There
beat
you
a
go.
story-based
Yes.
game. It would take.
Let's go.
It used to be to beat a story-based game.
I'm not
It
playing
would take
Stardew
10
Valley.
to 20 hours.
Nah, for $20
Now
you can get
most story-based games are
Sell
4 to
drugs.
5 hours.
What are you saying, Jeremy?
I said for $20 you could also get Schedule 1 and we could just sell drugs.
Is that multiplayer? Because I've got Schedule 1.
Yeah, we played it all night. It was fun.
Yeah, I was making a special weed brand that blew people's dicks off. It was great.
No, the artificial raising of the price of video games, this is bullshit. We cannot accept this.
Yeah, Brandon, open that up. We'll get in here. We'll get Shiva in there. That way, when
Well,
we
the only way to not accept this is to not buy the games up front
I
like
know.
that.
Wait for
Schedule
the drop,
1.
man.
Schedule 1 looks like it looks.
we made all the
interesting,
all
but-
this shit about having a spoon and shit about being gay. We can have an actual gay person in here to confirm it.
I'm not buying Schedule 1.
Is that because you're going to get
It
Stardew
looks
Valley?
cool, but
Just get Resident Evil
No,
5. Just do
Wagira-
it, Josh.
Wagira, what you said is literally why I don't buy new games.
No, yeah, I don't do it either. It's like the I think the only game that I have purchased that was kind of new recently is the remastered Oblivion, because I played it, back on the Xbox, and
Is that any
I
good?
wanted to try the remaster. So yeah, but I've been having fun with it. Yeah.
Does the remaster include the DLC?
Yeah, I think it includes everything. I mean, I guess I can't.
The last time I
it
bought a
does.
relevant-
It does. It does include the DLC.
The last time I bought a
think I
relevant
checked
game as it came out was Red Dead Redemption 2.
Oh man, dude, that's a fun one. That's a fun one too. I bought that on
That's like
discount
over
though.
that's like half a decade ago though. I
Yeah.
haven't bought a new game in like forever. I don't
Well,
buy
I didn't
brand new
finish
games.
it though. Like
I did buy a game which is kind of newish, pretty close after it came out, and that was Path of Exile 2.
Baldur's Gate's almost made me fold a couple times. I want to get Baldur's Gate 3.
Oh yeah, I've been tempted by that, but doesn't that use
that's a-
5th edition rules?
Well, it's
And
a
don't-
great.
I don't
Well,
know, I just want to be able to
I don't-
play Dungeons and Dragons.
I don't know
without all
about
the
5th
crazy
edition,
other
but like
people.
the great thing about Baldur's Gate though is like you don't have to be so actively engaged. So like because it's since it's a roller, you don't have to be so actively engaged. It's so that kind of makes it fun for me. You just
Doesn't it do away with the alignment system?
I have no idea what you're talking about, but
So in D&D, you choose what's called an alignment for your character, and that represents the kind of moral and ethical, like the
Yeah.
broad moral and ethical outlook that your
Yeah,
character
it's like
has.
chaotic evil, chaotic good,
Yeah.
all that stuff.
Yeah, so I guess kind of, unless you choose one of the main, I think like if you, because like the first character I chose was chose was the hey, I corrected myself, Shiva, you don't have to correct me again. You fucker. No, but there's a character called the Dark Urge, right? So and you can be like any race or whatever in there, but like it will like, even if you don't want to kick a squirrel, it will make you kick a squirrel.
Right.
It's a real thing. It's a real thing. So, yeah.
A bigger animal, maybe a raccoon or Nutra.
So yeah, maybe it kind of does away with the alignment system if you have like a custom character, but if you pick one of the like the main characters, then you still have alignment, if that makes sense.
Right, because I kind of don't like
if I'm understanding that correctly, yeah.
Because that kind of means then that like you could theoretically have a demon that's
All right,
good,
chat's
right?
not responding. I'm just gonna buy Resident Evil 5 and play this.
Yep, fucking go. Let's go.
You can have a demon that's good.
You can't. Right? Yeah. See, like I don't like that
Well, yeah,
idea.
What do you mean? There's even in fucking one of the arch evil angels, I think, flips sides at some point, right?
So look,
So,
Jess,
Dude,
And this,
I didn't get through that game enough to know.
4 is a
Well,
remake.
I think
vote, and now he's gonna buy a game so he can go kill a bunch of dead black people.
Yep.
I mean,
4
I
is a
think
remake.
when I was in my early
we're gonna
20s,
do some retro gaming right now.
you could have played Pac-Man.
No, Resident Evil 5 has not been remade yet, so this is gonna.
It's considered. You consider
Resident
that
Evil
retro.
5.
It's
I'm
considered
over here playing
retro.
Mega Man, and you're. I'm over here playing Mega Man, and you're telling me that that's the Resident Evil 5 is retro.
Yeah.
Resident Evil 5, brought to you by the 3/5 compromise debate.
Oh
Hey,
my
listen,
god!
I hate to point it out to some of the people here. The 360 pretty soon is going to be able to be considered retro.
Yeah, this is
Well,
gonna look
that's
very
okay.
retro.
It's reaching UNC status.
This is
Motherfucker
like
about
how
to be able to
you measure.
drink pretty soon.
Is this like you measure a classic car? Like once it's so old, that's how you consider it classic, instead of if it was good or not.
Kind of. That's how society is going to see it. Eventually, the kids that played the 360 are going to get old enough. They're going to be like, I remember when real gaming was happening. We were playing Batman Arkham on the 360 and Black Ops 2, you fucking idiots. Playing goddamn Fortnite, dumbass. Roblox.
And then, and as I'm dying, I'll be explaining. We had platformers. We played platformers.
I mean, there is a certain level of thrill every time you hit the power button, wondering whether or not you're gonna get that nice red ring.
Dude, the fucking red ring.
Imagine no
We've
lives
talked
in
about
the
this already,
future.
Jeremy.
Imagine no lives in the future talking about fucking League of Legends. These kids don't even know about online MOBAs.
Dude, they don't know the lore. How did it come to pass?
These kids think they're good at games. They couldn't even XP max on lane if they wanted to. They would be a shitty jungle.
No, we got like 20 new subscribers tonight. When did this happen? What the heck
Well,
happened?
we gave you one during the during the voting debate.
I think it was because I was on YouTube featured talking about Hitler. How does that happen?
Well, I think. Well, funnily enough, I think tonight we had the perfect amount of people where we were actually able to have a lot of good faith conversations without it getting like instantly derailed.
Bro, I don't even remember going to sleep. Like I came over here from the other Discord, and like next thing I know, I'm waking up in the floor with a Coke in my hand.
Is that a bag of Coke?
No, like literally.
Oh my
a
gosh,
Coca-Cola. It's like half a can of Coca-Cola. Like.
Yeah, before you guys all dropped in, it was just me, JS, and Mosman in here.
Well, from
It would have been better if it was a bag of Coke.
718 to 733. That's
I can't.
Like
do
I remember
math.
joining here and they were talking a bunch of religion stuff. I'm like, I got nothing to contribute to any of this. So
Like
I
15.
stepped away. I was gonna go lay on the couch and just let them talk. And I, like I said, I just woke up during the voting topic right when I chimed in. But I woke up with a Coke in my hand on the floor. I didn't even make it to the couch.
Jeremy, are you on schedule one?
Nah, I wasn't.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that's a fun tie back though.
I can launch it though.
Oh, if you was, I was gonna sit or try to figure out how to send you an invite.
Yeah, Shiva, you gonna come sell some drugs with us?
Well, I'm currently playing a game called Disfigure, which you can get on Steam for free. I mean, it's like donationware.
Yeah,
and if you like reverse bullet hell horde survival games, it's a good laugh.
Yeah, I get it. You could have just said no.
Yeah, I was more interested in the question of the drugs. So you've never done drugs?
Who?
You, Shiva.
Me?
Yeah.
No, I've consumed obscene amounts of narcotics.
Excellent.
Do you want to hop
I-
into your game or mine, Jeremy?
I like my resident gay man to be
you
well
can send me an
traveled
invite.
and experienced in all.
All right, I'm trying to figure that out.
I gotta do is right click on my name.
I used to quite enjoy going to raves, Chuck.
Right click on my name,
Molly,
say
MDMA.
in Steam.
You had that
I
MDMA, man.
have taken quite a lot of MDMA. Yeah.
Yeah.
Although these days I'm pretty
Old?
straight laced.
Yeah.
Old.
Were you on
Yeah.
that wild British teen show?
Old
they'd
is
have,
the
like, the
perfect thing.
16-year-old
Once it started getting to the point where it would take me 3 or 4 days to recover, it
Yeah,
was like,
yeah. I used to enjoy my acid trips, on the weekend, Friday night, Saturday night maybe, and I'd be able to go right back to work, Monday morning without.
yeah, same here.
Yeah, and it's like nowadays, like, oh buddy, Sunday we gotta really sleep it in and recover.
I can't remember how I did it earlier.
What? You just find my
Damn
name in
boomer.
the list, right click, and invite the game. Oh look, what do we want in the next one? Do we want mushroom? Oh, I already voted on mine. I was gonna say we get the option: mushrooms, fishing, or hireable drivers.
Dude, you got to go with hireable drivers.
I'm actually surprised fishing didn't win that vote.
You can fish in Stardew Valley.
I didn't say I wanted to. Yeah, I was just saying surprised fishing didn't win the vote.
You can do fishing in No Man's Sky now.
Yeah, you could do fishing in a lot of games.
Oh, I've thought about playing that actually. I've heard it got a lot better since it's controversy. Yeah.
You could do fishing.
Yeah, it's actually. I mean, if you like kind of exploration, resource gathering, base building.
Yeah, I can't be fucked with grinding. Other than I'm playing a little bit through Oblivion, but I don't know. I like arcade.
Hey, now are you into that? Have you checked up Crosswind?
No.
It's a pirate-based survival game. It's coming out next year.
I think No Man's Sky recently did an update where they added a new class of spaceship, like a Corvette, that you can build yourself and have your friends join the game.
We secured the underground route to the coordinates.
So they're doing like space-based games better than Starfield and better than Star Citizen, which isn't a game yet, as far as I can tell. And all of the updates are still free. Like I think
that's dope. I
mental.
think that goes back to what you're talking about, like ethical, ethical game development.
Yeah, and you could definitely argue that was it Hello Games, like they definitely fucked up with the game's release, and pre-release kind of press.
Yeah, and that's why I got no interest in it now, even if it is a good game.
Well, you should check.
Well, no, but like you have to like give them some credit for the fact that they came back and they made all the updates free.
Nope.
Like,
don't care.
Oh, fine. Damn,
There's,
Jeremy, you are a harsh motherfucker.
There's a YouTube channel called the Internet Historian, who does like entertaining, humorous videos about.
Oh, dude, I know. I've watched so many of that guy's videos.
Yeah,
pretty great.
Well, he did a video called "The Engoodening of No Man's Sky," where he kind of talks about the kind of pre-release press and why that happened the way it did, and then what the studio did after the launch of the game. And it was actually because of that video that I ended up buying it.
Did you get the invite, Jeremy?
Nope.
What the fuck?
Still didn't figure it out. Damn.
I know, Brandon, fucking boomer. Oh, there it is. You did it.
Yeah, that's the second time I've seen it. It should have worked the first time.
Jeremy calling someone else a boomer is a bit rich, isn't it?
Well, I think there's a lot of boomers on this call. I think.
Look,
I'm not a boomer.
We can all
I'm
agree.
Gen
We can all
X,
agree
the
on
best
this.
generation. Fuck you.
I think we can all agree on this at least. Kieran is the worst boomer out of everybody.
I think he's Gen X technically.
Eva, you know, I am also Gen X.
Hola,
right?
Seesaw.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, you're part of the best generation too, then.
Oh my gosh, the generational arguments here.
Shiva, I used to watch this reality show all the time called World's Strictest Parents. Do you
Right.
guys watch that in Britain?
I don't have a television.
I know, but do people there talk about it at all? Was it ever like?
No, I mean, I've never heard anyone talk about it, but that doesn't mean that
Because
people
it
don't
was a
watch
show that was like big on like the reality channels here, but it's literally only about unruly British teens going to strict household.
Oh, right. Okay.
Oh, I love that show.
So, do you still have to pay the TV tax, Shiva, if you watch television on somebody else's house?
I was just wondering if you guys watched that, because whenever I'd watch it, I'd be like, I wonder if British people even watch this show.
You don't have to pay it if you're watching at somebody else's house because they will pay it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just curious how the tax
This is
applies.
multiplayer. You can have online. You can have online.
But the
people play
kids
it.
in the show, Shiva, when they describe themselves, it was kind of how you described yourself in the past. They would be like, I'm 16 years old, and I'm gay, and I go to raves, and I do drugs whenever I want. I don't give a fuck. I dropped out of high school.
X is
no one's gonna
cancel and
stop
O
me.
is confirmed. What the fuck?
I mean, you're putting quite a lot of Cartman in there.
Oh, it sounded like Andrew Tate to me.
Well, that's how the show kind of delivered it. It was almost like a Maury show-esque, like kids, but they were British. They would be
I mean,
like,
yeah, you
I do
know.
what I want, but they were British.
I mean,
kids.
the thing is that like, in Britain we have a really how am I going to put this, active alcohol consumption community.
I'm in Africa.
Yeah, because that's how almost all the kids, they'd be like, I'm 16 years old and I already drink, so what?
But it's like, I mean, I don't know how it is over there where you are, but like I could walk down the road and within like probably 5 minutes walking distance, I can find a pub.
No, it is like that here, and we have 16-year-olds that drink, but I would say it's like a 50-50 if you're going to find a kid here that, maybe even less, honestly. There's a lot of squares.
No, I think kids these days don't drink. I think it's less popular for the kids now.
Guys,
I
we're
don't
going to
drink at all.
Africa. We're about to kill some zombies.
That's what I've heard. I don't think the young ones are drinking anymore.
JS. Good coverage, JS.
It's one of those things that, like, dude, alcohol is hard for me to even get into. It's kind of got the cigarette effect where unless I do a bunch of it, it ain't doing much for me. And then it also got
new era
The
of
fucking-
bioterrorism descended
Forgot
upon
the I
vulnerable
forgot,
countries,
honestly.
shifting
Hit
the
my
balance of
vapes.
power throughout the
Got
region.
completely lost.
I bought some
People in the
tobacco
destabilized
yesterday, so I'm on the
areas
fags
soon feared
today.
another incident like Raccoon City was inevitable.
Oh
As panic spread, governments in
Oh,
the world
shit. You know,
turned to the global
I've
pharmaceutical
managed to,
consortium,
I think,
which
fairly
formed the
successfully
anti-terrorism unit
stop smoking weed.
BSAA.
I'm over my
Operatives of the BSAA were sent to
week-long
infiltrate and
craving for
neutralize
it.
bioterrorist
seems to be
hotspots,
but,
restoring safety and
tobacco is a
stability
bit
to
harder, and
various
sometimes
regions
like
around
the
the
vape
globe.
doesn't quite do it. You know. Doesn't
Is
quite
tobacco
scratch
hard
it.
or just nicotine?
Sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Is tobacco hard or is it just the nicotine in it?
I'm guessing it's the nicotine.
Your reputation precedes you, Mr. Redfield.
I'm just,
Just Chris. Thanks.
But the way like
So
the
you'll be accompanying me to the destination.
Yes. Tensions
I
are
think
running
what
high
it
ever
is
since the change in
like
government.
because most of the time
Intel
I can
says it's a
vape
haven for
and I'll be
terrorists
fine
now.
because I'm
And I'm not
getting
going
that
to be happy
nicotine
to
hit.
see an American.
But sometimes I
BSAA
want that
or
kind of
not.
instant,
That's why I'm your partner.
you know, like
Help put them at
you
ease.
light up a cigarette
sure
and
you'll
the
do
nicotine
just
hits you
fine.
straight away.
I put a nicotine patch on a lady's bosom and then I suckle it, dude. I call it nick-a-tit.
Oh my gosh.
Is that Daddy Joe? What the fuck?
That was a reach there. That was a reach, but okay.
Straight out your
Apparently,
bloodline, JS.
people who are into
Casualties
lucid
continue
dreaming
to
use
mount over
nicotine
the long years I've struggled.
Could you put a Zen
I
pouch
used to
in your butt?
lucid
more I
dream
find myself
unsolicited.
wondering,
I had that ability
it's
for
all
like a
worth
year and a
fighting
half
for.
and now it's gone. Like I
Maybe
can wake
one
myself
day
up
I'll
sometimes if
find
the
out.
dream's unsavory, but I can't lucid dream anymore.
Fuck lucid dreams, dude. I keep getting these dreams where I can levitate. Literally the most dope dreams in existence.
That's dog
Oh,
art.
dude, Goon. Okay, dude,
That's
you're
fucking
totally
sick.
right about this. So here's how it works.
There
Like,
is
so
one
your
thing I do
levitation, is it
know.
flying? Like, can you go full
I
fly?
have a job to do.
No,
and I
I
wanna
have to like
see it
hold
through.
my breath and focus on becoming like light, and then I just like start to kind of go up.
Oh yeah.
Oh, dude. So like, I have the flying dreams, right? But I have to like tilt forward in the dream, and if I tilt forward, then it's like my chest is repelling from the ground, and then I can do that. So it's like fucked up because I'm either going straight up, I have to angle it. It's really fucked up.
The dreams psych me out every time. They feel so real. Every time it happens in the dreams, I like show somebody, and I'm like, I never brought it up to anyone, bro, but I knew I could do this shit. I knew it.
Dude, flying dreams are the best though.
The people would be asking me, they'd be like, how are you doing that though? Like, how are you floating? And I'd be like, that's just, I can do it. I can feel it.
What the fuck is happening?
Yeah, but the
in this
dreams
game?
are so weird. It's literally like a feeling to me. I'll be like in the dreams walking around and I'm like, I could turn myself into a balloon and hold my breath and just float off right now.
You know what you should do, Goon? You should get Marilyn to interpret that dream for you.
Oh my
Well, I started to get scared. I started to get scared. In the
don't
dream,
even
like I
invite
said,
it.
In the dream,
I quite enjoy her. I mean, I don't know
in
what
the
to say.
dream it feels so. In the dream it feels so
Wait, what
real.
the fuck?
When I
Why
start
is
to
it
get
two
like
player?
15.
Chris here.
When I start to get like
Coming in loud and
10,
clear,
15 feet above the ground, I start getting scared in the dream because I'm like,
Alright,
bro,
who
what if
among
I
us-
lose? Like, what if I just fall?
Who among us has had a gay experience in a dream? Don't fucking lie around here.
Me?
I've had one.
I mean, I've had quite
No,
a lot.
two actually. I think I've had two, but one of them was like a forced situation. That's fucked up.
I mean, to get myself out of a bad situation in a dream, I had to have quite a few gay experiences. I'm
Me
not
too.
gonna lie. Sometimes the only way to get rid of the sleep paralysis demon is a little handy.
Oh my god.
Hell yeah, dude. I love the bros being honest.
Resident Evil.
I can't figure out how to even play this game. What the fuck?
They should
JS,
have
you ever trolled for Rod in a dream?
got schedule 1, JS.
You should have got Stardew Valley, JS.
Hey, don't
got
knock
room
Stardew Valley.
I'm not knocking
But
Stardew
literally
Valley.
one of the worst
I know,
Resident
no
Evil
shit.
games possible.
I quite enjoy Stardew Valley. You know, if I want a nice, easy, kind of relaxing time killing monsters in the mines, I'll load up some Stardew Valley.
Resident Evil 5 is almost as bad as that Metal Gear game with zombies.
Man, that game does look retro.
Ooh.
It's kind of like taking me back to the 90s.
This is Kirk. Chris, Sheva, can you read me?
What the Chris here, coming in
My
loud and clear.
favorite
Kirk.
computer
Taking
game
me
is
back to
Cyberpunk.
something.
There's a black market weapons deal going down.
I don't know.
Anybody here ever play Sauerbraten?
Nope.
Wait, left and right. My right control
Sounds like something a
stick.
German kid would
Left
play on the
turns the
computer.
camera up, and
It's
right
a
turns
German
the camera
computer
down.
game
What the-
from maybe early 90s. It's so scuffed, but every shot is a one-shot kill. You can't aim down sights or nothing. You just have a little dot in the middle of your screen. You click to shoot, and you kill the guy. It's the sickest game of all times.
What the fuck is this game?
I mean,
It's
that's a
green
bold
aliens
claim.
versus red aliens.
Yes. Did you figure out that the port for the PC version of Resident Evil 5 sucks, y'all?
Free to play. Sauerbraten, free to play.
Should I maybe
Good
play
luck
with...
playing that with a controller.
I'll play with
JS is gonna be
keyboard and
asking
mouse
for a
on this
refund
one.
real quick.
We're doing keyboard and mouse on this one.
I'm just looking at the gameplay, bro. I can't stop laughing.
What are you doing, JS?
How is it choppy? Like, how is it choppy?
I don't know. Look, when I use the controller, left on the control stick is up on my camera.
You can't walk faster? You can change your controls.
It's called super inverted controls, JS.
Right, you just have to change the settings. I tell y'all, this dude's geezed up and does not know tech, and he always gaslights y'all thinking he does. My joystick go the wrong way. Yeah, dude, change your
Just
settings.
watching him look around is so funny.
Is that the fastest you can move, Doug? You can't sprint?
Dude, something is so wrong here, dude.
Really, like, trying to look
And
in
I
a
ask,
direction,
when
and
you're-
he just keeps accidentally going straight up and straight down.
And when you're walking, when you're walking forwards, are you also sliding sideways?
I
Is
don't
that
know.
how the
Playing
animation
fucking
works?
split screen? Did you accidentally start split screen?
I don't know. It keeps doing this.
Why have you misspelled my name, Josh?
What? I don't. What's happening?
Give the Glock to Shiva, bro. Shiva needs that shit more than you.
Look, yes, here's the problem. Resident Evil 5 has this jump in, jump out co-op experience. So now that you've tried to use your mouse and keyboard and your controller, now you're split screen.
What the fuck is Brandon doing?
I don't know. I don't know how to do
He's
anything.
making drugs.
Yeah, we druggies. Building an empire over here.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to restart
Try.
on this one, JS.
I'm trying to make that strain that Elder was making. It was blowing folks' heads off.
What the fuck? This motherfucker ain't got no more garbage pickers? Oh, there it is.
I just want to also state this menu he's looking through is not acceptable for the 360. This looks so outdated.
For real. This is like some Diablo 2 shit.
Why do I keep going back to the beginning? What the
I'm gonna tell this guy I'm a drug dealer and see what he says.
Which guy?
No, it's on split screen.
This is Kirk. Chris, Sheva, can you read me?
Oh shit, dude!
Underline warned you about what was happening.
Yeah, you think I haven't tried to play this game on PC before? I have. It didn't go well.
Hey Brandon, see that's the way it goes. I told him I was a drug dealer. He's like, haha, good joke, and gave me some speed grab.
JS, now you're gonna have to play with the mouse and keyboard and the controller at the same time.
What?
JS. Okay, this is where you get a refund and you go play Stardew Valley.
Nah, you get a refund and you come be a druggie with us.
Oh, fair enough. Either way.
You get a
Yeah, I
refund
just
and
made a
you
strain
buy
called
Borderlands
Granddaddy
4 to
Yeah.
tell us how good it is.
Look, man, you don't know. There's something real cathartic about beating up the cops with a baseball bat and throwing them in the water to never be seen again.
Okay, let's try
Oh my
with mouse.
gosh, Jeremy.
Dude, you are in fucking split screen mode.
I did not do that. I don't know how
Yeah,
that.
I think you did.
That's what Elder and I kept doing last night. We was beating people in the head and then throwing them over.
I think
into
you literally have to exit out and then restart back in single now.
It's fine. I didn't even know you could do that until Elder Line showed me.
This is Kirk. Chris, Sheva, can you read me?
Is there no run button?
Chris
What's
here.
run?
Coming in loud and clear, Kirk.
Yes.
WASD is move.
There's a
Okay.
black market weapons deal
I gotta
going
use the
Wait,
keyboard.
what?
That's where Irving will be.
You just asked how do you move on a damn keyboard?
The team has already infiltrated the area.
They put it on the screen.
Rendezvous with your contact at the butcher's shop.
WASD.
Briefed on the mission there. Watch your backs.
You don't know about WASD?
Copy. Over and out.
WASD's not
Stands for-
doing in your face.
What the fuck is this? What up? What you want?
That brother looks suspicious, dude. Swing on him.
I know, he's looking all. They're killing somebody over here.
Help him out.
That's because
You might have to private this stream because if you went from Hitler to the 3/5 compromise to this.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, see those selling drugs, man. That's not toss, man.
And JS is not being a white savior right now. He's just allowing this to happen.
I
For
just
real,
stopped
you're very
it.
complicit.
They were-
Alert authorities at least, dude.
They were beating
They in
up
a bag? Did they bag the person and they're beating them?
Well, this is
No,
this
it's
is
just
the
a
this
sack
is,
of
we
grain.
are talking about we're talking about the king of the simps here, and now he's a white knight also.
Oh, there you go.
At least they were civilized enough to put the man in a bag before they beat him over and over again with sticks.
That is a
How far
legitimate
did you get in
courtesy, dude.
Cyberpunk? I got to where I started scanning cameras and stuff.
What's that say? 70 kilometers?
Dude, what are you standing in my way for? Can I go by here? Back up. I'm Chris Redfield, bitch.
I mean, at least you don't seem racist. You tried to walk through the crowd instead of avoiding them initially.
Is there no way to walk faster?
Dude,
No.
what is this guy doing?
Copy. I'm gonna see if he wants to play some basketball.
There's gotta be a way to walk faster. Space bar?
No, there's no way to
Try
walk
to double
faster.
tap
This is the
your
whole
W.
beginning of the game.
Try Shift W and try to double tap W.
You gotta get to the next cutscene
Shift
so you can get
W.
out of cinematic mode.
Shift W
Like
makes us run.
Dude,
You don't
You
understand.
need you're in the start, JS. You'll get it later. You get your ability later.
Why is there aliasing in my... This is a game from like God knows where.
There you go.
My screen is tearing. I have screen tearing.
Oh shit.
Dude, you're not gonna outrun any zombies with a sprint like that.
Dude, I'm about to whoop some zombie ass.
There you go. Finally, cutscene. Here we go.
I'm pretty sure this is the game with the fast zombies.
Oh shit.
Dude, I always say if zombies come, they better not fucking be fast. Like that World War Z shit. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing cardio.
Checkpoint.
I think that's this game. I think this is the cardio zombie game.
If they're Walking Dead zombies, I can contend. I'll literally strap.
Pretty sure that was like the whole
on my
meme when
shoulder.
this game came out. Is they were like, ain't no way they introduced running zombies when they went to Africa in Resident Evil.
And they got those African fucking running ability. That's scary.
By the way, Brandon, if you want them to explode, the recipe is 2 donuts per 1 piece of weed. So like you put it, you mix 1 thing of weed in with a donut, and then after it's done, you put it back through with another donut.
Okay. Does it matter which strain or just?
No, it's always just 2 donuts.
They really roll out the red carpet for us Americans.
It doesn't matter what drug you use.
I have your weapons for you here. Check them.
Weapons.
But to fit the
Oh, yeah, that's
theme,
just-
to fit the theme of the stream though, if you put
Grab your weapons.
what is it, the green crack weed with an energy drink, people will turn black too.
Well, JS is about to have to contend with the fast twitch muscle fiber here.
Give me. Why did you take
Well,
a
I guess
gun?
I know what I'm about to do.
Can I not
That's
pick
what
up-
See, that's what I was trying to do last night was turn black so I could get the card, but I couldn't get the card, so I just made this character black.
You got to play smart and play tough, dude.
To fully embody the conversations throughout the night in the stream. If baby Hitler was a zygote,
Should Chuck go kill it?
would you save him and put him inside of a test tube so he can survive? He's like a frozen zygote.
Hey, Brandon, stay away from this bridge because that's where I'm putting all the
Take
cops.
whatever you think you'll need.
Yeah, I figured that
I
out.
don't think I would interfere with history.
So you put him in the tube.
Where's the grocery store?
Take your weapons.
You know, because I think things kind of do rule, you know?
Wait around forever.
Hey, right here. Oh, yeah.
I got a gun.
Destination coordinates?
Gotta get the get, gotta get the get.
Go through there. Alpha team's waiting at the deal location.
Good.
What
Picking
do
up
you
the
know
mean
about
streets of your neighborhood, though.
Mostly just rumors.
I made more money than I
visions of the
spent.
Doomsday Project.
Doomsday sounds about right. And apparently
Spent more money on spilled liquor
you must find them
and
now.
bars from one side of this world to the
Our
other.
only lead.
Nah,
And you
I bought a garbage picker upper.
Oh, I love those things. I got one.
I mean, you can't picking up garbage one piece at a time is annoying. You gotta have a garbage picker upper so you can have 10.
What's a garbage picker upper to you? I'm thinking of one of those little grabby things, and I ain't getting 10 with that.
It's a grabby thing with a garbage can.
Oh, I see. So you just drop it in, the garbage can's attached to it?
No, you hold the garbage can in one hand, you got the grabby thing in the other.
Oh, okay, I see.
But if I don't have it, then
Sorry, bitch.
If I don't have the trash picker upper thing, then I can literally just carry one item at a time.
Don't worry. I'm
But
here.
you can have a bag in the other hand, and then
I just sliced a
same-
chunk out of my partner.
Yeah, it's a
Oh,
reach
man.
issue and a gross issue.
Oh, get prepared for this, JS, because your partner, your AI partner, can die, and you will fail if she does.
That bitch.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
If I remember right.
Dude, Shava, that's the love of your life, dude.
This
You gotta save Shava.
This
It's
is
the only way Chris can be
automatically the
happy.
worst Resident Evil game I've ever played.
Yeah.
Man, I can't get the energy
You
drink.
should have bought it.
Investigate.
But I gotta beat it.
Jazz, look
Wait
at how
till you-
badass Chris is.
You didn't investigate the corpse, bro. You gotta investigate that shit.
Wait till you get to the
Investigate.
part where you get chased by these insta-kill. I don't remember. I think they had a chainsaw or something that chases you around.
My brother.
And she just gets stuck on a fucking crate over and over again. Wait till you get to that part. It's really fun. It's really great. I love that game.
Or imprint.
Dude, I already found 2 herbs. I'm good.
Jeremy, we gotta work on getting a car.
Need $6,000.
Did you
Just get a gold skateboard. That's the best vehicle in the game.
What building?
I'm not even joking.
A skateboard?
Where'd she
Yeah.
go?
The only time that you're gonna need a car is you'll buy a van so that you can like transfer stuff from one base to another. So you'll have like one place that's for like processing all the cocaine and stuff to make it better quality cocaine, and then have one base that's just about growing the cocaine.
I did it. Knocked out 2 cops.
Shoot
I don't
him!
even
We
know
found
where I'm
3
at.
zombies.
Never mind.
I don't need it. I'm on it dead or alive though. They shooting me too. They shooting at me. These motherfuckers. They trying to kill me.
I'll let you deal with that.
Shoot him in the head.
Dang, I need some more.
Why are people free-handling zombies?
Why they put that thing in his mouth?
I don't know.
It's a zombie. Pop them. You didn't pop these? Ooh.
That's why you got to look at the expiration date on those hot nuts, Jazz. You don't know what could happen.
You deserve to get converted. You're just walking up on the guy. Hey, are you okay? He's foaming out of the mouth.
You don't have to, motherfucker. Don't sneak up on me.
It just turned into a bath salt steam.
Ah! Stop! Wait! How do I control stuff?
You get killed by the first zombie, dog.
Stop! Wait, how do I? No, I aim.
What the hell just happened?
You gotta pull the mouse.
Off your...
All right, my girl killed him.
Don't forget the block.
I don't know what the buttons are.
This is crazy.
What the hell was that, JS?
Never
seen it.
You just letting the chick kill it for you?
Well, hopefully she does that throughout the game, because I can't even figure out how to loot this guy.
You just killed it while you walked in circles. You just pasted circles
There's
around
a
her.
menu you can find that will tell you what every button you need to use is.
Whatever.
And that should probably be step
What's the fun in that? You know, what's the fun in that, Daddy Joe? Knowing which buttons to press.
You can find success throughout the game if you can control your character. This strategy is insane. Just panic when the zombie runs. Oh shit! Stop! Like the zombie's like, all right, hold up. Let you get some prep in.
What do I do?
Don't die.
Congratulations,
What is this game?
Congratulations, JS. You have discovered DEI Resident Evil.
Keep your hit points above 0, JS. That's what you do.
I just jumped out of a window.
He's still just waltzing.
We should keep
He
moving.
refuses to
They'll find
sprint.
us soon.
Well, because I...
Oh, dude, that cop is still under the bridge.
Oh, shit. Oh, my God. There's a whole mob of people coming after me. Fuck. Wait,
We need to get out of here.
Yeah, run.
We need to get to that house. We'll have a better
Oh, he
chance
died
of
down
finding
here. He's
them.
dead.
I love how it says explosive at the bottom.
It always has, and you guys kept smoking it anyway.
Come in.
Now they're armed. You're fucked.
The locals were hostile and we had to use force.
The locals
we don't
were
have any
hostile.
I'm
contingency
selling that
plans
shit.
for this situation, do we, Kurt?
Hey, this cop under the bridge, he died, dude. Like, he was knocked out, but now he's dead.
Was
down
HQ
here.
expecting this?
This is the worst Resident Evil game I've ever played.
I can't leave him here alone. I gotta
Yes,
get him.
Is it really dropping frames on your end, JS?
Why nobody gifted
Yes, it runs like a piece of shit. It does not run very well at all.
You still have the refund option here. You haven't played enough hours.
I'm
You're okay.
dropping frames and I have screen tearing and this doesn't make any sense.
Defund it.
Pick up some herb.
No, we
Look,
gotta meet
you
it.
realize you're playing like literally one of the worst Resident Evil games of all time, right?
We gotta beat it.
Yeah, six is arguably worlds above better than this, even though 6 is still trash.
I kind of like 6, but it's not. It just doesn't fit into the Resident Evil. It's like a run and gun game.
6 was actually fun. This game was like pulling teeth as I was playing.
Take this.
Imagine following up Resident Evil 4 with this game.
Yeah, I know. They say 4 is one of the best ones. I haven't even played 4 yet. I should have just not. I should refund this and buy 4.
Are you trying to work backwards? You're trying to go back in time here, JS? Is that what's going on? You're gonna get all the way back to the original,
No.
PS1 version?
I beat 1, 2, 3.
Oh, I ain't doing that.
6, 7, and 8.
Do me a favor and smoke that for me.
That's alright, dude. I ain't about to explode.
I beat 1, 2, 3, 6, 7,
Nah,
and 8.
dude,
I just
that'll
need to
cost
beat
us
4 and
money.
5.
I have to pay the.
And 9 is coming out in February. So before February, I need to beat 4 and 5.
Fair enough.
Go-
Fair enough.
That goes against us getting a card, Brandon.
You know, if you have all your money in the bank, you don't lose any if you get killed.
Dude, I'm finding so much herbs though.
Don't have like advice like
So
that.
so is Jeremy over here. He's making the herbs.
No, that's Brandon. I'm running around picking up garbage and killing cows.
Fair enough.
That's good
Oh yeah,
though,
that's
Jazz.
right.
Imagine how much this game's gonna make you appreciate Resident Evil 4 after you beat it.
Buy a skateboard.
Yeah, that's what we're prepared for. I just wish I
You're
could
gonna
play
be
with
like,
a controller.
how did they fuck up that bad?
I wouldn't, if I was you, I wouldn't even buy a vehicle until you can afford the golden skateboard, because that's the only thing that's actually worth buying.
How much
Everything
is-
else is a waste of
How
money.
much is the golden skateboard?
They like $2,000.
$1,500.
That's what I heard too. The golden, all the other, they don't do anything. The golden skateboard's the only one worth buying.
I'm about to buy it.
I mean, the van is useful, but it's not useful. It's not useful, so it really can't. Because all you're doing is buying stuff from stores and putting it in the van to make it slightly quicker.
You don't know what you're talking about.
This also has to, dude, this is such a boring start to a Resident Evil game.
What does this have to do with Resident Evil? What is this?
You got any drug dealers?
Yeah, I've got one. I need to go get some more.
What does Resident Evil have to do with Resident Evil?
He's about to cut
They just kind of do whatever
He
they
just cut
want.
my homeboy's head off.
Oh, this is actually what the fuck is going on.
Oh, okay, this guy pin him off here.
Up on daddy.
Oh, we got a guy. You got a guy.
Really?
Shit.
I've just been letting my
He just told all the zombies to look at
my
me.
dealer just kill everything.
Oh my god.
It's hard juggling trying to grow everything and
Run, bitch!
sell all of it. So I've just been letting. I know I've been missing out probably on a lot of deals, but it was good.
Where do I go?
I never think about the stupid phone. What about the one dude?
What is she shooting at?
Where we get our seats from?
Where do I go?
Oh yeah, I need to.
Hurry up, JS.
I need to get some more food.
Wait!
We're
I don't know
behind on
I
our
don't-
Dude,
God.
these frames are so bad.
You keep pressing like the 180 button, and it's like actually pissing me off.
Dude, you can't even. I can't blame him there, dude. That was almost unplayable. How choppy that got.
It's like a maze for a while, and then I just got it refunded. I was so pissed.
This game sucks.
Oh, your sensitivity is crazy, man. That's what yeah, well, this game is really bad.
No, it still fits in the defined way.
Does it still freeze your walking when you stand outside?
I think so.
We don't get the money from our dealer. He got $694.
I remember when this game came out. This was my first Resident
Yeah, I
Evil
can
game.
get it.
For a long time, I just thought Resident Evil sucked ass.
It's so weird how similar this is to 4, and it's just terrible.
Even on Resident Evil 6, there's some good parts of that game. Like, Leon Kennedy
6 is fun.
campaign was also good.
It's a first-person shooter. It's not a survival horror.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, Leon's campaign was like, good. There were some good parts of the graveyard level. I remember that level.
We just killed Muhammad.
Oh, racist.
Yeah, no, it was like That game had like hit or miss ones. It was like, wasn't it the Jack guy or whatever? Everyone hated the boxer character.
Yeah.
You had to fucking do that thing where you had to kill that big ass. And you had to do this weird shit where you had to like shoot these things that weren't rigged to kill him. That shit literally got me stuck on the mission for like an hour and a half.
I was playing that game with my cousin and we got stuck on the fucking one car. It was like a car chase and some, I don't remember exactly what it was. Some kind of chase and he could not do the quick time event at all.
I'm out of bullets. I'm out of bullets.
Damn, when you gotta quit playing a game because you can't get the quick time event.
Get more bullets, JS.
JS, I think the problem here is I don't think you're supposed to be killing all these guys. They just kind of seem to be respawn.
What am I supposed to do?
Get more bullets.
Oh,
You're out of bullets, you get more. It's that simple.
Run for your life.
There's nowhere to run.
Oh, well. Try to climb? I think climbing is the thing in this game.
Climb?
This is gaslighting. We're gaslighting him.
Man, nobody's behind the granddaddy.
Bleed out of ammo, just running in circles anyways.
Where's my... Oh my god, they're all chasing me.
Pretty sure this is like the first little mini boss fight. You have to kill that executioner guy. But the fucking zombies will just keep respawning.
Okay, it's locked tight. We can't get it open. Okay, move. Go away. Stop. I just got smashed with a hammer. Heal me, bitch.
I guess it's better than getting smashed by a jet.
What?
Oh my god. That's out of nowhere. What the hell?
Well, I got 100.
It always gets gay.
I got 101 fever, okay?
I just got gang banged. What was that?
He did.
Look, it's been a weird night. I made some weed on fucking schedule 1 with Grado and Brandon and Jeremy that was called Hot Thumb or Sweet Thumb or something.
Yeah.
It's been a weird night.
They wanted that sweet corn too. What a big seller.
But look, I made jokes that even made Cat was. That takes a lot.
You got people come from miles away for that sweet corn.
Sure did. Got a lady wait all night for it.
Hey, don't open that recycle bin over by the motel. Just so you know. Yeah, it's better you don't know.
Never mind, I know.
I gotta save that barrel. Oh, this game is garbage.
It's better if you don't know what's in there, so let's just say you don't, okay? I'm trying to afford you.
Wait, I just shot that dude in the head.
Oh yeah, headshots don't kill people in this game after a while. It actually makes it worse.
No, I popped his head and then a creature came out of his head.
Yeah, that happens more and more the further you get in the game.
Come in. The locals are hostile. The gate is sealed, and we're trapped. We need backup, and we need it right now. Roger that. Just sit tight. I'm on my way. Did you hear that, Sheva? Help's on the way.
Got it. Just hope he gets here quick.
Okay, so the roof opened. Can we climb through that?
Can you eventually hire like roles and stuff in this game?
Oh no.
Shit. Stop.
Get in the box.
There's the executioner. We need to shoot this barrel when he's near it.
You should just said you wanted to buy some product. Bought some.
Oh my god, both of us just got chopped in half. It's over.
These motherfuckers don't want to buy our product, dude. I just kill them.
Your partner died, so I lose? What the fuck?
He told you that. You didn't listen.
I just told you that earlier. This game sucks ass.
What is this? What is this? This is the worst Resident Evil game I've ever played.
This is why I said just get the refund. Get the refund, dude.
Yeah, you should just come play Schedule 1.
How long do I have to play before I choose to get a refund?
I don't know. It's not. Is it? Wait, no, it's not 10 minutes.
No, it's like I think it's like
You get a couple hours, I think. Yeah.
I gotta beat it.
No, come on. Keep going, dude.
Maybe I refund this if I can. And I get Resident Evil 4.
No, you get Schedule 1.
Even the remakes.
I'm not getting Schedule 1 because also Schedule 1 is like played out by now.
No, it's still fun.
It's still updated. It's still in the game.
Yeah, they give mushrooms.
Get out of my way, partner!
If you're playing Resident Evil 5 right now, what are you talking about played out?
Got him.
You're on the easy part of the game right now, too. You're not even in the difficult part. I'm telling you, even if you try to play this game, it's the part where you're running away from these chainsaw people that instant kill you once they catch you, and your fucking AI partner gets caught by them 100 times. You're gonna wait.
This is
I don't want to fucking hold.
Come in. The locals are hostile. The gate is sealed, and we're trapped.
He just kicked me in the head.
Right now.
Roger that. I'm on my way.
You hear that, Sheva? I'm on the way.
Oh my
Oh my god, they're fast. There's so many of them.
She always rescues you until it's the exact wrong time.
Stop. Do something. Oh my god. I really don't like this game.
I'm telling you, dude, refund.
This is
It's gonna be miserable for you. It's gonna be miserable.
This is bad. Like,
all right.
And I hope you like those death cutscenes because I'm pretty sure they're unskippable and they keep getting longer.
I don't like this.
Well, hasn't his
Yeah,
head
it's-
exploded yet? What?
How do
terrible.
I refund?
Just go into Steam, go into help, go into your order history. You can just ask for a refund.
Dude, it's weird because I can't even like just alt tab and go over to my other screen like I can in other games.
He went into the bar and his head exploded in the bar. All right.
All right, how do I refund it? Stop. confirm. New DLC for Resident Evil 5 has been added to your account. No. No, I'll pass. Play, add to favorites, manage, uninstall. How do I refund it? I didn't even know you could do this with Steam games.
You do it with Epic too.
Yeah, you gotta go to your order history, I think.
View.
Oh, it's been a while since I refunded the game.
Check Steam claims for game backup settings. View. Hidden game site kind of downloads. Friends. Play, add to favorites, add to manage, uninstall, properties.
You have to go to your account and purchase it.
Yeah, it's up in the top right. Go to your account in the top right. Get your orders. I think that's where you refund it.
My profile, account details, store preferences, view my wallet, change account details, I guess. Account details, store and purchase history.
There you go. Go to purchase history.
View purchase history, Resident Evil 5 Gold Edition. Dude, I got Resident Evil Village. Resident Evil 8 I got for $10. I just paid $20 for that garbage.
Oh, Village was.
How's that make you feel, Cass?
I would like a refund. I'd like to request a refund.
By the way, Brandon,
This refund will remove the following.
Trying to find my
request
way.
a refund. This
good.
refund
Actually
will
waiting
remove
for
the
a-
following. Oh shit! Can you
a
guys see
customer.
that?
Ah, there she is.
Hold on, let me go. Well, you saw the last two digits of my card. Shit, but
Yeah, don't do that. On
Nobody
stream.
cares.
This refund will remove the following products from your Steam library. Total $21. Tell us why this game sucks. Is that a good reason?
Just say it
Just say it's
doesn't work.
glitchy. Yeah.
Yeah, just say it doesn't work.
Bad port.
Bad port.
You're like 10 out of 10 would not recommend.
My issue, this game is too difficult. The frame rate is too low. It's not fun. Frequently crashes. It won't start. How about this game sucks?
I just always put it doesn't start or it crashes. That's what I just always put.
Bro, when these people die in the recycle bins, they don't never leave. They're just there.
Yeah, but dead people don't leave.
Yeah, they'll stay there. They
I'm
stay
like-
there till you
I'm-
sleep.
I'm like-
Once
I'm
you
like
sleep,
kinda-
they just respawn.
I'm like really pissed off right now though, because I want to beat Resident Evil 5. It can't be that bad if you play it on a system or something.
No, yeah, it wasn't. It
played
wasn't
that
like
game.
as bad on
Nice
console,
ad.
but like, yeah.
No, I played that game on console on easy, and that game still pissed me off because the fucking AI died over and over and over and over. I had to get my cousin to play it with me, and even
over,
then the
dude.
game was shit.
Motherfucker bullshit, dude.
Dang,
It's
Brandon,
awful.
you just left your customer that you killed over here in the sidewalk.
It's okay. You can skip a game, JS. It's
Hey,
not a
what
problem.
happens when I sell it to him ain't my problem.
I put him in the recycle bin for you.
I still
Oh,
do
thank
want
you,
to
I
play
appreciate
Resident Evil
that.
4.
Yeah,
But
there was a guy who come walking by when I did it, so I had to take care of him too.
I just don't know when it's going to get refunded to my account.
I'm a stop. My little bit.
Be a few days.
It's going to take about 2 days, yeah.
It's 21st. My
YouTube money should be hitting later today. Huh. Well, damn.
How would you rate that game?
10 out of 10.
I wish I had 2 extra hands so I could give it 4 thumbs down.
I don't
Oh,
like. I don't
damn.
know. I need to play the console version so that I can. I like controller games. And
A through D rated. Come on.
A through D.
Rated.
That's a D.
Yeah.
That was one of the worst games I've ever played. Just in the 45 minutes of playing it. Controls were horrible.
Nuts.
The controls were horrible. The story doesn't even make sense in Resident Evil. Like, I don't know what the hell that is that I was just playing.
Oh, we got the game.
I'll make some flu medicine. Yeah, throw this back.
That's got to be good for health. Oh, you got a second watering bucket. You thought I was going to do some farming.
What
No, I've had
happened?
that since the beginning.
Oh, okay. How them electric clippers do?
Oh, dude, I like them. They're a lot better.
You should try sour Broughton.
JS is so demoralized right now by this game. It's
pissed.
crushed.
Now imagine you finish, like, you play that Resident Evil 4, and then you're like, man, that was the greatest game I ever played in my life. And then you're waiting and you're waiting, and then fucking Resident Evil 5 comes out.
JS, you look more angry right now than after the hot peanuts.
Because I don't know what to do now. Like, should I
just dip into something else you have? You got other stuff you haven't finished, I'm sure. Go to Cyberpunk, dude.
Dude, Dead by Daylight.
There you go.
I've never even played Dead by Daylight.
You don't really have
We'll
just don't die and turn and activate generators while not dying. It's that easy.
Is this
there's a killer who's gonna go around trying to kill you.
Is this based off The Walking Dead?
Right? No, it's like a multiplayer horror survival game, but not like, I don't know.
It's not a builder. It's not an open world builder. You just
It's like the one where somebody's
it's
Michael
like the
and
Friday
you're
the
running
13th
around.
game.
It's like Among Us, right?
No, kind of, but no, because like in Among Us, you're like trying to out the imposter or whatever. And
Is it
so
all online?
Dead by Daylight, yeah.
Yeah, definitely multiplayer. Yeah.
Yeah,
You could play another cheesy game like
Or you could just go back to Cyberpunk. All right. I know I paid a chat to say no Cyberpunk, but you're all right.
Just wait. Just hope that you don't play against fucking Chucky.
Yeah, this is that one. This is where you're running around and like Jason or Michael or Chucky is chasing you.
Yeah.
Well, not Jason. You got Michael Myers and Ghostface, but
dude, you got a lot in Dead by Daylight.
I'm about to whoop their ass.
Jason ain't in there though.
Dude, they've got the and like Evil Dead's one of my favorite franchises ever. So you got the Evil Dead expansion too in there.
Yeah, they got Pinhead.
They're about to get destroyed.
I can't believe this game is actually still going. Like, it's just repeat mechanics.
Can I play with a controller?
All right, so I've got an idea. So I'm gonna mix this. with some flu medicine. I'm gonna go back and mix it again with Viagra.
Hold on, what's the splody bits? I'm about to go get. Do we have any of the splody weed?
Actually, I just gave it all to the dealer.
So we got no inventory over here. Damn.
What do you need?
Wait, are you making Viagra weed? Is that?
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm doing.
This is Walking Dead. They're playing Walking Dead music.
There was a guy I was gonna sell to. Yeah, they got a Walking Dead expansion. You actually playing Dead by Daylight?
Yeah.
I mean, I've got some.
You got Dead by Daylight, Brandon?
No.
Maybe I should play game of JS. You should get it. It's only $20.
Dead by Daylight, The Walking Dead.
Don't do it.
Yeah, they did. They did just add a Walking Dead thing in there, like Michonne and Rick.
Do I do it? Complete all tutorials to unlock rewards. Survive with bots. Kill the bots.
Oh my god!
No, don't do bots.
What should I do?
Look at the name of this weed that came out.
Multiplayer.
I'm gonna do survivor. Well, I'm doing a tutorial real quick. Survival tutorial.
Very fine. You can do that. All right, let's go see. Probably gonna look like dick.
Spero schmegma.
I've seen streamers playing
energizing.
this game.
I don't see it because
as the survivor, you must hide from the
Aspen
killer while
Smegma.
repairing generators to power exit gates. This tutorial will teach you the basics needed to escape alive.
all right, let's go smoke some. See what happens.
Oh man, I want to mix it with Viagra now.
I've seen people play this game. Dude, I'm gonna win.
Just don't die and get the generator so you can open up the doors and leave. If everybody else dies, stop doing the generators and run around and find the hatch.
How do I get out of here?
Jump over the window. Oh, it's blocked. You have to go around the wall somewhere.
Can I climb?
Can't climb that, it's blocked.
Is there a jump?
You can't vault over the window, it's blocked. That's what that little thing is.
The black bars?
Yeah. You probably got to walk around the wall somewhere.
There's no way out. I'm trapped.
Oh well, you can't die in there either. You can't get out, the killer can't get in. You're safe.
Dude, you don't need the you don't need the tutorial in this game. Just go in. Just launch in.
GG, you win.
I'm stuck. Wait.
What do you have to do to gain access to the warehouse?
You gotta buy it, $6,000.
Oh, dude, we're getting close.
Alright, we about to get smoky.
Oh, L1 is run.
JS, just go into the main game, try to fix the generators.
Scratch
it
marks.
gives you the button
When you
presses.
run, you leave scratch
Run
marks.
away from the killer. Shine a
Walker
flashlight in the
frowns.
killer's face.
Yeah, definitely shine the flashlight in the killer's face. That doesn't piss him off at all.
Here, grab one of them. Or both of them. It don't
There's
matter.
no way out of this place.
About to get lit.
I have no idea what's gonna happen. So
Yeah, me neither. We about to figure it out though.
Dude, I want to do Grand Theft Auto role playing.
We do some GTA role playing. Oh shit!
Yeah, Jeremy,
Well, how
Jeremy
do I
will
get
be
into
the
a
person in the skirt?
How do I get
I hear
into
my heart beating.
There's got to be a way to get through this.
My vision's all fucked up, dude. I don't see the visual effects of what's happened. Wait, was your character always black?
See if you can
no,
set fire
is he?
to that.
Is he black?
Find a stick.
Oh,
and catch
oh, they
fire.
want me
Dude,
to
your
do-
character's
Oh,
white.
I'm white. Yeah, you just start flipping colors. Dang, you stole my card.
Oh, I have to do the tutorial. Duh.
Now if I just mix it with 2 donuts. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, nah, Brandon, you black as hell now.
Tap the skill check button when the pointer passes over the success zone. Hitting the solid part adds bonus progress, but
Yeah,
failing a
there
skill
you go,
check
Brandon.
removes
You
some
can see your
progress.
character.
Notifies the killer of your location.
Oh, that's funny.
Is your heart beating like real loud too?
I have my audio turned all the way down.
Why am I failing all of them?
Because there's little things on there. You gotta watch the bottom, and that's revealing where you're at every time you fail. There's a little thing that comes up. You gotta get it in the little gap.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. Got it. We got it in the gap. I gotta do it again?
Yeah.
How many times I gotta do it?
Until it's done. Sometimes you'll have to do it any
Space? Space? I'm using a controller. What do you mean space?
Sometimes you don't get any challenges, and sometimes you'll get like 20. Later.
Got it. We did it. Easiest game I've ever played in my life.
Yeah. Yeah, it seemed real easy when you was failing the,
Oh, I stepped on a electrocuting thing. You've been caught in the trapper's bear trap. Each killer has a
shit.
unique power that you must learn to avoid. Try to escape the trap. R1, struggle. Oh,
Yes.
shit! Oh, shit, it's leather burp. Fucking. Ah! Wait. Don't kill me. Terror radius. When the killer's near you, your heart beats louder. He's standing right in front of me.
your heartbeat should be pretty loud.
Get up! You can try to wiggle free of the killer when you are picked up by pressing the wiggle prompt. Wiggle. Wiggle prompt. We wiggled out. I think we wiggled. Pallet stun. Pull down pallets to slow the killer when they're chasing you. Dropping a pallet on a killer will stun them and free any survivor they're holding. We pallet stun this bitch. Oh, he's chasing after Meg. Go kill Meg. Yeah, don't leave me alone, bitch. Reach Meg. Why do I gotta go?
Did you see the Resident Evil chapter, JF, they have for Dead by Daylight?
No, but as long as it's not Resident Evil 5.
It could be. You just got the BB black characters.
You got some PTSD from Resident Evil 5, JF?
Yeah, I'm pissed.
Dude, they got a Stranger Things Dead by Daylight. Get the Demigorgon. They got Alien too.
Oh, you just threw that bitch on a hook.
I just found out I got the game in my library for free. I just haven't downloaded it. So I was just looking at all this shit. Yeah, there's tons of.
Download that shit.
I'm gonna do that right now. Yeah.
What, Dead by Daylight?
Yeah, I got it for free. I've had it. I just I haven't downloaded it to my PlayStation yet. I'm gonna do that.
Jeremy, look at the name of this one.
Hide in the locker.
Ah, fuck it. There we go. Granddaddy cock.
Granddaddy cock.
Yeah.
Who is this guy? He found me.
Go say hi, give him a hug. They like when you hug them.
He put me on a hook.
Oh, you didn't hug him good. You gotta hug better next time.
After being hooked, you must wait for another survivor to rescue you. When only two
You
survivors remain, you can try to escape a hook on your own, but be warned, the chance of success is extremely low, and failed attempts bring you closer to being sacrificed. The resolve bar fills when your killer lingers nearby. Once the resolve bar is full, you'll be able to unhook yourself with 100% success. Use it wisely. Okay.
Yeah, for the most part, if you're hanging on a hook,
Meg saved me. Healing. When injured, you will make more noise and leave a trail of blood behind you. Other survivors can heal you just as you can heal injured survivors yourself. Heal. Heal me, bitch. Oh, look. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, girl. What are you doing down there? What is going on? How come when I'm healing her, it looks like she's sucking me off?
Don't shoot. The white man's coming inside. Oh, you're white now too. You got smoky. Wait, am I black again? No, I'm black again. Don't shoot. The black man's coming in.
Oh, here. Try
Teamwork.
this new strength.
As a survivor, teamwork is crucial to your success in a trial.
This thing
Working with
gonna be
others
up, I'm
helps
sure.
speed up generator repairs and healing wounded teammates.
Granddaddy Hayes. Ooh. They don't seem to be running away, so there's that.
What was the run button?
Shift. Let's see what it does up this way.
Where'd you go?
On the roof.
How'd you get up
Open
there?
the exit gate and escape the trial.
I jumped. Look, Brandon, right here. You see in the doorway? Jump, 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 jump. Come out, and then you'll launch.
L1 is run.
Damn, I tried. Now, look, you do this, Brandon. If you stand here in the doorway, and jump a couple times, and then walk out.
Endgame collapse. The endgame collapse is triggered once the gate is opened by
You
a
gotta
survivor or the hatch is closed by the
Jump
killer.
a bunch of
Escape the trial before time is up. Otherwise, you will be
Like
killed by the entity.
20 times. Hit the space bar like 20 times quick, and then just walk out from under there.
Who are you talking to?
Oh, yeah, you do get flying.
Yeah. For whatever reason, it stacks the jump heights that you should
The
go.
last survivor in a match can also escape by jumping into the hatch. The hatch opens when only one survivor is left. So I can jump in the hatch.
You can make you jump as high as you want to go too. Like you can literally jump so high you can't see the map.
Completed the survivor tutorial. All right. Should we do the killer tutorial or just jump in?
Just jump in, dude. Being the killer kind of sucks.
I hate the killer. I won't play with killer. I will only be the survivors.
How do I survive with bots? Kill the bots? Locked.
Oh, dude, just play with some other people so they can fucking yell at you when you suck.
Yeah. Just
That happens to me all the time.
Just act like a bot. They won't know the difference.
But I don't even know how to start the game. R phase 1 final, R2. Play.
Wait, what? This is... Yeah.
Play survivor or killer. Let's play as the survivor.
Yeah, play as the survivor. It's better.
Play the game.
I don't know. I tried to play as killer a couple times, and I just got owned by the survivors. So I was like, I'm just gonna be a survivor.
Yeah, I just hate killer. I won't.
I gotta pee. If I pee while I get in a game before, I'm gonna pee.
Nah, you gotta ready up.
Dude, you're in. No. Oh, you're. Well, I mean, you can just back out right now, but
It won't matter. He's gotta ready up.
oh, that's true. He's gonna just delay the other dudes that come in. Just go, go.
No, because
Oh, no, now.
he's not in the queue yet. The other she's got to be populated and all that.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I haven't played this game probably for like a year, so. I think I have the Evil Dead expansion though on it. I think like somebody gifted it to me or something. I don't know. It just popped up.
I got Freddy. I got Hellraiser. I got I think I got Child's Play. I know I've got Michael Myers.
Oh yeah. I think Michael Myers is default. I mean, I guess it probably depends on when you bought the game, but I think Michael Myers is default now.
No, you get to choose one, or one, but it's one of the generic. It's not Michael Myers.
When I bought this game, I thought it was like a zombie game, survival game, but
no, that's 7 Days to Die.
Yeah, I know about this game. I've watched streamers play it. It was popular a while ago.
Yeah, you should get 7 Days to Die too. We about to do a reset on that one. You want to buy some weed? No, you don't want to buy no weed? All right, well, then you guess you're going to have to go in the dumpster.
Oh, I didn't hit play. That's why I haven't looked for a match yet.
This lady didn't want to buy no weed, so she's in a dumpster now, Brandon.
Invite a friend.
Well, now you can do your character.
Here we go. Laura Croft, Jill Valentine, and Claudette Morale.
Oh, that's right. They did do Tomb Raider recently.
Yeah, man. This game's been out for so long. They just be adding everything. They're just total licensing at this point.
Why can't I be a cool character?
You gotta own the character, or it's gotta be one of the free rotation.
Dude, Jill's that girl.
She that chick?
Jill's that chick, dude. Hey, girl.
Wait, so are you not playing real people? What's going on? Oh no, never mind.
I don't know.
No, you are.
Her
You are.
character is Jill,
You are.
but
You are. Yeah.
I think they're real. Are they gonna get pissed at me because I suck?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. But that's okay. That's part of the process.
I hate that. I hate when I suck at a game and people get mad at me. Am I talking to them? Are they going to hear me?
At least in most cases that I've played this game, like people don't talk a ton. So, but you can talk though. You know?
Get hung on the hooks and just like when they come and let you off, go right back up there and get hung again. That's fun.
Oh, I hate that camping. I hate that camping thing, man. That always fucking pissed me off about this game with the killer camping around the hook.
I'm just gonna follow Jill. She keeps waving me. She's waving me along.
No. You.
Do they see like my experience and like my level and stuff to know like?
Nah. Not really. No.
So they don't know that I just
go find yourself a generator, dude. Just go find it. If you get hooked, somebody will come get you. Damn, I haven't played this game for a long time. Shit.
Fuck.
Go find a different
Jill.
one.
I'm sorry, Jill.
Dude, go find a different generator.
No, I'm gonna fix it.
Oh, now she's gonna have you do it.
That's somebody about to get hooked. He's down. He's down. Your boy's down.
But Jill's not, and Jill's close to me.
Yeah, you just revealed yourself. Jill about to leave you because that killer knows right where the fuck you are
Jill, stay here,
Damn,
Jill.
I should try to see it. I should try to see if I can. I should try to see if I can do this game from the cloud, Jeremy. Because with the timing.
Wiggle.
Oh yeah. Fucking ass. Like, dude, when you fell that thing, you literally give him a big ass beacon that you're there. Yeah, he's gonna hang your
Damn, I
ass.
got hooked.
Yeah.
Oh, gone.
How do I get off the hook?
Wiggle. Try to wiggle. It doesn't work though.
Wiggle.
Jill, save me. Thank you, Jill. Jill, save me. Let's run. Run.
He's
Run
literally
with
the
Jill.
killer right there.
No, we're running with Jill. Yeah, she's waving me over. Okay, where are we going, Jill? Thank you. Heal me. Heal me, please. I'm being healed. I'm being healed. I'm being healed. Where's the killer? Thank you, Jill. Oh, thank you, Jill. Uh-oh, somebody just died over there, Jill. What are we gonna do? We gotta go. Should we heal this generator? Should I do this generator?
Do all the generators.
Last time I was doing this generator, I got fucked up.
You gotta do 5 of them.
Oh my god. I'm gonna do the generator, Jill. Go distract the killer.
That's the only way to open up the doors. You gotta do 5 generators.
See, Jeremy, now I'm gonna have to do another cloud test with this game to see if I can hit the generators on time.
Fuck! I keep blowing up the generator.
Yeah, you
Ah,
literally
the killer's
sending out
coming.
You're
How do I
literally
hide?
sending out a beacon every time you do it.
How do I hide? How do I hide? How do I hide? Hide in the locker. R1.
Yeah, that's a real good one because if they find you in there, they just grab you. They
He
just
didn't
snatch
see
you
me though.
out.
He didn't see me.
Yeah, there's some of the killers have like they get abilities when they go in the locker, so they just go in the locker for the fun of it because they get shit for it.
How do I know where he's at?
He's close.
It's the heartbeat sound. It's the heartbeat sound.
If
Oh,
you
he
get
just
it.
he just put somebody on a hook. Oh, he's coming up the stairs. Go back in the locker.
You gotta go save him, dude.
No.
Some of them don't. Some of them don't have the heartbeat sound. Like
He's right there. He's
like
right
Ghostface.
there. Oh,
Ghostface can go
shit.
like stealth or whatever, so you won't hear the heartbeat.
I think that's Ghostface.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Wait, which killer do you have?
It looks like Ghostface, but with like tendrils coming off of him. Okay, he's gone.
Okay.
I'm gonna go save that bitch. I'm going
It's a
to save
delay
it.
because I can't see it on Discord, so I got a delay. So it's it's like I got like a 30-second response time here.
I don't know
He's
how
not
to go.
straight on Discord.
I don't know how to get downstairs. Okay, I'm going to save that bitch. I'm coming. I got
Well,
you, Jill. I got you.
Find the stairs and then you go down there.
I saved Jill and Laura Croft. Bro, Gee, dude.
Somebody's still hanging downstairs in the basement though.
Heal? How do I heal?
By the way, I don't go to the basement. So if I'm down there, if you're down there, you
Heal. I'm gonna heal you. Let me heal you, ladies. Ladies, I'm
No,
away.
you got to try to get your whole team out, Jeremy. Come on.
They're coming. He's coming for us.
In this game, the basement's my kryptonite. I do not go in the
I
basement.
know, I know, dude. I remember doing this. But you gotta try to get your whole team. You gotta heal those. You gotta heal them. You gotta heal them, dude.
I keep forgetting the L1.
I don't care. If you're in the basement, just call it a loss.
You got them. You still got them out. Although they're limping like fuckers.
I didn't heal them, but I
Yeah,
saved
get-
them from the hook.
Dude, you keep blowing up that damn generator.
I'm fixing this damn generator if it's the left. Ah! Shit! He's coming! Bitch, run! He's coming! He's on my ass! What the- No! No! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Leave me alone! No, 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 no!
All right, Jeremy. I got a plan for the
Don't come
compartment
this
over
way!
here.
He's chasing me! Stop it! He missed!
Well, I'm gonna put 8 growers in here.
Oh
I'm
my
gonna move
God,
the bed
kill
over
the two
back to the
women.
motel room.
Kill the women. I'm gonna hide in a locker. Oh my God, oh, he's coming after me. He's gonna find me in the locker. He lost me. He lost me.
Well, at least you're coming before him.
Oh shit, he found me. Oh my God, I'm dying. Wiggle.
Wiggle it. Just a little.
All right, Jeremy, the bed's in the motel.
I wiggled free. I'm a G, dude. Jill, he's gonna kill your ass. You're a sacrifice. Oh my God!
You the last one?
R1, recover.
No.
I think I'm the last one. Wait, the killer just went down. No, we're all dead.
No, the killer never goes down. The killer never goes down.
Oh my God, the killer picked me up again. Wiggle.
Wait, you're all down, or are you all downed, or oh shit, 2's down. Yeah. So 2's down. Now it's gonna.
He
come
just
on.
dropped
Oh,
us
you're
all in a
down.
pile.
You're all fucked.
This guy's mocking us. He dropped us all in a pile.
There ain't nothing you can do now because none of y'all can get back up.
I'm gonna recover in time. If he kills Jill next, don't kill me next. No, kill Jill next. Put me on a hook. Hold on, I gotta wiggle free. Oh shit! I'm dead. I think I'm dead.
Are dead.
This guy is merciless.
Why are you dead?
Why are you dead?
Why are you dead? That's awesome.
Completed one trial as Dwight Fairfield. I got an achievement.
Doing a game.
I got an achievement for losing my first game.
Oh man.
Well, you lose a lot more than you win in this one. That's how it goes.
The killer is trolling you. Get out of the basement, laugh my ass off.
They do that, man.
They can tell you're new, which is why he's not trying to kill you.
Like you do come across. They do. They do get nice sometimes and don't do shit that they would normally do.
Dude, I almost won. I almost fixed that generator.
Dude, you gotta fix 5.
I got disconnected from this brand.
5? I only found one.
To JS. I deposited all my money and stuff, so it's all there. Do what you want to do with it.
What did you say you were doing?
I said I'm watching JS.
All right.
Oh, so now y'all get into Dead by Daylight. Yes,
We're
Wally.
coaching you here.
Get in here, Wally. Help me out. I'm trying to figure it out. Dude, I'm about to murk this killer. Can I just like whoop his ass? Is there an option to just like?
No, dude, you can't. You're never gonna kill the killer. Like, it's always a runaway game.
Get the flashlight. Get the flashlight. Shine it in his eye. They love when you do that.
Yeah, that's.
I'm gonna whoop his ass. I'm gonna find a
They
weapon.
they love when you shine the flashlight in their eyes. I'm not even kidding, dude. Do it. Get your flashlight.
I'm about to whoop his ass. Here we go.
Run away, knock some pallets over, just try to get the fuck away and hide.
We're solving generators. We're killing.
If you get the
killers.
alien, you can put down these little traps for him.
The alien, like the xenomorph
Dude,
alien?
Yes. Yeah, the xenomorph.
Dude, I haven't played since any of these things have come into play. I think the last one that I did was Yeah, it's like they've added Stranger Things, I think. No, yeah, Evil Dead. That's the last time I played this. Yeah.
Get a group together, and I'll bring my Huntress for customs. Well, me and Jeremy have it, so that's 2. So we need 2 more people.
King's got it.
King's got it. Wally's got it. Y'all can learn how to get good by avoiding my axes. Oh, Wally wants to be the killer against all
Wally's
of us.
going to be the killer. What a dick.
Oh my god.
No, in all honesty, I'd be fine with that because I don't want to be. I don't like being the killer.
Yeah, being the killer sucks. It's awful. I refuse.
Although if I had to kill, I'd be Freddy Krueger.
So can't I help this person fix the?
Yeah.
No, I'd be the xenomorph.
Oh,
it's the
dude,
perfect organism, don't you know?
You're playing against. You got. I think this is Freddy.
Why wouldn't it let me help them fix that generator?
I think you're in the nightmare right now.
Oh my god, there's something scary.
No, move on. Move on to a different one, dude. Move on to a different one.
Is that the killer?
I think you're in the nightmare. I think
that's the killer. Why was I standing right in front of his face? There's multiple killers.
He just let you go.
There's multiple killers, and I got put on a hook.
Oh, it's the night.
Yeah, it's night, but there was 2 of them.
Yeah, he's got a little mini as well.
Oh shit, I'm off the hook, but I gotta run. Sorry, bitch, you're gonna die today, not me.
Dude, the twins, they got these conjoined twins or whatever, and like, so one of the conjoined twins, whatever, is like a Quato, and she'll throw him
I
off.
fucked it up, lady. I'm sorry.
Around.
I don't know how to play this game. I just blew up a generator and then I left it, and there's a girl there. She's gonna die.
You're such a dick. She was trying to heal you too, dude. She was trying to heal you up.
It's like, fuck you, lady.
By the way, don't run when those crows are there. You gotta like walk real slow, because if you run, they alert the killer.
No, I'm going to save my friend who just got put on a hook.
I'm just telling you, when you see them crows.
She's healing me. She's healing me. She's healing me. Moon Pie. Thank you, Moon Pie.
Is that the one you got? You fucking did the generator?
Yeah.
Got her hooked?
Yeah. But she healed me, though. She healed me. She's alright. Oh my god. Take her off the hook. Unhook. R1. You're free, bitch. Heal. Oh! Oh my god, what is that? He's coming!
Ah, somebody got a generator. 3 more to go.
Who's that? Is that guy a good guy or a bad guy? Oh my god, he's teleporting! Just run. Run away, run away, run away, run away, run away, run away.
Yeah, jump through windows, man. That helps.
Found a generator. I'm gonna fix it. See, it's not letting me fix it. Okay, that one's already good. Oh god, there's a bad guy over there. Oh my god. Go and hide somewhere.
Now I remember why I stopped playing this game, because the killers started getting so good it was like almost impossible to win.
I'm going downstairs.
What the thing is like the killers can't look down and stuff.
They
so, like,
keep
you
telling
could
me not to go in the basement. But I feel like
Who's
I'm in a
telling you not?
basement right now. Is this a bad spot?
I don't go in. That's a basement there. I don't fucking go down there.
What's down here?
Bunch of hooks. There's one way in and out. I don't fuck around down there.
Somebody's
at all.
dead. Dagu Duke died. You suck, bro. You suck at this game. I just started this game. I'm already better. I'm gonna repair this generator. I gotta remember to hit the R1 button. No, that one's already fixed. If it's green, it means it's fixed, right?
If it's running, it means it's fixed. You just watch the lights. If the lights ain't flickering and they're solid lit,
Oh
it's
shit.
good.
Yellow is my friend, right? Okay. What up? Oh shit, he's over there. Hide in a closet. Just hide, bitch. She's coming. Okay, I can't hide forever. Oh shit, I came out right when the killer was on me. Oh my god, that's the worst possible timing. He's right behind me. Oh my god, he's right behind me. Ah! Oh wait, I gotta wiggle, I forgot. Wiggle. Damn, he hooked me. He hooked my ass.
I think part of your disadvantage in this game is using the controller. This is better as a keyboard and mouse game.
Everybody says that about every game.
No. Like, GTA is definitely a controller game. But like on this one, like when you're wiggling, you gotta hit the left one, right one buttons. On PC, it's just spacebar. So you don't have to alternate buttons or not. It's the same button.
I made it. I'm free. She freed me when I freed myself. You dumb bitch.
No, it's probably better. You might not have been free.
I did all the L1s right.
Yeah, that's just to prolong your life.
There's 2 people left. There's 1 person on the hook. Moon Pie's on the hook. I gotta save Moon Pie. She was my friend.
Dude, you are rarely getting off the hook. Like even if you have the space bar, it's rarely happening.
I gotta save my friend. Oh shit, what is that?
Will be the killer. He about to die.
What's that? No, somebody opened the exit gate. I gotta save Moon Pie. We're going to save Moon Pie. Oh shit, the killer just warped in. Where's she? He's chasing that person. Somebody just opened the exit, I thought.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, so you're either gonna get got now, or you might have to flee. How come nobody healed you? What the hell?
Where's the exit?
No, the one got down. It's on one of the sides. You had wherever that little indicator showed up. You gotta keep track of that.
It was.
You can always just run the walls too.
I want to save Moon Pie. Moon Pie's getting bent over right now.
No, you could open that one too. The basically generator's done, so there's like a control
What is that?
box.
What is this? What is this? What does this mean? What's happening?
I don't know. We gotta wait 40 seconds for it to fucking show up for us.
There's
Jazz.
a bar at the top of the screen that's counting down, and things just. There's a countdown on the top of the screen.
Everybody else is dead, probably. So it's probably you for the.
I'm the only one alive.
Go for the win, JS. Scale the walls.
For the win. Fuck the world. Let's go.
This whole team's
Bitches.
gonna yell at him like, "You fucking dumbass!" There's the killer right there. Oh no, it's
I
not.
don't see a killer. The ground is red. What is happening?
Find the
Why-
other exit.
Yeah, it's because I think it's because you're the only one. So like, it's basically telling you.
Oh
that
shit!
you're-
There he is. Oh my god, he's behind me. I'm gonna run into
Oh no,
this.
two of them. Yeah, you're the last one on the world, so the timer's going to end. Two of the guys escaped already.
Damn, I'm awesome.
Well, sometimes the killers just let you leave too. Like they're just having some fun.
Well, there's quests that they get and stuff too. So sometimes they'll just carry you and drop you at the exit.
I was the best at this game.
Oh yeah, he fucking moored you, dude. He's so good. He just straight up fucking slaughtered you.
Controller is just as good as keyboard and mouse. Ask the streamers who have been doing this for 6+ years. I'm a streamer who's been doing this for 6+ years. But I only use controller. You have to pull the gate switch to open the exit.
On that gate, but the other gate was open.
What's this? Scoreboard? Do I get bonus? What do I get? Do I get like level ups? What do I get? Nothing?
Yeah, it's you get that so you can unlock like little skill things and tributes.
Open
and
the
stuff.
chest. I don't know where the chest was.
They're on the ground. Sometimes they got flashlights in them. Sometimes they got health packs in them. Sometimes they have a toolbox in them so you can sabotage the hooks.
Dude, why wasn't I playing this game earlier? This game is fun.
Cause you didn't listen when I got you to buy it, and you never fucking did it. You went straight to fucking Wukong.
We gotta play some Wukong. Yeah. It was in the
Yeah,
basement.
there's usually a chest in the basement. There's a couple of them on the map. Yeah, there's usually one down in the basement, but I don't go down there.
We have 2 Rick Grimes in this.
Why is
Who
the
am
one that
I?
grabbed-
How do I change my skin? I'm not paying for nothing. I'll tell
The
you
left
that.
carrot up there
I'll
at the
tell you
top
that
left.
right now. I'm not paying for nothing.
No, you can unlock the characters with blood points. You get enough to unlock some characters.
Dude, I want to be the killer. How do I?
You can be the killer, you just gotta switch it. You'll hate it.
Why would I hate it? I don't like being the hunted. I
Right.
like being the hunter.
Try it. Jay, you wanna be the killer? I'll play against you. Let's go.
Gonna get killed. Facing the
Nope.
spirit. The spirit phases for a short time when using her power. While on the move, she cannot see survivors or their blood trails.
Yeah, but she'll be invisible, so you won't see her either.
So that's what I'm fighting in this level is a spirit lady.
Yep. A ghost. You lose that you don't get that where it tells you who you're fighting here in the beginning. Pay attention to that because you'll lose that eventually. You just got to figure out who you're fighting against in the game.
So they're not all like horror movie characters because those just the last one those are like knights. Those some like knight.
Yeah, there's a
monsters.
couple of them that there's a few that are not DLC from other movies and shows.
Oh,
and
it's
stuff.
Michael. Michael music is playing. We're on Lampin Lane.
No,
and
you're on his
Haddonfield.
map. You're on his map, but that's not the killer. The spirit's the killer.
Okay.
Also, in this game, Michael Myers is called the Shadow. Or the Shade. Or
Copyright infringement.
No, it's officially licensed. Because like the characters, Laurie Strode and stuff, like they actually have the characters, but they
Yeah, it's Haddonfield. Why would they not
Like,
just
I don't-
call him Michael?
I don't know, but like I don't think they called Chucky in here. I think they called
Oh
him
God, Dean just got murked. Oh my God, 2 people are dead and 1 per.
I think it's the Huntress is the one I don't like. She walks around singing. It's fucking eerie. I like playing against her because you know where she's at, but like
That's
I don't like
Wally's
playing
favorite.
against her 'cause you hear her.
That's what Wally was saying. He wants to be the Huntress. Figures.
Well, she's one. She gets crows and shit when she goes in lockers. So like, so she can throw the crows at you and stuff. It reveals where you're at. She's kind of OP if you.
Oh my
get
God!
ready. You can.
I gotta pull my boy
because
off
she's-
a hook.
Because she sings the whole time, you know where she's at. You know if she's close to you, so you go to the other side of the map. But like the Demigorgon can like go to the upside down and pop out in other places. The Xenomorph can go underground and jump up at you in spots. Freddy Krueger can he's got these traps he can put down so he can teleport around.
Fuck. Oh, he got it.
Yeah,
We're
the
working
Knight's
on it
got
together.
that
We're
little
tag
clone
teaming it.
guy.
We're tag teaming it.
Chucky's fucking insane. 'cause he's
Generator
so small,
fixed.
you can't
Run,
see him.
bitch. Now run. Should I heal you? I'll heal you to be nice. This is probably a bad idea.
Dang, Brandon, you about to buy a car or the warehouse?
I don't know yet.
Fuck,
I don't think I
fucked
can
up.
buy the
I fucked up
warehouse.
the heal. You're healed. Now run.
I think it takes like 50,000 to buy it.
There's somebody on a hook over here. I'm gonna go save him. Oh my God. Ah!
And let me run back down to the real quick.
He's after me. He's on my ass. Like what on rice with a glass of milk and a paper plate.
I think the 50,000 is for the taco tickler.
I'm wiggling. We're wiggling, boys. You ready for the wiggle? Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Oh, she hooked me. She
40, in
hooked
40
me.
seconds, we'll see the wiggle.
Bro, I saved somebody from a hook, I healed him, and I fixed the generator, and now I'm hooked?
It do be like that sometimes.
It's the hero's journey.
No, the
hero's
Doc's
journey.
warehouse is 50,000.
R1, take chance to unhook. Should I do that?
Storage units 8,000. You get the bungalow for 6.
Is the bungalow worth it?
I don't know. I've never seen it. Last night was the first time I played this game.
What was
I
that?
made it.
It said R1, take chance to unhook, and I did it twice, and now I'm getting...
Yeah. That treats you like your second hook. Do it again and you're dead.
I did it twice, and now I'm dying.
Yeah, now you got to do that challenge just to stay alive, but it's still a matter of time, and then it's just gonna kill you anyway.
I got unhooked. I'm unhooked. Heal me, bitch. She's coming! She's coming! Run! Just run. Just run.
Oh, you barely lived on that hook.
She's on my ass like white on rice and a glass of milk and a paper plate and a snowstorm.
I think I'm gonna get the bungalow. Hell, all it looks like is like a trap house.
I'm gonna wiggle. I'm gonna wiggle free. Oh, she's got a sword. She stuck a sword through my intestines.
Yeah, she can lure you because she don't even have to hook you. Yeah, if she downs you, she could just straight moor you at
Match
that point.
results dead. Dude, I think I was like the MVP.
You see the MVP by who got the most blood points.
Josh, I'm not a medical expert, but you've been impaled through the shoulder pretty bad. Jazz, don't use sprint while you're going into a locker. It shows the killer where you're at.
Yeah, it does. Unless you've got the
Listen,
stuff that
we
hides
got
you.
Blakey, Wally, Jeremy, King. Let's get a squad running. Otherwise, I'm just gonna keep playing Randos and being the best ever.
The downside is you're streaming, so like you're giving everybody fucking where you're at.
There's a 20-second delay.
Yeah, there's a delay. If you want to
There-
play,
that's
if you want to play with his delay, good luck.
That's true. There is a delay.
Dude, I don't know how I'm gonna get all this stuff moved.
I used to do that with StarCraft 2.
You get the car, dude. You load all the shit in the back of the car.
Yeah, well, I ain't got a car.
See, that's the problem. Should have had a car.
I just bought the bungalow.
Load up your dealers with all the products, so then all you gotta move is the supplies, but don't buy like new baggies and stuff until after you move
The
everything.
Trapper. Windows pallets
Yeah.
and
Oh,
choke
the
points
trap.
are often
Oh, the
trapped.
trapper's fun.
Survivors can escape on their own, 16% chance, or be rescued by others. Windows pallets.
Yeah, actually,
and choke
sometimes on the Trapper you'll get him because there's sometimes there's like a side quest and stuff to have catch so many people. So you'll get this little game where they'll let the other people do all the generators and shit, so that you just do the traps, and then release yourself. So they'll put another trap and you just trap yourself, and like this game is so weird where sometimes they're just doing quests and they don't give a shit about the actual like kill and stuff. There's one time we spent like 40 minutes just walking around being killed by or trapped by the killer and being releasing each other.
So Windows pallets and so if that's this pallet, if I walk.
Yeah, be careful though with the windows. When you go through the windows, it makes a noise. It lets them know you're there. Usually it leaves a blood trail. Although sometimes there's little perks and stuff you can get that'll give you like a speed boost for using the window.
Can I trap them?
Yeah, but if you use it won't trap them, but it will like disrupt them or whatever. I wouldn't do it now, Steve. But the problem is now that's gone. You can't use it.
There's the exit gate, I think. Where's the generators? But if I pull down all the pallets, then he can't set any traps, right?
Yeah, he just break the trap. Or no, he still has traps. Those are escape mechanisms for you.
Oh, so I should stop doing it. Oh, he
Yeah,
got-
you shouldn't just pull them down for the fun of it.
Oh. Hold on, he got somebody. You want to save her? Or I'm gonna save her. I'm gonna go save her. I'm gonna go save her. You're a bitch.
I'll go save her.
She got saved already, but I'm gonna go do the generator. So the generator won't let me do it. That means it's already done?
I don't know.
Oh, there he is. I see him.
Depends. Sometimes they can lock them. Yeah, that one's done.
Oh, I forgot about that locking shit.
Yeah, if you see in the bottom left, it tells you the 4 with a little picture of a generator. So you're supposed to do 5 generators. So one's been done, which is the one you found. It also makes a noise when they do it, and Like usually it gives a little indicator where it's at.
Hide within the killer's terror radius. Bold. Generator. Okay, found a generator. So somebody else found a generator. There's the killer. It won't let me work on it. It's done. I'm gonna run away.
Hey, you run to the one that, yeah, you're running to the one that's fucking putting out the indicator that it is done. Don't go towards that. That's just letting you know that that generator is done.
So we just gotta, they're not marked on the map. We just have to find.
Yeah, you have to find them and then remember.
So
the
2
area
are
that-
done.
So he runs upstairs to the other one that's already been done.
What's that? Oh, they're working on a third one. 2 guys are working on a third one. Can 3 guys work on it?
Yes, if it's got 3 sides open for it, yeah.
There's the killer. There's the killer. I'm gonna run. You guys stay here and work on that.
Yeah, they're all gonna run.
I gotta survive. She just got hooked up. She just got hooked up. I found another.
Otherwise, JS helped them with the generator by failing it.
I found the 4th generator. So we have.
Yeah, I might want to be the killer against JS. This motherfucker
Hey, he's just learning. He's learned. I'm tempted to try this game here with just with that cloud system to see if I can time the generator.
He's sabotaged. Yeah, but he just sabotages the generators, basically.
I never get the L1 timing right on the damn generator.
Dude, it is hard with the controller. I'm not gonna lie.
How do I crouch?
Control, I believe.
I gotta save this bitch from a hook. Go save her from the hook. I'll do the generator. I got it.
I'm not gonna lie. When I first played this game, dude, I failed like so many generators. I was just like, I'll just run people off the hook or run the killer. I'll just be distracted.
Well, the fun part of this game when it first launched was like just doing it with your buddies though, because like it was, you know, it's just gotten now to the point where the killer's like out of control.
Yeah, well, that's what I did too. As I was playing.
Oh, he's coming. He's coming.
I didn't play random.
He's hooking this bitch. Oh, he's
if you want
coming.
people for this game, I can get people for this game real quick and easy. I got a whole group of people that almost do nothing but this game.
Run! Run! There's a guy fixing the 5th generator there.
You know he does run. You know the killer does run faster than you, right?
I know. I've tried to run away from him multiple times. It doesn't work.
Yeah, that's where the vaults and the like vaulting through windows and the pallet stones and stuff like that matter. But it works better if you actually time the pallet where he gets at it and then you do it, and it actually will like disorient him. Dang, your boy about to die over there.
Dude, you gotta knock the pallet over when you're running.
Only if the killer's after him.
This is the 4th generator.
This is the problem.
I know where the other one is.
No, there's more than.
Here he comes.
He's
coming.
There's a whole bunch of generators.